FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Astros down to their final strike. And there it is. Helsley with another perfect inning for a save. That's 11 this year, and he has saved 20 straight for the Cardinals as they salvage a game in this three-game series, 4-2 the final in favor of St. Louis. So the Astros end up with a 3-3 homestand. They will now head out on the road with an off day tomorrow for a 6-game trip, taking on the Angels and the Giants.
All right, so no sweep yesterday for the Astros. That was a speedy game yesterday. Why couldn't they do that on one of the games that took place at night? Why did they do that on the game that was at 1:10 in the afternoon?
You got some time to sit around and enjoy beer at 9, you know?
Yeah,
and
man.
It's
done in like 2 hours and 3 minutes or something.
You know who helped us? Thank God.
Who?
Thank the ump, who in the 5th inning extended it by walking the batter on an easily called strikeout.
Oh, yeah.
He could have called that so easily.
Yeah.
It was 100% a beautiful pitch by Blanco, a strikeout. Could have been a 1-2-3 inning, which obviously hurts you in that inning because the Cardinals run up the score or take the lead. And but it also ran up Blanco's pitch count.
Yes, it did.
So by the time Blanco leaves after letting up another run, after 5 1/3, no,
it was in the 6th inning.
6 1/3
Yeah,
inning.
no, 5 1/3. It was in the 6th inning. Yeah.
So there you go.
Yep. They lose 4-2, so they win the series. But just hearing Todd, and that was Todd Callis on the call, by the way, Space City Home Network. Just hearing him there kind of sum it up. 3-3 on the homestand, like that's since starting 7-19. This is kind of who they are. Like they just they can't, other than that nice little streak they had a month or so ago.
Yeah.
It's just 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Now you're headed out to the West Coast here to take on a not so hot Angels team, a very average Giants team. At some point, we keep saying it. At some point, they got to get it in gear.
Yeah. You know what? There's one thing. I'll take a positive.
Yep.
3-3 at home doesn't sound that bad compared to last year.
At the end of the season,
they're 14-15 at home. Hey, there you go. They're better at home than they are on the road, Sean.
On the
14-15,
season, and we're taking
baby.
pleasure in 14-15 at home.
I'll hang a gold-plated banner in the outfield for that.
500 at home. All right. That was a interesting lineup yesterday. These contusions for the Astros have kind of did a number on the lineup. That was the most ratchet lineup they've trotted out there yesterday.
Read it off for me again.
Well, you had. I'm not going to go 1 through 9, but I'm just going to list like some of the things. Like normally you'd have your big guns out there. You'd have Altuve and Tucker and Bregman and Jordan and Pena and so on and so forth. They had Trey Cabbage, who hit a home run, by the way. So Trey Cabbage, good for you. Trey Cabbage in though for Kyle Tucker. I'm saying like visually when you see here's the Astros lined up on defense and you see all the names like wow. That's not what I anticipated.
This is a phone it in type of day. Except it's not phone it in. It's because of contusionitis that is running rampant across the dugout and the city.
Yeah. Trey Cabbage in for Tucker. Dubon in for Bregman, and Dubon's been fine this year.
Dubon made a hell of a play at third.
Yeah, Dubon's been fine. You had Singleton at DH, so you had a 217 hitter at
finally,
DH.
It's a sweet spot.
And then Abreu just being on this team. Yeah. So that was.
I need to take a minute after I hear all those names in the lineup.
You want to take the rest of the segment off? Put a sock on the door across the hall. Cabbage in for Tuck.
Occupado.
Yeah.
Occupado.
Yeah. So not a great day out there yesterday. Team made it official that indeed Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier, as had been reported by multiple outlets 2 days ago.
I thought they were going to keep denying it through the.
Urquidy's already had his. He had his yesterday, and Javier's having his today.
Sean, you gotta give him some slack on this. They only had several weeks to prepare for this statement.
Yeah. It was very well worded.
Yeah,
they had plenty of time to work on that. So they made that official. So the Astros lose yesterday. If you're just getting in your car and you missed the updates in the afternoon. 4-2 the final score. And then the other thing, they made this official in a press release. Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier are done for the season. Here was Dana Brown before the game talking about the impact of losing two of your starting pitchers.
Well, I mean, those guys have added so much to this organization, and so, you never want to lose those kind of starters. Thank God we do have depth. We have Javier, who's going to be out, and then we do have Brown, who's really throwing well now. We have Arrighetti, who's throwing well now. And so losing Urquidy and Javier is tough, but thank God we have the young kids stepping up. They're starting to throw the ball well. So I think our rotation's pretty good right now. You never want to lose those type of arms, but there's no panic because our guys are really throwing well.
Okay, so I mean he's keeping it positive. That's what he's supposed to do. I like they need another pitcher. There's no until Luis Garcia comes back or McCullers, and who knows what those guys look like when they come back after a year off from pitching in actual games. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm not saying beating a dead horse. This is a major issue with this team. But, if you had thought, like, at the beginning of the season, I like to play that game. Like, if someone had told you in March that this would be a quote from Dana Brown on June 5th or 6th or whatever.
Yeah.
That, well, no, we feel we're fine, with Ronel Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown. With these five guys.
Just
the mere number 5.
I always, when the Astros were just eminently dominant with their pitching, I did always kind of, just to try to keep perspective on things, look around at other good teams in the league and look at, like, man, if you got 3 really solid starting pitchers.
We've been spoiled, if this is where you're going. We've been spoiled.
And you get to if you get to the playoffs, 4 is, conventional thinking in a lot of ways is, hey, 4. But so we've been super, super spoiled going back to the Charlie Morton days, to where you could pitch by committee with a group of starting pitchers in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's we've been spoiled. So at the same time, though, like it is like you're continually year after year having to rely on these young guys to come up big in tough situations, and it's on Arrighetti and Hunter Brown this season. It's their year. Just like in the COVID year, it was on Framber and Javier and Garcia. These are the guys this year that have to play way above their pay grade and years of experience. Yeah, and I think, too, just specific to these two guys, what I get thinking when I see the news actually announced yesterday, but news that we knew was coming 2 days ago, about these two specific guys, Urquidy and Javier. One, Urquidy has probably pitched his last game as an Astro. Yeah. I know he had one more year of arbitration left. Like, he's been too injured for you to offer him anything at this point, or to even go to arbitration with him. Like, it's just... And he's not good enough to where you feel like, all right, well, we're just going to pay him to sit on the side for another year. Right. So he's probably pitched his last game as an Astro, and he's had some moments in the postseason for a while. He may still be the leader in postseason wins for the Astros. I mean, depending on how they want to treat it, he's a guy that he could be back at the end of next season. But you got to sign him up for all of next year. I know. But that's what I'm saying. His value. The same way you're looking at him is the way the rest of the league is going to look at him. Yeah. So who knows? Yeah, But it's not like the Astros got a lot of money sitting around to burn anymore because they're into the luxury tax. They're into the luxury tax, and that's where I was going with Javier. We got this Yordan Alvarez deal where they bought out his arbitration years. Yeah. They did it with Bregman, and that's largely worked out other than a couple hiccups in 2020 and 2021. That Bregman has largely been a great value in doing that. When they gave him the early extension, they gave Yordan the early extension. If Yordan stays healthy, that's going to be one of the best contracts in baseball over the next few years. Yeah. The flip side of this is they gave Christian Javier 5 years, $64 million last year. And now he's going to the first year of that extension was last season, where he was very up and down. Now you got this year where he only started 8 games, I think is what the number was. He's probably going to miss most, at the very least, most of next year, if not all of next year. And then you get to the last 2 years, and his contract is backloaded like crazy. He's set to make over $20 million the last 2 years of that contract, and he'll be coming off a Tommy John surgery. The thing about the Javier extension, which I think, we brought this up at the time, and you just never know how things are going to work out. But 2022 was the first year he became a full-time starting pitcher, but he eased his way into it. And he was amazing once he got there. But in terms of workload and everything else like that, he hadn't really been thoroughly vetted. In a lot of ways, in terms of being a full-time starting pitcher, he was kind of an extreme reach,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And we saw in 2023 when he started in the season as a full-time starting pitcher. Because remember in 2022, it was that weird kind of oddity where he didn't have enough innings pitched to qualify
for
the stat
stats.
leaders.
Yeah.
But if he did, like if you ignored that, he was top 5
Oh, yeah.
in a lot of categories. So I think it was a riskier extension that I think people realized at the time.
Yeah.
You're coming off a World Series. He picks magnificently in that season, but he really just he was still in some respects a prospect.
Yeah, and I don't even think they were paying him thinking like he's eventually going to evolve into being an innings-eating horse like Fromber or anything like that. I think they were perfectly cool giving him that salary going, look, if we're only going to get 5 innings out of him, if the 5 innings are going to look like that, then we're totally cool with giving this to him. The problem was, to your point, is that his arm couldn't even handle the 5 innings anymore.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, this is look, I think Dana Brown is appropriately staying optimistic about this. I think Dana Brown, like, this is probably, other than having to take the hickey on this Abreu situation as the GM of the team, other than having to be the shield, he and Espada, for a mistake that neither of them made and a mistake they inherited, other than that, this is Dana Brown's first real challenge. Like, he's got to figure something out, at the very least, some sort of bridge here to get to Garcia and McCullers coming back.
That's where, like, and organizationally, when you start to wonder and worry about the way all things went, where you fire a GM almost immediately after winning a World Series, and however James Click chafed against Jim Crane, like, maybe that was the appropriate amount of tension. Like, that's where, who knows how Click would have managed all of that and how he would have, whether he would have made some of the same moves or non-moves. It's really, really hard in modern sports now that baseball has a luxury tax, like a real luxury tax. It's really hard to keep a core like this together when you're with a dwindling pipeline as you go along.
Click's big thing with Crane reportedly was that he didn't make the big deals that Crane wanted to make, but man, the deals he made on the margins were really good deals.
Yeah.
Click. So
other than Odorizzi.
and even that, that was $11 million a year for a guy. They didn't give anything up. It was a free agent.
Yeah, Odorizzi was just I just kept getting angry at Odorizzi because he was he was adamant that he needed to be kept in longer, even though like every bit of eyeball and statistical evidence was that the third time through the order he was a disaster.
Competitive fire.
I've still got a grudge against Odorizzi somehow.
I don't like that he went down like he lost a limb that one time, and then he was like back for his next start. Remember that when he went down with the injury?
He did that with the Texans. Oh, it was Kamagruje Hill when they had like the prayer circle around him and everything, and they carted him out.
Jack Easterby put hands on him and healed it.
He was practicing on Wednesdays.
Back in the third quarter. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, speaking of the Texans, couple things. Nick Caserio in studio tomorrow, 7:30 with Seth and me. He's going to be in here with us, so that'll be good. Kind of a summary of what we've seen in the offseason, looking ahead to what's going to be an early training camp for the Texans. So Nick Caserio in studio tomorrow. Up next, this is the most positive, emphatic backing of the Houston Texans that I've seen from any national football personality. You want to get fired up about your team? Take a listen to this next.
Coach D'Amico is pleased with the progress he Batteries.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast. Louis Riddick, who was actually a few years ago up for the very job that Nick Caserio has right now.
Yeah. And there were times after Louis Riddick didn't get that job where I felt like there were times where it might have been a little sour grapes creeping in when he talked about the Texans. It's hard to, you never know for sure. Guys are gonna deliver opinions or what have you. But I think there was the tone has changed. I'll say.
And to be fair, for most of the time since Louis Riddick didn't get the job, the Texans have been very open to criticism.
Right, exactly,
It's hard to say, sour grapes and the team's 3-13-1.
You see this? You hear this guy with one voice amongst thousands in the media that were
clearly bitter. So so Louis Riddick, who is former NFL player, who has well-respected voice. He has worked in front offices, so this wasn't someone just looking to make a transition from broadcasting to personnel. But he was up for the Texans job that Nick Caserio ended up getting a few years ago. And you're right, Seth. His view of the Texans has been very up and down. Even when they were kind of surging back into relevance last year, I felt there were times where you could maybe construe Riddick that way.
Well, there were a lot of people that loved D'Amico, but were skeptical of the situation he stepped into, that's appropriate as well.
I agree. So this is Riddick yesterday. This is amidst I won't say concern, maybe too strong a word, but just I think maybe people wondering outside looking in, like, okay, how's this going to work with Stefon Diggs? Can they handle Stefon Diggs and this mercurial personality that he has? I think they can. You think they can? But on the outside looking in, that's a legitimate question, and the Texans have other legitimate questions. In the eyes of Louis Riddick, the questions have all been answered for the Houston Texans.
C.J. Stroud is that dude. End of story. He's that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to ascend like a rocket ship, and it's going to be fun to watch. Number two, look, I'll tell you what. There isn't a coach in the NFL who I would say I have more confidence in his ability to snuff out and be able to kind of put a lid on any kind of smoldering fire more so than that guy right there. More so than that guy. Because you know what? He is like the perfect crossover from, he still looks like a Mike Backer.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen his arms? Have you seen the way this dude looks right now? He could probably step in and give you 10 to 15 first and second down reps. And on top of it, he's so grounded. He's so intelligent. He has such a command. I ain't worried about nothing in Houston. Nothing. The McNair family hit this ball so far out of the park with hiring D'Amico Ryans, and the way they have added to this football team this year, I'm not worried about anything. Stefon Diggs is the least of my concerns. I just want this team to stay healthy and let them go on and continue to improve. D'Amico Ryans will handle it, whatever comes.
And there you go, man.
I think
that's as emphatic as I've heard anybody be about the Houston Texans.
Two things about that. The thing I've noticed this offseason about D'Amico is if there's a picture taken of him where his arm is in the foreground. Like, so if they take a picture from the side, so that his arm is the first thing you see, like it looks like a Popeye arm.
So he's got reverse Popeye. Instead of the forearms, it's the biceps.
Oh, that's right. Popeye had big forearms.
Popeye had the big forearms. Yeah.
So
still, it is cartoonish.
It does. You're like, I don't believe that fish was that big. It's that type of look. Yeah, like, is that photoshopped? What the hell? That's a foreground fish picture.
At the right angle, you're right. It looks wild.
But as far as D'Amico's ability to handle Stefon Diggs' personality issues or anything else like that, I think that the thing about Stefon Diggs and when things have gotten ugly with him, I think a lot of times it's almost like you can look at Stefon Diggs maybe more of a barometer on the situation more so than Diggs is 100% not like a guy who's a cancer on a good football team, you know? But if there are issues, I also don't think that he hides his disgruntlement with them.
Yeah.
So if Diggs ends up being disgruntled, you've got bigger fish to fry. I think there are other issues going on. And then if you look at, because people will point out his track record and say, well, hey, look, it ended ugly in Minnesota, it ended ugly in Buffalo. Well, okay, let's also look at his track record. the first 2 or 3 years at those places, it was nothing but roses and perfume and everything pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Not too much perfume where it gives you a headache, just the right amount of perfume.
Right.
And so it's honestly almost zero concern to me. The other thing about it is, without reading too much into press conferences and interviews and things like that, I did find it interesting, and I guess it was a little bit of a surprise to me that Diggs at the podium, as he talked about Nico Collins and Tank Dell, sounded almost fatherly, and he's a guy now who's in his 30s, and he's talking about these young guys, and he can remember when he used to say the exact same things they did, and talks to them about their goals and loves how ambitious they are. I think that he probably might be enjoying this role, even though he's only a couple weeks into it, of being a mentor to younger guys.
He seemed like it at the press conference. I'm with you on that.
And he didn't have that situation in Buffalo necessarily, where he had, okay, Gabe Davis is fine and all, but it's not, I don't think there's necessarily that same anticipation for what he might do in his career as there is with Nico Collins and Tank Dell.
Yeah.
And the other part of it, too, is, and I'm trying to think of different ways to say this because I don't want to hammer it down to where it gets boring, but there is, as a receiver, when you're out on the field, sure, it's nice to get the counting stats. It's nice to get the 1,300 yards receiving and everything like that. But it's flat out fun when you've got multiple weapons and that when you do get the ball, you've got room to run.
Yeah.
Or that there's times where you're getting wide open when you wouldn't have in Buffalo because there was nobody else on the field that would attract attention. Mm-hmm. So now there will be times where he gets wide open, not just because of his skill, but because, oh, man, they thought it was going to Tank on this play.
Yeah. Nico's drawing double coverage.
Yeah, or the play action worked, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
So, and this is after, he had a lot of fun in Buffalo. He had a lot of fun in Buffalo those first couple of years. So I have a hard time seeing it be an issue where it's the issue. I see Stephon Diggs' personality becoming an issue if all of a sudden you've got a lot of other issues already. And then it's a problem, and then, oh, crap, why the hell did you sign Stephon Diggs? That was the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah.
But as long as you do a bunch of the other things right, it's not that Stephon Diggs is the guy that's going to drag you down or something.
No, and to back up what you're saying, here was Tank Dell 2 days ago talking about Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, me and Diggs like this, that's my guy. So, he been in the league for a minute, and he know the steps to take to get there. And he's been a leader since he came in the locker room, speaking to us and just giving us knowledge, giving us game, pouring back to us and making sure we know the steps to take to get to where we want to go. So he's been nothing short but amazing, the whole group of receivers, all of us. But he's ready to, he ready to go. He still got that it factor, and I feel like, with all us coming at the opposing teams, it's gonna be special.
I think that. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, that's like Tank and Nico saying the same things. Like if you're somebody who was, I'll say, skeptical about Diggs coming in, if you were, and you heard Diggs himself, Tank, Nico, D'Amico over the last couple of weeks, that kind of stuff. I feel like you've got to feel a little bit better about it, right? Like if you don't feel better about it after hearing all these guys talk the last couple of weeks, then nobody's going to convince you that this is going to work.
Unless you're wired like I am a little bit, where I've been burned so many times by my positive assessments of guys through OTAs or rookie minicamp or anything like that. That you hold back a little bit, but. There's also
give it a chance.
Sometimes there are times where people are saying stuff during OTAs where you're like, oh, that's interesting. Gosh, I don't know how I feel about that.
No, I get it, but that I thought Diggs was great, and that everybody else from coaches to teammates to literal positional roommates are saying all these things. It feels like it's good. So far, so good.
The phrase that he just used right there, and I think I heard Diggs use the same phrase, which is pouring into people. Like D'Amico's always talked about. He wants to. Pour his assistance and knowledge into the players. That's what he loves. That's how he enjoys doing things. And players take on the character of their coach in a lot of ways. Like this same group of guys with a different head coach would have slightly different personalities. That's just the way it works. So you follow the mama duck in a lot of ways, and you waddle wherever they're waddling.
Yeah.
And I think that with D'Amico, so much of his methodology and the way he looks at things and approaches life, and this goes back to when he was a rookie and I was a 10-year veteran. I looked at him, I was like, I got to act a little bit more like D'Amico.
Yeah.
you take that on and you try to emulate that, and you look at that as a role model, and he's a really, really good guy to have as a role model. Like, that's what, like, as a head coach, it's part of your job, whether you know it or not, is that you yourself are a role model. And, like, okay, so I played for Tom Coughlin. We're a bunch of grumpy SOBs, and we fought each other in practice. We had so many fights in practice. It was crazy, Sean. It was like a prison movie, man. Except that usually you got along well afterwards, instead of getting shivved in your bum.
And no weapons.
Yeah. So not that I could.
That we know of.
Not that I could sneak in.
Right.
Damned. Yeah. So. And Dom Capers, we took on the personality of him. Gary Kubiak, I think we took on the personality of him, the different head coaches I played for. And with D'Amico, the great thing about D'Amico is he's got that Ronnie Lott-like ability to be a completely different person between the sidelines than you are on the sideline or as a player off the field,
in the
anywhere
building,
in the locker room.
Yeah.
He was a completely different personality than he was when he was tackling a running back.
Man, that's a special skill right there.
And that's good. That having that dual nature is what you got a bunch of guys that are really good at having that dual nature. It's hard to get guys who want to do antisocial things on the football field who are like pro-social off the football field.
And I think
to get a lot of them. To get a whole team full of them.
I think it's hard to come across as authentic being that as well. Like he's you're right. Like there's two D'Amicos and both of them are very authentic, I think. That's a word Nick Caserio uses a lot to describe D'Amico as authentic.
Great assassin. As long as he felt like he was doing it for God and country, he would just he can focus in on the task at hand.
Yes.
And be very methodical about it with none of the nonsense and everything. He would evade detection incredibly well.
God, country, swarm, baby.
So, a good assassin, not a bad assassin.
Right.
He's the hero in the movie.
A hero, yes.
He only kills bad people, everybody.
Yep.
And the bad people are whoever his leaders tell them they
Vigilante justice, baby.
That's not vigilante justice. Vigilante would be as if he was on his own going out and taking care of predators and stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
But there you go, though. He'd be a good vigilante as well.
He would be, yeah.
He really would.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, I don't think he could be a lone vigilante. I think he would end up organizing an uprising.
Okay. Let's move on to the offense scouting the defense.
No, let's get more violent.
Everybody psyched for work today?
I'll be an assassin today.
Here was C.J. Stroud in his media session a couple days ago. His thoughts on the additions on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, man, it's been great. It's been good on good. Like D'Amico always talks about iron sharp iron. It's been a lot of smack talk, a lot of just good competition. And it starts with me and Aziz. Him being the leader of defense, I'm the leader of offense. And, playing him last year, man, he always showed up on tape when I watched the Titans last year. So it's cool to, see, the stuff he thinks. You can see him at my locker, me at his, or us before practice, after practice, talking about plays. And, it starts with us. And then when you add Danielle, somebody who's a vet who plays really hard, who's going to help Will, them two dogs. You got Tim in the middle. With Autry and Sosa and just a ton of guys, man. On the back end, you got young guys showing up. Kaylin's doing really well on the back end, along with Petrie and Jimmy, along with Kamari. Kamari's showing up. Sting is playing well, as y'all seen. Man, it's just been dogs on dogs, and that's the best teams I've ever been on. Has been the closest teams personally, but also the most competitive teams. So it's been dope.
Okay, we can't play any more of the sound bites where CJ's just reading the depth
rattles
chart.
off the depth without the depth chart in front of him. It's pretty impressive. You and I are sitting there. I'm like, he's going to name everybody.
Yeah, except he doesn't. It's almost more of an insult. I
got left out of this.
If a guy names one person and leaves a bunch of people other out, he's focusing on that one guy.
Yeah.
When you name 33% of the guys and not the rest of them, then Dog on Dog might be a good motivational T-shirt slogan for training camp.
Dog on Dog?
Dog on Dog.
Okay.
That can get too visual in another direction. Now I'm envisioning breeding type stuff.
Do you think
a lot of hot dog on dog action?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know what corner of the internet you've been going to, but do you think we're going to get T-shirts this year?
I was wondering about that because CJ mentioned iron sharpens iron, which is a good one. You have the T-shirt that says iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, man.
I'm a sucker for good slogans. I would go back into the pour into somebody slogan or mantra or saying. I think D'Amico, one thing he does, I'm a connoisseur of this, Sean. It's got to be visual and it's got to be emotional. And, like, I think he chooses his slogans and catchphrases and acronyms pretty well. Like, even Swarm, even though we don't like that they eliminate the E from the work ethic and special work ethic
one word,
and relentless mindset. It should be Swarm, but he calls it Swarm.
Yeah.
Because really, it's the swarm mentality. You visualize swarming. Pouring into somebody, you can almost visualize, like, that knowledge coming out of your brain into that other person's brain. Dog on dog, you can visualize that in training camp, especially. Like, this is good. This is about competition.
Iron sharpens iron.
You can hear the ching ching.
Yeah.
Steel sharpens steel, like metallurgically. Is it more impressive? And yet, iron sharpens iron sounds more medieval. Yes. You know, I want to be from the Iron Age.
Where do you come out on the La Familia T-shirt they had last year?
I like it.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's got a little bit of it feels. If you're not Italian, it feels almost like a little mafioso, right?
Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, I like it too.
I think this is where everybody, don't worry, AI is not going to take us under just yet. I was talking to a teacher the other day about how, like, I guess the AI detection software, like, people don't necessarily trust it all that much, but teachers see so much of it that teachers can recognize when a student's using AI, even if they've used, like, AI to make it not look like AI, because there's just a certain tone and context that isn't right.
Yeah.
I think likewise with I put into the AI machine here football slogans, good football slogans.
Oh, okay.
And each one of these good football slogans, they don't match the heart. They don't meet the heart test, or the visual test, or the emotional test,
connection.
The way that D'Amico nails it with his.
Okay, save those.
Okay,
I want to hear what AI came up with to
None of these motivated me.
Okay,
not a single one of them. So D'Amico's still better than AI. He's not going to be replaced by AI anytime soon.
That should be the T-shirt.
Not going to be
replaced
than AI. Yes, better than AI.
Better than AI. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to headlines.
Allen Iverson.
Astros lose. Yeah, Allen Iverson will take that as a slight. Astros lose yesterday. We've got a whole lot more to get to. One big story we didn't get to yesterday in baseball that we will in headlines. That's coming up next.
Kirk Holmes. Don't miss out on Kirk Holmes. If you're thinking about building your dream home, maybe you've started interviewing builders, go to Kirk Holmes.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
Astros down to their final strike. And there it is. Hughley with another perfect inning for a save. That's 11 this year, and he has saved 20 straight for the Cardinals as they salvage a game in this 3-game series, 4-2 the final in favor of St. Louis. So the Astros end up with a 3-3 homestand. They will now head out on the road with an off day tomorrow for a 6-game trip, taking on the Angels and the Giants.
Hey, why isn't your wife's number in my cell phone? I thought
That's what you're asking me coming
Amy,
off the Astros. Why,
I was trying to send a picture. Brandy was at Brandy's at her parents' house, and out the window she has a mother deer suckling 2 fawns.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I know Amy likes the nature.
She's
photos.
very jealous of the wildlife that you and Brandy run into from time to time.
Yeah. I feel like I had Amy's number in here.
So you
at some
wanted to
point,
text my wife a picture of some deer.
I was going to put you on the group text.
Oh, were you?
Yeah. I swear. Totally. 100%.
You don't have Amy's number, in all seriousness?
No, I thought I should. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
I'll
for
get it to you.
logistical purposes, I should have.
I'll get it to you during the break.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get it to you during the break.
The real one,
Sean.
Sean.
It was a strange
don't
question.
Don't feed me a fake number.
Why is your wife's number not in my
that
phone?
That could have gotten me beat the hell out of me in a bar, huh?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that with me. The Astros lose yesterday. The Astros lose yesterday, Seth, in a game where they played that game like they had somewhere to be. You know, like they,
yeah,
like they,
yeah. Well, yeah, which is how it felt as soon as you saw the lineup.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
an
Like,
oddity.
All right, someone's got early dinner
It's like
reservations.
We're flying on
tonight.
Spirit today.
Yeah. I forget who started for the Cardinals yesterday. My apologies to that starting pitcher, but he had 6 innings, 62 pitches, 62 pitches in 6 innings he threw. It was crazy yesterday. I was on my way out to Baytown to do media stuff, take pictures for the Bayou Bowl, which I'm an honorary coach in on Saturday.
Congratulations.
Yeah, Clint and Ron are coaching the East, and I am honorarily coaching the West.
You've earned it, man.
So I earned this honorary, much like many honorary degrees out there.
Yes.
I really earned this honorary coach. But what I was going to say was, as I was driving out there, I was listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, and they went to break, and I said, well, I'll flip over and listen to the Astros for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I did, and the Astros literally played an entire half inning up at the plate offensively, and I flipped back over, and they were still in break. Like, that's how short these half innings were yesterday.
Yeah.
That happened multiple times.
Blanco works pretty fast, too, even though his pitch count got run up. The 5th inning is what, if you didn't watch yesterday's game, this is what you need to know. They got hosed. They got hosed big time and hard because in the 5th inning, Blanco should have had a strikeout, and then it theoretically, butterfly effect and everything, but it could have been a 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah.
So not only did the Cards score a couple times, but then Blanco also ran his pitch count up and ends up going out after 5 1/3 innings. And I'll blame. I will rarely blame the ump, and I will rarely blame it on one single pitch. But in a lot of ways, that was what took the Astros out of that game.
It was a close game in the end, too. Yeah, you're right. No, that was not good. Christian Javier, Jose Urquidy, the team announced, indeed, will be getting elbow surgery. Dana Brown wouldn't specify what the elbow surgery would be. I think people think it's going to be Tommy John, but he said yesterday, and that's probably the right answer. Surgeon's going to get in there, take a look around, and see what the solution should be. And then,
with both those guys, the unsanctioned reports had been Tommy John's.
Yes,
correct?
Yeah. Urquidy had his yesterday, Javier today. It's a little twofer. They're both getting theirs done here
So it's a race now.
It is, yeah.
It's a race.
Yeah.
You got to get nervous sometimes when you got to be careful with sometimes setting a hard deadline on when you want to be back from an injury because you got to account for setbacks, but still, it's a race.
It's a race. Here's Dana
We'll find
Brown.
out which one of them is actually tougher. I'm joking. It has nothing to do with toughness.
Should be a tough man competition, right? Dana Brown on losing both of these guys.
Well, I mean, those guys have added so much to this organization, and so, you never want to lose those kind of starters. Thank God we do have depth. We have Javier, who's going to be out, and then we do have Brown, who's really throwing well now. We have Eric, who's throwing well now. And so losing Urquidy and Javier is tough, but thank God we have the young kids stepping up. They're starting to throw the ball well. So I think our rotation's pretty good right now. You never want to lose those type of arms, but there's no panic because our guys are really throwing well.
Okay, so Dana Brown keeping a happy face on this thing.
It would be. Can you imagine if we want to count our blessings and not our curses? Can you imagine if Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti were pitching how they did early in the season? What it would feel like right now? Well,
if Ronel Blanco hadn't given you what he's given you, too.
Right. Well, right. But especially with Hunter, because he mentioned Hunter Brown and Arrighetti. Like, those are the guys.
This 3 weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Which, well, of course, if that had continued on, then all would be lost right now. It would just be now. We'd be sitting here. It's way too early right now. As we pointed out yesterday, the Astros have an almost identical record to where the Nationals were on June 5th or 6th last season in 2019. In 2019.
When they beat the Astros
in the World Series. Yeah.
Yep. Astros off today. They're heading out to the West Coast. Angels for 3, Giants for 3 this coming week. Texans mini camp is over. We now wait for early training camp to start, middle of July sometime.
Yeah.
We'll get our dates pretty soon, I would guess.
The two things I would glean, without reading too much into OTA type stuff, but for the skill position guys, they're playing the closest thing to actual football.
Yeah.
It's so the offensive and defensive line, the linebackers, the running backs, there's not really too much you can tell. I think so far Kamari Lassiter has shut up a bunch. He's made a bunch of really nice plays on the ball. And that's very encouraging to see. I think it's starting to get more comfortable thinking about him perhaps being the starter opposite Derek Stingley. But a lot of questions about whether he'll play slot or outside. It feels like they're going to give him every chance to play outside.
They are.
And then the other thing, John Mechie. I think John Mechie, when I've watched, it's not when he's getting the ball where I've really been impressed. It's on some of the plays where he's away from the ball. But he busted out a double move yesterday that was just nasty. He hit, he's getting into and out of his breaks, it looks like he's sitting down in a chair and then exploding out of him.
So we're believing all the hype then that CJ was feeding us.
I believe, and again, it's OTAs, right? There's a lot that goes into it. And, especially with route running, when these guys the defensive backs are just getting to know this version of John Mechie. So there's a long way to go. Yeah. But I feel comfortable in saying it's a different version of John Mechie.
Yeah.
He looks like a different guy from the last couple seasons that we've seen.
Yep. We'll talk more Texans minicamp, top of the hour. Will Anderson Jr. met with the media yesterday. I could do a whole show with just Will Anderson Jr. cuts. We've got Will Anderson coming up top of the hour. How's he feeling in year 2? Where did the team tell him he can improve? People asked him about D'Amico's advice to follow 51. D'Amico's advice to rookies to follow 51. They asked Will about that yesterday.
That's what they used to say about Clowney in his second year, too.
Yeah,
follow
90.
Clowney. Follow him.
Follow 90.
No,
and make sure he's working.
When you ask why did they...
Follow him and tell me what you find out.
They traded up for Will Anderson for a reason, whereas when they drafted Clowney, it was kind of like
he did decapitate that guy on Michigan. Yeah. Real quick, we didn't hit this baseball story yesterday, but we're with the legalization of gambling, we're going to get more and more of these. But the players in MLB that got suspended for gambling, this is some of the... There's not a single story where I'm not like, not only is this guy stupid for gambling, like he's a bad gambler too.
Yeah.
The Tucupita Marcano of the Padres, who gambled a bunch when he was on the Pirates last year, or in 2022, I should say, and 2023, banned for life because he placed 25 bets on the Pirates while he was on their roster. He placed 387 bets on baseball, totaling $150,000 over the course of multiple chunks of the calendar. He won 4.3% of his bets.
That's a boatload of parlays.
Yes.
Because sports gambling, one of the things that's alluring about sports gambling is that it's set up for you to win 50% of the time. If you throw a dart, or if you just throw a dart at a board randomly, you're going to win 50% of the time because they make their money on the vig.
Yeah.
To lose that much, he's doing a lot of parlays.
A lot of parlays, man.
Which, you know what I would say? I feel like if you get nabbed for parlays, the punishment shouldn't be as big. Because that's almost just like playing the lottery. That's there's so many variables. Nobody's got so much information. Like the pros don't bet on parlays.
Unless all the elements of the parlay are on your team.
Oh, on your team. Because then you got a much bigger advantage on the parlay.
You get the total, the money line, a couple of prop bets in there.
Yeah, okay, good point. Yeah. All right, I take it back. I'll revise my opinion slightly.
Okay.
The most onerous punishments should go to those who parlay. Yes.
Their own team. The other one is a guy, Michael Kelly, who's on the Oakland Athletics and was on the Space Cowboys last year. When he was on the Space Cowboys last year, he placed $99 worth of bets, including 3 on the Astros. and now he's banned for a year. $99 worth of bets.
Yeah.
And he's going to lose out on a $740,000 salary.
Yeah, this is going to the clink for jaywalking, man.
Yeah, but having like a high-paying six-figure job.
It's in a town where you know that they're really strict on jaywalking.
On jaywalking,
right?
You're the highest-paid guy in the town.
Yeah. That's how dumb it is. It's really dumb. It's because it's not just the legalization of gambling; it's that it's online.
It's
easily accessible with which you do it.
Yeah.
You know,
you don't have to get on a plane and go to a casino.
Think about like the material that so many people might consume. I've heard on the internet, like of an adult nature that
I've heard about that
never
too.
would have in a previous generation, just because we don't keep that smut around or whatever. It's just it's the ease with which you can access it makes it really dicey for athletes.
Push a couple buttons.
Yeah.
Yep. Will Anderson Jr. met with the media yesterday, and he was great as usual. What's he doing differently in year two? Man, if you already feel good about Will Anderson, you're going to feel great when you hear Will Anderson talk about the areas that he's seen his game improve, and what's he think about D'Amico Ryans kind of holding him up as the example for the young players on this team. That is next. But first, the LASIK procedure at Berkeley Eye Center. And if you're getting ready, we're getting to that time of year.
SportsRadio.com. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth and I solving most of the world's problems during the break.
Good. Remind me afterwards. I need to talk to you about Jim Rome.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. On the air or off the air?
Off the air.
Okay, gotcha.
Not for your ears, everybody.
Yeah.
No, I want to talk about the things that Jim Rome does a really good thing, whereas he'll kind of, it's really smart. Now that I'm in the business, I think it's smart. It used to annoy me, but if it's a topic that's like super controversial, or if it's like kind of a silly topic, but it's a huge topic, he'll talk about how he's not going to talk about it, but talk about that for 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
So he creates the illusion of like, well, I'm above such things.
No.
So I'm going to not talking about it for 15 minutes. So he hits the A topic that is beneath him, but he's rolling around in the muck with that topic.
And he does it in a really subtle way.
He's very talented at that.
I like when he goes, like, I'm not going to read text like this one right here, and then reads it.
Yes.
Like, he's the best at that.
There's so many guys that I like. Now that I'm media scum, it's 12 years now that I've been media scum. There's so many things I watch that I like despise, and yet I'm like, yeah,
he's really good at that.
Game recognized game.
Yeah, exactly. Iron sharpen iron. Yeah. Will Anderson, what are you doing differently in year two? Will met with the media yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
Man, the way I eat, the way I take care of my body, the way I study, really just self-assessing everything that I was doing from last year to this year. And those are the areas that I really want to improve on, getting bigger, stronger, and faster, and be able to, make sure that towards the end of the season I can last longer. I still got good weight. I still got good playing strength and all that type of stuff. So those have kind of been the things that I've really been trying to home in on and making sure that my body is right and where it needs to be at.
That's kind of in line with one thing that Matt Burke had said was that D'Amico, it's hard to recreate what he said without using the hand gestures, but he basically made the two hands facing each other like as he's creating a lane. With D'Amico, or excuse me, not with D'Amico, with Will.
Yeah.
It's so much about getting him going in the right direction. Not literally, but just he's got so much energy that you got to try to just refine some of that energy and make it a little bit more precise and meticulous with his technique and everything, because he's got all the energy in the world, and it's almost a matter of not reining that energy in, but just channeling it and focusing it. And it's really cool because Will, you could see in his play last year, there are a few specific things that I was really encouraged by that he improved on as the season went along.
Yeah.
Some of the simple, like the simple things like anticipating chip blocks. Like that's something for a guy that's just go, I'm going to get off the ball. You got to also be aware of, those little things. It's like
a big step to add.
It's like racing through city traffic.
Yeah.
You can't just, it's not like in the movies where you can just barrel ahead. You got other things in your peripheral you got to watch out for. And at the end of the season, he had a few really nice textbook examples of just perfectly slipping the chip block and using it to your advantage. Because you can use, as a defensive end, if you get hit by a chip block, it sucks. It's the worst thing in the world, because those little running backs who can squat 600 pounds
right in your rib
come up
cage.
into your ribs. Yeah, and hit you in that unprotected spot. It hurts. It hurts bad.
Mm-hmm.
But if you time it right, it actually creates an opportunity, because the offensive tackle is relying on that chip block. So all of a sudden, you got a wide open window, and he did it really, really well. Where early in the season, when people would defend Will Anderson, even as he was pointing it out as a problem. Like, well, look at the double teams. Look at how much he gets double teamed. Like, yeah, the good players slip that chip block, or they figure out ways to do it. And Will wasn't doing it early in the season, and he did it at the end of the season.
His numbers reflect that. Remember, midway through the season, he had one sack. He had the one sack against Lamar Jackson, then went 7 games without a sack. And that's when everybody's bringing up the advanced stats.
Yeah.
Oh, I know he's not sacking anybody, but boy, he sure is in the pocket quite a bit. Right. And his win rate and all these other things.
The win rate, yeah.
Pressures and all that. And then he got the sack of Baker Mayfield, where he just kind of tripped him up a little bit. But the second half of the season, he finished with 7.5 sacks.
Yeah.
So he had 1 through 8 games, and then he had 6.5 through the second half of the season, where he actually missed a couple games and then came back and played injured the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing you say is basically like that wasn't a coincidence where he just happens to be running into sacks.
No.
Like, that matches the eye test for where he was making improvements in his game.
Because the other thing, too, with Will, and again, where sometimes all that energy can work against you is at the end of a rush, like finishing at the top of your rush and getting your hips turned, doing all those little things. And he talks about that here. We'll play that in a minute.
Yep.
That's that coup or that like the cherry on top at the end of a good pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those pressure stats and everything now are based on, like, some of the computer generated ones are based on like how close he is to the quarterback. And the reason that they were, yes, it's true that he was getting close to the quarterback, and it's true that, yes, pressures are very important. The sack is still an individual sack is 5 times more valuable than an individual pressure. And there were things that you could see, like from a analytical standpoint. So if
you're actually moving the line of scrimmage,
right, it's a drive killer. It's a drive killer. So, because sometimes people start getting into this argument about whether pressures or sacks are all that important or whatever. You got to watch the film and you see that Will just needed to learn how to finish. And also, when it comes down to actually making the tackle itself, you get sack fever. At the end, when you get close, especially when you're a rookie, or if you're a 320-pound nose tackle like myself, you get really close, and you get that sack fever, and your brain turns to liquid and runs out your ears, and that's when good quarterbacks can just sidestep.
So sack fever's a bad thing.
It's a bad thing.
Okay,
it's a bad thing if it makes you act all crazy.
Yeah.
And Will had that a little bit early on. He missed some sacks that he should have had.
Yeah.
Where later in the season you could see him settle down and he almost got to relax a little and let the sack come to you at that point. And he did a much better job of that. So I'm really eager to see all of the stuff that he learned last season added with the benefit of Danielle Hunter tutoring him now as well. Some of the improvements he'll have made by the time September rolls around.
Put on some weight too. From what I saw yesterday, like good weight, he looks bigger.
He's a guy. I remember just even watching some of his workouts. Again, he works his ass off, but he did it. Like, he used to do a lot of CrossFit type stuff. Like super circuits of everything, which is cool, and it makes you can go forever. But you also, there's something to be said for, look, man, you are going in 4-second spurts, and then you get a 50-second rest. Yeah. It's there's something to be said for power and explosion.
Yeah.
And if you look at, and part of that is also, if you look at Will's body type, he started off in college as more of an outside linebacker and kind of transitioned into a OLB/DE. He hasn't had as much time to really become a defensive end physique, because I think athletically, in a lot of ways, he's a lot more like Nick Bosa than he is Danielle Hunter. And I think with like 10 pounds of quality mass on him that he easily could add from his rookie year, it could really change his game.
We're digging into Will Anderson, who met with the media yesterday. He's one of the most important guys on this team, not just for this season, but for the future of this team. Like, he and CJ are the foundational pieces for the next 10 years for this team. You mentioned Matt Burke. Here was Matt Burke last week, defensive coordinator for the Texans, when he was asked, where can Will Anderson improve? And this was really cool insight as to the technique that the coaching staff uses with these guys heading into the offseason.
There are definitely things that he can get better at. I think just like small thing like separation, like trying to get more extension and separation at the top of his rush, or things that like we've worked on. One of the really cool, it's just part of D'Amico's sort of system of how we do things. Every player that we have, we do an off-season sort of like study or off-season project on for, we call them pro-grow tapes. So like just one thing or something specific that each player can grow and get better at from what we saw off tape last year, whether they were here or somewhere else. So like we try to give each player something very specific. Like, hey, we saw this on tape last year. Like, let's focus on this like for these next 6 weeks. Can you get better at this? So like that's off your plate, and that's a step in the right direction. So between that and just I think, the understanding, I think there was times last year Will was just throwing fastballs and being Will, and like I think his understanding of the defense and some of the stuff we just talked about, protections and those things, are kind of growing as I have conversations with him. So excited to see where he takes that for sure.
The stuff at the top of the rush is really interesting to me. So basically that's if you just think about when you get even with the quarterback, when you're a few yards upfield, like how do you finish that? How do you get through that opening that you've created with your pass rush move? All of that. They've gotten so much more meticulous and scientific about it. Now, scientific isn't the right word, but I think because of YouTube, because of online resources, and just all of the other stuff, even just having digital film instead of having to go back and watch it on beta, all that stuff, they've gotten so much more advanced. And I've watched a lot of stuff just with guys that have worked with J.J. Watt, J.J. Watt and Chris Long talking about it. Chuck Smith is like a private D-line. There's private D-line coaches all over the place now. That there's so many little things you can refine that makes such a big difference. And like I went back and I watched some of my old games, like knowing now what I wish I would have known then. And I get so angry with myself that I didn't somehow find this resource out when I was. But I get excited for Will Anderson,
sure,
because there's little things, just like what angle you turn your toe inward at the top of your rush so you can turn the corner better, and all this stuff that JJ worked on, like they talk about shin angle and stuff that guys work on now that makes a huge difference. And like that's where Will working with JJ and JJ giving Will tips is really gonna pay off, I think.
Yeah.
And obviously Daniil.
And having Daniil Hunter in there. Okay, so let's see if Will Anderson, when the Texans and Matt Burke handed him his dossier of the one thing he needs to work on.
Yeah.
Let's find out if he actually, metaphorically opened up the book and read it.
Yeah, or did he throw the iPad in the other room and go watch it and go play video games?
They put the $100 at the back of the playbook. Did he find the $100?
Always trying to find an easy way out.
That's right. Okay, so did Will Anderson actually take heed as to what the one thing was he needed to work on?
Yes, it's been crazy, man. Like, pass rush is so many different things, and you really don't know how to put it all in once until you. Mine was just getting extension at the top of my rush, and be able to create that separation and stuff like that. And I thought I did a really good job in OTAs of really trying to perfect my craft of doing that and spending extra time on the field with Daniil, with Coach Rod, with Coach Nate, and really just learning how to keep doing that and how to better my craft. So that's what's one thing that I'll continue to work on.
Yeah, so like the extension at the top of your rush.
He opened his book.
Yeah. Well, it's easy. It's one thing that this is another thing that I love about the way D'Amico teaches. There's so many things. With D'Amico, I'll make it about. Let's make this about myself, Sean. With D'Amico, I watch the way he approaches coaching players, and I've listened to Fred Warner, the linebacker for San Francisco, talk about how D'Amico coached him, and that right there, that ability to kind of break things down and focus in on the one thing that's going to help you get better right now. Just do this one thing. As opposed to getting coached on 20 different technique items every single day, everything just becomes a big muddled, overwhelming mess. So to channel all of Will's energy and to focus in on, all right, this is the thing that's going to help you the most right now, and attack this. And then he's going to drill that and get his 10,000 reps at that, and then attack the next thing. It's just, you see it filter down to the way all these guys are coaching their position players. The comparison I would make in that to Bill Belichick as a head coach is that I've loved watching Bill Belichick through the years work with individual players at different positions on the defense. Mm-hmm. And you can tell that he knows what he's talking about with the technical stuff, but really I think he coaches his coaches to be so good on the technical stuff too. And that's why so many of his coaches are really, really good at the coaching football part of the skills of football. And it's something that's lost in the modern NFL a lot because so many guys want to be XO geniuses that a lot of them aren't actually all that good at coaching the skills of football. Where D'Amico, just like Belichick, understands that at the end of the day, we got to give these guys tools to win their one-on-one battles. Mm-hmm. And that's why Belichick's defense is I was still amazed. Up until his last year, I would watch his defense at the beginning of a season and think I don't know if they're going to do it with this defensive line. And then I check back in on a midway through the season. I'm like, who the hell are these guys? Where did they sign some new guys? They improved over the course of a season. Yeah. There are a lot of coaches in the NFL that are so fixated on the X and O's and the strategy and everything else that they almost give up on the actual players getting better, during the course of the season.
Technique and things like that.
And that's why I think, too, so with D'Amico's mindset being similar to Belichick's in that regard, I think that's where he and Caserio have a unique relationship in that Caserio has been a position coach. He's not just been a front office guy his entire career. Yep. I think as a sometimes personnel guys get a little too married to their evaluation of a guy and not the development of him, the development of that guy. Yeah. And I think Nick's got a really interesting perspective on all
Yeah, but that's a really good way to put it. D'Amico, this was D'Amico back at his presser during rookie minicamp. So this is about a month ago, early May. And his advice to the rookie class was follow 51.
It's really a huge advantage having young guys. Our draft class from last year and the year before, we have a really solid group of young players, right, who they know the way. They know how it should look. They know what the standard looks like. And so it's funny, I put up a picture of Will Anderson in our room, say, you guys want to understand our culture and what we're about, right? Follow 51, right? That's what it looks like. And for me to be able to say that, right, it's not me having to say it with words. It's like, just watch the way 51 works, and you'll see what a Houston Texans culture is all about.
Okay, so that was D'Amico.
I think the big thing about that is, you know how I have a knee-jerk skepticism of coaches when they talk about culture until they prove that they can establish a culture.
Yep.
One of the most maddening things that drives me insane is when a coach talks and talks and talks about the kind of culture they want, but then they pay the guys who are like the opposite of the culture you want.
Yeah.
And like with Jadeveon Clowney, even though I think Jadeveon Clowney was treated unfairly, harshly in some regards, but he 100% was not the guy you pointed to as like, do things this way.
Follow 90.
This is the way you want to do it. And yeah, there he is. He's your number 1 overall draft pick, you know. And it's really hard. It's like you're basically telling all the other rookies and young players, like, well, you know, do it the right way. Unless you're this guy, he doesn't have to do it the right way.
Yeah.
You know, but we thought enough of him to take him number 1 overall. It's hard to establish a culture that way. It's really, really hard to establish a culture that way.
Yeah. Yeah, and with the Texans and Will, it almost felt like they were trading up to get a culture, you know, or to. I mean, that was a big reason why they moved up. He's a great player, obviously.
No, and it was, and you know, and honestly, Will Anderson. A lot of people probably didn't watch this because I just noticed this from like our numbers and like my YouTube numbers. Immediately after that Ravens game, the fans needed a break from the Texans. Like there was like game, people were just kind of tuned out. You're like, oh, you're just gonna cry in your beer and just kind of check out for a while.
Yeah.
So Will Anderson did a press conference at the end of the season after the Ravens lost, and he talked for about 5 minutes on the importance of caring about everybody in the building.
Oh, yeah.
Like the secretaries, the security guy, and all that stuff and everything. Like in a way that I don't know if I've ever heard a young guy talk as passionately about it as Will did. Yeah, and this isn't even me talking about Will Anderson, the football player. It's that right there was when I really saw, like, okay, this kid's different, and no draft analyst or anybody else is going to approve of the amount that they traded up for culture purposes. Because again, just like me, everybody's skeptical of culture talk because everybody talks the talk, but very few of them walk the walk.
Yeah. Don't hear a lot of people talking about what the Texans gave up for Will Anderson anymore, in part because he shows all the makings of being a great player, great person, as you point out, and the Texans were a whole lot better this past season than when they made that trade.
Well, he was Defensive Rookie of the Year. It was Defensive Rookie of the Year almost specifically because the defensive lineman from the Eagles that he was in contention. Jalen Carter was the favorite for most of the season, but his team fell off a cliff, and the defense, which had been so good, was just disastrous. Whereas with the Texans, it was the opposite. The very like if Will cared about, or was even thinking about Defensive Rookie of the Year, that pushed the Texans' teammate at the end was really what put him over the top.
Carter was the favorite the night they gave out the award.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Will was not a heavy underdog, but a slight underdog.
Yeah, I'd given up on it. I thought that the PR for Jalen Carter, plus the other thing about Jalen Carter was that his highlights were so impressive that when you get peppered with those highlights over and over and over again, like he was just like supernatural for the way he moves, that I figured that the war was lost.
First impressions are big, especially when your competition is on a team that doesn't play nearly as many national games as you do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jalen Carter was gushed over by multiple national broadcasts.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles, they were in the Super Bowl the year before. So Will Anderson was actually asked yesterday about what D'Amico said, about follow 51. What's that like hearing your head coach tell the current rookies to use you as the example?
Yeah, man, it's a blessing. And I think, God gives all of us gifts. And I think a gift for me right now is just leadership. He's blessed me to be able to connect with people and to be able to, be a positive influence on people. And my thing from like last year was just like, I'm just trying to get in the system. I'm just trying to, maneuver my way around. And this year, I just feel like it would be selfish of me and knowing what I've been through and having that experience now not to give back. You know what I'm saying? And I know what the standard is here. I know what the expectation is here. And ultimately, we all want to win. And we're making a culture that's a winning culture. So I know what it takes to have a winning culture. So I'm going to do my best to try to uplift guys and bring guys to that culture and have fun doing it. You know what I'm saying? I think that's my biggest thing. Like flying around, having fun, and connecting with guys is just something that I think kind of comes natural to me, and I really enjoy it because those are the guys you're going out there and balling with, so it's special.
I think one of the things I like most about Will and CJ is how comfortable they are talking about how good they are at things.
Yeah.
Like I think what God has blessed me with is being an amazing leader, and He's right. and then, I'm not even being facetious or sarcastic. Like he's right. Like when CJ gets asked, name your top 5 quarterbacks, and he's like, well, it's Mahomes, it's Lamar, it's me. And then he names 2 other guys. Yeah. And then he goes and corrects it. Yeah. And says, I left out Josh Allen. Yeah. So he leaves himself in there at 3 still. It's probably take Jalen Hurts out and put Josh Allen in.
That's the kind of thing that you find that endearing when things are going well. If things are going poorly, that's like,
no doubt. Yeah. Admittedly, it's a front-running kind of thing, but it just makes them a whole lot more interesting to me.
Yeah. That I think that. With Will, he had that one. He talked about how Al Shire told him at one time to stop moping or stop pouting.
We got that coming up in the next segment.
Yeah, because he'd had a bad.
It's a great cut.
But Will is, that was one of the other more interesting press conferences Will had was after his injury. This might have been at that end of the year press conference too. But he talked about how he kind of readjusted mentally when he was out for a couple of weeks, and it sounds like for a guy that is just full of energy, brimming positivity and everything, I think he gets down on himself pretty hard, and that's something that you gotta talk your way through. I remember ND Kalu and I it was the ND Kalu's first year on the team, and it was like a super hot day out at training camp, and I had learned about talking to yourself, like giving yourself positive self-talk a few years before, but I was always kind of bashful about it, I was walking a little bit behind. ND on the bridge going over Kirby, and I could hear ND talking, and he was talking to himself, and I was like, yeah, you're getting that positive self-talk in, right? And he turned around, I was like, yeah, you know it. You know it. Yeah. I can't do an ND voice. Yeah,
nobody can.
It was really cool because ND and I were and I got injured early that season. It was my last season in the NFL. That's where Andy and I knew that we were like the same person in a lot of ways. Like we were kind of kindred spirits. Mm-hmm. And that year was just, there were a lot of things that were a mess on defense that year and ensuing years. And there were like, Andy and I would kind of talk about things and like we, kind of doing our own sports radio thing about how they got to fix some things about the way things are operated here defensively. Cause like, this isn't the way, it's so that's another thing that you pick up from veterans. Like I was in my 4th year in the NFL, I guess, when I learned about how much it matters to be able to move on from bad plays. Mm-hmm. And I actually learned. I talked to a sports psychologist today, call him mental enhancement coach, but he works with tennis players a lot.
Oh yeah,
and tennis players and golfers. And with tennis players and golfers, they've all got, a lot of them, they've got rituals for moving on to the next hole, the next swing, the next set, all of those things to get you out of thinking about what just happened. Like have a ritual that resets your brain and like that. So that's something that it sounds like he's thought about himself and has addressed, is that he's got to figure out a way to not dwell on some of the bad things he did.
When you say it took you 4 years in the NFL to get to the point that you were doing that, was it something you had been trying to do and it took that long to be able to do it? Or is that something that 4 years in someone came to you and said, hey, look, man?
No. I thought I was, I thought you were supposed to hate yourself. I thought that was what good, I thought that's what good the old Protestant work ethic.
So you had a Goodwill Hunting moment like Robin Williams, it's not your fault, it's not your fault?
I got an interesting family background.
I do.
Some of the way my dad was kind of a renegade, but like his side of the family, that was like old puritanical Protestant work ethic. Don't enjoy life, you bastard.
Yeah.
I had to have some of that kind of deprogrammed out of me.
Yeah.
And some other guys need to learn how to kick themselves in the butt a little harder. I need to stop kicking myself in the butt all the time.
That's interesting. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's shift gears over to the Astros. All right, I did some math yesterday and some research yesterday, and I'm going to give you some numbers here in just a second as to how much has Tommy John surgery cost Jim Crane since McCullers got it in 2018. But before we get to that, if you haven't heard yet, here's Dana Brown, Astros GM, on losing Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier for the rest of the season.
Well, I mean, those guys have added so much to this organization, and so, you never want to lose those kind of starters. Thank God we do have depth. We have Javier, who's going to be out, and then we do have Brown, who's really throwing well now. We have Arrighetti, who's throwing well now. And so losing Urquidy and Javier is tough, but thank God we have the young kids stepping up. They're starting to throw the ball well. So I think our rotation's pretty good right now. You never want to lose those type of arms, but there's no panic because our guys are really throwing well.
Okay.
No panic. I'm not panicking. Because we're not. What are we in, Sean? What's our emotional state?
It's not.
Are we? We're not. Nobody's panicking, but we're kind of like. I feel like this entire season has been a process of us rafting and realizing that the rapids ahead are not what we're comfortable with, or we're getting into rapids. We're like, what do they do? The levels of rapids? I think level 5 is. I don't know. There's something like that. So I feel like we're like kind of at level 4, and we're realizing like this guy. Like I'm not. I've never been through anything like this. Whoa. And then you hear it's getting louder up ahead.
Yeah. I think you know what. I don't think it's like a 5-alarm panic where everybody's going crazy. I think it's frustration. I think there's a little bit of anger in there, too, as to how they're handling certain things with the team. And I also think that maybe the reason there's not all-out panic is because this was not a good baseball team through the second half of the season either. This has been, like, the playoffs were an outlier. That they advanced in the playoffs and got to the ALCS again and got to Game 7 of the ALCS was kind of in spite of the fact that, in spite of what they were through the second half of last season. They only won 90 games. I say only. I know there's 2/3 of baseball would kill to win 90 games. But by Astros standards, 90, by the standard they had set through the previous 5 years, 90 is a bit alarming. You know, for a team that was largely the same group of guys, and especially once they brought Verlander back into the fold the second half of last season, largely the same group of guys that had just won a World Series the previous fall. So I think the fact that this is not, whatever they are, 28 and 35 or whatever they are right now, this is in many ways a continuation of what they were through the second half of last year. This has been a long process of mediocrity.
It's and then just and it feels like this is where it feels like emotionally for me. It's just like any classic story of like almost like sometimes in a family, like second generation wealth in a family, where like the son of the founder just feels like, well, of course, I mean, I'm a Worthington. Everything always goes right for the Worthingtons.
Right.
Oh, the workers are uncomfortable. Screw them. I'm brilliant. I'm a genius. So you got a bunch of these guys on the Astros or in the front office, wherever else, who like want to take on the mantle without actually having earned it. Yeah. And you're like, at some point, you're like, no, dude, you gotta be a little scrappier than this. Yeah. You know, it's not as simple as we're gonna Astros our way to this.
Well, you pointed it out earlier. Like they've had really good fortune. Not good fortune, because they had a system in place that created this, so it wasn't luck.
Yeah, but it was Jeff Luhnow, and he died.
But he's
dead, Sean.
Baseball Luhnow died. He was celebrating some soccer stuff on the internet last night. Baseball Luhnow is. He's reincarnated as soccer Luhnow. Football Luhnow.
Did they get elevated or what?
I think they did, yeah.
Something like
he's
that.
going crazy. The fans.
I don't know how that sport works.
Yeah, so But you pointed this out earlier. Like, there had just been an expectation. Like, okay, well, one pitcher leaves in free agency or goes out injured. Up comes some other pitcher, and they become amazing. Out goes Garrett Cole. Well, here's Framber Valdez. He's an ace now.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Christian Javier. Look at this invisible.
Hey, look at all these Jeff Luhnow acquisitions and signings.
Right. No, I get it. But when it's happening, even once Luhnow leaves, when it's happening, there just becomes this expectation that there's this never-ending train of pitchers coming in, and that train has stopped.
Because we're the spoiled heirs of Jeff Luhnow.
We're the Worthington. We're the Worthingtons.
We're a bunch of fancy lads.
Yeah,
we went to a fancy New England prep school.
Yep.
We think we're better than others. We got a stupid moppy haircut.
Yeah,
we're bastards, Sean. We're disgusting.
Moppy.
We're pathetic. Oh, wait, what would ND Kalu do? No, everything. We're gonna keep forward. Keep moving
much
forward.
lower
Keep
voice.
Moving forward.
You sound like Peter Brady compared to ND right now. Okay, so Christian Javier is getting his elbow surgery today. He missed some time earlier this season with a neck issue. Here was Dana Brown when asked, was Javier's neck issue earlier related to this elbow issue that he's having right now?
I think it's two separate things. A lot of times we've had a couple guys suffer from neck injuries. I mean, oftentimes it's the way you sleep at night in the pillow. And so Javier's velocity had been fluctuating up and down, throughout the course of the year. So, when we signed him long term, he was fine. So we know that something must be going on. And so we got him checked out. I think they're separate issues, but ultimately, we're glad that we found out what was wrong, and hopefully we'll get him back next year around July.
Do you think there really was a neck issue, or was the neck issue just something that was made up because he was really having an elbow issue?
No. I think it was. No, I totally think it was a neck issue. 100%.
A lot of people don't.
I know. I don't think that they're not related.
I'm with you, by the way.
I think that it's the whole anatomical chain reaction that can happen if something's affected, and then you change it alters your mechanics a little bit, especially with pitchers.
Yeah.
With pitchers, it's just everything's so fine-tuned, that if something is off, you compensate, and that puts more stress on your elbow.
Blum brought that up the other night after Eric Getty got hit in the calf with the ball, and they massaged the calf. He got hit by a line drive. He gets up, and he wants to give it a go, and he did for an inning, but he wants to give it a go. And I think it was Blum who, on the broadcast, who said, look, the one thing you can't do, it's cool that I'm paraphrasing, but it's cool you want to pitch through it. But if it's altering your delivery at all, do not do this.
I'll tell you what, according to what the algorithm sends me, they've made incredible advancements in pillow technology, Sean. Have you seen the one that your arm goes under cradled area and stuff?
No.
Yeah.
I'm an arm under pillow guy.
Okay, there's one out there. I'll see that. It'll send it to me. I'm talking about it in front of my phone right now, so I'll get 7 ads.
Speak up. You're talking about it in front of my phone.
It's a special pillow that your arm goes under.
I can't wait to check my phone during the break. So many pillow ads on Instagram.
I think that that part of it, that's a whole separate side topic. Do all this stuff with computers and everything. Can we invest in better pillows?
Right.
No, I think that they're related. And I'm the last person, because I think whenever you start having discussions like this, the knee-jerk reaction is, it's the training staff, fire the training staff. But it's just never, each individual is, and especially with pitchers, a lot of it's on the pitcher to listen to his own body and make those hard decisions and have the discipline to do it. And it's not saying it's his fault or anybody else's fault. It's just sometimes you're just screwed. Sometimes it's just for whatever circumstances led to the injury. That's what it was.
Well, Dana was having to answer a lot of questions yesterday about how they use pitchers, how they train pitchers.
Yeah.
Everything's coming under scrutiny because it's not just here's the 4th and 5th guy that are getting Tommy John. It's they're getting Tommy John within 24 hours of each other.
Yeah.
And on a team where the pitching on a team that has World Series expectations, where the pitching situation is very precarious right now. I went and did some math yesterday, Seth, because this has just been such a spate of Tommy John with this team.
Yeah.
If you take all the guys who've had to get Tommy John surgery, Justin Verlander, Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, Jose Urquidy, Lance McCullers, and I'm throwing McCullers' most recent surgery into it as well, just because the effect is similar to Tommy John and that it's on the elbow and he's missing nearly a full season of baseball, or 2 full seasons. By my calculations, and I prorated the seasons where guys made 6 starts or 8 starts, based on a 30-start season. Jim Crane, if McCullers and Garcia don't come back this year. So granted, this is an extreme estimation, but still, even if they do come back, it's a big number. Jim Creighton will have spent $104 million paying guys to get and rehab from elbow surgery.
Damn you, Dr. Job.
Since 2018.
So Dr. Job was the guy who invented the Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
The surgery's named after Tommy John, the pitcher. Frank Job, a guy who operated on me back in the day, invented the Tommy John surgery.
He did.
In an article from 2013 titled "The Alarming Increase in MLB Pitchers Who've Had Tommy John Surgery," and it's gotten worse since then. They asked him why so many, and he said overuse. And I think at the time that was a good theory. But the problem was when they started really monitoring everybody's overuse and guys were getting more rest. It's like telling somebody, you're a bad driver. You're only allowed to drive once a week. They start driving a lot faster. And with pitchers, they're fresher and they've been throwing harder and harder and harder. It's not individual to the Astros that they've got these issues. The interesting thing about it this year is that they had all these guys start throwing more changeups. And,
lighten the load,
I
maybe?
think in theory, that's what I was wondering is just have them not throw so hard as many times. And it's the kind of thing that probably would take like 3 or 4 years to actually get good data on. So, and it's one thing, it's one factor amongst 20 that might be the reason for all of it. But I don't think it's happening all over baseball. It's happening in high school. It's happening in college. It's not something that's unique to the Astros.
No. And I think there's a lot of thought that it goes all the way down to the youth levels and guys getting how they get used on select teams and things like that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I have a prediction for the Texans this season, and it's on who I think 100% this guy will absolutely be one of the captains of this football team next year. We'll tell you who it is coming up next. Dropping weight has been a huge thing for me.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here's Will Anderson Jr. yesterday on the expectations for the Texans defense this season.
Yeah, I think it's a special thing that we got going on here on defense, man. And it's been such a blessing to be a part of this group already. Just the togetherness of the D-line, to the togetherness of the defense. It's been really special, man. Aziz, he's really been taking charge, man. He's been, challenging all of us just to come out and give effort every day. Getting your playbook, know your job, know your responsibility, and holding people accountable. And that's what you need in the middle of a defense.
There are multiple guys now we've heard bring up, unprompted, bring up Aziz Al-Shire. We heard C.J. Stroud earlier, an offensive guy, talking about how he spends time after practice talking to Aziz. And we know that's kind of CJ's thing, is he likes talking to the defense after practice.
Yeah.
Like, what did you do there?
Oh, right. Yeah, like, how did you know? He'll talk defensive back. You know what? He talks to defensive backs about that after games, too.
Yeah.
And defensive backs give up way more information than they should.
People love talking about themselves.
Yes, because CJ's smart. CJ knows that if he compliments a guy, like, that happened after his interception in the Patriots game. That defensive back told the world exactly how they duped CJ on that.
Yeah.
Like, he said it in the press conference.
Right.
And he told CJ afterwards how he duped them into thinking that he was that he was playing cover 2 when he wasn't.
Yeah.
And like, what a valuable lesson, just because CJ chose to go up and talk to the guy afterwards.
Yada, yada, yada. CJ winds up throwing 5 interceptions, and that's it.
John,
all
just to
season
be
long.
sure, because I was that play, not to get too far off track, but as a compliment to CJ, that play, I remember watching a really smart ex-quarterback break that play down. I can't remember who it was, and it looked like it was cover 2. And, there's no way somebody watching would have known that, no, actually that safety saw that he was manned up on Dalton Schultz.
That's right.
But because Dalton Schultz was in the backfield, the safety said, okay, I'm going to back up. I got time and room to work with because it was
now.
3rd and long or whatever it was. Yeah. But at the snap, came up and attacked, and that was a valuable lesson that CJ wouldn't have known that was the situation without having talked to the defensive back.
Yeah, and so he spends time, CJ does, with Aziz Al-Shire. Will Anderson was just asked a general question about the defense. It was the very first question of the presser yesterday, brings up Aziz Al-Shire. Here's Danielle Hunter on specifically being asked about Aziz Al-Shire.
He just goes out there and he holds himself accountable to a lot of things, just being the best football player he could possibly be. He's never complacent, and he's always trying to be ahead of the game. Learning from whomever, me, Danico, you can just tell that he wants to be great.
He will be one of the captains this year.
Al-Shire?
Aziz Al-Shire,
And it makes sense that he would be. I mean, this is like the old school classic Mike linebacker, your middle linebacker that he's the quarterback of the defense. He runs the show. He gets everybody in front of him lined up. He's getting the signals in his ear. All of those things, the intangibles that you don't see necessarily, that's what D'Amico likes about him. And again, as much as I gush about D'Amico and the way he operated as a football player, when they said that, people said, I don't know who said it originally, but they said that when the Texans drafted Will Anderson, D'Amico is basically drafting himself. I think this Al-Shire signing is actually even more in line with that because of the position he plays. Yeah. Like Al-Shire, as a young, late round, undrafted. He was undrafted. As an undrafted player, had to kind of scratch and claw and earn his playing time with D'Amico Ryans as his coach, as his position coach. So D'Amico, recognized something in him when he was a young player, and he's already indoctrinated Al-Shire.
Yeah.
D'Amico's already indoctrinated Al-Shire, and he plays and acts and operates the way that D'Amico wants a linebacker to play, act, and operate. And I think in a lot of respects, a lot of the issues with the linebackers last year, aside from, injuries were a big part because they had to shuffle in and out and guys were playing a lot of different positions. But some of the finer aspects of the game that are really, really important, like not biting on play action, that was tough on the Texans last year. So, having Al-Shire back there, who's an old school linebacker physically and mentally, I think is hopefully going to pay a lot of dividends. Not even the obvious one is Christian Harris and Will Anderson, the defensive line in front of him, but whoever ends up playing Sam linebacker. Like Henry To'oTo'o had a lot of the same issues last year that Christian Harris had in his first couple years in terms of just not really feeling the flow of the game right, not really trusting his keys and his reads. And I think Al-Shire would be really big for him.
Yeah, man, people love Alshire. This is a great story. This was the best cut amongst many great cuts from Will Anderson yesterday. Just a phenomenal story about Azeez Alshire and his leadership style and Will Anderson's willingness to accept leadership and guidance from him.
He's bringing us together as a defense and talking to us, holding us accountable, challenging us every day to get to the ball, to get off the ball, to make plays, all this other stuff. And, you know, it's a funny story. The other day, like, all my years of football, I never had a line. Like, my thing is, like, I don't want anybody to send it to me. Like, I'm always self-aware. And so I jumped off sides, and I got mad at myself. And he was like, stop pouting. And it kind of like, hold on, like, who you talking to? Like, and it changed my, like, I respected that because I was like, bro, like, okay, like, I respect that because as a man and as a player, bro, we all need that. You know what I'm saying? And I look at him I looked at him different, but I really look at him totally different now because that's the type of, like, mentality that we have to have if we're going to go far in this league and if we're going to win a lot of games, somebody that's not scared to get on people when they do the wrong thing. So it was a challenge for us, and I accepted it.
And again, though, and this is where sometimes I think when people think in terms of, like, positivity and coaching or whatever, they think that means that you just need to be a guy that's nice all the time. Like, and it doesn't. Like, different people deliver their message a different way. The key distinction there is, and again, this goes back to the way D'Amico coaches. If you're a middle linebacker, a guy jumps off sides, and you yell at a guy about hey, don't jump off sides, you're coaching a result. You're not coaching the process. Like, you're not actually teaching anybody a damn thing.
Yeah, they know they're not supposed to jump off
Right,
sides.
in the moment. So, like, it really is like, okay, what do we need to work on? Like, what's in the process and what's going on that he's not jumping off sides? And then also monitoring when guys do make mistakes. Do they go into a tank for the next couple plays or whatnot? Are they still thinking about that play and beating themselves up over it? Because I think sometimes people think mental toughness is, I was this way forever. Like, yeah, it's being tough on yourself, too. No, one of the mentally toughest things to do is to be able to move on from your mistake and focus on the thing that matters. Because if you're thinking about your mistake on the last play, you're screwing your teammates on the next play.
Yeah, well, you just said in the previous segment it took you 4 years before you learned that lesson of putting the previous play, truly putting it behind you.
Play, yeah.
That was what Azeez Alshire, like, stop bleeping pouting is a different way
it's
of communicating
in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, no, if you want to be positive, it's about moving forward and worry about we can worry about why you jump off sides afterwards and talk about the process and everything. But that is like, I think, like, whether I don't even like calling it positivity because people have so many connotations attached to it. It's really about coaching the process.
Yeah.
And just a lot of coaches, are yelling at guys, basically like saying, like, make more baskets in basketball. Make the basket. Yeah. Like, okay, well, wait a second here. No, there's making the basket is the stuff that happens after you coach up all the stuff that leads up to the shot.
Yeah. The Astros need to score more runs.
Score more runs.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Make
genius.
that tackle.
Right.
Don't miss that tackle.
Speaking of the Astros, a lot of thoughts here on Tommy John surgery. I'm pretty sure you read this during your live read, I think. Yeah. I'm pretty sure smoking cigarettes helps prevent the Tommy John issue.
Yeah.
They did smoke a lot of cigarettes back in the day.
They smoked a lot.
In the dugout. There was less Tommy John back then.
They pitched deeper into games, I think, because they were fueled by nicotine.
Yep.
No, that's the other thing, too. I always remind myself, when you look at pictures from the 1950s, you're like, wow, look at how svelte everybody is.
Svelte.
It's like, yeah, look at the pack of cigarettes rolled up in his sleeve,
Look at their
too.
skin tone.
Yeah.
It looks like a catcher's mitt.
But yeah, look at a 37-year-old back in the day.
Spends a lot of time in the sun. Yeah. Text message. I believe you can find a quote from Nolan Ryan about this subject, something similar to the fact that they're trying to teach T-ballers how to throw curves and changeups, and they still haven't even mastered the fastball, and they're not teaching them proper technique. And that was the thing back when I was playing Little League. Like, I remember one of the guys, my manager of my Little League team when I was in 5th grade, his son was like the best player on the team and was a pitcher.
Yeah.
And there were parents like, I can't believe that Mr. Williams is showing his kid how to throw. Like, this kid's arm's going to get thrown out by the time he's 14.
Well, and
he's throwing curveballs in 5th grade.
That's why I shy away from looking at the major league training staff or anything else like that, or doctors when it comes to Tommy John surgeries, because it's kind of like going to a cardiologist when you're 55 and be like, hey, doc, what do you mean I got plaque in my arteries? Fix it. And you're like, well, This started when you were 18. And this started with your first supersized meal.
Yeah.
And, you know, like this goes back a long ways. There's only so much you can do to prevent something that a train that started along. We can manage the problem, but there's only so much we can do to combat things that happened decades before.
Yeah, see, right here, he's pointing with a laser. These are all the times you said supersize me back in the day. All right,
you like the soft drinks, do you?
Yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you. Heading into the 8 o'clock hour. All right, we've heard a lot of things out of Texans minicamp. Seth and I got to see some things at OTAs and minicamp as well. Based on what people are saying and things we are seeing on the interwebs and in person, superlatives for the Texans as they head into the 1-month vacation they've got coming up here. Minicamp, superlatives based on quotes coming up next. But prize picks, oh man.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to get to Texan minicamp superlatives here in just a second. During the break, because Will Anderson is just so good at these press conferences, I was texting with some friends within the Texans the other day, and I was saying, man, this is after the CJ Diggs and Tank day of press conferences. I said, man, the roster is deep of guys who just give really good, quotable, thoughtful press conferences on this team.
It really is, and I do think
it's so refreshing.
And, earlier we were talking about how players tend to take on the personality of the head coach or the team. Like, not completely and totally, but you shift a little bit.
Yes.
I feel like I was a different player under different head coaches because you're certain things are allowed, certain things are just subliminally almost. And I do think that there's something about the way that D'Amico operates where you kind of get the best version of these guys. They feel, because like D'Amico doesn't focus on a lot of the extraneous stuff. He wants guys to be themselves. And I think it's not lip service because you can see it when they're at the podium. They're just more comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're genuine. It's really good. I mean, I'm like jotting down names. I've jotted down like 12 names. Like Dameon Pierce is buried on the depth chart on press conferences now.
Well, I would still say he'd probably number one in the press conference rankings. It's just that there haven't been as many reasons to talk to him.
No, that's
afterwards.
true. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
I thought, now when CJ came out on Tuesday, he was he seemed almost morose the first 5 minutes or so until he loosened up. You and I wondered I wonder if D'Amico had a conversation with him about these podcast quotes and everything. Just just think about whether you want to deal with all this flack, because it's not even let's not even get into the talk about the distraction to the team or anything like that, or whether it's putting a chip on other teams' shoulders. It does. When you put more stuff out there, like what he said about Aaron Rodgers, and even though I don't think he was intending to take a shot at Aaron Rodgers, it's going to be interpreted that way. And in this day and age, it's hard to avoid the blowback. Even if you stay off social media, you still have people texting you stuff or whatever. So do you really, don't invite necessarily extra controversy, whether it's real or not, if you don't have to.
Yeah.
And just maybe think about whether you really want to invite that into your life or not.
Yeah. So we speculated that maybe they had a conversation about that the other day.
Maybe, I don't know. It could have been one of a million things.
Yeah,
that was just what came to my mind.
CJ's never a big energy press conference guy.
But he seemed morose, Sean. It was like he'd had bad news
body
or something.
Language. Yeah.
And again, it could have been one of 1,000 things.
Yeah.
That's just where my mind went.
So our superlative for worst body language in a press conference goes to CJ Stroud. All right, so superlatives from minicamp. Let's first hear from D'Amico Ryans on Stefon Diggs.
From Diggs, what I've seen is just a guy who I thought we would get, a guy who's made plays. I think every time we've thrown him the ball, he's come down with it. Sure-handed guy, a really good teammate, great energy around the building and locker room with the guys. So I'm excited to continue to see his growth into learning our offense and how we do things, but couldn't be more pleased with where he is right now.
Everybody's been saying good things about Diggs so far.
Yeah.
Anybody who's been asked about him, guys have been volunteering good information about him.
We talked to Tyler Dunn yesterday, who operates out of Buffalo. He's a national writer, but he operates out of Buffalo, so he knows the Bills really well. And the image I get is of a guy that is on a day-to-day basis, he works his butt off. Okay, so that's good. That's a given. That's going to be, whether he's upset or not, that's not going to change. I think that sometimes when you look at a person's public persona, you always have to remember, okay, we get little bits and pieces. And sometimes, even though I feel like Stefon Diggs should have handled things different on the social media side of things, on the sideline, he could have handled things a little bit different. But I'm going back through my brain, and that's okay. We have 5 or 6 poignant moments that don't really paint a picture of how the actual situation might be on the team.
Yeah, for sure.
And the people out of Buffalo say that, for the most part, he does a lot of the right things. It's just that you have these little who was that athletic writer called it death by 1,000 microaggressions?
Yeah.
Tim something.
Tim Graham.
Tim Graham,
the Buffalo beat writer. So, Stefon Diggs, you get the superlative for most beloved presumed diva. They thought he was a diva, but he's beloved right now.
I'd say, DeAndre Hopkins was a different type of diva,
yeah,
but a beloved diva. I used to call him blue-collar Gucci because he was just like, he had a lot of blue-collar tendencies, but he was also kind of Gucci.
Very fancy, yeah. So, Diggs, congratulations. John Mechie, you brought up Mechie earlier.
Yeah.
He's looked really good. We'd heard the reports from CJ, like, man, Mechie looks great. Tank Dell had said the same thing because they both work out with Delphonte Diamond. Here was Tank on Tuesday talking about John Mechie.
Yeah, Mechie, that's my guy. Me and Mechie close. Just like me and Mechie, Mechie and CJ for sure. Like we always have like deep talks. Like we always with each other. We always have deep talks, and just like what he went through, he's showing me like life is it's bigger than ball. But this is what we want to. This is what we want to do for sure. But like when he had his experience with the cancer and things like that, he was just showing me like he was telling me like. It was like it opened his eyes way more, and then when I just had that experience, like it opened my eyes. Like if I want to go, I want to go. I got to cut things out of my life that so I can achieve what I want to do. So me and him, we had big talks. But man, Mechie, he's been doing great. I know you guys been watching, but he's been putting a lot of work in. He's ready to rock. He's ready to roll, man. He's smiling every day. Funny, he ready to go to work, so it's been great.
He looks good. There's a video. It's on my timeline. I actually took a video of this play, and a lot of other people did as well. I think it was during 7-on-7 on Tuesday, where the ball actually went to Tank downfield. Yeah. But you can watch underneath. Mechie puts a move on Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah,
like he broke Derek Stingley Jr.'s ankle, and I'm not saying he's been breaking Stingley's ankles on every play, but he showed a level of explosiveness on that play and twitch on that play that has been prevalent throughout minicamp.
That we hadn't noticed with him before, too. So,
again,
it's early, and, Stingley, in a lot of respects, on that play, he might have been covering the old John Mechie, So Mechie's got a little bit of an element of surprise right now, but he does look like a different guy.
He does.
And now it's just a matter of, okay, defensive backs are going to get a look at him, and he's going to have to get that much more refined and everything. But I'm allowing myself to be optimistic about Mechie right now, or encouraged about Mechie as a football player. Because for so long it was like, well, we just don't know, and I don't know. He was coming off an ACL and he had cancer, so we just don't know. Now I've seen evidence on the field of he does look like a different athlete.
We declare him comeback player of minicamp on our superlatives.
He might be could he be the first 2-time Ed Block Courage Award winner?
Dude, coming back from cancer, I'm for that.
Because he got the first one last year, really just for coming back from cancer.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say just coming back from cancer, but it wasn't like he was magnificent as a player.
No.
So if he came back next year,
he got the Hallis Award last week.
What's that?
The George Hallis Award for the whole league.
Oh, the league
of overcoming adversity. The player who overcame coach, or staff member who overcame the most adversity last season. So he did win that, but there is the Ed Block out there as well. That's your favorite trophy that you won, was the Ed
That's
Block.
The actual trophy.
The pewter
It's
helmet.
a really cool award, but the actual physical trophy.
It's really neat.
Is the one that, I thought about. Dude, I get so many comments on it when I do a YouTube stream, and I have it in the background.
Yeah.
That I've thought about. I've thought about, getting some made and selling them, but I don't want to devalue.
I so want you to get sued by the NFL. I thought about making the exact replica of something the NFL has, just seeing if they don't notice.
Well, they don't sell it or anything. And it's not the NFL that gives the award. It's the Ed Block Courage House, which is an awesome charity up in Baltimore.
Yeah, I'm sure. The NFL will find a way to get their fingers in there.
I always felt weird about it being called the Courage Award, because that's a word that's overused sometimes. Yeah. It's named because of the Ed Block Courage House in Baltimore, which helps kids who have been in. It's a really good organization.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
they help kids who have been taken out of either abusive situations or kind of traumatic situations and everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's for them.
Neat.
It's not for the player who displays the most courage. Because as soon as you do that, then you're like, what am I, better than a firefighter?
True.
I braved danger and made millions of dollars.
Right.
Okay. But it's named after the Ed Block Courage House.
Okay,
yeah,
there you go.
It's about overcoming adversity.
Gotcha. All right, Kamari Lassiter is getting a ton of love out at camp. He was running as the as the outside corner opposite Stingley the last couple days. Played really well. His highlights have popped up quite a bit on social media. A couple against Diggs the last couple days. Here was Will Anderson when he was asked about his new teammate, Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, man, I've been so amazed by him, man. He's been making plays left and right all over the field. He got the Swarm Player of the Day. He's electric, man. Another young guy that we can't wait to keep seeing grow and stuff like that. And I think he can do great things for this defense and be a part of something special that we have going on here. And, it's just that mentality that you have coming from the SEC. So he gets it. He knows, now is the time. He don't have to wait for nobody. He not scared to jump up in front of the line. He's not scared to go make plays. That's the type of mentality that he has coming from a place like that. But that's just who he is, and he understands what we're trying to do here.
You know what's been devalued, Sean?
What's that?
Coming out of the SEC. All right, okay. I've run out of reasons to be disgruntled by references to the SEC.
Yeah.
I can't. All right, yeah. Is every team? I can't keep track with real time. Is every team in the country now either in the Big Ten or SEC?
Oh, that's true.
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure.
It's been Now that the SEC is 46 teams, it's a little devalued. You know what? I'm not going to give Kamari Lassiter a superlative here because whatever I give him will not come close to winning Swarm Player of the Day.
You got to celebrate the small victories.
I want to be named Swarm Player of the Day
Swarm
badly.
Media Member of the...
Swarm Media Member, yes. Do you win a trophy? Is this like the Dundies? D'Amico needs to have his own awards thing at the end of training camp. The Meekies.
Oh, the Meekies for...
for D'Amico, yeah.
So Lassiter's shown up a lot. He's flashed.
Yes.
That's all you want to do is flash. There's a guy flashing. And he's been doing it in a way, from what you can tell, you can't see everything during minicamp or anything, and nobody's able to sit down and watch every player on every snap. But some of the things that, an understanding of when to break on the ball, anticipating routes, all that stuff. I don't think he projects to be a guy who's going to be in man coverage all over the field, everywhere a guy goes all the time. But in this defense, they want a guy that can break on the ball with great ferocity. And if you're not going to make a play on the ball, you can at least break somebody's ribs here or there. He looks like that type of player.
Yeah, he looks good, man.
You don't hear, though, I understand why the Texans wouldn't do this or want to highlight it, but the fact that, they have a kill zone on this defense, D'Amico probably doesn't call it the kill zone anymore, but, when you're playing zone, there's going to be soft spots in the defense, and there's going to be completions underneath. The key is that you make people pay for those easy completions.
Yes.
It's take what's an easy completion and turn it into a painful completion.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's the kill zone. So instead of calling it, this is where, again, D'Amico's so brilliant with imagery and reframing things and everything. He doesn't call it a soft spot in the defense. He, at least previously, he called it the kill zone. They're like, oh, yeah, good. Oh, you had an easy completion, did you? How about this?
Yeah.
How about a little bit of that? How about a little quicker?
Can you deal with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Kamari Lassiter will be my kill zone player of the week at some point.
I like that.
Let's start doing that. Let's do a kill zone player of the week.
I like that. Yeah, kill zone player of the
Killed
week.
my vocal cords on that last kapow.
Can you deal with that?
Onomatopoeia is not a friend of mine.
Kenyon Green. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday. We're doing mini camp superlatives for the Texans. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday. How does Kenyon Green look?
Yeah, with Kenyon, what I've seen is, man, first off, credit to him for the work that he's done. He's changed his body. He's looking good, looking lean. He's able to move better, and I see a more athletic guy. I see a guy who's actually been able to stay on the field, and that's been the main thing I think for Kenyon. Important year for him is just availability, just being out there, and now the ball is the ball. He'll continue to improve and get better in those regards, but for him, the main thing is just him being healthy and being on the field, giving himself a chance to compete, and the work that he's done over the offseason, he's giving himself that chance. Now he can continue to build off of that, come back in camp, ready to roll.
Okay, so we don't get to see the lineman block very much. We don't know how good Kenyon Green is yet as a guard.
Right, yeah. It's the interior. I mean, there's nothing competitive going on necessarily on the defense. The interior offensive and defensive line.
Yeah,
especially.
yeah. So I feel like we need to give Kenyon Green something. So I'm going to keep it simple. He gets best body. He looks really
best body, or is that relative
by
to
an
his
interior offensive lineman? With
is
the
it just
number
that he's that much more improved from over what he was?
Yes,
or is
that's exactly
so
what
it's
it
most
is.
improved body.
Most improved body.
Most improved.
Yeah.
He's gone from Jelly Roll to Barry White, basically.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like he's still a bigger guy. He's still an offensive lineman, but he's just a more refined version of it. He's
Looks good,
he's a sexier big man.
Looks good. Kenya Green is something I'm excited to see once they put pads on and see if they get this 15th overall pick, eventually get it right. There's a lot of stuff I'm looking forward to talking with Nick about tomorrow at 7:30 coming off of this camp. A lot of
we
these
have
guys
enough time. We should see if we'll try to drag him into doing the entire show with us.
He might.
You could do that.
He might.
Nick, you got a vacation to get to? You going up to Cape Cod?
Right.
Yeah,
like the off season's over, bro. Stick around.
No days off, Nick.
Yeah.
You're in here with us.
That's it.
Okay?
You're going to do that? Training camp's going to feel like a day in the park.
You should get him to co-host with you.
Nick?
One day when I'm off. Yeah.
That would be fun.
He'd probably like it. He used to be he was a sports radio. I don't want to say junkie, but he was a listener.
Dude, he's a huge Jim Rome fan.
Yeah.
He's a really good storyteller when you get him going on stuff that he likes talking about.
Yeah.
You know?
He's a deceptively good storyteller. People wouldn't expect it, or he's a surprisingly good storyteller based on just advanced PR and then, the way he has to operate sometimes.
Good recall on stuff. Yeah. All right, last one here. Last superlative. This was one I did not see coming, but D'Amico Ryans, and I didn't see this coming because this is a behind-the-scenes story that D'Amico tells about Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, Brevin, I joke with the guys. I show plays from the previous practice in our team meetings. I have my daily Brevin clip. I show a clip of Brevin every day. He has a highlight of, just Brevin's playing so fast, so decisive, and he's making some really great catches, tough catches. He's done a great job for himself over this offseason as well, man. He's improved. I see him. He's confident. He believes that he's a dude, and he can be for us, and he is. And I'm excited to see that confidence that Brevin is displaying throughout the OTAs.
Brevin Jordan, certified dude. He's a dude for them.
Yeah, I think with Brevin Jordan, it's like you see so many flashes of the potential.
Oh, yeah.
And, they did things last year where they used him more creatively, or at least with more versatility. They used him out of the backfield at times, and with great effectiveness at times.
They did.
I think with him, it's, it's not that he's small, but he's you can be smaller and be a good blocker, but he's also short, so he's never going to, I'd be surprised if he ends up being a great inline tight end, but when you use him split out, when you use him at times, next to the offensive tackle in line, use him in the backfield, he's got a lot of athleticism. That's just, I just ran across that play where he had that huge run after the catch down the right sideline.
The playoff game?
Yeah.
Against Cleveland.
Yeah, that's right. That was the Cleveland game. The classic, okay, let's not fixate on what a guy can't do. Let's fixate on what he can do.
Yeah.
And I bet Slowick's probably got some nice little tweaks for him this year.
Dude, that's a little scary if you're the rest of the AFC. They went and got Diggs. They re-signed Dalton Schultz. They already had Nico and Tank in the house. They bring in Joe Mixon. And now word out of minicamp is Mechie looks really explosive, and Brevin Jordan is the daily highlight on the film. I know it's minicamp and it's not in pads, and we wait and see, blah, blah, blah. But it's better hearing that stuff than not hearing that
Somebody
stuff.
yesterday asked me if maybe what they're doing with John Mechie right now could be like what they did up in New England with Ryan Mallett, where there was one offseason where they were just
sell him.
They were trying to sell Ryan Mallett, God, this guy's the real deal.
Yeah.
You remember they duped Mike Mayock into saying that?
They did. They did.
We got to talk to Casario about that.
But yeah,
write that down in your notes.
Okay.
I'll forget it.
Okay.
About the PR campaign for Ryan Mallett. The year they almost bilked the Texans out of a second rounder for him. They would later. The Texans ended up paying a reasonable amount for Ryan Mallett when they did get him, but that one offseason, it was almost like I thought a team was going to give up a second round. pick for him. No, I don't think so. Just based on what we've seen from minicamp, I think that they look at John Mechie as a guy who might really be able to take advantage of some of the opportunities, or they're hoping that's what he is. And they'll give it training camp to play out, obviously, but they're hoping he's a guy that can take advantage of some of these opportunities underneath when you've got guys who are deep threats.
Well, and then in 2025, if Diggs is gone, that he's your third receiver with Nico and Tank too. You got to look, looking down the road. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Speaking of wide receivers, did this team mess things up for 4 other teams in the NFL and an early season Texan opponent? I can't believe these national guys get duped into this every time with these recycled quarterbacks, but one of them has, and it's a Texans opponent early in the season. That is next. Men's Tea Clinic. Tomorrow's my Men's Tea.
trees.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's a good suggestion on the text page. The Swarm Award needs to be a trophy covered in bees.
Live bees.
Live bees.
You could do it with kind of one of those cool beehives you see. Okay, this again, the algorithm knows me. Like these people have like really creative bee colonies, like where they've got transparent they've got plastic so you can see inside them and everything. You make it something like that.
Maybe. What did you suggest before? That in front of your phone, like a couple segments ago.
Oh, the pillow. The pillow.
Oh, the pillow. Yeah.
Have you gotten one yet?
No.
The phone is slacking.
No, not that I can see.
Oh, you know what?
I got one for sunglasses here.
Yeah. We haven't talked about that at all today.
What's that?
Sunglasses.
Oh, I know.
No, we did talk about being out in the sun.
Okay.
We talked about people's skin quality back in the day from when they used to smoke cigarettes. When a 37-year-old looked like a haggard old fool, because everybody was smoking even if you weren't a smoker, you probably worked in an office that was just a cloud of smoke all day long. Yeah. Or if you ate at a restaurant, you were in a cloud of smoke all day long.
I get hit with a lot of kitschy T-shirt ads, like Sanford and Son Salvage Company, like T-shirts of like businesses on old sitcoms.
T-shirts yourself.
I have. Well, I'm unveiling one tomorrow. I don't want to give it away, but I'm unveiling a new T-shirt on the stream tomorrow.
By the way, anybody out there who worries that sometimes big corporations are trying to come and take your religion or what have you. Right. The other day, I was trying to get pictures for thumbnails when we were in the press conference, and so I was taking pictures with my phone.
Is that what you were doing when you were
CJ? Yeah.
Okay.
I was taking I should have had my sound turned on so I'd sound like a professional photographer.
Yeah.
It annoys me. But I was trying to take pictures of CJ, and he was wearing that Jesus T-shirt, the picture of Jesus on the T-shirt with the crown of thorns.
Man. Yeah.
I couldn't get. So even though the picture of Jesus was behind the microphones, it kept auto-focusing on Jesus' face instead of CJ's face.
Your phone.
And I felt sacrilegious as I kept trying to swipe away from Jesus' face. It's like I felt like I was smiting I was getting black marks on my heart every time.
Get out of the picture, Jesus.
Yes. I'm like, with the man in front, please sit down a little lower. It wouldn't. It kept going right back down to Jesus, even though he's behind the mic. I took it as a sign.
Yeah.
I got religion that day. Thank you, CJ, saving another soul.
Good for your phone.
Yeah,
it's good that somebody is paying attention to the
trying to
Son of God.
guide me into a different
your
path.
phone. Yeah, your phone's sending you a message. Seth's phone 316. Yeah. So that's what you were doing when you were standing up behind me. You were getting a better angle on your thumbnail shots for your YouTube. I got you. I was wondering why you stood up during the press conference.
Really? You were wondering?
I was wondering, why you stood up and you're sitting next to me, and then all of a sudden you're standing behind me. That was a little strange to me.
I stand a lot. I saunter around a lot.
Yeah.
I like to stand more than sit a lot of the times.
Yeah. I was wondering.
I tried to
wasn't scared or anything.
A long time ago. I tried to do the show standing up the whole time because it was like whatever little fitness kick I was on.
Yeah.
That lasted about.
That worked out for you.
That's about 4 segments, I think.
Sitting down's nice.
Yeah. There was a Major League pitcher this year. I can't remember who it was, but that was he's kind of psychotic with his workouts. And he would his goal was to go multiple days where he didn't sit down the entire day.
Oh, screw that.
Which sounds like, it's one of the things that sounds a lot simpler and easier than it actually is. That's a lot of habits to break in one day.
No. Justin Jefferson's contract, $35 million a year. Not a big problem for the Texans right now, but it's a problem for some other teams. And this is what I thought might happen when Justin Jefferson signed for $35 million a year. He deserves it. By every metric, Justin Jefferson deserves to be the highest paid non-quarterback in football. He is on a Jerry Rice type of pace as a receiver. Maybe not Super Bowl-wise, but that's not under his control. But statistically, there's been no better receiver in the history of the sport than Justin Jefferson through 4 seasons. It's having a trickle-down effect on other receivers, including Brandon Ayuk. This is Jeff Darlington of ESPN.
The question here is, will he take the best deal that the 49ers eventually put on the table, or will he play on the 5th-year option? Of course, there will be wonder throughout this summer of whether Ayuk could potentially be traded, but this is no doubt a wildly interesting situation facing the 49ers. They spent a first-round pick on a wide receiver. They've recently paid Deebo Samuel. If, in fact, they don't decide to pay Ayuk this offseason, they could go into this year with those 3 wide receivers, and then next offseason means that either Ayuk or Samuel are likely out. Wildly interesting to see how this plays out. But for right now, we can tell you Ayuk is not at minicamp, and he wants to get paid.
Oh, no, by the way, they just paid Christian McCaffrey, Ayuk's teammate, a couple days ago.
I'll tell you what.
Biggest running back contract in history.
Right, which always, we know how that goes when a guy on the team gets paid.
Yep.
You know, when a guy on the team gets paid and you feel like you're better or more valuable or anything or whatever, even the same, then the disgruntlement scale can go up. I think it's something that GMs have to keep in mind all the way down to the draft now. I think because the disgruntlement meter is swung pretty far to where, like, you got to start looking at it as, is this a guy who, if he's disgruntled, will have a mysterious back injury an entire season? You know, like, will this guy, like Jalen Ramsey, was just so disgruntled that he had a mysterious back injury that all of a sudden cleared right up as soon as he got traded to
as soon as he became
the
a
Rams.
Yeah.
You know, Earl Thomas was at a point where he ended up getting a genuine injury in the year, but he was also, remember, he had that quote about, like, hey, any little thing, I'm not going to be out there. Any little thing, I'm not going to be out there. And that, like, it takes a special, or James Harden, I'm going to get fat, you know, and not try hard.
Yeah.
There's not that many guys that can actually, I don't want to make this sound like it's a compliment, but honestly, like, have the cojones to pull that off.
That's tough.
It takes a little bit of antisocial streak and bent to you to be able to do that on a team. And you got to look at that with Ayuk. Ayuk showed towards the end of last season or in the postseason that he wasn't afraid to start expressing his disgruntlement. So I wonder if he'll be a guy that has a mysterious injury into the season.
We'll see.
Jonathan Taylor last year.
Yeah.
Mysterious injury, you know?
Yep. I am very, as far as non-Texan storylines go for July and August, the contract situations with CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, and Brandon Ayuk, I think, are going to be fascinating to watch play out. Because my guess, all 3 are guys that feel like they're as good as Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
I don't think they are. I think they're maybe a half a notch below Justin. They're all great. I think that, and I think, like, for example, like, we'll use Nico Collins as a sort of a benchmark here as well. Like, he's getting $24 million a year. Jalen Waddle's getting $28. Like, I think those guys are a cut above Jalen Waddle and Nico Collins. Like, I think they all deserve to be in that $30 million range. But, man, the Vikings going so far above and beyond where the market is. You know, $110 million guaranteed, $140 million overall. I think they just made life a whole lot more difficult for the Cowboys, the Bengals, and the San Francisco 49ers, which is fine because the Texans are none of those teams. But these are the things, if you choose to just kind of peep ahead a couple years down the road, these are the first world problems that you run into once you get a lot of good football players on your team.
Yeah, I think that, Justin Jefferson, the other kind of offshoot of all of this is that, Mike Florio had this theory that, teams are going to start focusing more on the draft than paying wide receivers because it's just gotten too expensive. This is the thing about that. It's that, like, Stephon Diggs is part of one of the things that's helped the Texans out within the division already, which is that when the Vikings traded away Stephon Diggs and drafted Justin Jefferson, stupid teams like the Titans started thinking, oh, we'll just trade away an A.J. Brown and bring in a Treylon Burks. No big deal, right? The quote this week from OTAs in Tennessee were that Treylon Burks better contribute on special teams if he wants a chance at making the team.
Yeah, he's a gunner. He was a gunner in practice.
Yeah, no, man. It's the wide receiver value has just gone up because of the way the game has changed. And it's not so easy to go out and draft a Justin Jefferson.
You can't just snap your fingers, yeah.
Do you remember where Treylon Burks was drafted? What number overall?
16th overall.
16th. Where Justin Jefferson was number 22 overall.
22 overall, yeah. Yep.
So it was even more of a slam dunk guarantee that they were going to replace A.J. Brown with Treylon Burks.
6 spots ahead a couple years later.
Yeah, so like that one instance is an example of why, no, it's not so simple that teams are just going to start drafting guys instead of paying wide receivers.
If the solution to trading a sure thing is to go draft something in its place, you're doing something very, very risky.
Yeah.
Lower cost,
right?
But very financial cost, but very, very risky in terms of actually replacing them.
So Stephon Diggs and Justin Jefferson, the Buffalo Bills and the Minnesota Vikings, thank you for keeping the Titans where they currently are.
Where they belong and where they will be this season at the bottom. Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network conveying something about the Minnesota Vikings, the Texans' week 3 opponent, in Minnesota. We know they drafted J.J. McCarthy, but the Texans might not see J.J. McCarthy because, stop me if you've heard this before, Sam Darnold looks amazing at minicamp.
Even though they drafted a quarterback in the first round, they're a team filled with superstars. That's the Minnesota Vikings here. We've talked so much about the Justin Jefferson contract situation. I'm sure we're going to do that here as well. This is also a team with a quarterback competition. Everything that I have heard so far, Ian, has been that Sam Darnold has had a really good spring. He's been dialed in. He is talented. He was the 3rd overall pick back in 2018. He's got a huge arm, can make plays. It's just been about the consistency, limiting those types of really bad plays that can completely blow up a game here. And then you got J.J. McCarthy, who comes in the building a few weeks later after the offseason program had already begun. I know initial impressions, very positive on J.J. McCarthy. No surprise there. He helped himself as much as anybody throughout the course of the pre-draft process. We got a handful of quarterback competitions around the league. This is the one, at least in terms of the week 1 job, that I might be the most fascinated with.
Sam Darnold. When are these guys going to stop believing this?
Nobody's buying that crap except for these guys that let teams hand feed it to them. It's just, I don't know, man.
Sam Darnold.
You know what Sam Darnold's doing? All of those things that got him drafted number 3 overall.
Yeah.
Like looking good when in non-actual NFL situations.
Right.
These are the things that they were saying about Sam Darnold in every training camp with the Jets.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, he is who he is. At some point now, there's the rare instance where it's a Geno Smith or somebody that genuinely takes a long time to develop. But like even Ryan Fitzpatrick got better through his career, but he had very, very good moments early in his career. He got paid by Buffalo. Consistency was an issue for him, but he also did produce on the other side of it. It just, he had to, over the course of his career, he got better at limiting some of the bad decisions. But Sam Darnold hasn't shown any of that.
If I were arguing with myself on this, because I'm someone who, I hear that from Pelissero, and I think that's just balderdash, to use a word you used yesterday, Seth. I think it's just silly. If I were arguing against myself, I'd be like, all right, well, what about Baker Mayfield? He was drafted 2 spots ahead of Darnold, and he looked like he was floundering in his career. Hey, he and Darnold were teammates briefly in Carolina. Remember that?
Yeah.
Both trying to resurrect their careers at the same time on the same team. And Baker has resurrected his career. He got a big contract this offseason. My counter-argument to myself would be Sam Darnold's never done anything close to what Baker Mayfield did last year, nor when he was in Cleveland. Like, Baker Mayfield made the playoffs in Cleveland. Yeah. He won a playoff game in Cleveland. Darnold has stunk everywhere he's been. He's stunk.
Darnold had a stretch of promise with the Panthers in 2022, and it was kind of largely under-heralded because of where the Panthers were. I guess that would be the thing that you'd look at is, all right, he went 4-2 as a starter in 2022.
Yeah.
And, like, it flew under the radar, but it still wasn't anything magnificent. I mean, it was completion percentage of 58.6%.
Yeah, okay, I'm done. I'm out. I'm done. I'm done.
8.2 yards per attempt, though.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I was expecting to see, like,
that
it was
is
just like
that's pretty good. See, now I am arguing with myself.
No, I remember watching it. I heard people saying, like, well, you know what, Sam Darnold, I'll tell you. I'm like, whatever. Yeah. And then I saw a little bit of it. I'm like, oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
I'm not buying it.
That's what people are latching on to.
Not buying it. With the Vikings, that is. I'm not buying it. Pelissero. Go sell that somewhere else. Great story with C.J. Stroud and Cade Stover. We hit yesterday, but we need to hit again. We're hitting it later in the show. If you missed this may feed into some of the theories people have about maybe how much sway C.J. Stroud could have in terms of handpicking or helping handpick some of these guys. This is a great story that Cade Stover told on Texans All Access. We'll have it for you next. Crash Champions. Tons of great stories out of Crash Champions when it comes to Houstonians who've been involved in accidents, and then they need their car fixed.
Restrictions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We're back, baby.
We're back. Yeah, I had to fix my headphones for a second. Remember I told you I replaced the cushions on my headphones
You wouldn't
the other
shut
day?
up bragging about it.
Well, one of them just fell off.
Turns out the technician who installed them seems to be incompetent.
Not a good technician.
Sean.
His name is Sean T. Pendergast. Yeah.
Those replacement headphone earphone pieces are they're more comfortable than the manufacturers.
They're nice, dude.
I think you have the same ones I do.
Yeah.
They're bigger. I don't know if we
They're
have big ears or big heads or whatever. I definitely have a big head.
You've been telling me to replace these things for 2 years. They've been janky and the styrofoam hanging out, and I'm so mad I didn't take you up on that.
When I told you to stop doing heroin. And it took
me
all
2
those
years.
interventions and everything,
Yeah,
and finally
it
you
took me
stopped.
2 years. I'm like, I feel so
thank
much better in the morning since I stopped doing heroin. It's great.
And then you're like, wait, you don't happen to have any on you, do you?
Just in case. Hey, man, football season's coming. It's stressful.
Boy, I feel great. I can't believe I did it for so long. But you got some?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to see if I could test myself.
It sucks when
with that.
training camp gets here. The Texans have a strict no heroin policy at training
They're
camp.
annoying about it.
They're so oppressive about not using heroin at practice.
I look like I look like a junkie out there by about the 45-minute mark.
I don't want to say anything, but yeah.
I looks haggard.
Here was C.J. Stroud a couple days ago on his very close connection with his Ohio State teammate and now Houston Texan teammate, tight end Cade Stover.
Oh, yeah. Cade's my brother, man. You know, I've been through thick and thin with him, and he's somebody who I often look at as like our moms are like the same, or our families are super close since college. I think he's like my blood brother, like somewhere far down the line. I don't know how it works, but he's always like there for me. He's always, you know, I don't know, man. Cade is just like that guy. He's a brother that they talk about in the Bible, you know, like that. Like he's a friend that is, you know, like just like a brother. And I don't know, the word brother just always just comes up with that. Like he's just always there to, you know, hold me up, and he sees me and like, he knows my emotions. And for him to be able to come on the Texans and, you know, already add value is just amazing. You know, he's a hard worker. Y'all know his background with the farm and things like that. So I'm very excited for him, and he's been doing well in OTAs, you know, very smart, very great with his hands, and just, you know, growing his route running, growing his ability to get open and things like that. So I'm amazed to have another Buckeye on the team.
So his background with the farm, for those of you who don't know, Cade Stover grew up on a beef farm, working on the farm. His dad also works as a construction company. So a lot of times,
no kidding?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So from a young age,
that's a blue-collar family.
Cade Stover would be in charge of taking care of all the chores and duties on the farm in the summer while his dad was working during the day.
That's a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure. Yeah, but it's
Man,
like,
I would totally do heroin.
That's big in the farming community.
Yeah.
A lot of extra cash laying around for heroin on a farm. I'll tell you that much.
That's it.
No, but so all those things that come with it, it sounds like just from listening to coaches and Nick Caserio and C.J. Stroud himself talk about it, like all of those stereotypes about what farm kids are like, being hard workers, all that stuff. I shouldn't say stereotypes, just like that's a connotation. Yeah, he is that guy. But he also has a great relationship with C.J. Stroud. And that's overblown a lot. I think sometimes, you know, it's not like everything is a Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase type situation.
Yeah.
But I do think for a guy who's only now entering his third year as a tight end, Cade Stover only played 2 years at tight end. He started off as a linebacker. He's really a novice at playing the position. There's some things he does as a route runner that shows that he's really got an understanding of the nuance of route running and how to play leverage and everything as a receiver. The blocking is a work in progress. And I know we talked about this yesterday, but Drew Hodgson, I had him watch some Cade Stover film, and Drew kind of gave some good coaching tips for exactly what he has to work on with his hands. But he's got the makings of a good NFL blocker if he cleans some things up with his technique. And he's only had 2 years of it. So I'm intrigued by him. I'm very intrigued by him. I'm always, with every single draft pick, whether they're first rounder or seventh rounder, what have you, you hold things in reserve until you see him do it on a football field. But him having a relationship with C.J. Stroud, off the field, obviously, but also just as a guy that threw Cade Stover a bunch of really nice touchdown passes 2 years ago, it's impossible not to think that could pay some dividends for a young tight end early in his career.
Oh, for sure. Now, here was Cade Stover on Texans All Access a couple days ago, and John Harris and Mark Vandermeer had Cade Stover in studio, and Cade Stover told a story that made it seem like the Texans, that C.J. Stroud knew exactly what the Texans were going to be doing on day 3 of the draft.
The quarterback here is C.J. Stroud, guy before. You heard of him. And then after you get drafted, how long did it take for C.J. to call you up and say, hey, man, glad to be back with you?
So I was already actually on the phone with him before I got drafted that morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we were already.
You're already talking?
Yeah. Yeah, we were already talking. And he's like, dude, he goes, we're coming to get you. He goes, tell me who likes you, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, I think these guys kind of like me. So if you can get in front of them, be real nice. So please do that. So anyway, it worked out all right. Obviously, great guy. Go back a little ways with him. Yeah. So I was really happy to be joining back up with him.
They had the 127th pick.
Yeah.
They moved up to get 123 to go get Cade Stover. I got to go look and see who the teams were that they jumped over in the draft.
Right. I think that, and this isn't the spot in the draft. It wasn't like it was looked at as a reach or anything. I didn't see a whole lot of actual, I guess it's not, by the way, beef farm, not beet farm, beef farm.
Beef is what you said.
Yeah, I know a lot of people hear that over the radio as beet farm.
No,
Tyler Milner thought I said a beet
No, he's not
farm.
Dwight Schrute.
No, it's beef farm.
It's what's for dinner.
So, Dwight Schrute, I'm still getting mad about Hayville. Hayville was made. Those were straw bales. Like of all people, Dwight Schrute would.
I'm
crush
not the guy
anybody.
to talk to on this topic.
Dwight Schrute himself would crush anybody who called it Hayville, but it was straw bales. It bothers me.
You know where I am with hay and straw. I don't know squat.
But still, I think that yesterday I was like, CJ, like maybe cool it a little bit on telling the guy that we're coming to get you, because other teams call around the players that they're interested in. One of the questions they ask is like, hey, Cade, so who's talking to you? And it doesn't help the Texans if you're saying, if Cade can tell them, like, oh, yeah, the Texans really love me. They said they're going to come get me today. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, I don't know how casually CJ said we're going to come and get you. And, that might be something that he's like, yeah, we're going to come get you. We love you.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little bit different than if Nick Caserio said, hey, we're going to draft you with this pick in this round. But I think that it would be the second guy that we saw what happened when the Texans drafted a guy that Tank really liked and
CJ
really liked and Tank Dell.
Yeah.
It worked out pretty well.
It did. Yeah.
So far, this is
for one.
This is only the second time that I can remember that we've heard a story like this. So if going on a very small sample size of one, it might mean good things for Cade Stover.
Yes. Tank was great when he was healthy. And
Tank was a similar, higher rated prospect, but also a guy that wasn't going to be a first rounder for various reasons. That was looked at as, at the time, this is when people still hated the Texans, it was looked at as a very good pick by the Texans at the time. I think a lot of people look at that Cade Stover pick, and we've heard Caserio gush about him. I'm not second guessing that trade up for him at all.
Yeah, at all.
That very small trade up for him.
Yeah. Here was Cade Stover when Mark Vandermeer asked him about what was your reaction to CJ's rookie year?
Your reaction to his season last year.
CJ's season?
Yeah.
Were you surprised?
No, hell no. People are surprised of it, and I'm like,
no-brainer?
Yeah, come on. Like, ain't no question about it. That's no surprise to us or anybody else at that place. It's just the way. That's the way he is. He's a winner.
He is. They jumped over Detroit, Tampa, and San Francisco to get Cade Stover.
San Francisco is the one that San Francisco would have loved him for all the same reasons that the Texans looked at Cade Stover, and he's the exact same height and body weight as George
Kittle, yeah.
George Kittle gets injured all the time these days. So San Francisco, I think, is totally looking at that. Yeah. And I'm not saying they compare him directly and forecast him to be the next George Kittle. That's unfair to everybody if you start talking that way. If they knew for sure he was going to be the next George Kittle, you draft him in the first round.
Yeah.
So, but I think they see a lot of those same similarities. When George Kittle is a very, very, very good blocker, but when he wins his blocking matchups, when he's on a linebacker or a defensive end, it's not because of his power or strength or size. Mm-hmm. It's a combination of tenacity and technique. So with Cade Stover, He has that tenacity, but he's very raw as a blocker. He's only been doing it for 2 years of his life. It's learning that technique and getting that side of it down. And I think the Texans and the 49ers likely look at him as a guy that, like, okay, he's got all the intangibles you want for somebody that's going to work at the less glorified part of the position. So they feel really good about where they took him.
Barroom conversation I had late last week, I want to bring onto the show here. If a fan was new to the NFL's picking up a lot of new fans, especially overseas, and they're looking for a team to root for. Who should I root for in this NFL if I want to root for a team that's going to have success and they're fun to root for? Can you make a case that the best choice for that overseas fan is the Houston Texans? I think you can, and I will try to make that case next.
Did you know that the time between Memorial Day and Labor Day is also known as the 100 Deadliest?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on the text page. Man, we got ESPN on in the studio here. We have First Take on. And First Take and Get Up, the whole show has been about the Lakers targeting Danny Hurley as their next head coach, possibly. Like, that's been the whole thing this morning. Like, literally 55 of 60 minutes of the show. Lakers targeting Danny Hurley as the next head coach. I don't know. Like, I feel Danny Hurley's an awesome college head coach. I have a long history of watching the NBA, and the maniacal, psychopathic, extroverted college coach as an NBA head coach largely has not worked out in my lifetime. I don't know.
Is he a big Bronny James fan?
I don't know. He may need to be.
I'll tell you what, I watched this kid.
Did he try to recruit him to UConn?
But I watched this kid get 3.5 points per game, and there's a lot of things I think we can work with there.
Yeah.
Take a guy that scores 3.5 points in college, and it's a slam dunk guarantee. He's basically his father.
Yeah.
His father never even played in college. Couldn't hack it in college.
Had to go straight to the NBA. No, whatever happened to that guy? Danny Hurley's going to get a lot of money from somebody here shortly. that's my takeaway. Danny Hurley's going to get a lot of money from somebody.
I'll tell you what, man. I mean, for a long time, it was NCAA coaches would go to the NBA even if it was a bad situation just because the paycheck was so big.
Yeah.
And, go back to college. Now there's considerations about just what is college basketball with NIL now without even no transfer restrictions. There's a lot of reasons now that aside from salary, that makes the NBA a lot more appetizing.
A lot more enticing. I think it applies to college football, too.
Yeah,
same
college
thing.
sports in general.
Yeah, like you see guys leaving head coaching jobs in college football to take coordinator jobs in the NFL. Not got fired, left. That's why Bill O'Brien has the Boston College job now. Their head coach left a head coaching job in college to go be the DC for the Green Bay Packers.
I'll tell you what, if you took money out of it, I think, man, there are a lot of college jobs right now. I think that I'd rather have a college lacrosse coach job than a college than a Division I college
Football.
Men's basketball job.
Yeah, men's basketball.
In terms of just obviously
money
there's a lot of other elements there, and aside from money too. But I mean, at least you get to work with kids for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
In a lot of the other sports, but you basketball, football, everything. You're like, okay, great. I gotta bring this kid in here and hopefully he sticks around.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the give and take of it. NIL does keep kids in college longer. The problem is with the transfer portal, it keeps them in college longer, but they go to 3 different schools in 5 years.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, there was a ruling last week that now there are no restrictions on the transfer portal.
Free agency.
It used to be you could hit it once or if you tried to enter it, the downside was you might lose your scholarship but then not get picked up somewhere else. But now it is every single year you're a free agent.
My daughter transferred twice.
Yeah.
She transferred from Harvard to Oregon, and then Oregon back to Harvard. She had to sit out the second time because she was transferring back to the school that she left the first time. I'm guessing that's done now. You can just, even if you want to go back, you know what? I dipped my toe in the water with this Oregon thing. I'm going to go back to my old school here now.
What'd she do when she sat out that year?
Trained.
Yeah.
Yeah, just trained and went to class. Yeah.
Hard as a distance runner where you're used to having like a pack to run with it.
Yeah,
And all of a sudden you're out there on your own listening to your iTunes.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if she was allowed to practice with the team or not. Because then you can at least do that.
True,
yeah, I'm not sure. But it was just the competitive void that leaves, though. That was a tough year.
Yeah, I know. Every time I tried to run with the college,
the Cornell
cross country team, it was running with a pack didn't help me.
No,
it was like, hey, why are we sprinting? Like, this is our leisurely jog.
Right? We're not. So.
And then you know what the other one hard was doing. I would. In the summer when we work out, a lot of times we were working out with other athletes and everything, like other sports. It was fun. Damn, women's hockey players. When it came to the agility drills.
Oh, dude.
Because they would do, like, our agility drills with us, or a few of us sometimes in smaller groups. Oh, my God.
They were good?
Oh, like, because the lateral side-to-side stuff? Yeah. It was impressive.
So I was having this conversation with a buddy of mine at a local watering hole late last week. We got talking about, it was probably one of those days where the NFL named 3 more countries they want to go to in the next couple of years. That's been a big thing lately. Like, they want to go, they're already going to Brazil week 1. They've been going to London for years now. Germany's been added to the mix. They want to add Paris and Dublin, Ireland, and China potentially.
Yeah,
and
CJ's making inroads into China.
Yeah,
He's like the NFL's Nixon.
He
went over and just kind of broke down some barriers to diplomacy. Yeah,
that's exactly how it was sold to him too. Like, this is what you're going to do.
Nixon in China.
I know, CJ, you're a little skittish about going, but guess what you're going to be?
Was anybody else as nervous as I was in having Micah Parsons as a diplomat for America?
Yes, in so much as CJ was with him.
Yeah,
like they
true.
both get, like CJ didn't do anything, and they both get pinched because Micah's being an idiot.
Yeah, I was afraid that Micah was going to come back like kind of like Dennis Rodman when he came back from North Korea.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you, you've never really thought about communism like this. Let me tell you something.
Once you've had a chance to look at it from this perspective.
You guys really want a real democracy?
Right. Capitalism. But the conversation I was having with a buddy of mine, like all these new fans are coming into the NFL from all these foreign countries. Mm-hmm. And we got talking about kind of like the flip side of that. Like, that's sort of like what English Premier League has been like here, and soccer here. Like, soccer is... More and more soccer is being played around America, big games. NRG Stadium's going to have a couple big, like, world-class soccer games. They have them there every summer. The World Cup is coming in 2026. Fans, like casual sports fans, have gravitated towards the English Premier League because NBC broadcasts it on times of day in the weekend when there's nothing else on. And so they've grown to like it. And so you see people here going on Twitter or asking their buddies, like, okay, who should I want a team. I don't just want to watch. I want to root for a team. Who should my EPL team be? And then you have all these
J.J. Watt puts out a lot of propaganda.
J.J. Watt's pitching for Burnley. But you get a lot of these longtime EPL fans that are like, here's why you should root for Manchester United or whoever. They're making a case for it. And my buddy and I were talking about it. We're like, man, there's probably going to be a lot of these fans in these countries that are getting more and more NFL football that are going to be like, all right, who should be my NFL team that I root for? And sitting there at a bar in Houston, we were saying, man, I bet now, like a year ago, you would have sounded like a nut job saying this. But like, I think you can make a pretty good case that I would feel good arguing the case of the Houston Texans in a court of trying to procure fandom from somebody. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Texans have the 2 most important things that you need for long-term success for your team. Young, likable, successful head coach. I mean, he's only had 1 year as a head coach, but he's been successful at everything he's done in coaching. Young, likable, elite, star quarterback. Mm-hmm. So you feel good about rooting for both of those guys. Like, you're not bargaining with yourself and rooting for D'Amico
First, you have
Ryans.
to explain to them what the quarterback is. But yes,
but I'm assuming
you're like, hey, look at their quarterback. Like, okay, is he as good as the kicker? What's the deal?
These are people who have been watching football and are now going like, I need a team. Yeah, they know who the quarterback is. Young core players in place. Like you've got, it's not just the quarterback. Guys like Will Anderson, who are very, very easy to like. And then I think too, like if I'm rooting for a team, eventually I want to go see that team play.
Yeah.
And man, Houston,
easy to get to Houston,
easy city to get to.
A lot of direct
anywhere.
International flights.
Weather is not going to be an issue coming in most of the time on flights Football season after hurricanes are over.
Good luck getting from the airport to the
Traffic is traffic.
No, I'm talking about weather.
Yeah. But generally speaking, like airports, like easy city, international, very international city. The cost once you get here to actually like go out, stay in town, cost of tickets, which is going up, but still.
We are. Well, plus the all those stats about how multi-ethnic Houston is, like more languages are spoken in Houston than any other city in America. Yeah, so like there's a lot of there's like more like there might be more potential connections from places around the world back to Houston.
Yeah. And I would say, not to brag, but I would say a very friendly and welcoming existing fan base.
Oh, yeah, well, we talked about this yesterday. Like, even when the guy interfered with that potential Mauricio Dubon catch 2 days ago, there's no fear that the guy was going to get rolled up in the bathroom or anything.
No.
Like, people aren't throwing beer bottles at people's heads like they do in New York all the time.
All the time.
At least that one time. Yeah.
Well, I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Like, we had somebody ask us. I know somebody asked me this in my mailbag on the Utopia podcast, and I think we may have brought it onto the show. But someone asked, and it was an overseas person that lives in Liverpool, England. They said, how are Texan fans feeling about people kind of jumping either back onto or jumping onto initially the bandwagon? And my feeling was, I think Texan fans like the team being liked again.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think for the most part, people are like,
welcome aboard.
What's bandwagoning? Like, that's a general what? Oh,
we have a bandwagon?
What is this concept?
There was one?
That's funny. I haven't heard a whole lot. I mean, you're always on social media, you're always going to have people say, well, you're not a real guy if you know this or that. And it was fun with the Astros because like back in 2017, there were a lot of people who'd be like, yeah, you guys don't know, you're not real fans. Like they would say this on social media, and then you go check their receipts. And like in 2013, this guy thought the Astros were the worst organization on earth, and I'm canceling my season ticket and everything else like that.
Yeah, the internet never forgets.
Never fear jumping on a bandwagon,
That's
everybody.
Right.
If you're on the fence, don't. We've got cushions up here and booze. Sean's got heroin stashed.
As we touched on
it's going to be
earlier.
an issue for you when we travel internationally.
It is.
Someday when we do a show in China or something.
Figure out my heroin addiction.
I don't want you to be one of these unfortunate stories like the LaMelo Ball deal.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, LiAngelo Ball. Yeah.
Oh yeah, LiAngelo Ball was the one that tried to
steal some headphones or shades or whatever it was. Text message. Wait, there was a gravy train that I missed. Yeah, that's true. Top 3 teams. Text message for this argument. And again, this was me and a buddy were talking like, okay, if you're trying to sell a new fan to the NFL that's been watching football saying, I want to root for a team, I need a team to root for, make a case for me. This guy says Texans, Lions, Steelers.
Oh, the Steelers almost just by virtue of you're just going by a small sample size of 3 decades.
Forever.
You're never going to have a losing season.
That's right.
How would you like to have a team? If I were the Steelers, my selling point would, how would you like to root for a team that has had a couple of losing seasons in the last 4 decades? How's that sound to you?
That last picked in the top 5 in the draft back in the early 70s.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Like, they haven't picked in the top 5 in the draft, the Steelers, since the early 70s.
Really?
Yes.
That's annoying.
Isn't it crazy? Texans did it 3 times in 3 years.
Frankly, for a long time, it was just like, okay, well, they got Ben Roethlisberger as their quarterback, and Mike Tomlin seems to be a really good guy that keeps his team motivated even when times are tough.
Yeah.
But the fact that they've been able to pull off these last
they had the playoffs
few seasons,
last year.
Tomlin really should be. I would give Tomlin the award for coach of the last 3 years. Not coach of the year, but coach of the last 3 years.
Yeah, man.
The fact that he had winning seasons these last 3 seasons with just a whole lot of disarray on the roster and at quarterback.
He's really good. Text message, when I was in London last year, everybody likes H-Town for the rap, and that Texas said screw COVID laws.
We have to. The one thing we'll have to be sure we explain to all the, this is what happens when people in other countries like rap.
Yeah.
Is that they don't always understand the social dynamic of some of the words used in rap. So you got to have a conversation with them about like, hey, just you don't have to rap along verbatim, man. You don't have to use all those words. Okay,
yeah, that's a good lesson.
A couple specifically. Okay, could you just don't? If you want to be really, really welcomed in, just be sure you understand the deal.
Be careful. Yeah, be careful.
Their only losing season this century, the Steelers, was in 2003.
That was a Tommy Maddox joint, I think. That was the year before they drafted Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
They get the 11th pick and they draft a Hall of Fame quarterback and off to the races
The
again.
1990s were a real doldrum for him because they went 7-9 in 1991, and then they also went 7-9 in 1998, and 6-10 in 1999. So they had 3 losing seasons in that decade.
Oh my God, they sucked.
Yeah,
that's awful.
What's that? 4 losing seasons since 1990.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. How many? If you were a hockey fan, how swayed, and you were looking for a team, because we don't have a team here, how swayed would you be by the Edmonton Oilers fan that lifted up her Edmonton sweater in celebration the other day that showed up on the internet?
Oh,
as like, you know what? This Edmonton Oilers fan base is making a lot of sense to me here.
I don't think the problem would be is if they moved them to Houston and called them the Houston Oilers. It's not like the fan bases, like it's not like the people in Edmonton are all of a sudden going to become Yanks.
No. You know the woman I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, because you can't. It's all like it's like this is the one thing I don't really have any issues with the way X.com
Woman
is
flashed
operated
everybody
or
in her section after a goal was scored.
One of the things that's gone downhill a little bit is that it does like lewd images show up on my timeline a lot more like uncensored, not blurred out
you're
or
at
anything.
Starbucks or you're at Texans practice or something?
Yeah. So for like NHL, and for the most part, like I try to keep my viewing on Twitter or X.com pretty clean.
Yeah.
This is the only thing that keeps popping up, and I'll be like, you know,
the woman, the Edmonton Oilers woman?
Yeah, and it just like I'll just be scrolling through, sitting next to a pleasant little old lady at the doctor's office, and there's boobs.
Algorithm knows something.
That's my niche. That's my niche.
That's your niche.
Naked hockey fans.
Flashing.
I'm a big naked hockey fan.
Like if there were like 3 fan bases making a case to me, like, hey Sean, we'd really like you to root for our team, and you got one that's like, hey, we've had all this success recently. Hey, no better atmosphere at a game than our team. And then you got Edmonton Oilers swooping in, and they just show me the video. I'm like, they make a pretty good case right there.
The one thing about I have not seen a single thing about like, oh, this woman is devastated that video is floating around. If you consider the fact that she was very braless.
Very braless.
Yeah. This wasn't
incredibly
anything.
braless.
It was
Maximum brawlessness.
Yeah, I don't know if that. As far as hockey in Houston, on a serious note, the way I understand it, at least just talking to a couple hockey fans and reading some articles, is that Houston's such a big market that the NHL really wants to put a team there, but they want it to be an expansion team, and it's just a matter of finding the right owner in the right situation. So, Tillman Fertitta is the obvious one, but he's not a huge hockey guy. I think they're also, I didn't know this part of it, there are a lot of there's people that work in oil and gas who are from Colorado or from elsewhere that are huge hockey fans, but they're not allowed to work remotely. They have to work in Houston. I don't know if that's because I don't know if that's a way to create a fan base necessarily, but it probably does. It creates general interest, and they'll come to games just because they want to go to a hockey game. So at the very least, that's at least a more affluent part of a potential fan base that would buy season tickets.
I'm more skeptical than most about a hockey team here.
Yeah.
Just there's a bandwagon element to our city to begin with, and this is not shade. It's just there's a lot of stuff to do here, and we have very discerning sports fans when it comes to what exactly they're going to pay for.
It's a newly gigantic city too.
Yeah.
Like so there's so many there's a lot of bandwagon transplants. Like bandwagon Houstonians. I'm saying that jokingly because they didn't grow up here. And it's harder to create as much of a culture when there aren't people who are like generationally Houstonian.
Yeah. I'm not using the phrase bandwagon there to necessarily be like a negative thing. I think it's just a cultural, and I think a lot of it has to do with the transient nature of the city, a lot of outsiders and whatnot. 713-572.
Can we get the actual transients,
4610.
I mean, there's a lot. If you can go in just all in at just everybody from an underpass. We're like, hey, we need numbers at these. We need here's a ticket.
Calling a meeting of the transients.
Yes.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Will Anderson Jr. met with the media yesterday. A non-Diggs, non-Hunter signing that made me feel, this is the moment I felt great about this one when Will Anderson said this yesterday. We'll let you hear it coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Azeez Al-Shaair, important signing for the Texans, and the more we hear from folks in the building, from coaches to his teammates, is that he's making a big impression. This was the cut yesterday from Will Anderson, where I felt really good about Will Anderson and his maturity, but also B, felt really good about the addition of Mike linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair.
He's bringing us in together as a defense and talking to us, holding us accountable, challenging us every day to get to the ball, to get off the ball, to make plays, all this other stuff. And, you know, it's a funny story. The other day, like, all my years of football, I never had a line. Like, my thing is, like, I don't want anybody to send it to me. Like, I'm always self-aware. And so I jumped off sides, and I got mad at myself. And he was like, stop pouting. And it kind of like, hold on, like, who are you talking to? Like, and it changed my, like, I respected that because I was like, bro, like, okay, like, I respect that because as a man and as a player, bro, we all need that. You know what I'm saying? And I look at him totally, like, I looked at him different, but I really look at him totally different now because that's the type of, like, mentality that we have to have if we're going to go far in this league and if we're going to win a lot of games, somebody that's not scared to get on people when they do the wrong thing. So it was a challenge for us, and I accepted it.
Well, and the whole thing there is, for me, isn't that Al-Shaair jumped on him about anything at all. It's more that, you know, for Will, like, everything he said is true. Like, he's just, like, he's hard on himself. A lot of times guys that are hard on themselves can sometimes be kind of sensitive to coaching because you feel like you're getting doubly beat up. Like, all right, I'm already being hard on myself. Don't jump on me. But Al-Shaair wasn't yelling at him for jumping off sides. He was getting on him for not moving on to the next play. You know, like, there's no time there shouldn't be energy spent on worrying about the last play. I mean, you got to talk about it on the sideline and everything or correct it later on, but you got to worry about the next play. So, like, that's a part where even if you're a guy who's hard on yourself, the value of having people that are pointing out your blind spots is really important. You know, that was tough love from Al-Shaair, and that, like, listen, dude, quit being so negative.
Well,
you know, Will Anderson's mad at himself, but doesn't realize, and he thinks, like, oh, I'm being tough on myself. That's the right thing to do. But no, you're actually doing the wrong thing and letting it linger. You got to move on to the next play.
To me too, maybe, like, the thing we haven't touched on with this yet is that, like, that would be a great story if it happened, like, during a game in week 5 or something. Like, you know, you're in a divisional game, Will jumps off sides, shouldn't do that. Yeah. Now he's hard on himself. Now Azeez is yelling at him, don't pout, all those things. This is at a minicamp practice or an OTA, and the fact that Will is taking that practice so seriously that he's hard on himself like that, and that Azeez Al-Shaair is looking at Will and is that hard on Will at a minicamp practice, to me, I like that.
Well, that's good. And, you know, I mean, that's what a middle linebacker is going to do in terms of the intangibles. That's what D'Amico wants. You know, D'Amico understands the importance of that position and that you're the guy that has to keep everybody tied together. You're the guy that's as much of a run stopper as well as a guy that needs to be to understand coverages. You don't have to be awesome in coverage or anything, but you're in coverage a lot. And you got to be aware of what everybody on the field is doing more so than anybody else on the field because you're the signal caller too. So it's like that's just one of those little tidbits that goes in line with D'Amico wanting to have Alshire on the team.
Yeah.
Like he just wanted to have a guy like that that can run the team the way it's supposed to be run. So yeah, I do feel very good about that. Where Blake Cashman did some really, really good things, but in a lot of respects, just because of his injury history and his experience, he's not the same as Alshire. And like in terms of the way he's wired as a linebacker too, Alshire is just more of an old school, like beat you over the head with his lunch pail that he carries to work every day type of linebacker.
Yeah.
He looks, when you watch him play, go look for some Alshire highlights on YouTube, and you just see, oh yeah, that's a linebacker. That dude's a linebacker. He's got a lust for violence, but he's also really smart.
Yeah, it's June 6th. They haven't even had a training camp practice yet. And we've got all these quotes from people about Alshire and keeping people accountable and don't bleeping pout and this and that. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, like the last Mike linebacker, and Texans had some good linebackers through the years that have played that green dot role on the defense. But the last guy that people talked about the way they're talking about Alshire in these cuts is probably D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
Like Bernardrick McKinney was a real solid inside linebacker for this team.
Well, Cushing was still here after D'Amico left.
Yeah,
so I would say Cushing is
Cushing too. And I still think of Cushing as an outside linebacker because that's where he played his best ball for this team.
I think with Cushing too, it wasn't as much of I don't want to say maturity because it wasn't like he was immature or anything. But in terms of like
Cushing was a little unhinged.
Yeah, in a fun and good way.
Yeah, not in a bad way.
But like I would say, since Cushing, you haven't had a guy that really fits the mold of just linebacker in general. I think. Yeah.
I mean, it's
like
been
if you're
a
a
while.
stud linebacker wherever he's playing on the field.
This is like considered to be like the fourth or fifth best new acquisition they made, and everybody's gushing about the guy. Like it's going to be fun watching this team incorporate these parts.
I remember, going back to before free agency and reading around the division and looking at some comments from people. That Alshire and Danico Autry were both two guys that a lot of Titans bloggers and fans felt like they were more key to. It was more of a. It was more important to retain them than people outside of Nashville might have thought.
Yeah,
like there are those types of guys. They're these blue collar, bread and butter. Like they can be the backbone of your team type of guys. But they're not heralded free agents.
No.
So that's what I like about them.
They might have been guys that if they did what they did last year on a better team, might have cost you a little bit more.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Here was D'Amico Ryans about a month ago during rookie minicamp talking about what his advice is to the rookies that are looking for, how to carry themselves.
It's really a huge advantage having young guys. Our draft class from last year and the year before, we have a really solid group of young players, right, who they know the way. They know how it should look. They know what the standard looks like. And so it's funny, I put up a picture of Will Anderson in our room, say, you guys want to understand our culture and what we're about, right? Follow 51, right? That's what it looks like. And for me to be able to say that, right, it's not me having to say it with words. It's like, just watch the way 51 works, and you'll see what a Houston Texans culture is all about.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And the big thing about that is just like that falls in line with everything that we've already heard from D'Amico. He's already said that. He said that a few times already. Yeah. It's that like when you're trying to establish a culture, it's really important that you actually live by the words that you're preaching to your team. And it's hard when you're drafting and paying a guy like Jadeveon Clowney, who I feel was unfairly criticized at times, too harshly. But he was never a guy early in his career where people looked at him like, oh yeah, he does it the right way.
Yeah.
And it's hard when you're telling a bunch of rookies about all the things that you care about. This is what this team cares about. This is the way you conduct yourself. Oh yeah, by the way, we just that guy that doesn't do hardly any of these things, we drafted him number 1 overall.
Yeah.
It's
mixed message.
Yeah, and you're full of crap. It's just you're full of crap. If that's what you're telling me, and that's what you care about, and yet the guys that you're paying and spending high draft picks on don't operate that way, then why are you even telling me the thing in the first place? The actions speak a lot louder than the words do.
Yeah, it's interesting. And you hear D'Amico talk about the guys in the last 2 draft classes, 2022 and 2023. He was only in the building for the hand picking of the 2023 class.
Yeah.
And I think in a way, it kind of shows maybe the similarity that Nick and D'Amico kind of see what good looks like as far as like culturally or what important to players or like the type of guys in terms of how they value football and how important competing is to them, that the class that has Stingley and Petrie and Christian Harris, Damian Pierce. I'm not saying all those guys have been great players. I think Stingley's got a chance to be a great player.
Yeah.
But I think D'Amico likes all those guys.
Right, right. I think that, that's where I think one of the things that he and Caserio share in common, and it's interesting because Casario's followed a much different draft strategy than they did in New England.
Very different.
He's drafted nothing but Power 5 conference guys for the most part, where the Patriots would draft these small college guys all the time. There were times where their top 2 draft picks were small college guys. So that's been vastly different. But I think in terms of the types of personalities that they want, there's a lot similar. With Belichick and D'Amico share a lot of the same preferences. So I think that part of identifying what types of players you want, I think those have probably been maybe their briefer conversations.
It's funny, Kamari Lassiter has had a good first month and a half as a Houston Texan so far, like with the practices and the camps and stuff like that. And there's part of me just thinking about this yesterday. I was actually talking about this with Clint and Ron yesterday when I was out at the show, the remote that they were at. I'm like, you know what? There is something to like keeping it simple. Like you talked about Nick just now, like just basically drafting all Power 5 guys since he got here. There is something to like, just blindly saying, so who did you draft? Well, cornerback from Georgia, tight end from Ohio State, safety from USC, tackle from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
There is something to that. Like if you're just trying to kind of minimize the risk factor of it, like
that's where
these schools produce a lot of good guys at those positions.
And I think it's not like Caserio doesn't think that there are good prospects out there at the smaller colleges. It's that, right, you're able to watch these guys against other future NFL players.
Yeah.
And that's the big, where you're going out on a limb with guys from smaller schools. I'm a smaller school guy. I got a soft spot in my heart for myself.
Sure.
But
Me too.
I went to Cornell.
Yeah.
You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben. But there's something about consistently week in and week out, or at least more frequently seeing guys that are a different caliber, that I think you can trust your evaluation a little bit more. It's not as much of a projection. Shout out, by the way, to Figgy, who just did a really nasty chore for us. There was something that had
Did he just get back from doing it just now?
No, he did. It took him longer than I hoped it would have, because I knew it was an unpleasant thing, but we were coming back, so I asked him to do something.
I would have been happy to do it. We were coming back from a break, though. Yeah.
I didn't say, I'm not saying that you were being lazy or anything. He did it for us because we had to, it was unpleasant, but he did it.
Figgy died for our sins.
He did.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Astros off today. Big trip out west coming up. 2 Tommy John surgeries, one yesterday, one today in the pitching staff. What has been the total tab for Tommy John? They need a debt ticker, like out in left field, like Times Square for the Astros. They need a Tommy John ticker out in left field. Man, I added it up. Jim Crane, if he ever cries poverty, this is why. We will have the number for you coming up next.
June is Marry Me Month at Zadok Jewelers. You can receive a Zadok Jewelers gift card with the
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I got to start keeping track of the predictions that I make because people are going to have receipts. I predicted on the show earlier today, Azeez Al-Shaair will be one of the captains of the Texans, as voted by his new teammates, because his new teammates seem to really like him. I predicted on Twitter/X last night that Tank Dell would lead the Texans in receiving yards this coming season. That's a bolder prediction, I think.
The Tank Dell would lead the Texans in receiving yards.
Receiving yards.
I look at that as...
Is that a bold prediction by me?
No, it's not a bold prediction because I think it's a crapshoot. I think it could easily be any one of those top three guys. And a lot of it might be decided by one game where one guy has a huge production game or something. Amon Brown had 300-plus yards in 2 games last year.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there's it's not... I think that's something that a lot of people might think it's bold because they might not realize just how good Tank Dell was last year, and they think, oh, well, yeah, but Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins just got paid.
Yeah.
I think it could easily be any one of those three. I think there's a 33 1/3% chance.
Okay. So if I'm able to get Tank, like a prop bet on Tank, and Tank is the odds on Tank are longer than the other two, you think I should take that then because I'm getting value there?
Is that the way it works?
If I'm getting Tank at 6 to 1,
what I think then.
If I'm getting Tank at 6 to 1,
anything better than 3 to 1, right? He's good. Anything better than 3 to 1, I think you should take Tank.
Okay, there you go.
That's smart.
Man, I just think if he stays healthy, when you think about how much open space there's going to be, he just feels like the guy they can all take advantage of it. Before he got hurt, he was on track to having just as good a season as Nico Collins wound up having.
Yeah.
They were, and Tank was ascending too. You know what I mean? Tank was playing his best football when he got hurt.
Yeah.
He was, if they both stayed healthy, Tank could have just as easily been the 1,300-yard receiver on this team as Nico was last year.
Hey, you accused me of actuallying you during the break. And I need to get feedback. I try not to do as much actuallying as I used to be. It's annoying, I know. But this one I feel like was appropriate. I asked you, what is in gumbo exactly? Yeah. Seafood gumbo.
Yeah.
And you started listing off a bunch of stuff. And you said shrimp and a couple other things. And I was like, well, is there any actual fish in it? And you said, well, shrimp is a fish.
Yeah.
And I said, no, it's not. It's a crustacean. And you said this might be your worst actually of all time.
Yeah.
But it isn't a fish.
I started to think about it. There's no way it's your worst one.
Is it? Ben, is it like a horrendous actually to point out that shrimp's not actually a fish?
It's not great.
Ben always sides with you.
It's a shellfish.
No, but he was kind of... It is a shellfish.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Is a hamburger a pig?
Go
die.
He hits me with a crustacean blast.
Well, no, but you were actuallying me because you were saying, I just told you. This is what you said, basically.
Yeah.
Dumbass, are you listening? I just said there's shrimp in it. That's how you said it with the tone of voice.
I said shrimp, and you go, well, are there any fish? I said shrimp is a fish. That's what I said. Shrimp is a fish.
Is that a bad actually by me or not?
It's a little micro marine biology nerdy is all. You're talking about. You're pulling out phylums on me and what?
Tanya, our account executive, is picking us up lunch from the Flying Fish.
Good spot,
and I just want some gumbo, and I want to know what's in it.
Yeah.
I honestly still don't know what's in gumbo. I always enjoy it, but I don't know.
And I started listing things, and then you're like, is there any
fish?
Sometimes they put crab meat in it.
Another shellfish.
Another shellfish.
It's a shellfish, yeah.
Another shellfish.
I go back to my hamburger argument.
And you know what then, Seth? No, they don't. How's that for an answer? I don't think they put
Finally.
I don't think there's salmon gumbo. How's that for you? Yeah.
Oh, I like that. No, I don't like salmon gumbo. I wouldn't like that.
It wouldn't go. It wouldn't go. Gumbo's good. You like gumbo?
I do, but I've never actually known what I'm eating.
Yeah, that's the beauty of gumbo. You're like, I just like this. Just ignore the details.
I almost as long as the restaurant looks clean, I'm like, yeah, whatever they're going to put into it's fine.
Flying Fish is clean. It's a good spot. It's a really good spot. You're not going there. She's bringing it up here?
She's bringing it to me. She's bringing it, down to Bayway. I'm going to be down at Bayway Ram this afternoon.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Flying Fish is good. Get the fried gator. You like
I just ordered the gumbo.
Okay, well.
I don't like gator.
No?
Also not a fish.
Tastes like
it's
kind of hangs out with fish.
It's a reptile fish.
It is. It's amphibious, I think. No, the fried gator's good. I love fried gator. Speaking of reptiles, like gators, Christian Javier, El Reptile.
Oh, yeah. Good
Tommy John
segue.
surgery. Thanks,
Holy
man.
crap.
Appreciate that.
See, we were talking sports these last 2 minutes, everybody.
That's right. Here was Dana Brown on losing Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier.
Well, I mean, those guys have added so much to this organization, and so, you never want to lose those kind of starters. Thank God we do have depth. We have Javier, who's going to be out, and then we do have Brown, who's really throwing well now. We have Eric Getty, who's throwing well now. And so losing Urquidy and Javier is tough, but thank God we have the young kids stepping up. They're starting to throw the ball well. So I think our rotation's pretty good right now. You never want to lose those type of arms, but there's no panic because our guys are really throwing well.
I just, I admire the delusional optimism, I'll call it, of Dana Brown. Somewhat delusional. Like, yes, Eric Getty's throwing the ball pretty well right now, and Renell Blanco's throwing the ball pretty well. Not as good as he was earlier in the season.
We know about Dana Brown and right now. Just like John Singleton was the first baseman. This club's first baseman right now.
Yeah. What's your concern level over this entire pitching situation right now? Like, you got a five-man rotation that's doing all right now.
Yeah. If I have to remove myself if I had to wipe my memory clean of the last several years when previously unheralded prospects became really good major league pitchers like Framber Valdez or whomever else. Well, really, Javier and Luis Garcia, I would say, and what they were able to do on playoff runs and in the postseason. Yeah. Those are the things that you wouldn't have expected, based on Keith Law's prospect rankings or anything like that. I would say I'm concern level 7 out of 10 still. I can't trust or believe in Hunter Brown or Spencer Arrighetti yet. I can't do it yet. It's going to be a season-long thing.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Jim Creighton has spent a lot of money paying pitchers to rehabilitate elbows, surgically repaired elbows. Mm-hmm. I calculated the amount of money Verlander, Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, Jose Urquidy, and Lance McCullers, the TJ5, we call them, the Tommy John 5. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to throw McCullers' most recent injury in with it because it's an elbow surgery. It wasn't classic Tommy John, but it's an elbow surgery that's keeping him out a Tommy John level of time. By my calculations, Seth, I prorated the partial seasons and everything else. $104.1 million Jim Creighton has spent since 2018, since 2019, since Lance McCullers missed the 2019 season. So over the last 5 years, and I'm adding in also what he will be paying Javier next year to do nothing but rehab an elbow. So over the course of a 6-year period, Jim Creighton is spending $104 million, which I guess, I don't know, like if you add that up and you divide by 6, $104 million divided by 6 is about 17 or 18 million a year. Like, I guess, is this now just the cost of doing business in baseball?
Yeah, 100%.
You've got a Tommy John tax that you're paying?
Yeah, I honestly think I worry more about when it comes to something that's, does this team suffer from this injury more often? I worry more about stuff like hamstrings and things and having bad luck with that than with Tommy John. I think Tommy John is like ACLs are in the NFL, where there's ACL teams get, I think it's somewhere around 2, maybe a little bit of 2 per year on NFL teams.
And you're just having to pay
ACLs
those guys
per year. Yeah, and you're going to get them. And it's, you recover from, still longer it's shorter than it used to be, but it takes longer still than an ACL to recover from a Tommy John.
Yeah.
But it's a season-ending injury that's just a reality of life.
Yeah.
And it's happening at all levels of baseball. So I don't know what the actual, I was looking for what the actual ACL rate is per team and everything, but it's it doesn't seem remarkable that he's had 5 in 5 years.
Yeah.
It's just, that's the way, I'm looking at a list of, damn it, by organizations, and you just go down through, and it's, every 30 or so you'll see it, Houston Texans or Houston Astros.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a cost of doing business.
Yeah. Like, of those, Verlander, Garcia, Javier, Urquidy, McCullers, the most painful one, purely from a financial standpoint, was Verlander, because you signed him to that 2-year extension for $33 million a year, and you literally got one start out of him. Now, it was during a COVID year, so the salary was a lot less. It was a prorated salary, but you still spent $44 million to get one start out of Verlander over a 2-year period. That one would hurt worse if Verlander didn't come back and win a Cy Young the next year after he got back from Tommy John. But that's crazy when you think about that. Like, dude signed a 2-year, $66 million contract extension and threw 6 innings on that contract extension.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah, I know. It's a son of a gun is what it is.
Yeah, man.
I guess, the thing with, I guess with Tommy John, the only thing you can say about it in a positive light is that, younger pitchers, like there's some kids in high school that are kind of hoping to have their first Tommy John because you come back with better velocity.
Yeah, you get out of the way.
Well, you get it out of the way and you come back with better velocity a lot of times. They tighten up the joints, Yep. It was an unanticipated byproduct of this. The last 3 years, there have been about, in terms of guys who had to undergo Tommy John surgery after an injury they incurred in the major leagues, about 30 per year. So it's about one per team per year. So on average, that's what would we go back to, 2018?
They're missing the 2019 season for McCullers.
There have been 5?
There have been 5.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah,
it's
one
actually
per year.
they're doing a little bit better than average, even though you just got this recent too.
They were ahead of the game.
There's still daylight in this season left for there to be another.
Don't
Tommy
you put
John.
that evil out there, man? Come on.
Dana Brown said that it's a blow to the team. I would have liked him more if he had said this blows.
Give us a side.
How do you feel about losing 2 of your starting pitchers? This blows.
Yeah.
What are you?
He's one of us.
Feed you candy and tell you lies? It blows.
He's one of us. A lot of texts on gumbo here, Seth.
Okay.
And crustaceans. I'm with Seth. It's a crustacean, not a fish. You suck, texter.
That's not in doubt. Like, that's not in question. It's not a fish. It's a crustacean. But was I a jerk for actually Sean about it?
I was kind of kidding.
One guy says, Seth, it's a crustacean, you idiot. Why do people keep calling me you? And it's always when you screw something up, they call me Seth.
Alike, yeah.
They say Seth. No, it's Sean that doesn't know that a shrimp is a crustacean.
Someone's saying catfish in gumbo here. There's a lot of people saying that gumbo, and I'm sure the OG has an opinion on all this. This is right up his alley.
Is it pretty much whatever's available?
Yeah,
Did somebody say gumbo?
Yeah, gumbo. Yeah, text message. Gumbo originated from leftovers in the fridge. Some of them have fish, crab, shrimp.
Okay.
You also have chicken sauce. I told you andouille sausage.
Yeah. I'm not going to think too much about it. I'm just going to keep eating it and enjoying it.
Andouille sausage. Nork Station.
Lopez. Okay, here's the thing. I asked Sean what was in gumbo. Because I had just ordered some gumbo, and I was like, I like it, but I never know exactly what's in it. Yeah. And Sean started listing off some things, and he said a couple of, like, the sausage and something, and then he said shrimp. And I said, is there any actual fish in it? And Sean said, well, yeah, there's shrimp. And I said, well, that's not a crustacean.
That's not a fish.
Right, okay, thank you. Yeah. But he accused me of, he said it was the worst actually I've ever had.
Actually.
Like, I didn't even think of it as a actually. I was like, yeah, but that's not a fish,
I can do an entire segment on gumbo if you'd like.
No, I want you to decide this debate.
Was that an egregious actually by me?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Sean.
So I didn't want you to keep sounding like an idiot, Sean. I'm sorry. I wanted you to go through life without sounding like an abject moron.
Not at all.
I'll sound a lot smarter in all these gumbo conversations. Out and about.
You want to sound really smart? You want to sound really smart in a gumbo conversation?
Yeah.
You too, Seth. When you go to a good, Cajun place, ask, is your gumbo North Bank or South Bank?
Oh, really? Okay. What's the difference?
North Bank, they occasionally put potato salad.
We're talking like Bank of the Pontchartrain or something like that?
Yes, because North Bank, they usually put like potato salad in or hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah.
And the roux is a little thinner.
Okay.
South Bank is what we eat.
Okay.
By and large, the darker roux and all that.
The thicker roux, too.
Yeah, the thicker roux.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like
by
I'm not.
What group are you talking about? I want to be in the in-group on this one. Are you talking about the Lopez family or the cool kids or what?
Gumbo people.
Okay, gumbo people. The gumbo connoisseurs like the South Bank stuff.
Yes. In the same segment where I revealed, or the last 20 minutes where I revealed my crustacean ignorance, I don't believe I'm getting enough credit for citing Pontchartrain.
How about that?
As the North Bank and South Bank source.
That is, you should.
It's not bad.
You should.
That's pretty good.
Absolutely.
So do you prefer South Bank or North Bank?
I like them both because I like a little potato salad or hard-boiled eggs in the gumbo.
You like to slum it a little bit, huh?
I do like
dirty dog.
Potato salad and what?
Potato salid or hard-boiled eggs.
Boy.
Yeah. Try it. Try the North
Gumbo
Bank.
strumpet is what you are.
Let me tell you about gumbo.
Go with anything.
That strumbo is what that is right there. So are either of you getting Tommy John surgery anytime soon?
Well, we're still waiting on results from Figgy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You going for an MRI?
Yeah, we're waiting. Well, we're not talking about that.
Okay.
We're not talking about the MRI, but he slept funny. And he woke up with his elbow like a mess.
Man. Really? Oh, wow. Was he going to go out and try to give it a few innings and see what happens?
Yeah.
We gave
West Palm Beach.
I went off on them, and I might do it again yesterday.
How so?
You don't, for Dana Brown to say, we don't really judge anything on the MRI. We go how the player feels. What?
Yeah, that's crazy.
What?
Are you saying, like, in the context of bringing him back from being hurt before?
Yes.
You seem like you're of the school of thought, and if I missed this yesterday, I apologize. I didn't get to hear the whole show, that you don't believe there was ever a neck injury to begin with. Is that fair?
Absolutely not.
I think everybody believes that, to be honest.
Yeah, I believe that he had a neck injury or neck discomfort.
Well,
but
then how
then
did
it
it
led to the anatomical chain that gets all. No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
With pitchers especially, it screws up your mechanics because you're a little off.
Let me rephrase that. I believe that there was probably a neck injury, but that it's no different than the type of injury you, I, or Sean, or John would suffer. Is that they felt like it was convenient. Like, you know what? Instead of putting an acronym like a UCL or a possible Tommy, like he's got a neck. Yeah, he's got a neck.
They said, once it became the elbow, they said it was the elbow, their forearm discomfort. I guess it's just I've just know this from talking to and listening to pitchers. There are a lot of times where they sleep on it wrong and they wake up and they're like, well, I'm screwed today.
But generally, isn't the elbow already also hurting?
No.
Yeah.
They like sometimes Lance McCullers told me this. There's times where you sleep on your arm wrong and you wake up and you're like, oh crap, and like you're gonna go out and pitch, and that's where it becomes like. I think that Dana Brown was probably being inaccurate at least in saying that it wasn't related. That like if it's screwing up your mechanics a little bit or something and puts more stress on that UCL, that's where like so I'm not. I don't distrust, like I don't trust most GMs when they talk about this stuff in general. But it's
not for this team.
I didn't need the reports. I didn't need the reports from him and Espada that both guys are feeling great. Like before all this came out. Like why did you tease me with that?
This team has a disease this season with the GM and the manager of saying things that are unnecessary. It's like unnecessary optimism or unnecessary confectionery sugar on things. We can't get to where we want to get to without Jose Abreu this year. When Espada said that, like, you don't need to say that.
That's how you would qualify unnecessary optimism.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
Well, it's honestly, it felt like when the Texans used all this stuff where we'd look at each other and we're like, are we idiots?
Yeah.
I'm like, what am I getting wrong
if I had
here?
a nickel.
Back in the East area.
We are, but are they flaunting
on
it
this
at
one?
us? So we're idiots. Yeah. All right. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Yeah, antibodies and shellfish to you.
Enjoy your gumbo, my friend. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Sean Bijani, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and his janky elbow. They are in the loop, and they begin now.
We are in the loop. They're a little disheveled in the studio today.
That's
like,
all right.
I don't know that I've ever began a show in this particular position, but it's cool. No, you're good. Please don't rush.
Well, get your ass over there because I want to say something before we get into the show. Okay. And that is, Figgy, I'm so glad that Sean Bijani is here, and you know why. I am so glad Sean Bijani is here. We're going to get to it at the end of this segment, but Dipgate, we will have an answer on Dipgate.
Good Lord, really?
I don't know if Sean saw this yesterday, but there was a used dip the size of a turd in the urinal yesterday.
Which Sean? Me? Did I see it?
I don't know if Sean Pendergast saw it, but we'll get to that. But go ahead. Continue. We'll get to that in a little bit.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to do with that right now. Yeah, we're going to have to get to that because when I came in to do my show last night at 7 o'clock, that was literally like the first text that I saw from somebody that was like, oh, man, Lopez was disgusted with you earlier today. And I'm like, what the hell did I do?
That tester was lying.
Yeah, exactly.
So you know how they go. They're instigators sometimes. They like to have with us. I appreciate it. Yeah, we got a lot to get to, man. It's no Texans today, like for the media in that sense, but
Texans today.
They're wrapping up mandatory minicamp, and I believe Payne and Pendergast tomorrow morning, 7:30, correct?
7:30 to 8:30.
Nick Casario going to join those guys. I'm excited, man.
Yeah.
I'm excited. There's a lot of good going on, and for the slight bit of trepidation, I would say, people had after the draft once they saw the board because – you know who they wanted. They wanted defensive tackles. They wanted wide receivers. And you go cornerback and you go offensive line. And, you know, it's just not really.
Yeah, sexy.
Yeah, it's not sexy. But, damn, I tell you what.
We'll get there.
It looks like one of them might already be there. I'm excited to talk about this guy, Kamari Lassiter. I'm not going to tease it too much. That guy is exciting a lot of people. And even some second-year players, namely Will Anderson, J-Lo, is exciting a lot of people, and I am one of them. I am not one of those guys, however, that gets overly excited around this time of year. Did you see these dorks in Philadelphia yesterday?
Yeah, I know what.
Shout out Brooks Cabina. I guarantee you his ass was one of them. I didn't see his mandatory minicamp report card, but I guarantee you he had one.
Of course. Report cards in minicamp are silly. And I'm with you. I'm generally like, let's tap the brakes a little bit here. But there are exceptions.
Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit more later on. And so I can Zruder Brooks Cabina's timeline on Twitter to make sure. Maybe I can make fun of him later. So you sounded off on the Astros yesterday, I heard. Who doesn't at this point in time? On Area 45, I feel like, we do the H-Town postgame show.
Yeah.
When they win, it's a happy recap. When they lose, it's a crappy recap.
Yeah.
At some point in time, from 7 to 11, we're going to talk a lot of Astros on our show, and we spend a lot of time banging on them because of what we just got done talking to Sean and Seth about. Dana Brown, Joe Espada talking out both sides of their mouth, lying. It becomes more frustrating when your team is ass as opposed to you never get the truth when it comes to injuries. You never get the truth when it comes to potential, reports about maybe some unrest or guys are pissed off about a lack of communication in the clubhouse, whatever.
Yeah.
But when it's like this, and it's so shocking to people, shocking to the system after you've dominated baseball for 7 years, particularly the American League, it becomes concerning. But I'm more frustrated at the fact that talk, it started a year ago from Dana Brown.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes.
The first thing that I said, boy, I'm excited. I'm an aggressive guy. That's what he said. I'm an aggressive guy. This team, we can be around for a long time. Like, him and Jim Crane just sounded like this is a perfect match. This is the anti-James Click. This is who Jim Crane wanted and needed to continue this run of dominance in this, maybe the greatest era ever. Certainly the greatest era ever for the Astros, but maybe the greatest era ever in Houston sports.
I don't think there's a question.
And I think that we've kind of come back around very quickly to the understanding that Jim Crane has basically hired a yes man.
Yeah.
And what we thought of James Click, which unfair because we talked about this guy as, he just fell into this job. This was a desperation kind of a move. He had to fire Luno. He had to fire Hinch. Major League Baseball made him do it. So he made a hire that he could just, tell him what to do, and he was going to run the show and let Bagwell be the face of the whole thing. And, James Click put together a hell of a team, man, and you're seeing it now. And you don't realize some things, what you had, until you don't have it.
Yeah.
And that's where we are.
Here's the only thing I disagree with you on in that is, like, if they were winning, dominating, I might be more upset about what they said yesterday. Because, you would be in the business of, we need these guys in the postseason. We need these guys. We need to be more careful with them than ever. And for the general manager to come out and say, let's wait. That's what they did with a lot, when they were hot. McCullers, they waited on a little bit, and some others to make sure they were ready for the postseason.
Yeah.
I'd be more upset because when you say we don't judge the MRI, we go by what the player feels. You lost me. Lost me for a long time. I'm not going to say forever, but you just exposed yourself to what you really are. And that is, like you said, a puppet, a yes man. And the relationship is so one-sided over there. It's all Jim Crane or he and his closest confidant, whether that's Bagwell or Reggie or whomever, pulling the strings on Espada and Dana Brown. Every relationship needs a good relationship, you're compatible, but also someone that can maybe push back a little bit and give you that, hey, wait a minute, what about this? Dana Brown's not doing that.
No.
He's not doing that.
What did you just say, though? We trust the players on how they feel.
That's
they call their own shots. what does that sound like? Where does that information sound like it's coming from? Sounds to me like it's coming from former players. Well, you just mentioned two guys, Jeff Bagwell, Reggie Jackson, that are obviously, far more involved, and we know this to be public knowledge now because they've both spoken on it than we ever thought possible and necessary. That's the thing, necessary. Every owner, I think, in any sport, has their right-hand men. Or man, at least. Somebody they can, bounce ideas off of. Thoughts. We'll push
challenge
back.
you a little bit.
Yes. And, isn't that
And Click did that.
Click did, well...
No, that's why they were butting heads. They had differences of opinion on... Remember the whole Bagwell, the analytics and data and all that?
Yes.
Click was adamant, we need, this works. This is what we need to do.
Yes, to maybe guys like Bagwell and stuff. But remember the reports, there was also in regards to James Click and the disparity that he had between how he ran things versus how Jim Crane wanted to run things. Was that Click was a little bit more, maybe passive, not as aggressive,
Publicly,
more calculated. Anyway. Yeah. And the report was that Jim Crane wanted somebody that was going to challenge him, wanted somebody that was going to push back, wanted somebody that, too, though, was also recognize a need and then go get it, go make it happen.
Yeah.
Well, for the aggressive Dana Brown, for the master talent evaluator that he has been, wherever he's been in his Major League Baseball career that spans from the actually then Montreal Expos to the Atlanta Braves, now to the Houston Astros, and you can look at his resume and see the talent that he has drafted and the organizations that he's worked for have developed. And the Astros are in the upper tier of those teams that he's worked for that are master talent developers.
Yeah.
Where's the call to action now? You don't have a cushion. You've burnt through your cushion. You knew from day one that you were not going to have Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers. And you knew literally from day one that J.P. France was going to be pushed back, that Justin Verlander was going to be pushed back, and that you were solely reliant upon Fromber hopefully not being a mental nut job this year on the mound, Christian Javier not showing up to training camp 35 pounds overweight, Hunter Brown taking the next step. There was just so many things that you felt good about, what if, and I have to be honest with you, I was one of them. I was a cheerleader.
Yeah.
I was at the forefront of this march, this is a badass pitching staff.
Yeah.
It's not how you wanted to draw it up, but you just wait a couple of weeks and you're going to have an embarrassment of riches. Well, now you don't, and you're far from it. And Dana Brown, if he's ultra aggressive as he says he's going to be, and is just as a businessman in baseball, your time is now.
Well, look, and you said something there that got me to thinking, and I think you're 100% right. And that is, you were talking about what does it sound like? Who does it sound like? A former player. I think when they say something like trust the player, that's another way of saying look at the back of the baseball card.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to say that.
That's just another way of saying that look at the back of the baseball card. And who says that? Bagwell and others. I think
Joe.
Spada mentioned it once. Yeah, and Spada mentioned it once. So this is I think it's irresponsible, to be honest. I think it's totally irresponsible what they've done.
All right, so this is what we can do because look, we spend a lot of time dissecting Houston teams. It's
what we do.
It's what we do. But I say that because the rhetoric, the language that is used is directly attributable to the culture that is being instilled by the leader.
Yeah.
So, for instance, the Texans, the leader, the guy that brought in a new culture, a new way of thinking, a new way of doing, has been who over the last 12 months?
The leader?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
D'Amico Ryans.
Right? Oh, that. Okay.
The leader. He's got to be responsible for creating the type of winning culture, attitude, all that stuff. And we notice in press conference settings, sometimes formal or informal, like you mentioned to me off air, all the cussing that had been going on, this week in Texans press conferences, guys letting their hair down, being cool. Probably going to change during the regular season.
But it also is a sign they're comfortable.
Also a sign they're very comfortable. But we notice certain messages, and there are key words fast, tough, smart, physical, swarm, the whole thing. There is language that is immediately developed and inserted into the culture, the way that you're going to think, the way that you're going to act, the way that you're going to talk.
Yeah.
What we hear from the Astros and Joe Espada and Jeff Bagwell and Dana Brown, look at the back of the baseball card. Well, who first said that?
Yeah.
I think it was Jeff Bagwell.
No, Bagwell said it years ago.
I get into.
He said it when Brady was got here.
I get into it with fans all the time, and me and Patrick do as well in Area 45. Like, it's not all Bagwell, but you're right. It's not all Bagwell. He's not calling the shots, and he wasn't calling the shots. He wasn't a GM, but he's very influential.
Yeah.
And he's got not just one ear, but both ears of Jim Creighton, who is a highly respected individual in his eyes and mind. And, you know, what should be. Like, if he wants to be involved, I'd love for him to be involved. But I think there's also a place where you have to know your role.
You hire. Trust the people you hire.
But sometimes you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, you know.
Well, then that's why you move on. And I think, you know, he didn't trust James Click, or maybe he got the bad advice from whomever had his ear. But if you're not going to do that, then you're going to go through general manager after general manager. Then you're going to go through reports of Bob Nightingale talking about communication. See, I think that whole communication thing is not like lineup and roster and who's getting called up and called down that players are wondering about. Yeah. I think the communication is who do we listen to? Yeah, like who's my boss? You know, like Dana Brown said, because they're all in the clubhouse. You've been there. You know, they come in occasionally. They talk to these guys on and off the field, in their offices, etc. Is it Jeff Bagwell? Is it Reggie Jackson? Is it Dana Brown? Is it Craig Biggio? Is it this guy? Is it the personnel guy? Is it Joe Espada?
Yeah.
I think the whole communication breakdown. Players are saying, "Can somebody please tell me who's in charge?"
Yeah.
Because it's not just us. We can talk about it all we want, but if you're in that clubhouse and you're getting all these different messages, I'd be like, "Hell, man, what do I do? What do I do here?"
You're talking to a guy or having to listen to a guy at the batting cage. Yeah. You're having to listen to a different guy in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
You're having to listen to a different guy, in the break area or
GM
in the concourse.
Walks by in the clubhouse. Bagwell walks in, says one thing, somebody else says another.
You know, I get it. He was wrong. He was negligible. Jeff Luhnow knew what was going on. Maybe even had, orchestrated things to a certain degree. But it is that ability to be in control, to have a plan, to know exactly what you're doing. And there's never a doubt. It's we all have it in whatever work that we do in an office. If you work out of a cubicle, if you work in the corner's office somewhere, if you're in a radio station, if you're a teacher, you've got faculty meetings and things like that. There's one person that starts the damn thing when you're in a meeting. And that is the message, and it's passed down to the sergeants.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Managers, all that stuff.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Speaking of,
I don't think that exists. I don't think that format exists, and it's because of one key event that led to a massive, overturn of how things are going to be done. And Jim Creighton single-handedly took this thing over, and since then, I don't think has really felt comfortable with getting totally out of the way.
Yeah. And speaking of clearing things up and getting the right message, we got to get to this right now. I don't want to waste it anymore because your name was on my lips yesterday, not with an accusation.
No pun intended.
Not with an accusation, but with a question. If you weren't listening yesterday, I go into the bathroom. I step to my usual urinal. It's funny how we all have our favorite urinals, and there is a chaw of dip in the urinal that is at least 1.5 inches, 2 inches long.
Good Lord.
Smack in the middle of it. And I'm like, I've worked with Sean Bijani a long time. That can't be him, can it? But he's the only one I know in here that dips. So? Yes. Was it?
What time did you go to the restroom yesterday?
I usually go about 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
A.M.
Do you know what time I get off at night?
About 11.
11 o'clock.
11:30, you're out of
So
here.
you're telling me that turd sat in the urinal for 12 hours.
Depends on what the cleaning schedule is. I thought about that.
All right, look, there's a simple answer to this, and it's not only no, but it's hell no.
Have you ever put one in a urinal?
No. That's the texter that hit me up before I even sat down in this chair last night to do Area 45. It said something to the effect like, man, Lopez finds you disgusting. You know, he saw your dip in the restroom. And I'm like, not once in my entire life.
Okay.
I am 41 years old.
Yeah.
I've had this horrible habit for 23 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Not once have I ever spit. Not even just my chew.
Who was it?
But not once have I ever even spit in a urinal.
Yeah.
A
lot of people spit. I never do that either.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't get that.
Yeah, for the same reason that, you know, we've had this conversation. I've heard you have this conversation before. Man, how do you miss?
Yeah, exactly.
How do you miss?
How do you miss?
For that reason and that reason alone,
Yes.
that's why I don't do it. I know my accuracies. I know what I'm comfortable with.
This is a true unsolved mystery.
Yeah. So now I'm curious to know who else dip
Who
around
else
here.
dips in here?
Somebody does, apparently. And
Got to be a salesperson, right? Because they're never around here on a regular basis. No offense. I mean, they work, but I'm just saying.
Well, if you're in sales, I mean, typically
Yeah,
your
you're
ass
out.
better. Yeah,
You're out.
You better be gone. But
So-
yeah, Zapruder the hell out of that thing.
Who was it, Figgy?
I don't know. I feel better that it wasn't Bijani. I ain't gonna lie. I have faith in you. I'm like, I don't think he'd do that.
No.
Because I never, like, we work together all the time. I never seen that.
Hey, I appreciate you, Figgy.
I'm curious to know who else dip around here,
Yeah.
man.
My guy always has my back.
Yeah.
I'm just we need to get to know each other a little bit better, so you do not expect these things from me.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't. I was
Yeah,
like,
we gave you
was
the
it?
benefit of the
Yeah,
doubt.
It's like
was
de facto.
it?
I get it
like,
because
what?
Bijani's the only one that dips around here.
Yeah.
You never know sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am Sean Bijani. He's John Lopez. You know the deal, man. It's in the loop. Figgy Fig here. Coming up next, we got to turn our attention back to some Texans. 3 days of mini camp. No pads, no hitting, none of that stuff. But maybe John Lopez has changed the way that he's thought about some players. He will tell you who, and I've got a couple of my own players in mind that I am very excited about as well. We'll get that next. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Stephon Diggs has one thing in mind now that he's in H-Town.
I came here to win. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of consistency for me. I'm going to take it in one day at a time. It starts in practice. It starts in the walkthrough. It starts in the meeting room. So for me, winning is always in the front of my brain with everything that I do.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. A day after the Lakers were reportedly zeroing in on J.J. Redick as their head coach, here comes news that instead Dan Hurley, the UConn coach who's won back-to-back titles, could be the pick. Wow. No doubt Hurley is talented, but coaching in the NBA is about managing egos as much as X's and O's. How would Hurley's notoriously intense style mesh with LeBron James? We all might have a front row seat. I'm Maggie Gray.
You're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, here we go. Thursday, In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I'm Sean Bijani. He's John Lopez. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, man. 713-572-4610. I appreciate all my guys on the text line, YouTube, Twitch chats, having my back in regard to Dipgate.
Yeah, you got a lot of supporters there.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of loyal listeners to Area 45 at night weighing in as well. Shout out Irwin. Who has not abandoned me. Hooked me up with a 6-disc DVD set of The Sopranos, in which I've dipped into once, made it through one episode only. I just have not had the time. My goal was to finish that, by, I know I didn't hit it. I should have said, I'm going to finish it by training camp, and I don't think it's going to happen. One episode in. But thank you, Erwin. He's a man. The true ones know, man. The true ones know. Hit us up, 713-572-4610. Day 3 of minicamp wrapping today, though we will not hear from the Texans publicly. D'Amico Ryans and a handful of players obviously speaking over the course of the last couple of days, and you've heard it all throughout the shows, sifting through the audio. There's been some great stuff. I mean, you can't help but get pumped up when you hear
think?
from guys like Will Anderson.
Yeah.
And holy crap, we've been waiting. We've been talking about it. When's this guy going to talk Stephon Diggs?
Mm-hmm.
You talk about a dude that knocked it out of the park.
Absolutely.
The other day. He was fantastic. I think that and that reason alone is why it took weeks to hear from him. The Texans made a point and knew the vibe, knew the pulse, and they made it a point to let Stephon Diggs know, if you have a really good start here publicly, then they're going to be eating out of the palm of your hand.
Well, and it's also him, too. But, you talk about minicamp, and boy, I've been at the front of the line on this. Minicamp, it's 90% of the time, it's kind of an eye roll for me. And really, even this minicamp is an eye roll for me. When people talk about Dameon Pierce, I'm like, oh, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Not even in the preseason are we going to know if Dameon Pierce has things figured out and can fit in this offense. Because in the preseason, a lot of running backs can have good preseasons. It's not going to be till week 3, week 4, week 5 that we get a good feel. So it's an eye roll with Dameon Pierce if you think, hey, man, looks good.
Mm-hmm.
It's an eye roll with linemen on both ends, on both ends of the line of scrimmage, both sides. Because, hey, Kenyon Green looks pretty good. No, come on. You know, we have to see it.
Yeah.
And to a degree, not to a degree, defensive line, total eye roll. Boy, Daniil Hunter sounded good yesterday. It looked like, he looks the part. He has the numbers, but are we going to, is he going to have a career high in sacks? Is he looking like that? No, we don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
But there's 3 players that all of a sudden fit that 10% for me.
Yeah.
They
get you really excited.
I think it should get all Texans fans really, really excited. I really do. And as much because of what the Texans did as what people have said about them.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, by far, by a mile. I don't care if it's minicamp. I don't care if they don't use pads. I don't care if they don't hit. Because they do go full speed.
Mm-hmm.
Number one by a mile is Kamari Lassiter.
Yes.
You were mentioning the draft earlier. Now, nobody booed or anything. Maybe a one or two here or there, but it was kind of like a who, kind of thing.
Yeah,
it was kind of a meh, as people like to say. They put him out there the first snap of 7-on-7s with the first team as the opposite cornerback of from Derek Stingley.
Yeah,
that tells you what the Texans coaches think of him going into minicamp. Then he made play after play after play. Oh, but it's just 7-on-7. Look, man, 7-on-7 is a harder, and you know this, you've coached. 7-on-7 is harder on cornerbacks than 11-on-11 because what are they going to do? They're gonna pass the ball.
Yeah,
you know that. You know they're gonna pass the ball.
Exactly.
They're gonna have the receivers are gonna have all kinds of advantages over you. Well, doesn't it help the cornerback that it's gonna be a pass? No, because they switch all kinds of things. There's no lineman. There's no pressure on the quarterback. He usually has longer to throw the ball.
Yeah,
all this other. It's harder.
The quarterback's comfortable back there.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's not worried about some guy in his face. It's harder on a cornerback in 7-on-7, and he made play after play after play.
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter, to me, as of today, that's your opposite cornerback. And if you don't believe me, listen to what Will Anderson had to say about him.
Yeah, man, I've been so amazed by him, man. He's been making plays left and right all over the field. He got the Swarm Player of the Day. He's electric, man. Another young guy that we can't wait to keep seeing grow and stuff like that. And I think he can do great things for this defense and be a part of something special that we have going on here. And, it's just that mentality that you have coming from the SEC. So he gets it. He knows, now is the time. He don't have to wait for nobody. He not scared to jump up in front of the line. He's not scared to go make plays. That's the type of mentality that he has coming from a place like that. But that's just who he is, and he understands what we're trying to do here.
We've played this cut a number of times. D'Amico Ryan's talking about Will Anderson, hey, if you need to know a leader to follow, put up a picture of Will Anderson, that's the guy. Greatness recognizes greatness, so to speak. Will Anderson, a guy with all of the traits that we've come to appreciate and D'Amico obviously respects and trusts, well, he recognizes those same things in other people. Lassiter, I think, is far and away the guy that you should be excited about, and it's for a multitude of reasons. He's basically checked every single box of the quote-unquote draft trends that Nick Caserio's displayed since he's been GM here. And you're talking anything from a guy that come from a Power 5, a guy that's been good for a long time wherever he's been.
Yeah.
But a guy that, too, he may not test well, when it comes to combine speed and this and that, but look at him play on a field, and he's just making plays.
4.6.
That is that guy.
Yeah.
He just goes out and balls.
But can you imagine if he is that? Figgy, you mentioned a really good point before the show about even if he's just out there,
Yeah, I feel like if he beat Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson and become that number 2, I think that's a big win, man, because that was a second-round pick, and we wasn't sure how he was going to be. We thought we had him competing with Desmond King.
Yeah.
So if he could be that number 2 starter, I think that's a good look, man.
That's an excellent look. And keep in mind, even though they've been up and down and not bust, but disappointing, Henderson and Okudah were top 5 picks.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be they were supposed to be the first one out on the field.
Yeah. And we kind of penciled them in, either or is going to be number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you didn't even really feel good about either one of them because they'd flamed out where they'd come from. To hell with where they were drafted. It's like if they were doing their job to the level of, what the organization, expected of them, they'd still be there.
Yeah.
They would have gotten extensions.
Yeah.
But if you trust anybody in the NFL, a defensive mind, to get the best out of, obviously, an elite player or players at major colleges, it's D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
They're still very young in their career. Look how he's rehabilitated. And maybe that's unfair. I don't mean to see rehabilitated, but just gotten the very best out of guys that you did not expect. From Derek Barnett last year, who came in and played a vital role, to, let's talk about the secondary, DeAndre Houston Carson.
Yeah.
How many big plays did that guy make after Eric Murray?
But imagine a guy
MJ
that's at a
Stewart
higher
went
level
down.
even.
Yes.
If he's better than if he's better than Steven Nelson, it's a win. He doesn't have to be a shutdown corner. There's a couple of other guys that I'm going to mention. We can maybe get to here in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll get to your two guys. I've got really one that I'll tell you about. We can do that next as well when we localize it. 713-572-4610 too, if you want to be a part of the show. We'll localize it next. You're in the loop at Sports Radio 610.
CJ Stroud is ready to take the next.
outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I'm going to localize it here in just a moment. Sean Bijani, John Lopez, Sports Radio 610. We talked about one guy that maybe fans should change their thought process on because, well, mandatory minicamp or not, dudes look pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And has had a lot of opportunity to show out. Kamari Lassiter. You have two other guys that you think could change the way fans think about him or at least should expect from them.
Yeah, certainly that I have. And I'm the guy that always says, let's not read too much into minicamp. But Brevin Jordan, I mean that was the first thing I told Figgy when we heard this cut from D'Amico. Well, wait till you hear what D'Amico said. Like this was D'Amico on Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, Brevin. I joke with the guys. I show plays from practice, from the previous practice in our team meetings. I have my daily Brevin clip. Like I show a clip of Brevin every day. He has a highlight of, just Brevin's playing so fast, so decisive, and he's making some really great catches, tough catches. He's done a great job for himself over this offseason as well, man. He's improved. I see him. He's confident. He believes that he's a dude, and he can be for us, and he is. And I'm excited to see that confidence that Brevin is displaying throughout the OTAs.
He's a dude?
Yeah.
He's that's a
daily clips.
That is high praise when you call somebody a dude.
Yeah, especially D'Amico.
Yes,
he doesn't shy away from talking guys up.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it would be the opposite when he'd first come in.
Yeah,
because as a player, somebody, especially at his position, playing with the guys that he did during his time here with the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
Figured he'd make it a little bit tougher to kind of earn praise publicly.
He's not that guy, though, man.
He's not.
Yeah.
I think maybe he understands that, hey, I'm going to call it like I see it. That's kind of the culture, the vibe that I want to give.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're doing well, I'm going to let you know about it. I'm going to do it publicly.
Yeah.
You deserve that attention. So I can kind of get down with that. I'm just a little surprised by Brevin. And maybe it's
me
more.
Too.
Maybe it's more me, though, because Dalton looked really good last year, developed great chemistry, got the contract extension. Cade Stovers looked really badass, too. And Brevin, it's just, I don't know why, but I feel like me, like so many other people, feel like Brevin's been in the league for like 6-7 years already, and he just hasn't been able to stay healthy and be that constant producer.
Here's my why I'm buying it. Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, second year in this offense, be able to tinker a little more. We saw some hints of players like Brevin Jordan playing some fullback last year in occasional sets.
Yeah.
They brought in Ben Skoranek, who is also that type of guy that can play backfield, tight end,
hybrid guy,
H-back, all this other stuff. So I'm wondering if his daily clip, as he put it, is Brevin Jordan not just lining up at tight end, but doing things that this offense is going to be able to use him for and maybe get more out of him.
It's a good observation. Good point. I like that. Can I give you mine before you get to the next one?
Yeah.
Dameon Pierce.
Really?
Dameon Pierce.
I just talked about Dameon Pierce.
And then maybe it's in a little bit of a different context here. Not that you should be, and he's doing things that like should get you super excited. But, look, we can't just always be a victim of the positive recency bias. Like, it's easy to talk about Will Anderson, and now, hey, look, he looks bigger and stronger, and boy, if and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later with him. But, I mean, for a guy who struggled last year mightily with his fit in the scheme, with just playing the way that he knows how, Dameon Pierce has shown up with a different look physically this year as well.
Yeah.
Young players typically do this as they're trying to figure out what's best going to work for them on that day in and day out routine from dieting, nutrition, all that stuff. But how can they optimize their talent right now?
Yeah.
And damn, if there's ever a guy that has an opportunity to do a complete 180 on this team, it's Dameon Pierce, because you've already seen a flash.
You know what he can do.
Sure. On an offense that was complete ass 2 years ago in a horrible system. And look, it didn't work last year.
Yeah.
But I thought about it this morning when Seth and Sean were talking about it. And I think Seth had made mention, look, particularly with defensive linemen and pass rushers. They've got to learn the little intricacies, the ins and outs of maybe even when to turn their toes in towards the quarterback and getting themselves in different body position. Dameon Pierce was going through all of that last season. And I think better understanding his body, what it's going to be capable of now, and getting year 2 in this system, I think you should be excited to see what he can do because guess what? He's not going to have to carry the load. He gets to be a complimentary back to Joe Mixon now.
No, I get what you're saying. I got to see it.
Yeah.
And I can't see it in minicamp. I can't see it in training camp. I can't see it in the preseason. I got to see it in games. That's absolutely
understood
because everybody looks good in preseason.
Understood. And I think it's a little bit of a different evaluation, just from even the untrained eye, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
Hey, he's making plays against Diggs. He's making plays against this guy, that guy, everybody, and he's
That's
getting
obvious,
a chance.
yeah.
And it's obvious, but I look at that a little bit differently than you can a running back because, well, guys aren't hitting each other. Guys aren't really full-on blocking. But you know what? You can get a pretty good grasp of, best on best, corner receiver. So in that regard, the two are not the same.
And then sometimes you kind of, whatever you want to call it, camp crush or have high expectations for, without ever really seeing very many highlights of him in minicamp. But when Will Anderson was talking about Azeez Al-Shaair, I was like, okay, that is Will Anderson, what you were talking about earlier. And Al-Shaair is proven, but listen to what he said.
He's bringing us in together as a defense and talking to us, holding us accountable, challenging us every day to get to the ball, to get off the ball, to make plays, all this other stuff. And, it's a funny story. The other day, all my years of football, I never had a line. My thing is, I don't want anybody to send it to me. I'm always self-aware. And so I jumped off sides, and I got mad at myself. And he was like, stop pouting. And it kind of hold on, who are you talking to? And it changed my, I respected that because I was like, bro, okay, I respect that because as a man and as a player, bro, we all need that. You know what I'm saying? And I look at him totally, I looked at him different, but I really look at him totally different now because that's the type of, mentality that we have to have if we're going to go far in this league and if we're going to win a lot of games, somebody that's not scared to get on people when they do the wrong thing. So it was a challenge for us, and I accepted it.
Love it.
Sounds like D'Amico.
Love it.
Back in the day. Yeah. D'Amico came in as a rookie and was captain.
He's that dude.
Yeah.
He's that dude. That's the guy that we thought Al-Shaair could be in perfect fit for D'Amico. The relationship is there.
Yeah.
It's almost as if D'Amico had the opportunity to go get the guy that he sees himself.
Just look in the mirror.
Yeah. Very similar to that.
Mm-hmm.
I would bet on Will Anderson. I don't know how much I would bet on Will Anderson that he has a double-digit sack season this year because it's kind of like the receivers.
Yeah.
They're going to have 3 guys with over 1,000 yards. I mean, hell, you can have 3 guys with over 10-plus sacks.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's tough. But
you never know.
Yeah, it could happen.
We'll
it
see
could
what
happen.
JJ
Times
does.
are good. But speaking of bets, did you see
How about this?
Did you see Drake's bet?
$500,000 on the NBA Finals on the Dallas Mavericks to win.
Well, Drake's worth $500 million, isn't he?
I think it's plus 250, something like that. That's a big hit. That's a big risk.
Yeah.
And that's a big hit. And he also bet on Edmonton, right, Figgy?
Yeah, I see that. He had a little cheesy let me find it real quick. He had a cheesy caption about that too.
Oh God! But was it another 500,000 on the?
Yeah, it was another 500,000. Yeah.
Is it a straight up bet though, just to win? Do we know that for a fact?
Yes. I was looking at it earlier
because I was getting at you can sequence the games within the series.
No, he's got
really
to win the finals.
Wow.
Yeah. So his caption was Dallas because I'm a Texan Oilers. Are self-explanatory.
Hey, that's kind of got Hannah's back.
Yeah.
What the hell is a Texans Oilers?
Let's ask Hannah. Let's ask Hannah about that. So what's your let's say we got Drake money, okay?
Uh-huh.
You got to bet $500,000 on something in Houston sports. Prop bet, game bet.
My best bet, since they've unfortunately been a pretty big topic for reasons that we don't appreciate and don't like, rather, I'd bet $500,000 that the Astros do not retain Alex Bregman, Framber Valdez, or Kyle Tucker.
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds like a segment. I'm not going to just gloss over that. We'll get to that.
I think it's good value.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, I will probably bet. I want to take the easy route and say the Texans make the playoffs or something like that, but I would bet $500,000 on the Rockets making the playoffs. I think they can squeeze it to the playoffs this coming season.
I don't know if you're going to get like plus, 150 odds on that or anything. I mean, I feel like that's more favorable than not, though.
Yeah.
Feels like a safer bet.
For the Rockets?
Yeah. Feels like a safer bet.
Hey, man, if I got Drake money, I'm a roll the dice.
But that's what I'm saying,
I'm a
too.
roll the dice.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't think I'm rolling the dice a little bit on saying what I said about Bregman, Fromber, and Tucker, but I got to see the value in it, and I got to make some bread.
No. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Houston Texans plus 1,600 as we sit to win the Super Bowl.
That is good value.
Why not?
That is great value.
Great value.
That's plus 1,600. What are you on? BetMGM?
So this is FanDuel. Niners plus 550. Chiefs plus 600. Wow, Niners are favored over them. Super Bowl 25.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now.
I feel like the Texans have crept up a little bit. I thought they started like plus 2,000.
They must have.
Bowl. Yeah.
So plus 1,600 on a $500,000 bet. I'm willing. If I got Drake money, I'm willing to risk that.
Do that math real quick.
Oh, God.
Cha-ching.
No, thank
That's
you.
the math. Yeah, that's
Oh, thank you.
hell of a ROI potentially awaiting you, kind sir.
Yeah.
Hey, why not? When you're making barbecue sauce money and all that, what the hell? 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Your best bet in Houston sports. You can text in, hit us up in the Twitch and YouTube chats as well. Coming up next, we'll hit the 11 o'clock hour. If you liked what you saw from this guy last year, could you imagine a bigger, faster, and stronger version? We'll talk about it next.
Coach D'Amico is exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Man, the way I eat, the way I take care of my body, the way I study, really just self-assessing everything that I was doing from last year to this year. And those are the areas that I really want to improve on, getting bigger, stronger, and faster, and be able to, make sure that towards the end of the season I can last longer. I still got good weight. I still got good playing strength and all that type of stuff. So those have kind of been the things that I've really been trying to home in on and make sure that my body is right and where it needs to be at.
Will Anderson, everybody. Maybe one of the best quotes the Texans have. Love talking to that guy. 6'4", 234 pounds. Dude's going to be 23 years old in September. And by every indication, people that I've talked to, I've listened to on this station, I think Pendergast said it this morning, everybody that saw Will Anderson at the podium is like, holy crap, this dude, yeah, he's definitely bigger. Something happened there. Definitely looks a little stronger on the field. Can you imagine a guy that won Defensive Rookie of the Year, put up 7 sacks, 10 TFLs, 22 quarterback hits, and quote-unquote 15 games and 13 starts. Like, he didn't really play all 15 of those games. It was kind of like if you look at Nico Collins, the back of his football card, it says 15 games. It was really 14.
Yeah.
That Jets game doesn't count. He played 1 snap. Will Anderson just got better at the end of the season, which is kind of weird. Like, you've seen a lot of football, and I think you and I, in regard to, yeah, sure, I coached, but you've covered pro sports for a very long time. I still think you and I see things quite similarly in terms of like players and what we've seen from young guys, how they treat their bodies, like adjustments they make early on in careers. I have a slight little bit of trepidation about Will Anderson making a change physically to his body because it kind of looks and sounds like it's pretty significant.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is sometimes guys do that and it's not necessary. When
I've seen baseball in particular.
Baseball.
Somebody
we know
bulks up,
Yeah.
or you're like, oh, now he can't hit.
Well, and that's Dana Brown said it the other day. Maybe he's just too strong.
Oh God, don't get me started on that. We're not doing that right now. Not right now. Strong. We'll get back.
Lifting
to that.
too much weight.
Oh God,
didn't want to go there with that.
He went with the lighter weights. All good. It was like a week and a half that he was lifting lighter weights. Okay,
circuit training, buddy. Lightweight, a lot of reps. Lightweight, but
Pilates.
I don't know. That makes me feel a little kind of something in regards to Will. Like, maybe that's something that we should keep an eye on.
Like
this
maybe
season.
too bulked up, too this or that. Or
look, I say this all the time, and it's really not sport specific. It's very general, but with sports science the way that it is nowadays, and the emphasis on being exactly what you heard from Will Anderson, bigger, faster, stronger. Sometimes your frame is not meant to hold all of that extra
absolutely
weight.
Look at who you're talking to.
The way that the way that you play. What's your 3-cone drill?
Yeah.
What's your give me your 5-10-5 number. Give me your shuttle drill, Lopez. Like, how fast are you running that these days?
Day and a half.
Day and a half. Like 6'4", 234. That's what he was listed at last year. I mean, if he's 245, closer to 250 this year, and we still expect, and we do maybe see him with the quick twitch and the explosiveness and just being so fast and powerful off the ball, like that in and of itself, I don't care if you're 22, 23, or 32, 33, it takes a toll on the body. And so for those reasons, whether it be football, basketball, baseball, doesn't matter, golf, even, with Tiger Woods, that whole thing, I feel a certain type of way about that. Like, understand your body, understand where your game is at, and how do you best optimize it? I feel so strongly about guys just becoming brittle at such a young age because of the emphasis on, putting the good muscle, the good meat on your body.
I like this discussion because I'm on the totally opposite side.
Really?
And I'm not saying like your point, oh, you're dumb. Your point is wrong because it's proven. I mean, you just laid it out. What I liked was the first thing he said, if it's real. I mean, everybody else talks in, well, I'm going to really focus on this year, and then who knows? They do it for a little bit, et cetera. But he talked about nutrition. Like, keep in mind, he's still 22.
Yep.
I think Figgy, we were we had him on last year, and he was talking about, I think it was Will Anderson, talked about a lot of the fast food. Didn't he work at a McDonald's or something like that? Was that him?
I can't remember.
But it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is the nutrition aspect of it to me, if he's doing it the right way, he's a kid, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's still a kid. And if he's finally learning to eat right, then you recover better, you feel better, energy, all that stuff. I don't mind the 245 or whatever it is. We're just speculating.
Yeah.
240, whatever it is. I don't mind the extra weight, especially on the defensive line. Like if you're telling me a cornerback or a safety, has a weight fluctuation, I might be on your side like, quickness, feet, hips, all that stuff. A D lineman in the NFL, 17 games.
Yeah.
I kind of appreciate it. I kind of like that. And then here's the biggest reason I think and I didn't put him on my list that we talked about in the last segment, but the biggest reason I'm excited for what Will Anderson might do this year, he didn't show next level moves until the second to last game of the year, regular season game of the year.
Yeah.
Right? Remember that Titans game?
Yes.
I might have been sitting next to you, and we're in the press box, and he did that little spin move and then an up and under, and I was like, whoa, where'd that come from? And he was asked about it post game too. And he goes, yeah, I've been doing it in practice, but I haven't really been able to do, I haven't really shown it on the field or whatever. And I'm like, okay, so here's a guy that was already on his way to being defensive rookie of the year by just sheer raw ability.
Mm-hmm.
Then he adds some moves, and then he becomes, something special. And all of a sudden I'm like, okay.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, I do remember all of that. Great observation. And I just gave you the stats for Will Anderson for the season. 7 sacks, 10 TFLs, 22 quarterback hits in 15 games. All season long. Well, I wouldn't say all season long. The first 8-9 games. Remember the questions? When are the sacks coming? When are we going to see the results? And people got so tired of all the advanced analytics and all that crap, pass rush win rate, blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, I think that all was very helpful because if you're not seeing the sexy numbers show up in the box score, like quarterback hits, TFLs, and sacks, we need a way to, see with our eyes, understand what we're seeing, rather. And if you're telling me that he's beating the guy in front of him, X amount of time, which is top 5 in the league for a rookie or top 10 for anybody at his position, cool. I can get behind that. Well, he talked yesterday about his expectations, and why he's got such high expectations is because he's honed in and understands the nuances of the game.
Yeah, I think it's a special thing that we got going on here on defense, man. And it's been such a blessing to be a part of this group already. Just the togetherness of the D-line, to the togetherness of the defense. It's been really special, man. Aziz, he's really been taking charge, man. He's been, challenging all of us just to come out and give effort every day. Getting your play, know your job, know your responsibility, and holding people accountable. And that's what you need in the middle of a defense.
It was a little different cut than I thought we were going to get, but nevertheless, and that was my bad, Figgy. I think when he talks about, being, and Aziz really talked, we played this cut earlier, right?
Yeah.
When Anderson was talking about
Aziz.
Yeah, he was offsides as he's got onto him for, pouting or whatever, as he'd put it. I think understanding, okay, I made a mistake here. Let me get better at that. Will talked about that. Matt Burt talked about that all season last year. And with all those numbers and with the body type that he had and what he knew just last year, consider this. Will Anderson, the last 8 games of the season, the guy got better, and you could see it with your own eyes. Statistically, it showed up in the box score. For somebody that got 75% of the production in getting to the quarterback, sacks, quarterback hits, the final 8 games, and he was even limited the final 2 weeks. You remember with the ankle injury. He played in 22% of the defensive snaps against the Titans. He played in just 47% of the defensive snaps against the Colts in Week 18. For averaging the first 13 weeks of the season, 65% or thereabouts of defensive snaps, and you're getting that kind of production, it wasn't even just a Will Anderson change.
Yeah.
It was a defensive line change.
Yeah.
Because you saw it from Derek Barnett. You saw it from Jonathan Gennard, who was also limited. And I do think that is a huge reason why I feel like, maybe keep an eye on it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's ever a guy that I wouldn't worry about, it would be Will Anderson. It's just something to maybe monitor.
I get it. I just, it goes to show you can look at a painting and two people see two different things. I don't see that. I see the exact opposite. I think it's maybe confidence in Will Anderson, but it's also this. Will Anderson has Danielle Hunter. And that's, you can talk about Jonathan Grenard all you want, and he was obviously had a terrific season last year, but was Jonathan Grenard that guy like Shire is to Christian Harris maybe, or to Will Anderson? Will Anderson has two dudes that can not only help him with their thoughts on all the things he's doing, but with the actual things that he's doing on the field.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. 6 sacks in the final 8 games of the season for Will Anderson last year. 14 quarterback hits, 7 TFLs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a whole season for some guys.
And it's the end of the year.
Yeah, end of the year.
Yeah.
And you're banged up. You're hurt.
Yes.
That's kind of the point. And so Will Anderson is seeing that, the way that his body felt.
Mm-hmm.
He's not looking at the production. He's looking at the way his body felt, the way his body was reacting, the day in and day out process of trying to figure out how to prepare to play on a Sunday.
Yeah.
And that's why he makes the change, I think, of course. And, cool. I think it's probably going to work out. But there's just always a little bit of trepidation for me because I feel like we see it all the time. Guys, Dameon Pierce, what did he do from his rookie season to last year?
Yeah.
He changed his body. He bulked up. He got bigger. And why did he do that? How the hell did he play his rookie season? Why were we like, ooh, ah?
Yeah.
Didn't he get the most hateful run of the year or whatever on the ESPY Awards? Because he was running through folks.
Oh, yeah.
And
Jacksonville?
So, he recognized, man, you know what? That hurt a little bit more last season than it did my last year at Florida.
Yeah.
These guys hit a little bit different.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right on those things. I think it's case by case. I think Dameon Pierce is a good example. I think Will Anderson, where he is right now, man, that takes a toll. You need that extra bulk and muscle, but you also have to be able to get those. I'm really looking forward to the last 6 games, the last 3 games of the regular season too. If you're going to get more specific, that was a dude that looked like moves, experience, ability to read an offensive player better and make those plays. And now he's in year 2, and he's got Danielle Hunter on the other side giving him a couple tricks here.
Yeah.
The
Texans let Magi Sanders go this offseason, right? Mm-hmm. You seen Magi Sanders? That guy could have been a wing player, like a 2 or 3 in basketball.
Yeah.
Will Anderson, you look at him last season, very, thick for a guy that's 6'4", 234 pounds.
No,
but you wouldn't think defensive end. At least I wouldn't. Certainly somebody on the thinner side.
And he is a specimen.
Hey, 2 or 3, cool. And it worked so well. D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke, they might have found what, we're going to need this really for what we want to do next year. We're going to take another step. We'd like to see you get up to this weight, and we'd like to see you still try to play this way. Those conversations happen all the time, generally after a season, so a guy can recoup and get their bodies right and things like that. So it's going to be it's going to be a good follow. And again, I say this: if you're ever going to trust a guy, it's D'Amico Ryans to get the best out of his players.
Mm-hmm.
That has a plan, because mainly he's very fresh from the locker room as a player himself. He understands the grind. So
yeah,
I guess maybe I'm trying to convince myself to feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's one of the things that we're going to have to watch, and that's why we said there are certain things in minicamp you just throw away. Like what we're talking about with Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Now that's something you can see maybe in those inter-squad practices. I love those more than the preseason games, so that's what I'm going to be focusing on. But maybe even in the preseason games, at whatever series that he's participating, you can say, okay, haven't seen that since the end of the season. That he's adding this and that. So whether he's big, smaller, same, whatever he develops into, you can't judge it right now.
Texans top 5 total defense this year.
We were talking about that. if they get top 5, they're going to be AFC Championship contender.
I mean, isn't that the expectation?
I don't know. Top 5 is high, man.
I mean, so last year, the Texans finished inside the top 10 against the run.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they had a bottom third pass defense in terms of yards allowed, but we're actually number 1 in fewest touchdowns surrendered in the air with just 17. I think there was only 2 other teams that had fewer than 20 in the NFL. Middling in total defense. They allowed 330 yards per game. I think that was like they ranked 14th.
Yeah.
Allowed the 11th fewest points. Top 3rd in red zone defense. Top 5 on third down defense. I think you got better in replacing Jonathan Grenard with Daniil Hunter. Year 2 of Will Anderson. You got yourself a true Mike linebacker in Al Shire. And you've got an incredible, right now, cornerback room that is going to be competitive as hell.
Yeah.
With the 2 former top 5 picks and Kamari Lassiter, Derek Stingley, year 2. I just saw a headline yesterday or 2 days ago. It's like, is this the year Derek Stingley arrives? Where the hell were you last year?
He arrived last year.
He's here. You know what I'm saying?
It's just a matter of health with him.
He is here. And maybe Jalen Petrie, year 3.
Yeah.
You expect him to take that step? I'm not sold
he's
on
one to
Jimmy.
watch. He's a regular season to watch, too.
He's to me, the safeties are definitely 2 to watch. Jimmy Ward
Yes.
and Jalen Petrie. That's
Yes.
huge. I feel like far too much is assumed on those guys, particularly
See what Kalen
Jimmy
Bullock
Ward.
does.
Kalen Bullock's
as
big,
well.
but
Here's why I said that about top 5 defense. If they're top 5 defense, I think they're an AFC Championship contender because, well, here's why they would be an AFC Championship contender. You have a top 5 defense against Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Anthony Richardson for what it's worth, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, obviously Tua, Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. I mean, the quarterbacks they're facing are going to make it very, very difficult to be a top 10 defense, much less a top 5. But if they are facing those quarterbacks, we're going to have some good times here.
Everybody you just mentioned, I think is very valid, but there is a huge TBD on the Josh Allen thing. We know he's a really good quarterback, but
totally agree.
We don't know who he's really going to throw the ball to.
Yeah.
Like, literally, nobody knows their names.
Yeah.
Outside of maybe like Curtis Samuel, I think, who signed up there. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You said you wanted to get into a little something that I mentioned this past segment in regards to best bets.
Yeah.
Why am I so confident that the Astros are not going to bring back Framber Valdez, Alex Bregman,
and who?
Kyle Tucker.
Oh, that guy.
I'll tell you next. It's
All
Sports
right.
Radio 610.
DNM
You're in the loop, Sports Radio 610, Sean Bijani, John Lopez with you. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Just got this text, J-Lo.
Yeah, man.
If the rumors are true, then Jose Abreu's future here is about to end.
What rumors?
Well, that's what I said.
Yeah.
So I quickly
the old Google search,
hit the Google search,
the old Twitter search.
Jose Abreu, saw his beautiful face upon the first page, and John Heyman's name next to it. So there is a John Heyman report, MLB Insider.
Have we double checked? Is this verified? Not a parody account?
It's on Climbing Towels Hill.
Okay.
That's the first one that I clicked on. Pretty reputable Astros fan site. So John Heyman, MLB Insider, believes the Astros may have an ace up their sleeve on how to get Jose Abreu out of town. Says, quote, Heyman cited a rival executive that suggested the Astros as a suitor for New York Mets slugger Pete Alonso. Patrick Creighton and I on Area 45 literally 2 days ago talked about this exact scenario where you could very easily replace Jose Abreu and John Singleton at first base with a proven durable bopper in P. Alonso. Now, look, he's not having a really good season this year for the Mets, but nobody is because they're the Mets.
He can hit the ball a long way.
He can hit the ball a long way, and he has.
Yeah.
I think he's led all of baseball in home runs twice
He can hit it
in his career already.
That makes no sense, though.
Well, it does.
How?
It's an expiring contract.
Okay.
He's only getting paid about 19 and change. Who else is getting paid about 19 and change this season for the Astros? Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
So you call the salaries a wash. And, okay, Bijani, you just said Alonso's having the worst season of his career right now. Well, guess what? So is everybody else for the Mets because they suck. And it's a horrible clubhouse. It's a horrible situation. Don't you think a guy that's proven, that's durable, that can mash, that can get on base, that can hit the gap, hit it out of the park, don't you think a change of scenery would do Pete Alonso the best out of anybody that we've even considered to remedy the massive gaping hole at first base for the Astros?
No, I get it. I'm not against it. I wouldn't be against it. That's for darn sure. And when you talk about Pete Alonso, he's having a bad year in terms of batting average and on base percentage, and his OPS isn't awful, but he's not having a bad year when it comes to the long ball. And,
no, he still hit like 13 homers, I think.
14. I just opened it.
Driving in runs.
31 RBI. And this is an Astros team. One of the reasons that, again, that I just kind of like with this squad is because they don't win if they don't hit home runs. Now, that's a common thing with a lot of teams, but not with what the Astros have been.
Right.
They get on base. They hit the big crooked number home runs. They come on with multiple people that can drive in runs. This year's not the case. They're a home run hitting team or bust.
They are.
You know,
I was just looking at the numbers last night with PC, and the narrative of this team being horrible with runners in scoring position is very prevalent. It's not entirely wrong, but it's not as bad as you think it is. It's just one of those anomalous things that, we're just trying to figure out what exactly is it with the Astros. Well, maybe that in and of itself is the problem. It's not one thing. It's not hitting with runners in scoring position. It is also the pitching. It is also underperformance. It is also this team's throwing the ball around the field, it seems like, a lot more this season than we'd ever seen before. Sure, we're more privy to the from Jeremy Pena here more recently. But, I mean, how many times has Alex Bregman sailed balls, coming in, down the third base line over Singleton or Abreu's head and into the stands? And how many, opportunities have been missed in the outfield for some catches that we've seen made before? Yordan Alvarez the other day, had every opportunity to make one go into the power alley in left center field. And if Mauricio Dubon or Chas McCormick is there, that play's probably made.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just weird. They've had the 7th most opportunities in runners in scoring position. They've got the 10th most hits. They're like top 10 in OPS, top 10 in average. They're actually bottom third in on base with runners in scoring position.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Like they are a home run or bust type team. Here's the one. First of all, I would support it. But my one big issue is, are you still kind of fooling yourself here? You know, are you still because you still got pitching? You got 5 pitchers, man.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Any of these guys goes down, you're gonna have a double-A pitcher in the rotation. You know, you've got some questions abounding everywhere with this squad. Is that going to be an answer, or are you still just kind of fooling yourself?
That's a great point, because the Astros, they've got resources to make moves. It's just, I've got money to go out and buy a really nice car.
Yeah.
The problem is if I go and buy a really nice car, I may not be able to pay my mortgage.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
The Astros could go.
Are they living paycheck to paycheck?
Yeah. But then consider this too. Look, money's money. Who cares? It's what it's going to cost to go get Pete Alonso for presumably strong potential to be a rental. To keep the window open for this year. You're only 8 games back as it stands right now.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's 8.5. I can't remember.
I think it's 8 today.
Yeah, it might be 8 today.
Yeah.
And that's not crazy. I asked Bob Nightingale, who was on Area 45 with us a couple of nights ago. I said, look, at what point in time would you throw in the white towel for the Astros? I mean, at the end of this month, I feel like this is a pivotal month for them. And he was like, well, hey, at the end of the month, if they're 7 games back, they're 7 games back.
Yeah.
Still a lot of baseball left to be played. He would consider them moderate buyers, he said.
Yeah.
And I said, moderate buyers now and a month from now. Really? Why? Because you've got 6 games remaining with the Seattle Mariners, a team that's directly ahead of you.
Boy, they're owning you.
They're owning you right now.
Yeah.
Right now. But you've got to see them 3 times in the final week of the regular season. You only have 6 games remaining with them. You only have 6 games remaining with the Texas Rangers. And until those opportunities come and go, then you have to consider yourself buyers at this point in time. And I say there's no time greater than now for the Astros. Yes, they need pitching, but they also need offense because they've gotten pitching like they did the other day. Ronel Blanco maybe falling back down to earth a little bit, and we'll talk about that. But with this offense, they should be able to overcome a 6-inning, 4 earned run performance from Ronel Blanco.
Yeah.
It just should be the case. I told you coming into this segment that I feel pretty strongly like if I was a betting man like Drake.
Yeah, let's not bury the lead here. I was like, wait a minute, this is Sean Bijani saying this?
Yeah. And it's not anything personal. It's just the way that I've seen things kind of operate over the course of the last couple of years since Jim Crane has become, much more hands-on with his ball club and what we've seen from these players. Alex Bregman is not going to be on the right side of 30 anytime soon. An expiring contract, the worst season that he's had in his major league career.
That one we all get.
The money that he wants, sure. Can we agree on that?
I fully expect it to happen, maybe by the trade deadline.
And I don't want it to happen.
Yeah.
But it's probably going to happen. That I don't know that they trade him per se. If they go in the stinker, they might trade him.
Yeah.
But then you look at Framber Valdez, somebody that is not ever, in my opinion, going to really kick the mental issues that he has on the mound.
I agree on that too.
Because at this point, you kind of are who you are. You can't tell me that he hasn't at least thought about seeing a sports psychologist in some degree.
I think he has.
Maybe he has, but guess, maybe the best resource that he has is in the dugout with him and Justin Verlander. I mean, he's had all the help over the years that he could possibly ask for, and it's just he is who he is. And I think if you weigh the risk-reward, the way that the Astros have developed pitching over the last 7 or 8 years since they've gotten back to relevancy after 3 years in the stinker, you got to feel pretty good about that. And they may not know how to handle them once we have them here, but they've developed them. And Kyle Tucker.
That's the one that even I as much as I consider them not really contenders at the level that they deserve to be and have been, he's the one that even I'm a little reluctant about. So why would you not be surprised or bet on it?
I would not be surprised. I would absolutely bet, because look, Kyle Tucker, if anybody has earned a 10-year, $300 million type of contract, it's him. He's showing you he's been durable. He's been productive. He keeps getting better as a power hitter. For that reason, him being on the right side of 30 by a lot, he's 27, going to be 28 next year, entering the final year of his contract.
Yeah.
At that point in time, you could get an exorbitant amount for Kyle Tucker if you choose to trade him.
No,
because
I totally agree. Go ahead.
You're not going to pay him. Jim Crane has no precedence to pay a contract like that to anybody. The biggest contract they've given has been to a guy that they probably didn't even need this offseason in Josh Hader. They gave him 5 years, $95 million. So I think for that reason, while it would make sense, there's no precedence, and you're entering into a pivotal point in time where, you know what, you might not need to go ahead and just totally rebuild, but pump the brakes a little bit, maybe buy some new pads and get things back on track for next year. Well, how do you do that? You get an influx of good young talent that you've shown a propensity to be able to develop in all levels.
Yeah. But aren't you also not raising the white flag, but raising a flag that says we're rebuilding? If you trade Kyle Tucker,
that would be the narrative.
It's kind of hard to. Well, it's kind of hard not to think that you're rebuilding, especially because if you do that, then Bregman absolutely is gone. You know, absolutely. So you just no Bregman, no Kyle Tucker, Fromber's probably gone. So you lose those three guys. Verlander's 41. For all we know, he could retire. So if you trade Kyle, that's why I've been hesitant on it, because yes, you will get more on a Kyle Tucker trade than all the rest combined. Anybody you trade.
Yeah.
Combined. Chaz, people talk about Chaz getting traded. Like, all that's just the margins you're helping, you know? But if you trade Kyle Tucker, you're going to get players, you're going to get AAA prospects, you're going to get draft picks, you're going to get you are in a rebuild. So then that would preclude you from doing anything about Pete Alonso.
I would feel possibly different about the Kyle Tucker situation if the Astros did one thing
and that
between now and July 31st, made a significant move to improve this team.
Pitching.
That's the aggressive general manager that we have not seen yet. He has not once had the opportunity to put pen to paper and say, I did this for this ball club. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You want to weigh in on that? You're more than welcome to. Coming up next, we're going to play the hits. J-Lo's got some good ones. We'll share them with you next. You're in the loop.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Listen.
easy. Local agents, expert advice.
And there's number 4.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, time to play the hits, J-Lo.
Yeah, it is. It's time to play the hits. You're darn right it is. All right, so what's the one thing? I would have bet, speaking of betting $500,000 like Drake, I would have bet a lot. Ain't no way, no how Dan Hurley is ever going to leave UConn. Ever.
When did he enter into the conversation?
Yesterday.
Also yesterday. Now, was it yesterday or 2 days ago that the reports, was it Woj? I think multiple people had Shams. Shams had it.
Oh, on J.J. Redick?
J.J. Redick.
Oh.
Lakers zeroing in on J.J. Redick for their next head coach.
That's part of the fun today for me. And I don't have anything against Shams Charania, but Woj just did the Pete Weber. We were talking about Pete Weber before the who do you think you are?
Yeah.
I am.
To claim it. A strike to claim it. And he got it!
That's number 5. Are you kidding me? That's right. Who do you think you are?
I am. Woj told Shams, I am. Because Shams was all about it.
Man.
That was he was all about it.
Pete Weber.
The bowler.
The bowler. PBA.
That's one of the greatest trash talk lines in history.
Who do you think you are? I am.
I am.
That's awesome.
So Shams reported J.J. Redick's the man. We were talking about it yesterday. Yeah. J.J. Redick's the dude. And, I kind of had mixed emotions on it because I liked him as a player, but not the way he's talking and stuff right now. And I thought it was just a given. I thought it was just a given that J.J. was going to be the man. Here comes the Woj bomb. Does the Pete Weber on Shams. And lo and behold, Dan Hurley, reportedly from Woj, who rarely, if ever, gets anything wrong.
Yeah, he's never wrong.
Preparing a, quote, massive long-term offer to bring UConn's Dan Hurley to the NBA. Talks expected to escalate in the coming days. All right, a couple.
Who do you think you are? I am.
We got to keep that. We got to keep that. That's
for all times.
Especially if we ever get Woj on, we'll do that because that's what he is. So here's a couple things on that. Shocked because he's got a bird's nest on the ground in UConn, man. He can just whatever.
Yeah.
He forever.
Who was the longest
He can be
tenured,
Coach K.
I was going to say, Calhoun was there for a while, right?
And a legend in his own right.
Yes.
But he could be Coach K.
Yeah. 100%.
That's one thing. Second thing. Taskmaster coaches in college basketball very, very, very rarely succeed in the NBA. He'd get a million technicals because he's that guy. And how do players react to him in the NBA when they're grown up and paying mortgages?
There you go. I'm glad you brought that up because I feel the same way about Dan Hurley that I felt about J.J. Redick in that, it's the Lakers, and there's got to be a special kind of guy to go fit that role with LeBron James. I mean, it is a circus. It's going to be a circus. How do you tamp that down and make it just about basketball?
Yeah.
I mean, in a nutshell, you have to go win, and you have to win convincingly. You have to win like the Lakers had been used to winning, and we have not seen that. They have not seen that for a little while now. I think it's incredibly difficult to ask a guy with no coaching experience in J.J. Redick to go in there and do that job.
Yeah.
I think it's also a tall task to ask a guy like Dan Hurley with just collegiate experience to go in there and do that job in one of the most highest profile.
Not that he can't coach.
Not that he can't coach.
It's just the style.
It's the extra stuff that goes with it, man. Yeah. I mean, if you told me Dan Hurley, you know what, he's going to get his cut his teeth in Charlotte. He's going to cut his teeth with Washington or something like that. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, he wouldn't, though. It's either the Lakers or no one. Really.
Yeah, but
maybe the Celtics. I mean, but that's it.
Maybe it could be the Lakers, but it can't be the Lakers with LeBron. To me, there's value, and it's being devalued.
Yeah.
You need a proven NBA veteran head coach, somebody that is like a Ty Lue. or I thought like a Darvin Ham, somebody that played that can roll to the players, but that can, kind of rule with a iron fist, so to speak. That's who you need.
Yeah.
I don't know that Dan Hurley's that guy. I definitely don't think J.J. Redick's that guy.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is for the Lakers. This just feels like potentially either way they go is another stop.
It seemed like they trying anything at this point, man, because they had the guy, they had Darvin Ham, the guy before him. I forgot his name. He coached the Pacers at one point, but it seemed like they had their veteran head coaches and all that stuff.
Well, Mike Brown was there for a little bit, wasn't he?
It was Mike Brown. It was the guy who was, I think he coached for the Suns at one point. I forgot his name, but I don't know. It seemed like they just throwing stuff on the wall.
And how is Dan Hurley gonna handle LeBron walking into your office and saying,
Vogel.
Vogel, yeah.
Frank Vogel, yeah.
Walking into Dan Hurley's office and saying, "Oh, by the way, you're drafting Bronny."
Yeah.
How is Dan Hurley going to react to that?
Not even that. Just on the court.
Yes.
No, we're not doing that play. Nah, we're doing this.
Yeah. But then, there's the one thing that might lead you to believe, like, why the hell not? The key thing in this tweet that Woj had, to me anyway, was he was talking about massive long-term offer. Okay, there are coaches in the NBA that make $15 million a year. Dan Hurley is going to make $20 million a year. That's massive.
Ty Lue just got an extension, making him one of the highest paid head coaches in the NBA, and he was getting $14 million per.
Yeah.
Now maybe there's some incentives too, but I don't know who the highest paid is. I would have to imagine
Kerr.
It's Kerr.
Steve Kerr is the highest
Spoelstra's
paid.
probably up there.
Yes. And so my point is, Pop makes 16. Spoelstra makes 15. Dan Hurley, you're right. Ty Lue made 14. Dan Hurley is going to make $20 million a year, man. That's the only thing that'll blast him out of UConn. And if that's the case, and it's a 10-year deal, he's gone. He's gone.
I know.
I don't care if it works or doesn't work.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't mean it's the right decision. Not the right decision. Doesn't mean it's going to work out.
It's kind of the right decision.
It is the right decision. Of course.
It's kind of the right decision.
Of course it's the right decision.
I'm kind of curious, too. Do you think this makes LeBron want to weigh his other options, maybe go somewhere else? Maybe this might be the fresh start for the Lakers?
LeBron loves Dan Hurley.
I was going to say, maybe
he was tweeting at the finals. Remember NCAA championship. Love this guy. Well, he's got it. I'm like, oh, okay.
But,
I remember that tweet.
But you can't judge that with LeBron, because at one point LeBron was saying he wanted a player coach that was a former player and all that stuff. And then the Cavs hired Byron Scott.
Yeah,
LeBron.
But I also think we're too quick to say, that's it. That's the idea. That's all these.
Nobody knows what LeBron wants unless he tell you to get that guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's whoever they hire.
If you pay me 10 years, $20 million a year, what about your legacy?
Yeah,
you can say what about my legacy?
My legacy is worth $200 million,
and it's L.A.
And it's L.A. Oh, aren't you worried about you're not going to be able to win every year like you did it? No.
You see that house on the hill up there?
No.
It's L.A.
You see that other house on that other hill over there?
Yeah, that's my
mine.
other house. I didn't want to walk.
I
didn't want to walk that much.
I have 2 helipads.
Yes.
I'm getting the hell out of UConn.
That's right. And by the way, that is a hellhole.
I feel like I've heard J-Lo horror stories about UConn,
yes,
Connecticut before.
Ask Sean Pendergast.
Yeah, I will. I will.
It is an absolute hellhole. Okay, and then there's this. All right, this intrigues the hell out of me, and it should anybody, because so yesterday it happened during our show, and I didn't even mention it because I'm like, okay, cool. The 12-team college football playoff schedule has been announced. In other words, dates and times, etc. And in some cases, networks, all that stuff. But if you combine the college football playoff schedule with the end-of-season NFL schedule, when the games matter the most,
okay,
there's going to be 18 college or NFL games with enormous significance in 14 days. From Thursday the 19th of December until January 1st, and I'm not even counting the week after that, in which there's a slew of other games, including playoffs and wild cards, etc. But if you go from December 19th until January 1st this year, well, January 1st will be next year.
Yeah.
18 games. You only go 3 days without a college football playoff game or an NFL game with massive significance.
I saw this. I mean, that's obviously huge. I mean, it's going to be wild, the amount of stuff there is to talk about. I mean, there's going to be some great games. But why is this different from any time before? Like, what kind of margin was there between, like, how much downtime typically are we talking?
For,
like, during that time of year? Like, isn't it always kind of a busy?
Not like that. Like you go however many days that is from the 19th until January 1st, and you only have 3 days of no football at that level. Man, that's heaven.
Yeah,
get your honeydews done now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and then the NFL games that you have stacked in there. I mean, there's Texans Ravens. Obviously, we're going to be looking at that. Texans Chiefs in the mix during this 2-week period. That's pretty damn incredible. I'm looking forward to this 12-team college football playoff. I guess I have
8 college football playoff games in that stretch.
Yeah,
8.
That's insane. I haven't thought about it.
8.
This is a great observation by you. Meshing this with the NFL schedule. We are going to be freaking football drunk off our ass.
8 playoff games in college football? You kidding me?
Yeah.
One other thing here as we play the hits. I almost forgot. No, I didn't, but it seems like it. The NBA Finals start tonight.
People did.
The NBA. Figgy, you ready?
Oh, that's tonight.
You remember the finals?
I know it was tonight.
It starts tonight.
I forgot, honestly, until I saw you put it in the rundown. I was like, oh, yeah, but I never know what day it is.
I love it. I'm really in on these. We've talked about it. I'm really in on these finals. I think it's awesome. But Jason Kidd was asked about Luka and asked about legacy and all that.
Oh, boy.
Let's tap the brakes a little bit.
You've talked about Luka in the highest of company. Dirk, Luka, if Luka wins a ring this year, does he have a shot at the claim greatest Maverick ever?
Yes.
He's amazing. I think he has some Kobe tendencies in terms of clutch and killer. But, come on, Dirk. And everybody knows how much I hate the Mavs, but Dirk... That dude
He won a chip?
21 years and won a championship. Played 21 years.
Against the super team, man.
Yes. Against the super team.
LeBron super team.
Luka would have to win another. Let's not even count his first yet, by the way. They're underdogs.
This is so weird to me.
This is Jason Kidd saying it.
Jason Kidd saying that right there. Like, greatest Maverick ever. What did he say 2 weeks ago? Greatest duo in NBA history?
Yeah. Maybe he just speaks in superlatives.
I mean, he is feeling this situation.
He is
right
feeling
now.
it.
And you know what? I don't necessarily hate him for it because
I'm glad he's got his guys' backs.
Yeah, no, I mean that's cool, but I think it's more or less like he's really recognized and maybe even relieved to see the change in Kyrie Irving from how he's morphed, as a Cav to a Celtic, now to a Maverick. He's looking at himself. You talk about like D'Amico Ryan's looking in the mirror at a guy like Al Shire. I think Jason Kidd's got the ability to do that with Doncic and Kyrie Irving. He's feeling himself in that regard. And so he's got a little bit of a different opinion, a stronger opinion on those things. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You talk about having strong opinions. We talked about this guy a little bit earlier, but overreactions, typical for this time of year. But I think this rookie actually provides some stability at a vital position for the Texans. We'll get into that next at Sports Radio 610.
Could the Astros really be sellers at the trade deadline? GM Dana Brown is confident they won't.
It would have to really fall apart for that to happen. I mean, the pitching would have to be struggling. The hitters would have to be struggling. And if there's any sign of hope, I can't see us doing it.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Lefties Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell are struggling, and Snell is hurt, maybe because they missed spring training looking for a contract. They and their agents take some of the blame for that, but that doesn't change the fact that baseball's free agency calendar is broken. Players are underperforming, and teams are wasting money. Something has to change for the good of everybody. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Since 2004, men choose Andro 400 for one reason: results.
It has really worked. I've lost 35 pounds. It's just unbelievable. I never lost weight like that easily in my life.
Congratulations, Stephen, on losing 35 pounds. Now, listen to Leonard's results.
So when I went to my doctor, I was telling him about your product, Andro 400, and he said that it was okay for me to take it. So I started taking it. I just came back from the doctor yesterday. I'm down to 190 from 236, and he told me to continue to doing what I'm doing.
Outstanding, Leonard, losing 46 pounds. Guys, if achieving results like losing belly fat, gaining energy, and improving testosterone levels are what you're looking for, then get Andro 400. We guarantee the results. Start today and get free shipping. Go to andro400.com. andro400.com. andro400.com.
Hear that? That's the new sound of golf, and it's coming to Space City. Catch Live Golf Houston from the 7th to the 9th of June and watch Brooks Koepka, Bryson DeChambeau, and Anthony Kim take on hometown hero Patrick Reed in golf's Global League with a headline concert from Macklemore on Saturday night. Tickets are flying, so get yours at livegolf.com. That's LIV golf.com.
What's good, Houston? Clint Stoerner here. Check this out. Have you ever found yourself in an Uber or Lyft and suddenly, bam, out of nowhere, you get hit? If that's you, pick up the phone, call Mo Karam Law Firm at 281-222-2222. Whatever you do, don't wait. Rideshare accidents happen, and when they do, they're more than just a bad day. It ruins your week. Hell, sometimes it ruins your month. But remember, whether you were catching a ride or behind the wheel, you got rights, and Mo Karam Law can help you. In fact, when it comes to rideshare accidents, there's one name I trust, and that's Mo Karam Law Firm. They've earned the stripes, folks. They've earned the stripes as Houston's rideshare attorneys. These guys don't just talk the talk, man. They walk the walk when they take on these massive insurance companies. And the best part, they're fighting for everyday folks just like you and just like me. Don't get lost in all the insurance jargon and paperwork. Don't be intimidated by attorneys representing those big insurance companies. Just give Mo Karam Law a call, 281-222-2222. It's a free chat. They got you back. If they don't win, you don't pay. It's simple as that. In a rideshare accident, call rideshare attorneys at Mo Karam Law, 281-222-2222.
John Lopez here. The Auto Awards are in, and Cars.com named D&M Auto Leasing the top leasing company in the U.S. for the 10th year in a row. But there's more. Cars.com also ranked D&M the top dealership in the Southwest region of the United States. Regardless of vehicle make, for the client experience, they are the best. They earn the top marks over all mainstream brands, luxury, new and used cars, all of it. Call today or visit online, dmautoleasing.com, and start saving.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Houston's summer is hard on our AC systems. Intense heat and humidity require extra maintenance and care. At Air Specialist, our professional AC tune-up is only $49 and comes backed by our no breakdown guarantee. We don't just fix problems, we prevent them. For expert AC service, call the Air Specialist. Excellent quality at a fair price.
John Lopez here for the Loken Group. That's the Loken Group at Keller Williams Platinum. I get to brag a little more about Lance and Karina Loken and all the success stories that come in literally every week. How about Natalie? Natalie and her family found their home selling experience with the Loken Group to be, in a word, effortless. Their hard work and attention to detail made all the difference in the world, and the end result spoke volumes. The property sold in record time, and that's why Natalie believes the Loken Group is the gold standard when it comes to any and all real estate transactions. You got to do it too. We sold our last home with the Loken Group, and it was just like Natalie, a fantastic experience. If you're looking to sell your home on a strict timeline, the Loken Group's all-cash offer just might be for you. In fact, they will guarantee to sell your home at a price and a date that you agree upon, or else they'll just buy it. They are the best. Call the Loken Group today, 281-861-4624. That's 281-861-4624. I say it all the time. Go with the Loken Group and start packing.
Foster grandparent volunteers change lives one child at a time by providing emotional support, mentorship, and tutoring.
These volunteers are role models and friends for children with exceptional needs at organizations such as schools, daycares, and juvenile correction facilities. If you would like to become a foster grandparent volunteer, or if your organization would like to partner with the program, visit our website today. The Foster Grandparent Volunteer Program, strengthening our community from one generation to another.
Sponsored by Texas Health and Human Services.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Well, Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares, and they may be able to help you too. If you were misled into signing a timeshare agreement that is a lifetime commitment, if you were told timeshare is a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a timeshare exit information kit, which reveals how the timeshare industry works and what your options are for cancellation. Simply call Wesley right now and they will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. See how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Again, 800-761-0000.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
12 o'clock hour, Sports Radio 610. You're in the loop. I'm Sean Bijani. He's John Lopez. Couple hours before we talk to them boys on the drive. Make sure you keep it here. Twitch, YouTube. You can watch, obviously, this show every day. Sports Radio 610. Just search it up on the Twitch and YouTube. Hit us up via the text line on the chats. 713-572-4610. Talked about overreactions this time of year. I don't think I'm overreacting to like Damian Pierce, who I talked about earlier, why I'm looking forward to him, not just because of the body change. It's really more about, like, we've already seen what he can do at the NFL level. I mean, there ain't no projection needed. The trepidation, the little worry, concern that we had, like, what's Derek Stingley going to look like in the NFL when Texans drafted him? What's C.J. Stroud going to look like? You already know. Kamari Lassiter, we're getting a pretty damn good taste about what this guy, can do for a few reasons. We've seen OTAs, we've seen mandatory minicamp. This dude is running with the ones. They put him in that situation. I think a lot of teams do with some of the younger guys just to see what they can handle. Let's just see.
I don't think that's the case here.
I think the expectation is, you know what, we're going to go get a guy that can legitimately compete with C.J. Henderson and a Jeff Okudah. And, I mean, it's a win-win for the Texans. They believe in all of those guys. Otherwise, they don't go out and get those guys.
Yeah.
But this is arguably one of the most competitive cornerback rooms that the Texans have featured in quite a while, since I can remember.
I mean, maybe. We still don't know what Okudah and Henderson are. They haven't been busts, but they've been in the neighborhood.
Relative to being top 5 picks, though.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Talent-wise.
Yeah, between Henderson, but Okudah and Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter now, in the second round. I mean, there's a lot of talent there. There's a lot of guys that have played big-time college football. There's a lot of guys that, have all of the talent. It's just not been tapped yet. And who better to do that than D'Amico Ryans, but guys like Corey Undlin and Dino Vasso and, the Texans secondary coaches. I mean, there's a reason why.
Yeah.
I forget who said it the other day. I think it was Joe Mixon talking about his running back coach, Danny Barrett.
Yeah.
Like, he's made it through all of these different regime changes. There's usually one guy that sticks. Well, for the Texans, it hasn't just been Danny Barrett. It's been Dino Vasso as well. It's been Frank Ross as well. Like, the guys, the position coaches, you don't really pay any mind to. You don't pay any attention
that's D'Amico being really, really fair in just judging anybody who's a candidate.
You could be fair, but you have to be right.
No, for sure. But what I'm saying, I give D'Amico a lot of credit on that, but I'm going to set that aside because we're talking about Lassiter and the cornerback room, et cetera. I'm not going to get too giddy, but I'm going to get a little giddy.
Yeah,
because if I get too giddy and, oh, my God, your mind starts to wander. And, like, could you imagine, I asked you guys this before the show, could you imagine if Kamari Lassiter is better than Steven Nelson? I'm not saying elite. I'm not saying shut down, quote-unquote, corner, but I'm saying clearly like a high-level cornerback opposite Derek Stingley. This defense and the potential it has goes off the charts.
Yeah.
Like off the chart. Because you know what the front's going to be, you think. And based on their recent production with, Will Anderson and obviously Daniil Hunter.
Yeah, you know what you got.
And all that.
I don't know if you know exactly what it's going to be more time because they're deep up front.
You know what Derek Stingley is going to be. You know at least what two linebackers are going to be. And they run two linebackers a lot here with Christian Harris, which, by the way, D'Amico had a lot of great things to say about him, too, and he might just be reaching another level. And you know what, obviously, Al-Shaair is? The big question mark is if you know you're going to have, like I said, a next-level cornerback opposite Derek Stingley, hell, man. I mean, what are the possibilities with this defense?
Why does Lassiter have to be better than Steven Nelson? Like, why is that the bar? Because Nelson was damn good last year.
Yes, and that's why. That's why I mentioned him by name, because he was better than all of us thought. He wasn't elite. So if you're just better than that, you're pushing a very elite level, or at least in the neighborhood of elite. And all of a sudden, you got two cornerbacks like that. You got two guys on the edge that are putting pressure on the quarterback. You got the middle of the defense with who knows how well it's going to play. You got J.J. Watt over there, tapping his fingers on the table saying, I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Man. Almost forgot about that one.
You got all of a sudden this becomes a defense that all of a sudden if your mind wanders, you're going, ooh,
Yeah.
It might be just as good or close to what the offense is going to be.
Yeah, I gave you the stat earlier. The Texans, what did I say? Bottom third in pass defense last season, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they were number one in fewest touchdowns allowed in the air.
Yeah.
By a lot, really. I mean, they gave up 17 touchdowns in the air. There was maybe two teams with 18, one with 20, and everybody else had a lot. I mean, there's some big numbers out there. But in terms of total defense, they were still in a large way, very kind of middling, upper half of the in the NFL of total defense. There's a lot of room for improvement there, and I think the Texans addressed key positions and got better.
Yeah,
like with Daniil Hunter, like with Al-Shaair. I think just creating better competition, not just throwing bodies in there, but better competition, as we're talking about with corner.
Yeah.
There's probably some things that we wish they would have maybe more seriously addressed. We talked about safety, maybe a defensive tackle. I don't know if you're sold on Danico Autry, being that guy.
It's a TBD for me, personally, yeah.
But we'll see. Yeah, it's very TBD. Who do you think, because you brought up Christian Harris, who do you think gets lost the most with all of the change?
Who do I what the most?
Who do we think gets lost the most with all of this change that the Texans have undergone this offseason that we need to be paying a little bit more attention to, that would, under normal circumstances, when you don't have Diggs and Mixon and Hunter and Shire and all these cats here, that would normally command woo, hey, look at that cat.
On a bad team, Christian Harris would be like, hey now, look what he did last year. He might take another step. He's really just kind of getting his feet under him. Etc. But on a good team, when you add all those guys we've just been talking about, he gets lost. I think Christian Harris gets lost. And oh, by the way, D'Amico Ryans played that position. He maybe not exactly depending on the defense he was running, but he played when they go two linebacker. He's on the field. He played that position. And D'Amico Ryans was talking about Christian Harris, and so. I think so we saw the leap that he took last year. I always do that. Last year with D'Amico Ryans' defense. If he takes another step, then all of a sudden, if these two things happen, Christian Harris takes just a marginal step forward, and Kamari Lassiter becomes a better version of Steven Nelson, and certainly a younger version, but even a better, who knows what the possibilities are. I think Christian Harris gets lost sometimes. I really do.
I could see that, but I didn't ask that question that way because I was trying to like goad you into saying Christian Harris, but I felt like people kicked the linebacker position, like that position group, under the rug last year. Like, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Denzel Perryman, it'll be fine. Christian Harris year 2, it'll be fine. Nobody expected Blake Cashman, the special teams ace, to like take the lead and be literally the best linebacker for the entirety of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody expected that.
No, you're right.
And you saw how important it was that, I know Christian Harris came on late last season, but the problem was it was late last season. Denzel Perryman, I feel like, left a lot to be desired for the type of guy that you thought you were getting at linebacker.
Yes.
Far too comfortable. And I don't think there's reason for you to feel that way about Al Shire this year. I mean, you saw he was a biatch against the Texans when he was with the Titans last season. You saw with your own eyes. But one of the guys that I was thinking of was Jalen Petrie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he went through it last year. He got benched.
They have his back.
But you need to see a lot more. And he's playing alongside a guy that you need to see a lot more, like literally a lot more from in Jimmy Ward, because that dude, half the year he doesn't play football because he's hurt. Literally for 3 years in a row, where's that guy been?
Yeah.
And you know how valuable he is in that room, but he's even more valuable on the field. The numbers proved it out. Just the way that they played last year proved it out. When he's on the field and healthy, it's a different ballgame. I think the Texans were 3-1 in games played and started by, Petrie, Stingley, Ward, and Nelson. It only happened 4 times last year.
Yeah.
Maybe 5 times, I think, and not even really complete games. It's like, they started, but then boom, Jimmy Ward got hurt. Or boom, Jalen Petrie got hurt. Had to come out. Whatever. Something happened.
I think we're going to talk about a lot of these guys, and we are right now.
Yeah.
But there are certain guys on this team that, as much as I might have an opinion on how they're looking, on what they're doing, get into training camp and preseason, we're all going to have opinions on what we see. The reality is, get back to me week 4 or week 5.
Yeah,
Jalen Petrie is on that list. Get back to me week 4 or week 5 when we see it, when it really matters, when everybody's playing their best, when the games, real games are on the line. Jalen Petrie's on that list. Henry To'o is on that list.
Oh, good one. Yeah.
Dameon Pierce is on that list. I get what you're saying about Dameon Pierce, but get back to me week 4, week 5, and we can talk about him until then, but until we really know what he's going to be.
Kenyon
Green is on that list.
Maybe at the top.
One. Yeah, that's a great. Titus Howard is on that list because Titus Howard could have played tackle last year. They put him at guard. I mean, I don't care what they think of him and the money they paid him.
I understood that.
Yeah.
I understood.
Yeah, we talked about this before.
There was so much movement, so many injuries that, hey, George Fant's doing a pretty freaking good job at right tackle. Like, he can't play guard.
But you're paying him $30 million or whatever it is.
I know, but what did they keep saying last year?
Yeah.
We're putting the best 5 guys on the field.
Well, then why'd you're like, it's one or the other.
Well,
like either you paid him, enough to be the right tackle that is one of the best 5 guys, or he's not good enough to be your tackle.
Yeah, it's subjective, right?
You know what I mean?
He's one of the best 5 guys when he's playing the position that he's supposed to be in.
He was hurt. I get he was hurt. He had the hand, and then he had the knee, and all that. But even between that, when he was playing, you paid him like a right tackle, an elite right tackle, and you put him at guard.
That does.
Get back to me week 4 or week 5.
Would you say that has the strongest potential of being?
Yes, I know what you're asking.
All right, let me finish. Let's see. Does that have the strongest potential of being like Nick Casario's biggest mistake?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
John Mechie is on that list.
Okay.
John Mechie might light up. He might light up the preseason. They were mentioning him. A couple of people. D'Amico mentioned him. Somebody else. Figgy might have been Stefan. Talking about the other guys.
Stroud always talks about Mech.
Stroud. He is stuck to Stroud like glue. And probably good
Mechie,
professional advice.
Stroud, Will Anderson, Tank Dell. They're all real close.
Yeah. But in terms of get back to me week 4, week 5. I think Mechie's on that list.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of any others here. But no, I think Petrie, they love him. They want him to succeed. no one more than Nick Caserio, and really, D'Amico Ryans talks about him very fondly as well. I mean, is there anybody else you can think? But those 5 guys for sure.
In terms of biggest mistake potential, Kenyon Green's atop that list certainly. But the other one, that's who I was going to get to. We already talked about him, but not in that vein. I would say Kenyon Green next to Titus Howard would maybe be a strong candidate for biggest mistake by Nick Caserio, but that to me is a little unfair. I heard Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner talking yesterday about. I think it was Ron who said something to the effect, and he can call me out if I'm misrepresenting this, but he was a little surprised that D'Amico Ryans kind of gave it a go with Kenyon Green in the sense that. This guy ain't been able to get it together yet, man. He's been hurt. He ain't showed up in shape and all this stuff and, excuse on top of excuse. You think a new head coach comes in and he wants his guys. D'Amico wasn't here. He didn't draft that cat.
Exactly. He could cut bait.
Sure, but why?
Yeah.
Why? Who's he in direct alignment with? Who does he view football through the same lens as?
You're talking about Nick Caserio?
Yeah, he's the one that drafted him.
But see, they really I just love that they've come together and had that same lens. They've reached that point. A lot of times that doesn't happen. They never really knew each other.
Yeah.
They said it.
Yeah.
Before Nick Caserio sat up there and said, if they want me to leave, I'll leave. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what he said.
Hey, I know. I talked to Patrick about that very thing last night, and he pulled this Northeastern stuff on me, but it made sense. He was like, he's from the Northeast, I'm from the Northeast, just the way we kind of we talk. And sometimes people from the South don't really understand it. Maybe what Caserio was really saying is that, hey, I'm going to put everything I have into this job. And if I can't get it done, then I'm going to recognize the fact that it's just not for me and I'm going to leave. Whereas I think we took it because we'd literally been here and watched this through the bleep show that it was for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
And said well, man, if he's saying if he can't work with the head coach, then he's going to be gone, as if he's not really the one calling the shots here. This is more of a by committee thing.
I'm not buying Pat's story here. Patrick Creighton's story here. That was pretty clear, man.
I think there's an element to that. Caserio was a wordsmith as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a wordsmith.
Yeah.
One thing that I do know, and I do believe, it, as you said, has worked out better than we ever could have dreamed. Who knew Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans would?
It's really the story of the team, of the organization.
Yeah.
It's
incredible, man. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. If you'd like to weigh in on that, we can get to some of your reaction. I'm sure a lot of reaction coming up next. It's time for Lunchtime Confessions. We'll see what J-Lo's got up under his sleeve next.
Stefan Diggs. back on Payne and Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Oh, yeah, lunchtime confessions. J-Lo, you got a laundry list going on over
I
here.
do have a laundry list going on. I got a lot of confessions to make, people.
What's going on? I got a few, but I
got a lot of. Figgy's got a couple. So let's get to them right here. Most days, and you know this, I stay. I know how old I am, but I never feel old. Man, I felt like an old a little while ago.
Like an old?
Boy, did I feel like an old.
Why?
Because I was, scrolling through Twitter, going through all my stuff here, and I had to turn to Figgy. And Figgy, I think I told you, what does it's on site mean?
Oh, yeah.
What does it's on site mean? Because Angel Reese was asked about Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
And I had a hunch I knew what it was, but she said, it's on site the next time she sees Caitlin Clark. So it's on site means it's basically, like we used to say, it's on.
Yeah, when I see you, it's on. No matter what.
Like a fight?
Yeah.
Damn.
So if me and Bijani got some beef going on and I really don't see him, and I say, you know what, it's on site. When I see you, it's on site. Like wherever it is, we could be in a grocery store.
It's going down.
We could be in church.
So
it's on site.
You're like meshing the two together. It's like one, I'm going to kick your ass, and then two, that's going to happen the next time I see you.
Yes.
Wherever it is.
Yeah. Wherever it is, it's on site. Because sometimes people have issues with people, and it might be the wrong place. Like I ain't trying to fight you in the grocery store or corner store or something like that, but this one is like wherever I don't care where we at.
Yeah.
It's on site. It's like the old school WWF hardcore, 24-hour hardcore champion.
Yeah.
Where wherever you are, man, you got to defend that title.
It's going to be on
site.
I'm going to start using that.
It's on site, yeah. It's going to be on site with whatever, like, in regards to freaking Angel Reese, man. She's down for whatever.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I just have a question before I spill the beans on this one. Do you guys ever have to like muscle through like TV shows that are absolute trash, but you just sit down with your wife, like regardless, and you don't watch it, but you just let her do her thing, and maybe you peek up a little bit, but you just get something else just so she gets it out of her system?
Not all the time, but yes.
Yeah, I do it. I do it sometimes. I have the option of going in the other room and doing something else, but sometimes if she want to just spend time with me, I just sit on the couch and watch. 911 is one of those shows that
911.
You don't like that?
I don't like it. It's too cheesy, man.
Yeah.
And I like those type of shows, man. I'm a Law and Order guy. I like.
Is it a TV series or is it?
It's a TV series.
Not the documentary type one.
Okay,
He's
that's
talking
the
about
one I used to
It's a
watch.
TV series.
It's
It's a series on Fox.
Yeah.
I think one of them actually moved to ABC. But
so what's yours?
So I made this confession last night and got berated by one of our listeners, Tony. Shout out to Tony. That once or twice a week, I walk in. I work late at night. I get home about 11:30, 11:45. I walk in at least a couple times a week to my wife watching 90 Day Fiancé.
Oh my goodness!
So you guys are very familiar with that. I don't mind it. I know the show's crap. I despise it. I can't stand it. I don't know why she's interested in it. But, it's my time to decompress, kind of chill. I would like to watch SportsCenter or just a movie or Seinfeld or something. But I suck it up, and Tony just killed me last night. He was like, "You've lost control of the household. Who wears the pants in your family?" That whole kind of a thing.
I don't mind that.
I confess, I do it kind of like Figgy said. I just want to spend time with my wife. I don't care what she watches.
Yeah. But see, the thing is, being married, you gotta take some stuff on the chin, man. She gonna do it for you.
Yeah.
Like, look, I'm a seafood guy.
Street.
I'm a seafood guy. She don't like seafood at all.
You know how many fishing shows my wife watches?
Yeah, you know how many seafood restaurants my wife had to go to and eat chicken strips?
Or is in the presence of you.
Yes.
Not necessarily watching it, but she's
I'm like,
there.
ooh, port protection. She goes, yeah.
What?
Port protection, Alaska?
Port protection?
Oh,
what is that?
Should win every Emmy.
Oh, man.
I'm out.
All the Emmys.
I'm out.
All the Emmys.
God bless her.
Port protection, Alaska.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, I'm a bit disappointed that JJ Redick didn't get this Lakers job, man.
Really?
I wanted to see it crash and burn,
The
man.
train wreck?
Yeah. To me, this reminds me of this person in school that used to talk so much trash, how he can fight. And you just want to see this dude get in the fight and get his ass whooped. I was disappointed he didn't get this job, man. He talked so much trash. I just wanted him to get that job and see it go to crap.
It's not officially official, right?
Yeah, Woj reported it. Which, by the way, that's kind of a dovetail off of your point, your confession, Figgy.
Talks can fall through.
Mine, my confession is, I don't know why. I don't have anything against Shams, but I was just kind of glad. I was liking how Woj just kind of put it on the table.
Who do you think you are? I am.
Who do you think you are? I am. Regarding his report with JJ, now we know we know it's going to be. Unless something crazy happens.
I mean, talks could fall through. You never know.
Unless something crazy happens.
Either way, it's going to be entertaining.
Dan Hurley.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I didn't come here to fight Sean Bijani, so just take it in the spirit in which I'm saying it.
See you on site, bro.
It's on site. It's on site. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
All right.
Since being suspended, Ronald Blanco is 1-2. With a 4.67 ERA and has given up 3 home runs in his last 3 starts. Just saying.
Hey, do you think you're like needling me in the side or something? I said the same thing last night on my show.
Good for you.
And as soon as I said it, like we had a handful of texts like, "Are you out of your mind?" Okay.
Okay, let's look at the numbers.
Yeah, that's exactly
7-1 with a 2.09 in his first 8 starts. 7-1 with a 2.09. Glove gets taken away, illegal substance, 1-2 with a 4.67.
100%. I said, kind sir or ma'am, are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
Because through the first 8 starts, as you said, Ronald Blanco was pitching like a Cy Young Award candidate.
Yes.
And look, he hasn't necessarily been like ass the last 2 starts.
Yeah.
But a combined 8 earned runs in 10 1/3 innings pitched. That is not anywhere close to the guy that we saw.
Yeah.
That is like early season Spencer Arrighetti, early season Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
JP France getting destroyed. Maybe not a little Blair Hinley, but it's at a bad time where he kind of falls back down to earth. So I'm with you. I think that's something to keep an eye on. But like, don't troll me, because Dana Brown is right in this sense that, hey, Hunter and Spencer Arrighetti have been pitching far much more like they needed them to here recently, the last 3 starts. So I'm with you on that one, actually.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I confess that I have no earthly idea what the hell I'm going to do tomorrow.
Tomorrow's your anniversary.
Tomorrow is my 13-year wedding anniversary.
Yeah.
Now, I responsibly, smartly, have taken the day off.
Good for you.
So I will not be here doing Area 45 tomorrow night. Won't be here doing a damn thing tomorrow. Taking the day off. I just don't know what the hell I'm going to do.
You've come to the right person. I'm not good at a lot, but I'm good at using the theme. Use the theme of the anniversary years. Like each year has a gift theme. The first year is paper. I was telling somebody the other day, write a handwritten letter about what she means and what she does. First year anniversary.
Like it.
Just a couple of other examples. 5th year anniversary is wood. Maybe redo a piece of furniture.
I check that box.
You know, that she liked or whatever. I know the 12th anniversary, the 11th anniversary is steel. Get creative with something, like that.
It's getting more expensive, bro.
You know what the 13th anniversary? 13th anniversary.
Hit me with it.
You're in luck. 13th anniversary might be the best in terms of like the themes, the gifts that should be.
All right.
Lace.
Lace?
Oh,
hello.
As in, yes,
yeah.
lace.
Okay.
Lace.
Man, so I need to go hit up like Zone de Erotica or something, huh?
Everybody wins.
Does that exist?
Everybody
Fenty.
wins.
Go to Fenty.
It's lace, everybody. But you got to also put some thought behind it. Don't just get her lingerie.
Yeah.
Maybe get her something lacy like for the table, like new...
I ain't not buying no damn doily.
No, like a placemat or something, or something.
He about to have you in Michael's.
or get like a candle, a beautiful candle with the lace candle holder.
I got
or whatever.
you. Yeah.
Lace, but everybody wins on the 13th anniversary.
Everybody
wins.
I say you go to a spa. It's a place I went to for my wife's birthday, and it's called Gangdom Spa. It's over I want to say Tourist Katy somewhere.
Yeah.
We spent all day there, man. They got a restaurant in there. You could chill. They got different spa rooms you could go to.
You got to have appointments for that stuff, don't you?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You got a day?
You don't. We just walked in.
Yeah.
Nope. You just walked in, pay the price, and then you there all day.
All right.
Massage chairs.
Damn.
You get the change. You put on like some uniform they got there, and just have fun.
Figure,
man.
what are you doing? It's Lace, man. He doesn't get this chance for another 5 years.
He looked uncomfortable when you said Lace.
No, hell, nobody's uncomfortable with us.
I'm giving them a second option.
All right. 832 said send her flowers, Sean. That is a good.
Oh yeah, get a slap in the face. That's it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, yesterday I was pressured, man. I was pressured yesterday. So I went to Atomic Wings and I met up with my dude, Lil Flip. Flip.
I saw a video.
Yeah. He was on his way there. He hit me up. He said, "Hey, I'm on my way. I'm close. Hey, we got to take some shots." I'm like, "What?"
Wow, you took shots?
I took some shots, man. Took 2 tequila shots, man.
Is this after the show?
Yeah, this was after show.
Okay.
Yeah, after the show. But I usually don't drink like that, man.
Yeah.
On a Wednesday.
How did it hit you?
I kind of got a headache this morning, man. I was wondering, I'm like, why do I feel like meh? But in my mind, I was thinking like, man, I ain't gonna drink nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But he came in, he was passing out cups and all this. I'm like, man, I guess I got to take a shot.
What was the celebration? Just like cuz
he said so I guess he did an interview with somebody, and he said he just wanted to celebrate the interview. So we chilled at the Atomic Wings, ate some wings and all that stuff. Had a good time, but I usually don't like taking shots during the week like that, man. I'm way past that.
I love a good stiff drink or 5, but weekdays are tough.
On a Wednesday?
Yeah, weekdays are tough.
Yeah. All right, that's
These are my confessions.
That's gonna do it for confessions. I'm telling you guys nothing else. But I appreciate the advice for my anniversary.
It's the 13th. It's
Gang
late.
don't spa.
Don't overthink it.
I want to do everything. I want to go out to
Do
eat.
both.
I want to go to a spa. I'm definitely doing the lace now that I know that it's a thing for 13 especially. So I will not give you guys an update on Monday.
Spa.
All right, coming up next, are the Astros really serious if they don't do this? Next.
CJ's. Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
You're in the loop at Sports Radio 610. I'm Sean Bijani, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig here as well. Got you till 2 o'clock, baby. Astros tonight. Going to be opening up another 3-game series that they've at least got to win the series. I would like to see them start an actual winning streak.
Yeah.
Patrick at nighttime likes to go full on Major League. You know,
one game is a win.
Yeah. It has happened before.
Thank you, Patrick.
I love that. He's so great at dropping movie lines, and I'm terrible at recognizing them, but I do know Major League.
That's called a streak.
We'll see if they could start one tonight. The Astros hitting the road. They've got 3 games against the drug dealers that hail from Anaheim, which represent Los Angeles. And then they've got the oh boy, do they have the Detroit Meows after?
Yes, they have the Angels,
San Francisco Giants,
then
that's
the
who it is.
Giants.
Yep.
And then they have the Tigers, then the White Sox, thankfully.
Yeah.
For 3, and then Orioles. It's a little up and down, Orioles are
very up and down.
Legit. By the way, that was a confession that was left on the cutting room floor. I'll say it right here because it ties in with the baseball conversation, and it ties in with my big point on what you just mentioned. Are we allowed to give the Yankees credit? They are awesome.
Yeah.
Like, they are.
Why not?
Kicking.
Juan Soto, man.
My goodness.
You have to, and by the way,
that wasn't even a fair trade. How they got him, man.
But Garrett Cole hasn't thrown one single solitary pitch.
That's
this
my
season.
point. That's one of the things I was going to say.
I forgot about him.
They have won 25. They're 25 games over 500. 25 games over 500 on June 6th. Garrett Cole had a rehab. Is it last night or tonight? He's got a rehab assignment.
It was last night.
Yeah.
Because I saw the post. His wife was in attendance, and somebody had hit a foul ball, and she caught it.
Oh, good for her.
Like on a ball that Garrett had pitched. Like, it's weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Luis Gil, Cy Young, 8-1, 1.8 or something ERA.
Oh, yeah.
Just ridiculous.
He's literally in the midst of rewriting the history books.
It'd be fun when they choke, though, in the postseason.
Well, yeah. They have been the Dallas Cowboys of Major League Baseball, right? They put together some great regular seasons, and they're doing it in the AL East, which has been like an incredibly difficult division for a handful of years. I feel like at least since this stretch run the Astros have been on for the last 7 years or so. But yeah, the Astros entering in a big stretch, man. They've got to figure out a way to win some ball games consistently. I think that we really need to not temper our expectations, but demand they are followed through with Dana Brown. Because, the aggressive guy that he says he was going to be when he took this job more than a year and a half ago now, I think it is, we have not seen him do anything, literally anything, in which he could sign his name on, put pen to paper on, and say, I did this. Not Josh Hader.
No.
That was Crane.
Yeah.
And even the mistakes, that was Jim Crane. That was before he'd gotten here with the Montero contract, with the Jose Abreu contract, that acquisition. Dana Brown, for a guy who was telling you, you know what, depth-wise, we're fine. Yes, it's been eaten into a little bit, but we're fine. Look at Arrighetti. Look at Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And then literally in the same breath says, we're always looking for pitching.
Yeah.
We're always looking for it. If you're always looking for pitching and you've already gone through this, my God, you really must be in the hunt for a first baseman.
Mm-hmm.
You really must be in the market for a reliever.
Yeah.
Somebody to eat those innings, which you're still sub 200 on from the absences of Ryan Stanek and Phil Maton. And, oh, yeah, Hector Neris.
Mm-hmm.
And I know those guys aren't, like, exactly killing it right now, but you've got to make a move now, because right now I feel like as bad as they've been, J-Lo, one thing's guaranteed. You're a buyer right now, and you've got until July 31st. With what? They have resources. They've got resources. They have an influx of talent on both the major league roster and in the minor leagues in the outfield. They have the talent to do it. Now you've got to
not like you should.
What do you mean?
Like not like a major league team should if they're buyers.
They're not like the Orioles farm system or anything.
Yeah, and they're not like the Astros were.
They're not like they used to be. You're right, but I don't know. Some way, somehow they have top 100 prospects per Baseball America or Baseball Prospectus or whatever you go by. But damn if they don't have guys that seem to regularly contribute on a major league roster here and there and everywhere else in between on a routine basis over this dynastic 7-year stretch run.
There's one thing that is keeping me from ever saying they should be a buyer, and it's the Astros. And you mentioned what Patrick Creighton said last night. Can you win? Can you sweep a series?
Yeah.
They haven't. I mean, they have won all year. If you think you are a presumed contender or a soon-to-be contender, sweep a damn series, man. If you think you're going to be a buyer, sweep a series.
Yeah,
they're going to face the California Angels. And it's in Anaheim. I mean, it's in LA. Whatever they are now.
And he just went California Angels. Damn.
Can you? Because all they are right now is a big tease. Like how many times have we sat here and said, maybe they look pretty good here. The pitching's coming around. Oh, Bregman's getting a little hot now. Hey, how about this? How about that? Back it up with some wins, man.
Yeah.
Like, don't be all they've been all year long is a tease. They have one stretch, and in the entire season where they've won 4 games in a row, and they won 5 in a row, round about the A's series. They beat somebody else in there, too. That's it. If you're a contender, act like one.
Yeah. Well, they beat the Rockies twice after that team meeting in Chicago.
Then what happened? That's one of the part of the
tease.
Had
the good series.
I remember sitting here talking, hey, Rockies, okay, maybe this is the nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Look, they fell in their face hard against 2 teams that it was a proving ground, like a litmus test type, back-to-back series situation where you lost 2 out of 3 to the Mariners. You lost 2 out of 3 to the Yankees. Hell, no, they won one of those games. That was their first and only win against the Yankees this year. I think they're 1-6 against them. But you're right. I mean, at least they went on that stretch where they'd won like 14 out of 21.
Yes.
And that was when they'd gotten within 3.5 games. And now they've taken multiple steps backwards. They do not have the cushion to be able to sustain offensive slumps like they have this season. And look, the encouraging sign is that Yordan seems to be coming back around, though not producing runs. Altuve seems to be coming back around. Yiners hit a homer 3 games in a row.
I'm buying.
Which is great. But, damn, if Bregman don't get hit on the hand Jeff Bagwell style, thank God it's not broken.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker pounds a ball off of his shin. He's missed.
Who knows with Arrighetti's leg?
Rightfully. Thank God, well, we're going to see how they feel. It's up to them how they feel.
God.
Spencer Arrighetti said, this crap hurts. Get me out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
Apparently.
But I mean, my point is, I can get with it, man. I can get with the buying thing if the Astros did something, man.
Yeah.
If they did something to prove that it's not just an up and down, it's a tease, and then it's like, oh no, I guess this isn't the streak, and then they have another streak, and you're like, okay, maybe it's happening, and now we're in the middle of another one. We're like, maybe.
So help yourself.
Just win a series,
but help yourself.
Sweep, I should say.
You're not winning series with this ball club on a routine basis. It hasn't happened. How much more of a sample size do you need? Because I'm the hey, it's early guy because it's baseball. We talk about the same crap every year. It's early.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Especially given the division you're playing in this year. You have to feel like they've got a chance because they are who they are. But help yourself win baseball games and make a move. It doesn't have to be bold for the sake of being bold, John, but it has to be the right move made at the right time. When do you do these things? I mean, hell, the Seattle Mariners fired their bench coach last week, their quote-unquote offensive coordinator. You know why? Because they suck. They don't score runs.
Yeah.
They've scored the fewest runs in the American League for a team that is atop the division. Are you kidding me? And they're atop the division. They're literally the only team that you could say, you know what? They've been a pain in the ass the last few years. Maybe they've put it all together, and they haven't.
Yeah, but and again, my point is, don't do that until you start looking like a team that should be a buyer. Like when they look like a team that should be a buyer? Like, forget that they're the Astros and they've won. They've been to 7 straight, and they don't look like a team based on their record. 2 games here, lose 3 here.
Yeah,
win 5, lose 2. Like, go. Dana Brown himself said, "Hey man, just wait. When we go on that, I think he said 5, 7, 10 games run. Okay." Yeah, do that.
Yeah, show me.
Do that, and then I'm going to say, you know what? They should be buyers. They're not buyers right now. They don't look like a team that should be a buyer.
But they ran it back with the additions of Josh Hader and Victor Caratini this year.
Yeah.
The year before that, they brought 19 back. The year before that, they brought 16 back. The year before that, they brought 14 back. Like, they have guys in the clubhouse that have been there, done that before. They've not been this low since last year. They were 6.5 games out of first place after game 77.
Yeah.
I'm at least waiting till game 77 to see where they're at before I even think about throwing the towel in, because they've got the guys that overcame that powerhouse of a Ranger offense last season, and they took the division literally the final week.
Well, I'm not saying that they're throwing the towel in, or they should throw the towel in. We'll know about that when we get to the trade deadline.
But then you got to be buyers, because you have to inject life into
I don't
this
agree.
team.
I don't agree. I'm not saying they should be throwing in the towel. I'm not saying they should be buyers or sellers. I want to see what they look like by the time we get to July, the 3rd week of July. What I am saying is, if you want to be buyers, start looking like a team that should be buyers, because they don't right now. They don't look like a team that should be buyers.
But maybe you need that piece to help you look like that team.
Well,
that should take a stranglehold of this division, that you were favored to win this year, that you were one of the favorites to win the World Series this year because of the team that you'd built over the course of the last decade.
Yeah.
That's who's representing this team. That's where it's very subjective with what you're saying. Like, if you're looking like a team, what is it? Just play better baseball, and you want to, like, you're good, but you need to get better. Like, you're not good enough, but you should be. So
that's a classic which came first.
Yeah, like chicken or the egg.
Because, like, okay, if we get a guy, then maybe we can be a contender. No, start looking like a contender so you can get a guy and put you over the top.
I just think there's a perfect scenario in which you can get that guy that can make you better, and if it doesn't work, no harm, no foul, because you're paying Jose Abreu's ass to play baseball for you or to not play baseball for you. And by him playing baseball for you, he's really hurting more than he is helping. So get somebody in here that can help. Get somebody in here that can eat innings. Get somebody in here that can pitch high leverage situations that, for whatever reason, you don't want to trust Taylor Scott or Rafael Montero to do, but you're going to ask everything from Brian Abreu, who's pitched 31 times already in 63 games this season for you.
Yeah.
He's on pace for a career high. You're going to kill Ryan Presley. He's 35. Josh Hader's pitching more than 3 outs for the first time in 5 years in the majors. Like, what the hell are we doing?
Exactly.
Coming up next, we're going to take a trip around the NFL. It's on In the Loop next, Sports Radio 610.
Coach D'Amico is pleased.
JBC or Crispy Chicken Sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, final hour of the program. Appreciate you joining us. I'm Sean Bijani. He is John Lopez. Figgy Fig along as well. It's been fun today. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. We're going to take a trip around the NFL. And I had this, and I'm glad you found the story as well.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to really talk about it the way that I wanted to last night. It was just kind of a crazy night. Area 45. It's what we do. It's weird and wacky sometimes. But you found this story regarding Ryan Kelly, who is the NFL representative, player representative for the NFLPA with the
Pro Bowler.
Pro Bowler, yes. Indianapolis Colts. And he weighed in on the 18-game schedule. And what Roger Goodell had to say. I guess he was on Pat McAfee here recently.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm sorry I missed that. I love watching that show. Probably a really interesting conversation. But apparently Goodell was talking about the 18-game schedule. Not that it's imminent, but it's probably going to happen. There's certainly conversations growing. And look, just to get you the boring details out of the way, the CBA is set through the year 2030. But in regards to something like this, it could be amended, it could be changed at any point in time. If the two sides, the NFL, the NFLPA, get together and they say, hey, we're going to do 18 and we're going to lengthen the preseason to 2, we could do that next year.
Yeah.
That could happen if both sides agree. Ryan Kelly had some interesting comments, though, on this, and I think it struck me a little bit differently than it might have you.
If people understood how hard it was to play 16, then they took another one, right? And it's like they get rid of preseason games. Well, okay, who's that going to hurt, right? The guys that don't have a shot, the guys that are the undrafted guys or late-round guys that need to go out there and improve themselves, right? It's not, and I think that the fans see it as like they don't watch the preseason games. Well, they have no idea what goes on inside the building, right? So, 18 games sounds great when Roger's saying it on Pat McAfee podcast, but until you're the one going out there and putting the helmet on for 18 of those games, then come talk to me.
All right.
Okay, so here's my point, and I'm gonna get yours. Obviously, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. That's brutal. It's unfair to expect an NFL player, any human, to play 18 games at that level, especially at that position, and just get brutalized, for 3 hours. He's not wrong. It's unfair. He's also never going to see anything less than 17 games, and he's probably going to see 18 games because that's how they do it. Roger Goodell, for the record, was saying 18-game schedule reduced the preseason to 2 games. Well, that doesn't help anybody. It hurts, as he mentioned, players.
And
what?
That's all he said? There was nothing else? You can't just do that.
Yeah, okay. I was like,
wash your
something?
hands.
No. He's not wrong, but it's never going to happen, and it's probably still going to go up.
Here's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
There has to be an and to that. And what Ryan Kelly is missing as well is, can we please stop taking this at face value? They're going to go to 18 games. They're going to reduce preseason to 2. But, you can kind of miss me with, man, guys aren't going to have the opportunity to do this, that, and the other thing. I call absolute BS on that because there's probably at least a handful of slaps on every NFL roster that don't have a hope and a prayer to make the damn team. And so what is it going to... It's not significantly going to hurt their chances of making a squad if you reduce preseason by 1 game because, one, there is an alternative league now, the NFL, that I think has a much stronger foothold of being a developmental resource for the NFL down the road. So there's that. But there's also this. When you increase the regular season games, you're going to push back the postseason, or you're going to move the season up. There's a lot of different ways you can finagle it.
Yeah.
But one thing that is going to happen, I have to believe this, if the NFLPA is ever going to agree to this, it's going to have to be with the inclusion of an extra bye week.
Well, for sure.
And
Then you're talking a real long season.
It's a real long season, but guess what? You can't tell me about player safety, this, that, and the other thing, and expect these dudes to do exactly what Ryan Kelly just illustrated with those words as he sees it playing out in his mind at face value. Well, it's not going to be that way. Like, I understand it's hard. I understand it's tough. It's grueling, all that stuff. And I don't expect, the elite of the elite athletes to go out there and perform at optimum level for, 19 weeks, 20 weeks out of a season.
Yeah.
I get that. But come on, man. Like, don't tell me I don't understand what it's like. Don't operate as if like this is some secret, service kind of a thing. Like, if we don't know, then peel the curtain back and like, let's see. From a league standpoint, from a player standpoint, stop acting like this is a covert operation every single week. Give the fans a little peek behind the curtain.
It's just brutal. It's harsh. It's tough on everybody. The other thing that the NFL, when this happens, and it may be 2 bye weeks, that might be.
I think it has to.
Because what happens time after time after time, I've been covering the NFL, not as a kid, in this business since 1985.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL always throws a bone. They always throw some bone to the NFLPA, and that bone is going to be, you know what? We'll give you an extra bye week.
Yeah.
We'll make it one preseason game, and then they just take advantage, like as they should.
Yeah.
I mean, they own the world, but they're going to throw a bone and give them a little more money, an extra bye week, one less preseason game, and then they're going to use the hell out of them.
It's going to be interesting. Ryan Kelly's not going to be the only guy to weigh in on this. I'm interested to see what everybody else thinks. Who's the player rep for the Texans, by the way? I feel like I should know this. Figgy, do you have an idea? Do you know who the NFLPA player rep is?
Think who that was.
I don't.
Yeah.
Gosh, I feel like I knew it last year, but it slipped my. It's one of those things. It's kind of out of sight, out of mind.
Jalen Petrie.
Petrie?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I'm Ron Burgundy?
Yeah.
Jalen Petrie? Wow.
According to the NFLPA. Boy, this guy is so locked in on this roster. It's not even funny. They love him. They love him.
Who was it before him?
Now that I don't remember. This is the current one.
Man. Does that have to change year to year?
Case Keenum is the second representative and is now vice president of.
I think I remember something like that.
Keenum must have been it.
Yeah.
So I guess.
Well, Keenum was it last year and Petrie's this year?
Keenum must have been it last year. I'm just speculating, but I think it sounds right. He's now vice president of the NFLPA, so I guess he had to give up his player rep thing.
Yeah.
So he's the alternate. Jalen Petrie now is the guy.
Have you seen these dorks in Philadelphia?
Explain yourself.
Are keeping stats on mandatory minicamp practices.
Yeah.
You've heard the name, and maybe you can help me remember why I know this name. Elliott Shore Parks.
Mm-hmm.
You know the name?
I do, but I can't
I feel like I've seen him on like Around the Horn or one of those shows like that. Elliott Shore Parks is a sports writer up in Philadelphia, covers the Eagles for 94WIP.com, has a podcast, but I feel like I've seen him on like major
I know the name, but
major
not,
TV.
Yeah.
He had these stats after mandatory minicamp with the focus on Channel View native Jalen Hurts. 15 of 20 passing, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception, and he's got the blue check mark, so he can write like a novel on Twitter, and it's good.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, you're going to be looking at it for a while. I mean, just significant breakdown, and one of our friends, they covered the Texans for a little bit here, did a great job for the Houston Chronicle. Brooks Cabina works for The Athletic, covers the Eagles. Just sifting through his Twitter page, Brooks, great job, bro. Not a dork like I thought you would be. No mandatory minicamp stats. Like, I thought as I'm looking at this mess yesterday, it's okay sometimes. Like, maybe it's acceptable for a rookie. Like, if they're doing this with J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota, or if they're doing this with Caleb Williams in Chicago, I guess I could see that.
Maybe.
But even then, I
want to trust my eyes in
minicamp.
Yeah.
Like, get out of here with the stat and the hyperbolic commentaries that follow.
I just want to trust my eyes at minicamp. That's why we're talking about Lassiter and all this other stuff. That is. Who cares? Who cares?
Props to him, I guess. For
no
actually,
props to him
in the sense that you're able to actually follow. I mean, quarterback is easy, the pass attempts and stuff like that. But you know what? I'm going to go and I'm going to see if I can follow around Kamari Lassiter at training camp and see how many PBUs he has. Let me get my TrackMan out and see the expected pass breakup percentage from Kamari Lassiter.
Come on, man. Ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, it's fantastic stuff.
Did you see what happened in Kansas City today?
No. I was going to get to that.
This is very. I don't know. I have not seen. I've seen their name talked about, but I don't know if it's been confirmed, so I'm not going to mention it. But this is always one of those that just kind of gets your attention more than others. The Chiefs canceled their practice today because a player had a, quote, medical emergency and was taken by ambulance to a local hospital. The player is in stable condition. Medical emergency doesn't sound like injury to me. That's why it kind of raises your radar a little bit, antenna, whatever you want to say. So that's something to definitely follow with the Chiefs having one of the players having a medical
the Chiefs
emergency.
Twitter page doesn't have any update, of course, but maybe some of those beat writers will have something for us. The report that I saw was from Ari Merov. Is that how you say his last name? Yeah. So that's definitely going to pique people's interest. I mean, the first people that come to mind is obviously Patrick Mahomes or Travis Kelce.
No, as a backup is what one that I saw, but nevertheless, doesn't matter.
Yeah. When you say Chiefs medical emergency, it's you perk up real quick.
Yeah.
So Texan uniforms rolled out earlier this offseason. I would imagine a handful of other teams. If I remember correctly, you remember Doug Vosick, who was in charge of that whole thing with the Texans, and very awesome in terms of keeping the media up to date with the information and the process and what they were doing. Rather, we love the Texan uniforms. I think, generally speaking,
by and large,
the fan base does.
Yeah.
Well, the Minnesota Vikings rolled out some new uniforms.
Baby.
You love these things.
I love
They're
these uniforms.
alternate uniforms that might rival the best in the league. I don't know. The first picture that I saw from social media, they are pretty sick, man. They dressed it up a lot more than the Texans leaked new uniforms
good for them
did.
because we know how that worked out.
Yeah, I don't know if they had their own issues up there and maybe, the rest of the country got the clean version. But, man, they're all white with just purple number.
That
and
Viking helmet logo is
the helmet is sick. It's all white. Looks like all white matte, like a matte white with a transparent horn.
Yeah, just
on
the outline.
just the outline
of the Viking horn. I'm interested to see what Clint's thoughts are on these. Clint's pretty much my uniform guru. He's got a good beat on these things.
He's all about that stuff.
I told Figgy before the show, I don't know if I'm overreacting. Those look like the best damn uniforms in the league to me. I mean, they look pretty dang sweet.
I got TCU vibes and Kansas State vibes from them. Maybe similar colors. I feel like both of those programs, college is always ahead of the game. With the uniforms. Who started the whole mat thing in college? Wasn't it Oregon, by the way?
Probably. I mean, Oregon starts everything.
They got the best of the best up there.
Yeah.
These from Minnesota, check, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, they're pretty dang cool.
They are really good. So good observation on that by you. Looking forward to actually seeing all of the Texans in their new gear. They did break out, I think it was last week that I went to one of the OTA sessions.
They had some of the...
They had the
new stuff,
the new practice jerseys. It was different. It was definitely that deeper steel blue uniform.
Nice. I didn't notice that.
With the it was just a cleaner number. I like it, man. They look really, really clean. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to be a part of the program and weigh in on this stat keeping and mandatory minicamp. But please don't. I don't want to influence anybody in H-Town media for contributing to this thing that shouldn't exist. However, I will say this. Maybe more applicable to rookies. Maybe I'd like to see something done with Kamari Lassiter in training camp as more I think about it. We're talking him up quite a bit today.
Oh, we're talking him up. I mean, I'm just... I don't think they can tell us...
I can't follow those guys in training camp. I go there and I get too overwhelmed.
Yeah, no, you have to pick a spot.
So for that reason, I like that stuff.
Yeah, you have to pick a spot. But on Kamari Lassiter, I mean, they can't tell us any more clearly without telling us straight up what they think of him.
Yeah.
Because he jogged out there with the first team. He's making plays. They're talking him up. D'Amico's talking him up. Will Anderson's talking him up. Called him, what did he say, electric? Something like that. And then Derek Stingley tweeted, I don't know if it was last night or this morning. I saw it this morning, a highlight of him and said, that's why they call him Locksmith, or they call him Locksmith for a reason. They are all about Lassiter right now. That's one of the best developments early on.
Sorry, I was a little, sounded a little distracted. I was trying to find the Chiefs player that got that had the medical emergency. I did find it. It's Chiefs defensive end B.J. Thompson.
Okay.
In stable condition at an area hospital after a seizure and a cardiac arrest episode, according to sources. Thompson's 25, taken to the hospital by ambulance from the team's practice facility this morning. Chiefs sent players home from the facility instead of holding their regular OTA practice. It's rescheduled for tomorrow. So I guess throughout the course of the league,
you have 3 days.
You had 3 days. Were they all the same 3 days though?
No, they changed it. And in fact, I think it was supposed to be later in June originally, but you can change that stuff, especially the Texans with the Hall of Fame game. They're moving everything up. But see, that's what I was talking about. Like when you see medical emergency, not injury or this or that, that's when you really think. So yeah, that's one that I'm sure we'll hear more on.
B.J. Thompson was a fifth-round pick last year by the Chiefs. Played in just one game, but definitely you wish the best for him. That's going to do it for Around the NFL. Coming up next on In the Loop, what has got the internet going nuts? We'll share it all with you next. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
The Astros pitching staff.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, the internet's maybe going a little nuts in regards
It's a dangerous place, my man. It's a dangerous place.
People overreacting to mandatory minicamp and taking stats and all that stuff. I just saw this. Did you see the Brian Baldinger tweet in his breakdown of Neville Hewitt, the special teams ace?
God.
Did you see this?
The tackling machine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A linebacker from the Jets who's a tackling machine.
Brian Baldinger. Neville Hewitt, the best special teams for ace studied in the NFL in 2023 for a former Marshall football grad. Now going into his 10th season. What a great career. Highlight page of one Neville Hewitt making special teams tackles.
Well, good. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't mind Neville Hewitt as a special teams ace. That's what we need. We need more of those.
Shout out to Neville.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it. Brian Cashman did it. Got paid by Minnesota this offseason. That's where he got his start when he was fully healthy.
Yeah.
I mentioned that. It's like all over my timeline. And somebody just hit me up on Twitter. Bijani, don't you know Will Anderson's 260? I said, what? I said, no, he has not come to my weigh-in here recently.
No, he has not.
I don't know how heavy, actually, Will Anderson is. I'm just going off of reports because I didn't make minicamp the last couple of days.
Yeah.
260. It's going off of his Pro Football Reference page. It's 243.
Yeah, that's probably more like it.
But if he gained 17 pounds and he's 260, according to this texter.
He's not 260. He's not 260.
Good Lord, man.
Yeah.
Calm it down. Calm it down.
All right, so
I got the internet going nuts.
I'm just going to play this audio that has been making the rounds all morning, and I don't know if it's completely made up.
Mm-hmm.
It could be true, and if it's true, what in the hell is going on here?
I have slept with over 150 women, and my husband has been with me for about 70% of the women. And officially, my husband has slept with more women with me than what he has on his own. Like, his count is higher with me than what he was like when he was single. And people say I'm not wife material.
Wife material.
People say I'm wife material.
She says people say I'm not wife material.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that made up? Is that just for TikTok or Instagram or wherever the hell she put it? Because she seemed like I was watching the video as Figgy was playing it, and she seems very sincere. But anybody can. But a lot of people were commenting on this, not just the wife material stuff, but like the husband.
What did she say? The husband was there for more than 50 or 75% of them?
70%.
Oh, my God.
He slept with more women with her sleeping with women
than he has on his own.
Than he has on his own. And she's saying that this is what makes for a good marriage. No, it's not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit weird.
A little bit.
It's a little bit weird even announcing that.
Well, there's a lot of questions, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, why do you need to share this with, everybody on social media?
Yes.
That's always my question. And then I never believe the numbers. Like, if you can remember to count up to 150 for all of these relations.
How does she get to that?
Like, I insert immediate doubt. Who was it? Wilt Chamberlain back in the day? How many?
About 10,000.
10,000 women or whatever.
That would be like 17 a day at that point in his life or something.
I feel like that's, the big fish story. It was this big.
And then you hold it up in the camera.
10 years later, when you're telling the same story around them boys, it's like, it was this big.
Yeah.
This thing was huge.
And then the comments were just hilarious, too. Like, just you can only imagine some of the things they were saying. But most of them were, would you?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah,
No, I wouldn't.
I call BS on that one.
Yeah.
I call BS. Yeah. I mean, think just like everybody else on social media. Hey, look at me. Look how great this is. And then they're getting a divorce like next week.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Did you guys see the Mets and Phillies going to play a series in London?
Mm-hmm. They had talked about it before,
weekend.
but just didn't have they had talked about it years before.
Yeah.
And now they're finally going.
Baseball, like football's they're going heavy international.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that I thought of is I didn't know about this, and I generally know about these kinds of things. I mean, I follow baseball really close, I would say, maybe better than most, and maybe it was just out of sight, out of mind for me this year, but I just didn't realize it. Do you feel like Major League Baseball is doing a good enough job of promoting itself internationally?
No. Remember the start of the season? Figgy?
Yeah, we didn't even know it was a real game.
Yes, exactly.
It was in the heart of spring training.
And we're like, wait, that's a regular season
That's
game?
a real game?
Who was it? Dodgers and somebody.
And Angels? No, Dodgers and
Padres or somebody weird.
Yeah. Dodgers and Padres played
because it was Shohei Ohtani debut.
Yes.
Just like, what?
And I came in the next day, I'm like, wait, that counts?
Yeah.
I thought that was...
That game was on 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Whose grand idea? Was it like...
Who's in charge of that?
Yeah. Like Texans and Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Hall of Fame game. It's going to count for real. And then they're going to play a preseason and take 2 weeks off and then get back to playing for real.
And let's play in Asia.
Yeah.
Like, how many guys got hurt between that series and the actual start of regular season play in Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
And how that one game could potentially affect, like, their season. We see it every year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not crazy. The Astros literally decided by one game, last season.
We've
seen
seen
it
nuts.
multiple times.
So that answers your question about the London trip.
Yeah, I just think that's a horrible job. I felt like it could have been just me. Like, maybe I hadn't been paying close enough attention, but I feel like the NFL, I know it's king. I know NFL versus Major League Baseball. I get it. You don't have to come at me with that, but we should know, like, it's kind of a big deal. Bryce Harper, the Phillies, one of the best teams in Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And the Mets, I know they suck, but still, like, you're showcasing your sport globally.
Yeah.
Everybody should know about it.
Yeah.
Needless to say, I looked into this, and there is one hell of a menu going on at these baseball games in London.
Oh, really?
Like, it's not just peanuts and Cracker Jacks and hot dogs. They do it up big, man. They got... Look at the picture on the link that I put in the show page. They got 2-foot-long hot dogs, 2-foot-long nachos. It's
not as in the number 2, as in 2 feet long.
2 feet long. It's 2 feet long, and it's dressed, man. But the craziest thing...
I'd give it a shot. I'd give a 2-foot-long hot dog a shot.
Would you give this a shot? Mm-hmm. It's a sandwich they have called the Umpire.
Okay.
It's a sandwich that has fried chicken with bacon and a mayo slaw, all in between 2 lemon and herb iced donuts.
Well, you lost me at the donuts. the fried chicken, bacon, and mayo slaw, I'm in. But between 2 lemon and herb iced donuts? What's an iced donut?
Well, like I would like a chocolate glazed donut, I would imagine.
Oh, iced as in icing.
Yeah.
Icing.
But lemon and herb flavored donuts.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, you lost me there.
Even Voodoo Donuts wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
And they do some crazy...
They draw the line at Captain Crunch.
How about some beer-battered cod and pea and garden mint soup?
Actually, doesn't sound too bad.
Eat some soup at a
beer-battered cod in London? That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Now, I don't know about the pea and garden
chips?
mint soup. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could... a cup of pea soup, please, with a garnish of mint.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Dan Hurley has got the internet going nuts, and I'm telling you what, this is very, very fascinating to me because Dan Hurley leaving UConn to go to the Los Angeles Lakers. Several things jump out at me on this. First of all, at UConn, he could have been the next Coach K.
Mm-hmm.
Like, long as you're here, we're going to name the court after you. We're going to love you. You're going to keep winning championships, maybe every other year, every 3 years. You're going to be badass. He's the best thing that's happened in college basketball. He never, ever, ever would want to leave. But the Los Angeles Lakers are apparently, quote unquote, according to Woj, offering a massive NBA contract to him. Now, massive to me is going to be in the range of $20 million a year. That gets people to think about moving.
That would be.
I don't care who you are.
He would be the highest paid coach in the NBA, at least tied with like Steve Kerr, right?
I think Kerr. He had it was like a front end short kind of contract. Anyway, in terms of like dollars per year, Pop makes 16. Kerr makes more than that, but I don't know exactly.
I think maybe you said 18 earlier.
18, whatever it was.
Maybe you said 18.
Yeah,
Ty Lue just signed on for 14 per.
Yeah. So he'll get $20 million a year, and it'll probably be 10 years at least. So that gets your eye wandering. I don't care who you are.
I mean, he's had 3 really good years at UConn.
Oh, yeah.
3 really good years at UConn.
But
he's obviously champion, cool. Will
it work?
I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to work with a guy that is not a NBA veteran head coach that can rule with a iron fist. So I don't know other way to put it. Like but is that? I feel like that's an old take. I feel like that's me being an old.
Yeah.
Because we've seen like this influx of like new, young guys come in, like former players. You talk about Darvin Ham, Ty Lue, Steve Nash, Jason Kidd. Who was the other one? There's a lot of young guys. And I don't know. Maybe there's something to that, but with LeBron James and it's the Lakers, and it's just a very difficult situation for anybody with no NBA coaching experience to jump into, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I think it's taskmaster college coaches, by and large, it just doesn't work when you get to the NBA. And, oh, by the way, LeBron is going to be calling the shots on the draft. Hey, draft Bronny, all that good stuff. I think he might take it because that's a lot of money for a long time, but that's a big risk.
We'll never know the answer to this stuff, but I would just love to really know if that narrative of LeBron James calling the shots to like the extent that some people believe. I don't have an opinion of it either way. I understand the narrative. I can connect the dots. I would just really like to know like what that process is. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You want to text in, react to that. Final segment coming up next in the loop. I did mention this. Let me correct something. Astros are off today, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm used to them playing every single day.
We said today.
Yeah, my bad. We'll clean it up next at Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, Billy Tree is right now. Billy you.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, crosstalk coming up here in about 13 minutes or so. Sean Bijani in with John Lopez today. You're in the loop. Figgy Fig, appreciate him. The Astros do get back in action tomorrow in the pitching probables for the weekend series against the Angels. Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, and Justin Verlander. So it is in the making for a pretty good weekend for the Astros if they take care of business against the bottom-feeding L.A. Angels. Looking forward to talking about a 3-game winning streak come Monday. J-Lo. Hopefully. Keep your fingers crossed, man.
Hopefully.
Hey, I wanted to hit you up about this, man. I got a great phone call last night on Area 45 from Derwin. He's a regular listener.
Yeah.
You've heard him, probably called
Good
into
dude.
Your shows over the years. Really well thought. And man, we had a good conversation. We kept him on for a little bit and just kind of going over what the Texans have, done, not just this offseason, but the complete turnaround and why maybe people have just been a little gun shy on fully buying into Nick Caserio because there was a point in time where you didn't think that he was going to be long for the job. I mean, doing what...
And he may have thought the same thing.
Yeah, it certainly sounded like it, right?
Yeah.
It sounded like... I mean, there was that... I wouldn't say it was awkward, that press conference that he'd had last year before they hired D'Amico Ryans, but it was curious.
No, I thought it was awkward.
Did you think it was awkward?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when you say buying in, everybody I think is buying in the last 6 or 8 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about back then.
Back then, like you couldn't see the forest through the trees.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody could have seen this. I mean, CJ and Will Anderson drafting those guys certainly helped a lot. And I think that's immediately when the buy-in started.
Yeah.
Because, well, you saw it. We got a lot packed into one night. I mean, you got yourself a quarterback. It was clearly, top 2. It was 1 or 2 going into the draft. And you got that guy. You trade up. I mean, when's the last time you saw that type of aggressive move from a Texans general manager? I can't think of the time. That was the first time in franchise history I feel like they've moved up that far in that particular, draft. And so you got that. You started to see the head coach, the whole thing kind of come together. But he said something that kind of stuck out to me. He was like, we've been kind of blinded by like the whole Patriots of the South thing. You remember that?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, you know what? We've been looking at this way wrong for a while now. And why did it take, last season for us to kind of come around and maybe understand that, you know what, this guy, not only is he really good at talent evaluation, but he's really good at thinking, on the spot. Look at all the moves that he made last year, even during the season. We mentioned DeAndre Houston Carson, Tier Tart. You go out and you get Derek Barnett.
Yeah.
I mean, they pivoted very quickly. Certainly helped that you had a defensive head coach and you needed to do so defensively. So you put the total package together, man, and I don't know that there is a person in this city right now more deserving that is leading our sports teams of a good old tip of the cap than Nick Caserio.
That's not close.
It was like a month or so ago, I feel like. Maybe 2 months ago now, because the Astros have been bad for a little bit. Mediocre. I mean, on the regular, I was hearing like Jim Crane, best owner in Houston. I'm going to go ahead and say Nick Caserio is by far the best general manager in this city. And Cal and Hannah, that duo together, has done a complete 180. I mean, it's not even a question right now that they are the best run organization in the city today. Right now, today.
And you know what? I don't want to be unfair to Jim Crane. Best owner in the city. Look what he delivered. And look what he did. And that's what's really most frustrating.
Total package, but there's too many questions around him.
Right. Well, that's what I'm getting at. Like, when you look at what Jim Crane was, he's changed. We all talk about how we've seen this great transformation of Cal and Hannah. Well, did they really, is it really a transformation, or were they just kind of in hiding? Probably well advised to be in hiding when the Easterby stuff was going on, and obviously the Deshaun Watson and all that. Maybe in hiding is harsh. I don't know, whatever word you want to use, but they were not really out there. They were not public. They would hardly ever, even go to some of the training camp practices. They'd occasionally go and would be off in a distance. Probably good advice to be just kind of, secluded.
Yeah.
Okay, so they've transformed into out front. Hannah has just, her star has just risen to incredible heights. Cal is being looked at much, much differently, much more approachable, much more candid, available, all that. So they've made that transformation. What we're failing to recognize is Jim Creighton was the best owner in Houston by far. Whenever the Astros needed something to get done in order to win a championship or make a run at a championship, he got it done, by God. Michael Brantley's going to Toronto. The hell he is. I'm going to bring him back. Justin Verlander. Would they? Yes, we will. I'm going to make sure. He did everything he could to do whatever it took to win. But here's the thing. Now he's transformed. He's kind of become more about protecting his ego and not being looked at like a fool or overwhelmed or maybe not so self-assured of himself, not trusting his general manager. I mean, he's been through general managers like crazy. So there's been two transformations in Houston. What the McNairs have done in a positive way, and what Jim Creighton is doing, I shouldn't say has done, is doing to all of a sudden be more worried about his own ego than the things that he used to worry about most.
He's killing himself, to be honest with you, because he's gotten far less face time to talk about this ball club since he'd hired Dana Brown. But why? Because everything that you just said, it really boils down in terms of its successes to one guy. He's hit on one guy.
Yeah.
Justin Verlander. He brought Justin Verlander in 2017, worked out fantastically, obviously. Went out and got Justin Verlander again, worked out pretty good, I would say. You're looking at him right now doing something that no player in Major League Baseball history has ever done. Come back from Tommy John surgery and pitched at this level at his age. That's not happened.
Yeah.
And Michael Brantley, he was wrong on. Nothing he could do about it.
No, what I'm saying that he went and did it.
Yeah.
No, we were confused at how poorly his health was ultimately. No, but it's like, I'm going to go try to get a piece.
Sure.
Here,
But he was wrong on Jose Abreu.
Yeah. Well, that's when the transition started.
Sure. But who could help, kind of quell the doubt and the questions that this fan base and the media has here at this point in time with the Astros more than Jim Creighton.
Yeah.
I mean, he stuck Jeff Bagwell out there and made people believe that he was actually a general manager candidate.
Yeah.
Like that he was calling the shots. He
might have been.
I don't
didn't want it.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I think he was influential. I definitely don't think Jeff Bagwell was, heading things up. I think that's
You don't
ridiculous.
think if Jeff Bagwell wanted the GM job that he wouldn't have had it? Because I do. He would have had it. I think it turned into like, you know what? I like what I'm doing right now. I still got all this other stuff. I love playing golf. I'm gonna be around the team every day. I'm not going to travel on every road trip, which you do oftentimes nowadays as a general manager. No, I think if he wanted it, he would have had it.
I think if he wanted it, you might not be totally wrong on that.
Yeah.
But that to me says more about Jim Creighton than it does Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah.
Who are you listening to? How much are you listening to them? And then ultimately, you got to make the decisions, man.
Yeah.
And it's got to be the right decisions. And if you don't, if you're batting 098 in decision making like Jose Abreu, you got to turn it over to somebody.
Yeah.
And he's just got to turn it over to Dana Brown and let him do his job, sink or swim, because it's almost like the Abreu Singleton thing. Like, he can't be much worse. Like, this is actually supposed to be his job.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, we got to see what we're working with here. But
yeah.
I don't know. I just thought about that. We're talking present day. Like, we have the conversation of like, hey, who's the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL? The conversation changes every year.
Yeah, exactly.
And it should, because it should be based on the year that we just had to go off on. I mean, if you want to go like, give me the top 10 quarterbacks the last 5 years, I can have that conversation.
Yeah.
But you have to ask it that way.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, who's the best owner over the course of this last year as we've seen everything play out?
No, you're right.
It is unquestionable.
You're right.
Cal McNair and Hannah McNair.
No, I want to just give Jim Creighton credit for what he was.
Yeah.
But he's changed.
He should.
Just like Cal and Hannah have changed in a positive way.
And I think we're all hoping that Tillman Fertitta, gets both of those elbows working and works his way into the conversation. I just don't get the sense that dude really wants that as badly as
it's an interesting
as Jim Crane wanted it for the Astros.
Well, I don't think
Cal
that's possible. But his son Patrick is very, very much wanting this, and so that means by default, by association, Patrick's probably going to get a lot of the stuff that Patrick and obviously general manager, head coach are going to get a lot of things they want as well. But that's not even a discussion that should be had right now on where the Rockets are. The Texans are where they are because of what the ownership has done. And by the way, the ownership was integral in hiring D'Amico Ryans. That wasn't Nick Caserio. I mean, Nick Caserio was involved. I think he ultimately signed off on it. But they were talking about Jared Mayo, and they were talking about what's his name in Minnesota and all this other stuff as leading candidates. And then all of a sudden, D'Amico comes in. That was ownership. And you know what? Good.
Yeah, but Caserio, it's so funny. People have very strong opinions the other way as well. Like,
do they anymore? I don't think they do anymore. After this offseason?
I think Patrick feels opposite you in terms of
on Nick Caserio,
who hired D'Amico Ryans.
I know. I can tell you, it was ownership driven. Put it that way.
And I won't disagree that it was ownership driven, but then again, I would say what we can just be left to assume, like left to our own devices, we just kind of, touched on this a little bit. Was Cal and Hannah in hiding? Like, was this kind of by design? Were they?
No, it was by design.
What exactly was happening during that dark period? I mean, they had to be informed by somebody. Like, they're not football people.
Yeah.
Like
professionally.
Professionally. You know what I mean? But guess who is?
Yeah.
Guess who's come from the best of the best?
Well, but when the owner says, have you talked to D'Amico Ryans? I'm talking to D'Amico Ryans.
Sure.
So that's what I'm saying. Ownership driven and like, I like these guys you're bringing in, or I don't like them, or whatever that you're mentioning to me. But have you thought about D'Amico?
Yeah.
Well, then my next call is going to be to D'Amico.
Here's the decision. You can't just make the decision to hire a guy because you think you're going to work well with him. You might be able to work well with like the biggest slap D, ever, but that doesn't know football. He had to be able to kind of vibe with him on a football basis alone first, because you hear it all the time. It's about the team. It's team first.
Yeah.
No matter if you like the guy, respect the guy, whatever, at some point you have to on some level if you're going to be successful. So for that reason, I think Nick Caserio had to be very involved in that process and ultimately make the decision if they believed in Nick and if Nick believed in the coach.
Yeah, no, I think absolutely he was intimately involved. It'd be silly. It'd be an insult if he wasn't. All I'm saying is this was a Cal and Hannah joint when it came to D'Amico. But that doesn't mean that they haven't signed off. I think that's one of the biggest stories of the last year. Like, you throw two people together that have never met, never really been on the same page philosophically, and for them to vibe this well and to have these kinds of results and really this kind of draft, at least from the early returns that we're seeing from Lassiter at minimum, that's catching lightning in a bottle, man. I mean, there have been a lot of relationships when there's a new head coach and the general manager, all of a sudden, he might hang around for a year, but he might hang around for 2 years, but ultimately he wants to go do his own thing,
Yeah, 100%.
Not to mean
no, come on in, baby.
I'm gonna jump on in. I'm interested in, from you. You've been doing this for a long time, Lopez. You've seen a lot. What do you think is the reason that it has worked so well? Like, why do you think that those two never met before, never worked before?
Yeah.
Two completely different philosophies in terms
backgrounds,
of how they've grown up within football, right? Like
the football philosophy. That's what I was mentioning to him a second ago.
Completely different thing. Why do you think it worked so well?
You have to give credit to the guy that was the odds were against him. In situations like that, I always give credit to the guy who the odds were against, and that guy is Nick Caserio, because that guy has to be flexible. that guy has to be able to adjust to D'Amico, not the other way around. Because if
D'Amico was the more powerful and still is.
Let's be honest, he could have been a prick. I mean, he absolutely could have.
Or he could have said, like, I want to find my guy.
Yeah.
I think
so D'Amico gets credit, but Nick Caserio, to me, deserves a lot of credit for saying, you know what, I am going to look at things your way. I am going to see what this guy is all about. So you really got to give it to Nick on this.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's mine.
I think that's because if anyone had to adapt,
yes, it was him.
The situation,
it was him.
It would have been him,
and that's
probably
hard.
the most. But they both have to as well. Like D'Amico, I mean, he didn't have chops as an NFL head coach yet.
Yeah, but he had
power.
He had power. He had the power.
He had power, but I mean, in going through the processes, he was privy to it, but he wasn't making decisions as a head coach while in San Francisco as just a DC. And for a guy in Nick Caserio who kind of was the architect of a teardown and in charge of a rebuild as well, like he's got to be able to adapt.
But he could have been a jerk and said, you know what, I don't care. I'm the head coach.
But Sean, if he came in and said,
yeah.
Because I do agree with you. I think the McNairs and Clint, we talked about it leading up to it. I think the McNairs took a much more involved, I guess we'll say, approach in the hiring of the head coach.
I can tell you they did.
If not most of
I can tell you they
most
did.
of it. And I would say, like, if D'Amico said, I want to bring in my own guy, my own people.
He's bringing in his own guy.
It wouldn't have stopped him from getting the job.
I think,
so that's why just saying Nick had to kind of adjust.
I think the bigger question is who's really in charge of the Bayou Bowl.
Well, let me. This is where I come in, boys. This is where I come in, boys.
Right.
Well, who has the power?
Well, once again, the East Side. The East Side has won the last three. I coached them last year with the defending champs. I bring in my man Ryan Hughley this season, and he's got some serious coaching chops. You want to talk about chops? I mean, word on the street is he's out there making D'Amico get off the field and things at
running that wing
park.
tee, baby.
He is running stuff out there now.
The last our last.
I don't want to let the cat bag. Ron didn't want to talk about this on air, but there was a moment. I think there was a moment where Ron said, "Hey, D'Amico, sit back and watch these plays I call, Bob."
I think
just sit back and watch me.
I think he might have been impressed. I mean, it was maybe a rough watch for him, but he might have been impressed.
By the way, that's going to be a hell of a
That's why I brought it up. Let everybody know.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Saturday, Mont Bellevue, Barbers Hill High School, the Bayou Bowl. It's the last year that it's East versus West, and it's just a Houston game. Next year, it's going to be East Texas versus Houston, so it's going to be a little different setup there, a little different format. Right now, when it shifted from Louisiana, Texas to just a Houston All-Star game, we've played 9 games, and right now the West has won 5 and the East has won 4. That's with us winning the last 3. So we got to get 4 in a row to even this thing up, so it's at least 5-5, and we're at 500 before this format changes.
4 in a row. That's called a winning streak. Astros know nothing about that.
It is.
He's Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley.
Say it, Ron.
Yeah, and you just listened to In the Loop. Hey! And here comes the drive, and you are listening to
baby.
KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station, baby. Hell
nailed it.
There it is.
Damn it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, damn it.
God, I'm so proud of you.
I'm telling you, I was ready to go. The drive is live. The drive is live in this piece. You heard Clint. There is Tyler. You just heard him as well. Hey, a reminder, big day tomorrow at the station. Reminder, tomorrow, 7:30. We were just talking about Nick. Tomorrow, 7:30. DM, Nick Caserio will be on with Payne and Pendergast. He will join.
Pendergast and Payne.
Sorry, you're right, Nick. He'll be on with Pendergast and Payne. PNP. No, I can't do that. He'll be on with
Nick done put his man up front, didn't he? Nick done put his man. Now, ain't no doubt, Seth. I love you, man, but ain't no doubt who Nick Nick likes the most, man. He done switched up the order of the names.
That was. Come on, man. You know the name of that damn show. You know the name of that show.
Pendergast and Payne. Payne don't even come out right. Does
no, it doesn't.
Nick knew what he's doing. He put his guy first.
Pendergast and Payne, baby, his man first. But he will be on. It's at 7:30. 7:30. Tomorrow, and should be. They always have at least some interesting nuggets and notes. We'll see what's on Nick's mind as they head into training camp. That will be a big discussion about of what we've seen leading into training camp. So I am intrigued to hear his process, his thought process on that.
Yeah, look, I mean, they got to be high on the guy. Whether what we're watching with Kamari Lassiter is just a trial and error to see who he is and what he's about and what he can handle, or they really believe he's the starter opposite Stingley, or he's even in the conversation. You got to be, as a general manager, you got to be happy as hell with your second round pick if that's the case, and it definitely appears to be the case. Real quick, before we get off Nick Caserio bandwagon, I want to add this to the crossover conversation. This was a good conversation, by the way. The talk about Nick Caserio. Look, I think when you talk about Nick and DeMeco Ryans and why it worked so well, and I think this is going to be a day. This is going to be one of these days. Nick Caserio, when he's old and gray and looking back on his career, I will be shocked if he doesn't say one of the most, if not the most defining moment in his career is the 2 years where he was a general manager with Lovie Smith and David Culley. I believe that Nick Caserio was a totally different guy when he met DeMeco Ryans than he was when he took over this organization, and had been through hell. He'd probably had some of his authority stripped from him. Had probably tried to or had to reshape kind of what he thought a general manager was going to look like based off what he experienced in New England, and which I think is from the outside looking in, I think that's probably the best thing that Nick Caserio could have ever gone through to try to figure out who exactly he is as a general manager and not replicate what Bill was doing up in New England. And I think when him and DeMeco met, he was probably a lot more receptive to doing things differently.
And in your mind, not just because he had to be, but also because of just what he'd been through, what he had gone through.
Yeah, well, look, I think he had. I think DeMeco was the dude no matter what. And DeMeco had the power to do what he wanted to, but in order to weather that storm, I guarantee you, Nick Caserio, they were a rough couple of years. But I think as he defined who he was going to be as a general manager, I bet the last 2 years, I'm not talking about the year they went to the playoffs, the 2 years with Lovie and Culley, I guarantee you those are more defining moments and years in his career as he moves forward, of who he's going to be and how he's going to deal with people, how he's going to accept other people's views and other people's ways of doing things. And here you have Nick coming into his own and things panning out beautifully with a bunch of the draft picks. And once the dust settled, it's been awesome. I say all that, Ron. Like, my point is just it's more about those 2 years and the struggles than it is just DeMeco or Nick. Like, those 2 years and the struggles allowed for, I think, probably a little more receptive Nick Caserio than he would have been fresh out of New England.
And this is why on this, I think the McNairs get a lot of credit.
Yeah,
because
they do.
Them stepping in, what it ultimately has done is Nick's not Bill Belichick, right? Like, and hell, Bill Belichick's not really that good at it. But to be running everything, and that's what he was doing the first 2 years. He was basically the face and running everything. I think what we have looked at, before you get taken out here, what we have looked at is now he is being placed in the best possible position for him, his strength, which is the talent evaluation and all of that. Like, that's what he was great in New England, and that's where he became, like, that's where he gained his promise, his prominence. Now he's doing that and not having to do all of the other stuff too, to where he is the complete face.
Well, let's be honest too, Ron. I mean, it's all great things must come to an end, and in the coaching world, that all of that Parcells, Belichick, military style coach, and general manager and
do everything,
right? I mean, all of that. That just is a dying breed. Not that it's never going to work, because there's always an anomaly, but at the end of the day, that was a dying breed. And then in comes a guy like DeMeco Ryans, who's the polar opposite, former players coach, sees the game and coaches the game from the player's lens. A beautiful marriage that I don't know would have been as successful. Hell, maybe wouldn't even have happened had Nick Caserio had freshly come out of New England with just knowing Bill's way of doing things. I don't know that it would have been received. I don't know that it would have ever happened. And the fact that it did, for all of us Texans fans, it was rough for 2 years, but when you look at the organization, they're in a much, much better place, and it allowed them to win a bunch of games last year and really overachieve last year. So it's adversity's a tough sucker, boy.
Yeah, it is, and they've come through it well. Good. Good convo, and you can hear more from Nick Caserio, as we said, tomorrow 7:30, as he'll be joining Payne and Pendergast, or what he likes to call Pendergast and Payne.
Pendergast and Payne.
That would have been tough, man. I believe Seth may have taken that home with him.
I think you should ask about it. I think
he should jump in off of Sean, because Sean will have the first question. I think he should just jump in over Sean. Look here, Sean, I know you got something, but I would like to address something first. What's the name of this show again, Nick?
One more time, Nick.
You went on national television. You went on Pat McAfee, one of the most watched, viewed, listened to shows sports-wise in the country.
Caserio?
And you Pendergast and Payne.
Pendergast and Payne.
Yeah. I
Damn it, I
agree
went
with
to
you. I agree with
Cornell.
you. I think right as Sean goes, all right. Texans general manager Nick Caserio joining us. Nick, how you? Wait. Before we ask how you doing, I know you usually. I got this one, Sean.
Too. I think he should cuss him.
I got this one, Sean. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah. Just find out why. I mean, Nick, as sharp as Nick is, Nick don't make mistakes.
Nick's ready for it.
He don't make mistakes like
Thanks,
that.
guys.
That was
Appreciate
purposely done.
Oh, it wasn't done on purpose. So.
Come on, Nick.
All right. Listen up. I guess I feel like I'm gonna find my inner Angel Reese here. As she said the other day, I'll be the bad guy. I feel like I'm gonna be the bad guy here, but I just have to be honest with this. Listen, I think C.J. Stroud. What did you say? What'd you say? What's the drop? God bless C.J. Stroud.
God bless you, C.J. Stroud.
God bless you, C.J. Stroud. I think C.J. Stroud has.
God bless, brother.
Along with DeMeco Ryans, has completely changed this organization, completely changed the way a lot that this city feels. I think a lot of it should be given credit by C.J. Stroud. He looks like the goods. He looks like the guy that will bring you a Super Bowl. I know many moments, the previous guy who was the quarterback here, not Davis Mills or Tyrod Taylor, you know who I'm talking about, you thought was going to be a guy that could bring you a championship. It looks like CJ's that dude. It looks like you have the next thing. And I can't wait to watch him. And, hell, I'll be honest with you, C.J. Stroud's probably going to keep us some jobs and keep some people some jobs around here if he continues to roll through this thing the way he is. But he's out of his mind. Listen, I love, how he is with his teammates, but this one got completely away from him. All right? This is him speaking about his teammate, Nico Collins. I mean, listen, I love you, CJ, but damn it, we've got to calm down and really figure out a way to praise our teammates without going insane.
It's just something that first of all, I'm just proud of that guy. My brother Nico, he's shown up and shown out. When his number is called, he always makes a play. And, he's just he's a generational talent, man. He's like our age is Andre Johnson, in my opinion.
What?
Keep him coming, CJ. What podcast was that on?
I think that was at the podium. Hold on, dog. I'm sorry. Like, I know. I'm going to wait 5 minutes before I check YouTube and Twitch and the text line.
Peace and positivity.
But come on, man. I mean, I know you all were upset with Clint because he's so strong and that he wants to see another season before he gives him $25 million. Mm-hmm. But my goodness, can we get more than one season, CJ, before we start making comps to the only player in the history of the franchise that is going to Canton?
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
I loved everything you said. Generational talent, my ankle rolled. Then when you go Andre Johnson, I fell out. Come on now. Like we can praise our teammates. We got to get a little bit more. I'm not even saying that Nico is impossible, like Clint may say, it's impossible for Nico to get there. But right now, we see 3 years of Nico. We can't go Andre Johnson. We got to stop short. Hell, he could have said D-Hop. We can't go to Canton. Not after one good year.
He's a generational talent,
I love
man.
you, CJ, but slow down, please.
He's a generational talent, man.
Let's grab some context here real quick.
I'm blaming this on the Cowboys. I'm blaming this on. That sounds like something.
The Dallas Cowboys?
Yes, absolutely.
That sounds like
something Michael Parsons would
yes,
say.
It does.
It's rubbing off on him. I mean, that's the problem. It's rubbing off on him. I mean, it's just here we are. I mean, it's not a podcast, but it's some level of audio that's just. I mean, add it to the list, Ron. Add it to the list of now all of a sudden you've got a guy that's had one good year and you want to put his name in the same sentence with a Hall of Famer. And I know Andre's close to the organization, and I know Andre probably is close to Nico and helps Nico out. Probably pretty close to C.J. Stroud. They probably hang out from time to time. But man, come on, pump the brakes a bit. Pump the brakes a bit.
I could not believe he said that.
And they say no.
I mean, my goodness. Listen, I mean. As I said, I'm not saying that Nico Collins can't grow into being a great player. I think there is a possibility of that. Now, he had a great season last year, but to be a consistent great player, I'm not saying it. But damn. Like, I mean, I like what I saw from Jonathan Grenard. I didn't say, boy, he's our modern-day J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. That's just, as you said, pump the brakes, CJ. I understand praising your opinion. From the text line, Ryan, your opinion is starting not to matter. Go watch the Chiefs from the room and for halfway fans, whatever that means. You could, whatever matter. I know what matters is I'm not disrespecting Andre Johnson for everything he's did to go and say Nico Collins runs there. Good God Almighty! Yeah. What the hell does that have to do with where I was born or who a team that I like or whatever? What we're talking about is CJ has completely smooth let that get away from him.
Hanging around Micah too long, man. And I'm dead serious too. I'm not even joking.
I trust CJ more than Ron. Fine, you want it? You got it. You got it. You got Nico Collins, Andre Johnson. That's what you see. That what you see? Trust him. Good God Almighty. You gotta be kidding. You just can't. You can't even. You know what? I'm not even good. Like I said.
Yeah.
I love CJ. This is completely lost his mind.
Yeah. I mean, this shouldn't in no way, shape, or form should Nico's name be put in the same sentence as Andre Johnson. In no way, shape, or form. Not now, and more than likely not never. But he's got a long way to go before you start.
I wouldn't put Jamar Chase's name with Jerry Rice right now. Yeah. And Jamar Chase is great.
Yeah. That's an aggressive move. I'm telling you, CJ's he's out there with these. He's out there with this audio, man. I'm telling you, this media tour he's on this offseason, man. It's
my man. It's true. All right, hey, I did wanted to run this by you guys real quick because I had a listener throw this at me, and I wanted, before just jumping down the listener's throat, I wanted to let me take a step back and really evaluate this as fair as I possibly could. Had a listener hit me up talking about Jose Abreu, fellas. Calm down, Tyler. That is a trigger word. That name is a trigger for
off the glove of Abreu
for Tyler. But he said, I think we're being too hard. I think you're being too hard on Jose Abreu. He is not as bad as you're acting. And I said, before I'm going to lose my mind on him like Tyler almost did just now, I want to look at what he's done. And I will look and listen, this isn't all just on the numbers. You all have watched them. You have watched every game. Since Jose Abreu has come back from the Complex League, he's had 23 at-bats. He's gone 4 for 23, 7 Ks. He's hit 174, on-base percentage of 208, slugging 304. He's got 3 singles and 1 homer and 1 walk in that time. But I will also admit that he has at least, now it didn't take a lot, but he has at least appeared to look better than he did before he was sent to the Florida Complex League. But I would ask, from what you've seen of him, watching him, and the numbers, do you think it's been a good enough sign to continue to allow him to have at-bats?
No, I do not. No, and I agree with you, too. I think I've seen a looser, more aggressive approach to plate, a little more aggressive swing little looser swing. I've seen some good cuts from him, which I didn't even see before. Like he was restricted somehow with an injury. But no, Ron, I've not seen enough from Jose Abreu, and I think I've watched damn near every game. I think I may have missed one or two, but there's not enough. I've not seen enough to stand up in front of the media, in front of the God and everybody, and tell them that, boy, I'm really impressed with what I've seen from Jose Abreu.
Because you were one who was saying it's not just the numbers. Like if he gets hit, you said I want to see how he looks. Even if you watched him and watched his swings, maybe they didn't result in hits. I still don't look at it as a point to say, man, he still should be getting at bats over some of the other options.
I think again, Ron, for me, I think most of our general conversations about Jose Abreu, I've always looked at through the lens of, this is a team that's been to 7 ALCSs, man. They can afford to take a little time with their first baseman. They can afford to try to make this money that they spend on him work, make it make sense. Mm-hmm. But now we're just at a point where it's time. Like it's time to get their best lineup on the field night in, night out. It's time to quit all the rest and crap with everybody. It's time. And Jose Abreu, because it's time, he just flat ass hadn't done enough to continue with this experiment of getting him in the lineup. It's just not. I mean, it's at the end of the day, for me, it's less about Jose Abreu and more about the timing of this thing. It's time that Joe Espada quit bull jiving around and he starts putting his best lineup out there every night. And unfortunately for Jose Abreu and Jeff Bagwell, that means that he's not the guy.
Damn, why'd you have to add Jeff to that?
Well, I mean, that's just that. I mean, you
see, damn it, Jeff was clean out of this.
You Bagwell, Crane, all of them. I mean, it's just.
And unfortunately for Jose and Jeff.
Yeah, I mean that's where I'm at with the Astros. It's time, man.
It's time.
It's time.
Yeah, it's been.
I mean, this ain't on my dime either. I mean, you start listening to what Dana Brown's saying about the one-off teams that have made huge turnarounds and made it to the playoffs and won World Series. We're creeping up on some of those thresholds.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we know that C.J. Stroud, although he's lost it with Nico, but we know that C.J. Stroud is the most indefensible player on this team and on this offense.
Untouchable.
If we look at the defensive side of the ball, who is that guy? Who is the one guy that the Texans cannot have missing games and missing time? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoor.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Tyler, I think we're flirting with danger here.
What happened?
I think Sean Bijani was in the seat prior to Clint, and he's got the text line up right here.
Oh, no. Clint.
Hey. I feel like we should come together and make a decision here. Like, do you think it's best that you keep that up, Clint?
We all know the
Oh,
answer.
yeah, I'm mature, man.
Clint, I'm just saying, do you think it's best that you keep that up?
It makes the anger sharks swim around in your head.
I think people would probably love to hear me sound off a bit on some stupid stuff if it does pop up. So
okay, you sure? I just like Tyler. What's your vote?
I know it's bad for your mentals, bro.
You think he should close it?
Yes.
You vote close it?
Yes.
It's up, man. It's rolling.
I need you
there's
getting
a lot of folks
grumpy.
listening.
Yeah, but it's just one button that can.
I ain't worried about it.
You're not
man.
worried? You're going to keep.
Man.
All right. I just think we revisit this first sign.
I don't like it.
I did first sign. I'm with you, Tyler. I think we revisit.
I've matured, man. I've become. I use this term lightly. I've become more of a professional. I can handle it.
So you don't think you're that guy anymore that finishes it? Because I don't think.
Well, we always get to finish it because we're the ones on
I think
air.
you're mature enough not to start it, but like that gentleman in that bar who's messing with you.
Yeah.
And you waited for him outside.
No,
and
I followed him out.
You followed him. That's right. You followed him outside.
One of the worst ideas ever. God, man. Right before starting with the SEC network. I mean, that could have cost me the opportunity that I was.
I didn't know that portion of the story that it happened right before you. You followed him outside. You followed him outside, and you were ready to say things, preparing yourself to fight.
I was going to be a professional, knowing that it could possibly end up
I'm
getting
just saying.
physical.
All right, we'll see what kind of growth you've had. All right, I've seen some people on YouTube and Twitch already have answers to this. Those of you on that are checking in on the text line 713-572-4610, you can jump in on this too. As I said, we know C.J. Stroud is clearly the most indispensable player. And as you said, Clint, a guy you can't go without, right? You got to have him. It completely changes the team. It completely changes the offense, and clearly that's that on the offensive side of the ball. It is C.J. Stroud. Who would you say that is on the defensive side of the ball, fellas? If you had to look at it, and I think there are several options, but if you had to look at it, who would you say that is on the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, this one's easy for me, man. I think it's Derek Stingley.
Yeah, that's what someone just texted in. Roderick Wilson over there on YouTube and Twitch said the same thing.
Yeah, it's just if they had a solid veteran opposite. I'm not even talking about a great player.
You're talking about Steven Nelson.
Yeah, well, Steven Nelson would be a good one, but just somebody
What they had last year.
that you felt good could hold the fort down, for lack of better terms. I would feel better about it, but right now, I think a second round pick in this year's draft immediately being given starter reps throughout OTAs over Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson. I don't want to overthink that, but boy, the thought that particularly Jeff Okudah wouldn't be the front runner in that from jump makes me a tad bit nervous. But Derek Stingley just allows you to do so many things. Derek Stingley, one, allows you to have a second round corner opposite him. You can put a safety over the top. He allows you to play a 3-safety system and move Jalen Petrie down to a nickel defender and do some different things there.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
That guy right there, Cal, you're right. To me, it's Derek Stingley Jr. Without that guy, boy, you've got some major holes in the secondary. And more importantly, without him, I think D'Amico's playbook shrinks significantly. So I'd go Derek Stingley Jr.
You Derek Stingley too, Tyler? Is that who you go with? Text line just came in and said, I think it's Will Anderson. His leadership is just as important as his dominant play.
I was thinking somebody on the D-line, but those are some damn good points Clint just laid out. Secondary, yeah. I think I'm rolling with Sting with Clint on this.
Listen, I completely understand the Stingley thought, and I think immediately when you really think about it, it is Stingley, right? Because we've talked about the concern of that second cornerback spot. That and D-line, interior D-line, have been the two things that we talked about. I want to throw out, for me, though, Christian Harris. I think Christian Harris is extremely valuable, and I think he is a guy that I believe, as you talked about, it shrinks his playbook. I think there are a lot of things that they want to do year two that we started to see towards the end of the season that they want to do with Christian Harris. And I think a big one to me is what comes behind him. If something happens to Christian Harris, I think we're looking at Henry To'oTo'o, Del'Shawn Phillips, Jake Hansen, Neville Hewitt, those guys, Jacob Phillips, even further down. And that, to me, changes a ton of things. I mean, Alshire and Christian Harris out there together, but the speed and everything that you can do with him, I just feel what comes behind Christian Harris really potentially handcuffs them. And listen, I'm not saying Derek Stingley wouldn't, but I feel a little bit better about the Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson and Kamari Lassiter as opposed to Jake Hansen, Neville Hewitt, and Del'Shawn Phillips coming behind Christian Harris. And we've seen D'Amico with the pressure. There may be a way that he could potentially hide some of that in the secondary as much as he could. You talked about running the football, doing the things. And maybe I have so much, fellas, of the last game they played against the Ravens and how important Christian Harris was in that game. Maybe that stuck into my head to think if Henry To'oTo'o was in that role, they would have had to completely change what it is they want to do. And I'm thinking week one, I can see Christian Harris potentially being a spy-type player for a guy like Anthony Richardson. The same thing with Caleb Williams in week two. But Christian Harris, with what comes behind him compared to what comes behind what comes behind Derek Stingley is the concern. Will Anderson, those guys up front, Will is very vital. But man, you can kick Danico Autry out there. You still have Hunter on the other side, and we saw how impressive Derek Barnett was. I feel like you can fill those voids.
Yeah, look, I'm sticking with Derek, but you make a great point. The depth in general at linebacker. The more we hear about Aziz is the middle linebacker, the communicator. The more we hear about him, it sounds like he's going to be the dude. He's going to be the dude doing the talking, the communicating, the thinking, the calling the strengths and directing traffic. And so, you can talk about him as well. I mean, both of those guys there are not just key cogs tangibly, physically being able to play the game at just a different speed, but also top-line communicators. And the lack of depth at that linebacker position is scary, no doubt about it. Look, we saw Henry To'oTo'o try to play last year, and he is a guy that D'Amico can do some things schematically to make up for his weaknesses, which is linebacker in coverage.
Yeah.
But boy, it's difficult, especially when you're down in the red zone. We saw last year a couple of different teams take advantage of Henry To'oTo'o. As they did. What was Six's name?
Denzel Perryman.
Denzel Perryman.
Because that's the situation you're looking at.
Yeah.
If you're right, Alshire as well, but I go with Christian because I feel like
No, you ain't wrong.
I feel like they're wanting to do I feel like they want to put him in a playmaking role. I think they want to have him as
well. The last time we saw Christian Harris, it was greatness,
absolutely.
And the last time we heard D'Amico talk about Christian Harris, which was I think yesterday or the day before, he was downright giddy about it. I mean that was. I mean,
I've never seen anybody from the linebacker position, hell anywhere, be able to contain Lamar Jackson the way he did.
Yeah, give you a chance, and that's So yeah, no, yeah, it's. I think that's all fair because the depth at the linebacker position across the board could potentially be a problem.
Because Henry To'oTo'o and Alshire together as your two linebackers, like those are two Mike backers.
Yeah.
Right. And then it goes down from other spots there. All right, coming up, our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. joins us. We'll get his thoughts on where the Astros are now and where fans should be looking, because time is ticking and getting closer and closer as we're getting close to 100 games left in the season. Tony Gwynn Jr. coming up next, but before that, 122 pounds in 11 months.
Lessons cut short by icy water.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. Remember, we were out yesterday at Barbers Hills High School, and we were preparing for the Bayou Bowl. We'll be doing that coming up on Saturday, 7 o'clock. Come hang out at Barbers Hills, not elementary school like I initially said yesterday, but high school. They've got a great football field at the elementary school, but they're going to do it at the high school. But come hang out as Clint and I will be coaching one side, and we will win. And we'll be facing Sean Pendergast. I got to take a look at our coaching staff and our young men, and I clearly see an advantage.
You feel like we got an advantage?
Yeah, we do. And you know,
I think it's fair.
And I told you I'm preparing my pregame speech. I'm gonna get in somebody's ass.
You gonna get in somebody's ass in the pregame?
Yeah, make an example
before we ever start.
Make an example.
Wow, that's
really get them going.
That'd be a hell of a way to start an all-star game. I like this.
Really get them going. All right, let's do it. We are now joined by our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are presented by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. What's good, baby?
Nothing. What all-star game you coaching in?
That is a hell of a kickoff right there.
Hold on.
That's a hell of a kickoff right there.
Hold on, Tony. I just really don't like how the hell you asked
what
that.
a come out,
because
man.
I really feel like Tony said, the hell did put you in charge of coaching?
No judgment. I'm just interested in what sport we talking.
We do a little football. You know, Clint is a local legend, and they got us as honorary coaches.
It ain't bike riding.
Yeah, man, we're going to have a good time. Hey, T, your boy went out there last year. They split Houston down the middle, man, east and west, and have a little all-star game for these youngsters around here. And I went out there last year as the coach of the East, and we put a whooping on the West. And this year I brought my boy on board, man. He's been out there. He's been out there coaching his son, and hell, he thinks he's D'Amico Ryan. So I said, come on out here and show me, Bob.
Yeah.
All right, Ron D'Amico, let's see it.
Ryan.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I tried, man. You know, 7 pick sixes from my defense the last 3 games. But whatever, man. We're just doing our best. We're just doing our best. Speaking of doing the best, the Astros, big series win. That's what they got to do. They got to start stacking wins. They beat the Cardinals. They've got this stretch of games against teams that don't have winning records. But we talked last week, and as we said, there's still a shot. There's still a chance with this division. But I'm wondering from you, the hits keep coming. How big of a hit to the Astros' chances in making a run is it losing Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy for the year?
I think it's big. Now, I don't know the Astros farm system, up and down. Their track record says that they got somebody down there. I don't know who he is, what his name is yet, but that's usually how the Astros operate. But listen, when you are already climbing uphill and you lose arms like Urquidy and Javier, those are tough arms to replace. And I know Urquidy hasn't been the most consistent, but he still eats up a ton of innings. And the same goes for Javier. And so replacing those guys may have to come via trade. And the problem is they also got some other things they probably going to have to address come deadline too. And so it certainly makes the task a little bit more difficult than it was when we talked last week.
Well, T, they're just heavily dependent. Any way you slice it from a pitching perspective, they're just heavily dependent on Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti at this point in time, who have shown to have electric stuff, but it's the consistency and being in the big leagues and doing it night in, night out kind of deal, especially if we're talking about doing it in the playoffs in October. So they're going to have to lean heavily into those guys to get it done. Here, I feel like I've asked you some version of this question every time we've talked, but here we are again. At what point in the season, because we've heard Dana Brown, the general manager of the Astros, we heard him refer back to his Atlanta team that it took them 100 games to get to 500, and then they went on and won a World Series. We're at that point, Tony, where we're hearing everybody's one-off of the one time that something did happen when a team got started off to a bad start and then they recovered. That number is going to be creeping up on us before too long. At what point do you start saying, hey, man, it's time to shove all your chips to the middle of the table and forget about resting players, forget about being patient with Abreu, forget about being patient with Presley? We got to start putting our best foot forward every game.
It really all depends on what's happening at the top of the division and what's happening in the wild card. That's really going to dictate how fast you have to move, right? And right now, despite the bad start and better play, they're only 7 games out. They're 7 games below 500. Seattle certainly is not running away with the division, and so that buys you time, much like that Atlanta Braves team that year, right? I mean, took them 100 games to get to 500. The Mets came back down to earth, and then they were able to catch them. And so this team has had way too much success and has battled through some, bad starts or not necessarily playing their best baseball and have been there in the end. It's just really hard to pick against this team when you've seen them and their track record over the past, 5, 6, 7 seasons.
T, what is a good? Because I'm looking at, if you're several games under 500 and you're 6.5, 7.5 off the lead, the front runner in the division. I mean, in your experience, like what number of games are you comfortable with saying, hey, we can still move according to plan and we have a shot? I mean, I've watched the Astros play 30-plus games at 6.5 games behind the Mariners and make up no ground. So, you know what I mean? Right. So it's when we sit here and talk about 6.5, 7 games, it sounds like it's not that much. But in the game of baseball, I mean, barring something freaky happen, doesn't it take you a good number of ball games to make up that kind of a cushion?
Nope. I was on a Brewer team in, 2008. We had a 7.5 game lead, and that was in August. And they got snatched from us, almost got snatched. We ended up getting into the wild card. But I would say once you get past the break and you get into late July, August, you got to start make up that ground. That ground has to start. You can't keep remaining in the same spot because at that point, your moves are limited, right? You pass the deadline at that point. You're not going to be unless somebody's injured and coming back. You're not going to have anybody that's impactful to come back and really help your team. So I would say you start getting into that late July, August area, and you're still 6.5, 7 games back. You better get going.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn Jr., our Odyssey MLB insider joins us. Insider calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. I think this conversation is so interesting with the Astros because it's still, whether they're 7 games under 500. Hell, I mean, when I look at the division, I'm just like, you got to get to 500 first. Right. And the thought is, how do you weigh if you're Dana Brown and you're Jim Crane, the thought of, we're not giving up, but also, boy, y'all got to give us something to make us believe we're going to dig into either our farm system or major league ready players that we have to make a move to help this roster. Because right now, I don't think they've put themselves in a position where it makes sense to potentially say, all right, man, we're going to go give up this to go get Pete Alonso or to get another arm, because you're 7 games under 500 at this point. So I wonder how you go about weighing when it is and when is the right moment to say, okay, we're willing to make a move, or you just say, hey, we're not giving up, but you all got to be the ones to bring us back.
Yeah, that's a tough balance. I watched a Padre team basically have to do the same thing last year. Like, all right, at some point, the dudes are going to have to be the dudes if we're going to actually have a chance. And it was very similar. The division, or the wild card at least, didn't run away from them, but they certainly didn't do anything to make up the ground. I think if you're the Astros, there's a bunch of things you're weighing. I mean, that fan base is used to success. They're not used to packing it in and waiting for next season. If there's a chance to get in, I think they're going to make a move to do so. And I don't think it's going to necessarily have anything to do with who's already on the roster in terms of whether they're going to show them. I think there is belief that this team already has the pieces they need. They may just need a kick in the rear end. And sometimes that move can rejuvenate a locker room. Like, okay, well, now we got an extra piece. Now we got to go out and do this. And you got so many guys that have been in this moment and that have performed when it's been this tight that that's what you got to basically go on when you're deciding, am I going to give up this young guy to get this player that we might be a rental, might not even be a guy that we get to keep. But Astros are about winning championships. They're not about rebuilding or hanging on to prospects. Yeah. They know how to win. And so I think that's really what it boils down to.
Hey, Tony, Heyman came out with a report that the Astros could potentially be pursuing Pete Alonso. Ron mentioned him earlier. Just your thoughts on Pete Alonso and what that would mean for this particular lineup if they were able to pull that off and bring him in for a year.
It'd be huge. I mean, Pete Alonso, regardless of whether he's a rental or not, is a dude. I mean, 50 homers, that don't happen often. And he's a guy that can get you there. And when you think about where the Astros have struggled at this year, the position, we've had numerous conversations about it, right? It's the first base position. And if you can go out and get a Pete Alonso and add him to this lineup, my God, I mean, it's a good move for that ball club if they can pull it off.
Yeah, it would be. Text line turned against you a little bit here, Tony. That you're being too damn positive right now is what they say.
You know what's funny is I get the same thing from our fans out here. I'm too positive.
Is that what it is? No. Listen. I hear where you're saying, and what you're saying is exactly what Dana Brown has expressed. He said, if there is any semblance of belief, he's gonna go for it. And I think that's what the Astros fans want.
Exactly. I think that's important though. You gotta weigh with the people who are paying their money to come watch every night and support that ball club. How would they feel if you just said, yeah, you know what? We're 7.5. It's just not going to work this year. We'll wait till next year. That would be infuriating if I was an Astro fan, knowing that this team has been as good as it has the same players. The bottom line is it's not going to look the same every single year. I know you guys have been spoiled to some extent that it has looked the same, but I'm telling you, some years it's just going to be ugly. This might be one of those years. Doesn't mean it can't end in a championship, though.
7 times, Tony. 7 damn times.
Well, 7 times what?
ALCS.
7 times.
That's the time in a row.
You heard JV.
7 in a row.
7 effing times.
7 times.
Let me tell you what, Tony. If they make it 8, well, I tell you what, this will be a hell of a feat.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the scenario where
I can't.
Dana Brown come back and says, "Hey, you know what? We decided we're gonna punt on the season." What would your phone lines be like if they say, "You know, we're done. We're punting on this season"?
It's not ideal.
I'd refuse to have Astros conversations on the air moving forward. We'd go straight Texans Rockets, man.
Exactly. That's why they're not going to do that.
Cancel the Gwen call in on Thursdays. We're going straight Texans, boys. To hell with it.
No, we talked to Tony about the Texans. Yeah,
I was about to say I can land on some Rockets and Texans too.
Tony said, "Don't you take that money from me? I can get in on this."
Let's go, Rockets.
All right, Tony. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, y'all take care.
All right, that's Tony Gwynn, our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. A little big 3 at 3 tonight. Finally, we've had to wait, it feels like months. But the NBA Finals get started tonight. Tyler, I'm sure, is about to try to make a little cash, a little money tonight. I'm thinking about it, too, because I got some strong feelings on this thing, and we'll get you ready for a big weekend series as we have some information on things with the Astros coming up. Next, a little big 3 at 3 right here live on The Drive.
It feels huge. CJ Stroud's ready to take the next step heading into year 2.
Yeah, it's night and day, man. It's really like I feel like I'm
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, it's finally here. I don't know why the NBA just decides to wait so damn long in between these damn. The Celtics, they've at least been off for a week and a half. And at least it finally starts tonight, Thursday night here, the NBA Finals between the Boston Celtics as they will host the Dallas Mavericks. I do want to get some picks. I do want to get some picks from all of us right here on not just tonight's game, but who will win the finals. But in tonight's game, I know the Celtics are favored by 6.5. I'd be interested to see how the Celtics come out. I am really borderline surprised by how much. If I'm the Celtics, I would view as disrespect of everyone talking up the Mavericks, everyone talking about Luka and their dynamic duo going here. When the Celtics have been the best team in the NBA all season long and have rolled through 12-2. The playoffs thus far. I understand teams have had injuries they faced and the story of Kyrie, but I'm a bit surprised how much Dallas is being shown love in this series over the Celtics this far.
Yeah, it is interesting.
And though I know you're going with Dallas.
I like Dallas, and my minimal knowledge of the game, I feel like I can somewhat support it. But to your point, the guys that cover it every day, the guys that played it, the guys that watch it all the damn time like yourself. I expected the majority of them to go Celtics and for the Mavs to be, if they win it all, to be an upset. But hell, I think I've seen about 90% of folks
Doesn't
going.
It feel like everybody's
it seems like everybody's going Mavs. So yeah, I'm shocked that the basketball folks, the basketball community as a whole, for the most part, seems to be really confident too. By the way. Like Robert Horry, really confident.
We tried multiple times. Yeah. Hold on.
Really confident for in terms of the Mavs winning this thing. So, I'm a little bit taken aback, if you will, that the Celtics are getting that level of
Tyler,
disrespect.
what's Vegas saying for the series? Are the Celtics favored in the series? I know they're favored tonight, or I would imagine a lot of money is coming in on the Mavericks. By the way that people are talking, the way that many folks are talking, I feel like a lot of money is coming in on the Mavs.
Yeah. The experts, all those folks in Vegas, they got the Celtics winning the NBA Finals.
Listen, I got the Celtics. I got the Celtics in 5 or 6. And I think it's wild. They've won, like I said, they've won 7 more games than anybody else this season. And they don't just win games. They beat the hell out of teams. They've got multiple 40, 50-point wins. And a lot of their games are blowouts. And they've rolled through. Yes, the East have had some injuries they've run into, but they haven't had Porzingis. And Porzingis is a game changer for them. And they just rolled through and swept the Pacers. They didn't have him at the back end of the series against the Cavs. And they've been a great defensive team, a great offensive team. I think overall, yes, Dallas has the best player in Luka, but they have a number one or a first team All NBA player in Tatum themselves, and Brown has really come on. I think that the Celtics have probably been sitting at home stewing, listening to everything being said about them and these teams, and they've only gotten here this easy because of who they played. I think they come out and really send a message.
Celtics at minus 225, Ron.
Yeah.
That's what you were looking for. Dallas plus 180 to win the finals here.
That's Celtics, man. Last time these two teams played in March, and this was after the trade that Dallas had. Now, obviously, it was March. They've gelled more. But, the Celtics beat them 138-110. They've just been hammering teams all year. I'm not saying I don't believe the Mavericks can win, or not saying that I don't see what people are saying and how they've been impressed by the Mavericks and what can happen. But this is
I like the Mavericks too. One, they're in the state of Texas, so obviously I'm pulling for the team that's in the state of Texas. But two, Tyler rolling his eyes. Look how Tyler looks.
Well, the text line did too. Someone just texted.
So disappointing.
No true Houston sports fan wants the Mavericks. The Mavericks.
That is
to win.
True. Call me a fake. I'm fine with that.
You're a fake.
I'm fine.
I'm
with
just
that.
kidding. But I'm disappointed.
Number two, my reasoning or my thought here, why I feel like it's the take has legs, is that I think the majority of these games come down to the last couple of minutes.
That's fair.
And if I look at these two teams, the Mavericks have two guys that can go get buckets at any given time. And I got a lot of confidence in their ability to do that. I know that the Celtics have two guys that everybody feels like can, but I don't have near as much confidence that Tatum.
Well, I think that's what people are saying. They don't have as much confidence in Tatum, especially Tatum, as who really.
Well, I mean, look, it's. I mean, I'm gonna keep it fair.
And we've seen Kyrie do it in the finals.
Yes,
we've seen him.
Yes, I mean, over and over and over again, we've seen these guys do it, and it almost looks effortless. When I see the Celtics, two superstars getting theirs, it seems like it's extremely difficult. Even though obviously they're great and they're getting it and they make it happen, these two Mavericks superstars make it look effortless every single time. And so I just believe they're all going to be close games. Let me put it to you this way. I believe that there's going to be 4 of the 7 are going to be close ball games. And I believe in those games, the Mavericks superstars, I believe more in their guys than I do the Celtics.
And this is my thinking is, especially if these games go a lot of the way that the Celtics games have gone this year, I don't know how close some of these games are going to be. Like we're going to be sitting here at some point tonight when the Celtics are up 20+. Be like, damn. Well, this is what they've been doing all year. The Celtics are going to have about 2 or 3 games in this, right? 2 games in this series where they just go off from 3. They just shoot the 3 at a level.
So you don't think that Mavs money line tonight is the way to go?
No.
I mean, it's plus 200.
I think the Celtics are going to send a message tonight. I think they win by double digits.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think they win by double digits. I don't think they put it in a place where it's close, where Kyrie and them can roll through. I do. I like the Celtics a lot tonight and in the series.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
4-2 the final in favor of St. Louis. So the Astros end up with a 3-3 homestand. They will now head out on the road with an off day tomorrow for a 6-game trip, taking on the Angels and the Giants.
All right, they do have the day off, and they come and play another team that they are better than, another team that is under 500. They play the Angels. And Clint, here is the probables. We know Framber is going to get the ball on Friday, Hunter Brown on Saturday, and then Verlander will get it. They should have, honestly, the pitching matchup advantage in every one of these starts with what the Angels are throwing out. And this is one where, again, they should expect to at the very least win the series. Expect to at the very least win the series. And tomorrow, Friday, I think is a really big day for the Astros, in particular with Framber Valdez. We know, as we just talked to Tony about, and how big he said it potentially will be. They've lost Javier. They've lost Jose Urquidy. Not sure when Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers will be able to be available, or how much they will be able to help. We talked about the younger guys and Spencer and Hunter Brown, but Clint, I think I said this yesterday, Framber Valdez has got to be, as Dana Brown said, one of the pillars. And that thing needs to start tomorrow. They have got to have like the all-star level, Cy Young level that he has shown to be. They need that if they're going to make some ground.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is one, again, it's in the division. Really, at this point, I'm not real sure what the hell that matters when it's the Angels. But it's in the division.
Is Mike Trout still out?
Yes, I believe so.
Most times the answer to that question is yes.
Well, didn't he break something? I think he's out for a while.
But they didn't say he's out for the year. He's been out for a while.
Yeah,
every year, yeah.
But look, as a fan, this is where you got to look at this thing, and you got to say you got Valdez, Brown, and Verlander. I mean, this has got to be as strong a 3-game run as you could have in terms of pitching.
The way that Hunter's been pitching.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to make this move, if you're going to make it back to 500 and possibly hunt down the Mariners, then I mean, these 3 guys have to all be special, and you got them all 3 on the bump versus the Angels, and it ought to be a hell of a series to watch if you're an Astros fan.
Yeah, Framber's big, and then obviously we'll be keeping an eye on this. I know Tyler will as well with Cheryl. I think also the big thing is those 2 guys, Alex Bregman, who had the hand injury that was a late scratch yesterday in the game and didn't play. X-rays were negative, and then Kyle Tucker. We haven't seen Kyle Tucker since he fouled that ball off his shin earlier this week against the Cardinals. They've got a day off. As I said, we'll see if what his availability will be. See if we hear anything today about that. But that'll be those 2 guys are obviously important, especially Kyle Tucker, Clint. As you said, if you're trying to catch the Mariners and you're trying to get to above 500, it is really important, as at least right now this year, that your best player be available.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have as many arms go down as they've had of late, then it's ideal to have your bats there so that you can win it at the plate. And Kyle Tucker obviously is that dude. I mean, it's you got to get him and Bregman back. Hell, to be honest, we talk a lot about Bregman not being in the 2-hole, not being in the 4-hole, need to be in the 5-hole. But ultimately, I mean, he's in your top 5-6 hitters night in, night out, without a doubt. And so you need him back as well.
You got it back. So we will keep our eyes open on the latest with Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. Bregman did, however, himself say against Clint's wishes that he spoke after the game. He did, however, say he would be playing on Friday. We'll see if we can get anything more clear on that with those 2.
Shout out to my guy, Alex Bregman.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, listen, this hasn't been this has been reported as precaution here, but it is something to watch out for and to look at, Clint. The first opponent, the first quarterback that the Texans will play this year will be Anthony Richardson. And today, the Colts, they held Anthony Richardson out of practice with a sore shoulder. All right, they said it is out of precaution, but if you remember, Anthony Richardson went down and finished or was missed for the rest of the season with that AC joint sprain, and he ended up having surgery on that same shoulder, in which they're saying he was held out of practice today. That's one to watch, because we've talked about, hey, the Texans are going to get him when he's completely healthy. We think he's completely healthy. I would imagine, Clint, at any point of Anthony Richardson isn't feeling 100% or great with that shoulder, they'll probably just stay, as they said, precaution and sit him down. I don't know how big of a deal this is or how big of an issue this is, but this is something to watch. The biggest question for him is injury, Clint, and they're already having to sit him down.
When you look at the South, when you look at the division, I think leading up to the season, like real questions. I'm not talking about something a bunch of producers sat in the conference room and thought of creative content ideas. I'm talking real football on the field topics. I think this is number one. What is Anthony Richardson, and what does Shane Steichen and the Indianapolis Colts offense look like with him at quarterback? Or more importantly, what does he look like quarterback? And are they to hell with it? We're going to get physical and run the football downhill with him and live with the injuries if it does happen? Or are they going to try to make him a pocket passer until the game matters, like everybody has in previous years? That's, to me, that's when it comes to like what can affect, like what are like what's out there in the preseason according to this division that could literally sway whether a team is competitive in the division or not, and the final rankings. What can impact the final rankings in this division? I think first and foremost, it's Anthony Richardson. Is he healthy? When he is, who is he? when he is healthy, what does Indianapolis ask him to do? I think all those things are absolutely number one on what this division looks like.
I mean, based off the first year, Clinton, you would imagine that Shane Steichen and company would maybe not ask him to put his body as much on the line, but like you said, how much? Because if they are going to try to make him a pocket passer, as you just said to begin with, well, hell, I think they probably got a better chance with Joe Flacco.
Absolutely.
If they're not going to use,
that's the key.
If they're not going to use Anthony the way, because the fear is Anthony and Jonathan Taylor in that backfield together, and that running attack and not knowing where it's going to come from, that's where it creates so much and creates matchups with the receivers as well.
Yeah, and look, I think Shane Steichen he proved up in Philly at least that with a quarterback that could run it, he was going to be part of the offense week in, week out with Jalen Hurts, and they did that. Now he stayed healthy for the most part when Shane Steichen was there anyway, and they made a hell of a run. So I would think that Shane Steichen, when they drafted him to use his legs and his arm, and drafted him because of he's damn near Cam Newton size. So I would imagine that they keep on keeping on according to plan of using him in a run game and ask him to be a little bit more smarter at the end of runs maybe. But I still think that's a big question in this division is what does Anthony Richardson look like when he is healthy?
All right, coming up, buckle up. Buckle up, the conversation that I'm sure will elicit a high amount of emotions. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, you want to talk about emotions?
and free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. N76, visit staples.com/print for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Monday Night Football, that's the game I think people are looking forward to the most here in Houston. What's that, week 10 or so? Monday Night Football, the Houston Texans, and hopefully us, traveling to Dallas, to Arlington to face the Dallas Cowboys. And it feels like that game, many people will have a lot on the line. Could be playoff situations on the line, could be MVP situation on the line. And you remember old Clarence Hill. I'm sure you remember him.
Hell yeah, I know Clarence. Absolutely.
The way you said that, man, it feels like you've had a personal conversation with Clarence. It feels like you've shared a beer
multiple times
and some nachos or something with Clarence.
Multiple times.
Is that the way? Hell yeah.
Clarence, good people, man. Been around forever. Good dude too.
Clarence said that Mike McCarthy, when he spoke, said the Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott is having the best offseason of his career and serves as an example for the entire team on how to focus heading into the season of uncertainty with so many coaches and players on one-year deals.
Wow, dude.
And that game right there is going to have a lot in it. Standalone game, and they've been having positive things about Dak and his OTAs and his mandatory minicamp. I'm just curious. If we sit back and look at this objectively, like I know the professionals that Tyler and Clint can do, that Clint can do. If we look at this thing just completely fairly, damn, Tyler. If you had to put your money on it, who you think is more likely with everything that goes around it, understanding it, with everything that surrounds it? You can jump in on this 713-572-4610 and being fair about it. Really objective if you can. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, you can jump in. Who you think is more likely to win the MVP this year, Dak or CJ?
CJ. And it's very, very easy for me to arrive there. One.
Is it an easy one for you?
Yeah, it's easy for me to arrive there. I think the way in which the Cowboys play offensive football, Dak's going to have a run during the season of 6 of 8 games where he protects the football, but the risk associated with the way they play offensive football is not conducive to being consistent over 17 games and even 20 games if you got to win in the playoffs. And CJ's is. CJ's game, the Texans game, Bobby Slowick's game is one that is taking what the defense gives them. It's consistently delivering the football where the defense says it should go, to the right receiver. They've got guys that they can spread the football around, pass catchers that they can spread the football around to across the board. And when I watch the Cowboys play, more times than not, it is trying to force the wheel, drive the football down the field, and it's just not conducive to consistent, efficient quarterback play 7 weeks. You can put up big numbers, no question about it, but you're going to lose games you shouldn't lose. You're going to turn the ball over at a higher rate, and those turnovers in more important games are going to bite you in the ass, and that's what's happened with Dak. And I'll be honest with you, when you look at Dak and CJ is a significantly better, more elite passer of the football than Dak will ever be. And so if you want to look at it from a talent perspective, that's where we're at. You can go team. I think the Cowboys underachieved this year. I think the wheels come off this thing. I think Mike
in the regular season.
Yes, I think the wheels come off. You got too many guys dangling out there that are going to be disgruntled because they don't have contracts. You got a quarterback, lame duck quarterback, got a lame duck coach. I think the wheels come off this thing in Dallas. So from a team perspective, I think the wheels come off. From an offensive perspective, I think C.J. Stroud and the Texans, it's more conducive to being consistently statistically good as well as playing a winning brand of quarterback versus just being aggressive and piling up stats. And then when you look at the quarterback, I think CJ is just a much more elite passer of the football. So, again, when you talk about who's the more natural elite passer of the football, that guy's got a better chance to put together a 17-plus week season of MVP play.
Text line coming in, CJ would win the MVP, better weapons, better offensive coordinator. Someone text in, Texans will have a better team but may slip down to 9-8. And Ben, nasty-ass Ben, because I'm not going to say your last name, on YouTube and Twitch said CJ Dak can't win a playoff game. And what I would normally say to you, Ben, is that it's a regular season award.
Right. Yep.
But
hence how Lamar's won it twice.
Yes, but I think I would say CJ in this, and I bit disagree with you. I think both of them will have good years. I think both of them will be in the hunt. I think the Cowboys will be in a similar place that they've been in, first or second in the East, and fighting for a playoff spot. And I think the Texans clearly will be fighting for a playoff spot too. But, Clint, I think the playoff stuff will play a role with Dak in a way that I don't think it normally does.
In the mind of voters, you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that for Dak to win the MVP, he would have to have an extraordinary year, numbers-wise, that it's just hard to it's hard to turn away, and his team be highly successful. Because I think people are like, we know Dak can play in the regular season. Nobody gives a damn anymore. Yeah, he had 36 touchdowns and 9 picks last year. Nobody gives a damn. He's going to have to – his story is playoffs, not regular season.
Yep.
So I think many voters will look at him. I think many voters are looking at CJ as potentially a big story in the next big thing.
Yep.
I think those two could have similar seasons, but CJ be felt bigger because I think there is a regular season Dak Prescott fatigue. I think Lamar, you just mentioned it, is in the same space too. Like MVPs are spread out over several years in between them, so maybe the fatigue went away. But Dak's got to go like 50 touchdown passes, 5,000 yards, something like that, and because it would just have to be okay, all right. Nothing we can say to it because people are just unimpressed by him in the regular season. Well, you've said it, and you're somebody who is not as oh boy, you got to win Super Bowls. You got to win Super Bowls because of how hard you say it is.
Well, the thing is too, Ron, if you look at the way in which, like Lamar, if you're having the MVP conversation, like look at the way in which Lamar plays a game. It's very easy to watch a game, or look at the box score and say, yeah, I mean, he ran it for damn near 100. He threw it for 200. He threw 2 touchdowns and ran one. I mean, it's clear to see that's the most valuable player on the field, right? How many quarterbacks in this league, if you give them the talent that Dak's had around him and just say, hey, man, I mean, let it rip. Balls to the wall, man. Let's throw verticals and let's just put pressure on a defense. We've seen that. We see it year in, year out. I mean, Justin Herbert does it. And there's veterans in this league. Josh Allen does it every year and gets hammered because he's too aggressive, right? I mean, we've seen that Dak that we've – I think you make the best point of all. Like, we've seen that version of quarterback over and over again, and we've seen Dak do it and win 12 games.
Yep, he's won 12 games 3 years in a row.
I mean, it's
but what's going to be talked about with Dak is 2-5 or 2-6, whatever his playoff record is.
If Dak ran the football a bunch and all of a sudden we saw a different brand of Dak, then it changes the conversation. But I don't know. I just think the days of dropping back and pouring it on bad football teams and winning 10 or 11, being a great regular season football team and throwing for 5,000 yards, like we've seen that before, man. We've seen guys just push the ball down the field.
The Cowboys got to be 15-2, and he has just put up some historic numbers where it's just like, okay, we can't. Because everything, people say, whatever. Okay, all right, they won 12 games. What are you going to do in the playoffs? With CJ, it is still what's the story? What's the story? What's he gonna do? What is
well? Like, it's still the guy that still the guy that saved the franchise.
Yes,
it's still the guy that leads the AFC or the NFL last year in yards per game. It's still the guy that played such efficient football at the quarterback position. That again, it's Brady-like, it's Drew Brees-like type.
That's in year 2.
I mean,
it's a perfect story.
Yeah. I mean, he's climbing. There's no doubt.
Yeah. All right, coming up, it's Thursday. Tyler's turd list. Coming up. I cannot wait to see who takes home the gold medal today. We'll get to that. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
The Astros pitching staff just can't catch a break. Both Christian Javier
Terms and conditions, rating factors, and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got to turn the mic on, damn it. All right, welcome back to The Drive as we'll get to Tyler's turd list coming up in here in just a bit. Clint, it's Tyler's day, man. It's Tyler's 4-year anniversary.
Whoa, that's what you're talking about.
It's Tyler's 4-year anniversary today. I know you got that. He had, sent out beautiful photos. Tyler's the one. Yeah, clearly, the listeners, they don't know all of it or just want to say what they want to say. But Tyler clearly has he's got the championship of most weird on the show. He also is the most technically smart on the show.
2 for 2.
He's the smallest on the show.
3 for 3.
The biggest head on the show. I mean, he
4
is.
for 4.
There's a lot with him, but Tyler's an emotional one. Tyler is one.
I can't deny it.
That I always know. On New Year's, there's going to be some sort of after 12 o'clock, after midnight. There's going to be some sort of an emotional. Guys, man, what a year it's been, man. We're gonna kick ass next year. I don't know. I think year 5 for us may be when he starts to say he loves us. He has not gotten to that point yet.
Well, this is my 4-year anniversary, but it's not 4 years with y'all.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, maybe year 5. Because I feel like he's gonna get in some whiskey and that's what I think. Tyler gets down in some whiskey and he gets emotional. I've gone out with Tyler late. In a bottle, a little bit of whiskey, where it gets an arm around you, and he starts to really expressing himself to you.
I'm emotional before the brown water, so that just enhances it.
Congratulations, 4 years, huh?
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
4 years in radio.
Did you think you were gonna make it?
No, I didn't.
Oh yeah, never lost a doubt, except for when I got laid off for a few months.
Yeah. How long have you been with us? What, 3?
Been with y'all, around 3.
3 plus years. 4 years, man. That's how long you've been in radio?
Yeah, started on the promo team 4 years ago.
Telling you out there, guys out there, people always ask how you get into business. A lot of different ways.
Got that foot in the door.
Get that foot in the door. There you go. Sometimes you know people. Sometimes you just jump in that. He did the hard route. Get on that promo team and start trying to make a name for yourself.
Sweating my ass off out in that heat.
Yeah, you get on that promo team and
just keep showing up.
I mean, it was just a matter of time before he separated himself.
It's separator. He's currently the #1 producer in all of Afternoon Drive. Not in L.A. or New York.
I was wondering if I'd held on to it the last 24 hours.
You haven't done anything to blow it.
Yeah. Pole position.
Drew in Baytown. Happy anniversary, Tyler. 4 years, man. Proud of you, man.
Thank you, fellow Baytonian.
Oh, Drew. I was going to say I'm not a Baytonian. I'll take the honorary title.
No, thank you though. For real, it's
good for you, man.
It's a good day.
I saw it, man. Saw those photos, boy. I thought, oh, look at Tyler. Four damn years, huh?
I didn't realize how much bigger I was when I started 4 years ago. I had quite a bit of weight that I don't have now.
I didn't notice it.
Everybody,
I guess I've not noticed. Really,
I just appreciate you allowing me to make the cut on the photo album that you posted, man.
Well, of course, you two have been
I would have never
most detrimental to my success in radio thus far. If I had to say,
I wouldn't have forgiven.
Did you say detrimental?
I think he did.
Yeah, that might be the wrong context.
Did you say detrimental or monumental?
He said detrimental.
Y'all know what I was trying to say. I'm saying y'all have been the biggest part of my radio career success so far, and I appreciate you.
I think detrimental means we're holding you back.
He knows what it means now.
Oh, okay. I was just checking, man. See, he's emotional and he mixed up his vocabulary.
Gotta pull out my thesaurus next time.
Yeah. Appreciate it, man. It was good for you. All right, let's since it is your anniversary, this is your segment. Go ahead, hit this thing. A little Tyler's turd list.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, let's hear it, baby. Let's hear these turds.
Yeah, full podium on a Thursday once again. And once again, this seems to be a trend here lately, unfortunately. Houston Astros, they are involved.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
This is becoming a vent segment for you, to be honest.
They make it easy in 2024, to be honest with you, Ron. And the bronze medal this week is going to Dana Brown, the general manager of the Houston Astros, and anyone else involved in building this roster, particularly for the Astros before the season got started, before opening day. Because here's my problem. The more I think about it, the more I dwell on it, which I've been doing a lot of with the Astros, being below 500 all season long. These guys should have known. If a dumbass like me, who's never sniffed a general manager job.
Instrumental to detrimental. Gotcha.
Thank you. Well played. If a guy like me and many others were looking at the arms the Astros had on their roster before opening day, and we were kind of wondering, like, damn, man, like, shouldn't they be making a move? Shouldn't they be going out and getting another starting pitcher for this rotation of the Houston Astros? Because if you remember, before opening day, Urquidy, he was having some arm pain. That was happening. Not to mention he was going to be older than he ever has.
Hasn't
He's
pitched
getting
a
up
game.
there. Yes. Has not pitched a game. Urquidy had arm issues in spring training. Javier, he had a twinge in his arm at some point early before opening day. So they were cautious with him, as they say. Lance, you knew, and Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers Jr., you knew you were going to be without them for a very long time this season. And Framber was coming off his most kind of shoulder shrug type of season where we weren't sure what was going on with Framber on the mound or up top in his head. Dana Brown, for not making any moves to add arms to a room for the Houston Astros that clearly was entering the season with a lot of question marks. Now it's not even a hindsight's 2020 type of thing. It looked that way, and it is that way, and this dude dropped the ball, and he didn't do what he should do holding the position he does as general manager. Dana Brown is getting the damn bronze.
You thought before the season started they were an arm short? You thought they were arm short?
Yes. I was saying over and over, and I was happy at the time. Remember, they were talking about trying to go after
Blake Snell.
Yes, Blake Snell. And I was like, okay, that's something. Like, let's do something. They needed to do something, and they did nothing. And right now, it's inexcusable. It's a real problem.
Huh? I guess they get the bronze. Bronze. It is a real problem right now. They got a whole bunch of injuries right now.
Yes. So Dana Brown gets the bronze. Do your job, dude. Do your freaking job. That's literally job number one.
I'm still thinking.
Would Pete Alonso do it for you?
I'm still thinking on that.
That turned me on a bit, but no. They need an arm. They need an arm bad. Okay, bronze is done with. Silver medal this week is going to one of our teammates here at Sports Radio 610.
Oh, God.
This is a first, I believe. I don't think I've handed out any gold, silver, or bronze medals to a Sports Radio 610 member. The silver medal, it pains me to say because I love the guy. You hear him every night from 7 to 11 p.m. on Area 45, but I got to go with bada bing, bada boom, Sean Bijani.
Yeah, he completely deserves this. And I'll be honest with you, I think he deserves the gold. This is ridiculous.
I considered that, and I think you're right. I think he definitely got considered for the gold, but I couldn't give the first 6'10 member on the podium the gold first time around. I'll let them try to learn from their mistakes. But Bijani, man, if you didn't know, if you didn't hear on Monday this week, me and old Sean Bijani, we had plans. We had a little bro date planned out on the links, out on the golf course.
You just say golf, man.
Me and Bijani are actually neighbors. We live just down the street from each other, same neighborhood up north. We were going to go play some golf near the neighborhood Monday morning before we had to come into work. I get to the golf course, never been to this course, so I'm kind of flying blind, finding the pro shop, getting everything done. I get there. Sean had texted me the night before. Bijani had said, hey, man, just so you know, I'm going to get there early. I'm going to get there like 6:45 a.m. I want to hit that driving range. So I pulled in about 6:50. I'm thinking, okay, he's obviously already here. Maybe getting some swings in. Not the case. Not the case, because Sean Bijani committed the number one golf bro sin you could ever commit. And that is my man slept all the way through his damn alarms, and he completely missed our golf round and the tee time and left me hanging.
Tyler got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. You can kiss my ass.
Every bit of it.
We had the first tee time of the morning.
I told
I'll stand right next to Ryan. You can get all of mine, too.
Yeah, and I got a lot to give you. Long, length. I'm telling you. I bent over to tie my shoes earlier today. It's got some length. I told Sean, I think you owe him a bottle or at least
something.
A 12 pack of something good.
I mean, I think he owes you the next round. I mean, if it were me, I would say, hey, next time we agree to play golf, I got it all. You just show up.
He set his alarm 5:15. You know, Tyler may not even gone to sleep. He may have just stayed up.
That's like
well, I mean, I'm be honest with you. I'm mad at Tyler about that one.
What? Why?
I mean, come on, man.
I think you were too nice on it.
Come on, there's not a hobby. Well, that too. There's not a hobby that any man should have.
Oh, I don't know.
That you get up at 5:15 to go do it. There's
Bro,
no,
you know how damn hot it gets here?
I've gotten up to put a brisket on at 5:15.
Are you kidding me?
If I'm going to golf in Houston,
Putting
Texas,
a brisket on, you can lay your ass back down on the couch after that or something. This guy's playing. This guy's 4+ hours.
If you are going to play golf in H-Town in the months of May, June, July, August, you sure as hell better be getting going as early as possible, or you're going to die by the time you get to 18.
Hey, you ask me again why I'm so confident I can whoop his ass. Ask me again.
Oh, shut up. No, I almost got sucked into that. You all are never going to play.
I've never heard a man under 40 complain about how hot it is. It's too hot to play golf in Texas.
Damn, I'm 40 now. Yeah,
I don't think I'm alone.
All right, we can finish this in the break. Who's the gold?
Gold medal. Silver medal, Bijani, take that as a warning, my friend. You could have got the gold. Be better.
He should have.
Gold medal this week. Back to the Astros.
Tyler, man, you're letting these guys get to you.
It's all right. I'm not going to go after a specific member this time. You know, people always talk about these, the baseball gods. They weren't with this team this season. The baseball gods, they were so with the 2019 Astros team until the World Series. Gold medal goes to these, obviously, fictitious baseball gods and whatever juju exists out there in the universe, because the Astros got to be in the worst position of any team in the majors this year. Out of all 30 squads, there is no way another one is sniffing the amount of bad luck, the amount of injury, the amount of things going wrong than the Houston Astros. And it sucks, man, because a lot of it, there's just nothing you can do about it. Don't take that too much to heart, Dana Brown, Joe Espada and company. You also don't need to be doing your damn jobs. But you can't do a lot about just arms falling off and guys just hitting the IL left and right, and Tuck splitting his shin in half, and Bregman's hand getting hit. And there's not a lot you can do about that, but it sucks, and I need it to stop for my own mental health.
So the baseball gods get the... Tyler, I'm going to give you to the next segment
that's my gold.
To re-switch that.
No, that's my goal.
Those baseball, Sean Bijani deserves it much more than those baseball gods.
He doesn't upset me quite as much as the 2024 Astros.
Sean Bijani, he deserves this much more than the baseball gods. I think Sean will switch it.
We'll ask him.
Sean would give himself.
I want to ask him.
The golden turd.
The golden turd.
That's his trophy. That trophy needs to be taking a picture with that damn trophy.
That is classic.
It is. It's the best part of it. What you got coming?
All right, it's time. With these Astros, boys, it's flat-ass time. Another thing, we got a little announcement, man. We got a little party going on next week I got to tell you all about. We want all y'all to join us out on the road next week. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, if you're going to come to that party, you either got to wear a hat or have your hair right, one of the two. If you've got a hair loss issue, whether it's a receding hairline, thinning up top, or all-out balding,
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, quick show announcement. Next Wednesday, the 12th. Next Wednesday, the 12th. Twin Peaks 290. Twin Peaks 290 location. Come hang out with us. There's an Astros day game that day, I believe. So you're not coming by and watching Chive TV or nothing like that, or whatever that is. The Chive, isn't that what it is? You can actually watch the Astros live and in color. We'll make sure that it's on every TV, and we'll make sure that thing is rocking and rolling. And you know Twin Peaks. Hey, you know when you come to Twin Peaks, made from scratch menu, top shelf bourbons, top shelf tequilas, all the way down to that 29-degree man-sized draft that I'm so fond of, and everything in between. It's absolutely beautiful. And you're going to get Astros, and you know the kind of service you get at Twin Peaks, especially up off 290. Come up there, hang out with us, have you an afternoon. 290. I'm not sure the crossroad. I've been to that. We've been a bunch of times.
Yeah, we've been there. Yeah.
Yep, I sat on a keg and did a show from there, keg chair, and did a show from there one time. Yeah. They got a lot of love showing up that direction. So I want every time we're out, folks always ask, "Hey man, when y'all coming up? Y'all got to let us know when you're coming up." Yada yada yada. We don't ever let folks know when the hell we're gonna be there. Guess what? We're gonna be there. 290 next Wednesday. It's June the 12th. Astros day game. Come on up. Let's pull these Stros on through. Maybe, just maybe, if Joe Espada takes care of business, maybe Tyler can play a little celebration music before the show's over and we can celebrate an Astros W. How about that?
Let's do it now.
Twin Peaks 290, June the 12th, next Wednesday, Astros day game. Bring your ass. Tyler, I was going to congratulate you on your years, but we did that last segment. But you know what? You're an all right old boy. We can do it 2 seconds. We can do it 2 seconds, man. Congratulations on making it 4 years, man. I'll be honest with you, there's a couple times in between there where I didn't know if you were going to make it. You did.
Survivor, man.
Congratulations making it, man.
Thank you.
With these Astros, boys,
day off.
I don't give a damn. They should all be in the cage. And Espada should be going through a simulated game.
Even Kyle Tucker on crutches. His ass ought to be in them cages.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Get in there and get you some cuts, at least stare at some pitches. I mean, surely he can swing. It's a damn – there's nothing wrong, man. He just got hit with a ball. He's fine.
I wouldn't say there's nothing wrong.
All joking aside, though, Ron, it's time, bro. Like, it's time. I haven't done the math yet. Tyler, this is kind of an advanced math for me. But I'm gonna use Dana Brown's, as the last couple of days I've been talking about this since I heard him. He referenced the 100 game mark with the Braves. It took them the year they won the World Series. It took them 100 games to get to 500. Tyler, right now they're 35-28, which if we do the math there, I think that's 63 ball games. So you got 37 ball games to get to that 100 game mark. What do they have to do over 37 ball games to get to 500? I know obviously they got to win 7 more than they lose, but how does that work out over 37 ball games?
I mean,
what's that number? I'm asking for a number, T.
Oh, what do you mean?
Like you got 37 ball games left.
Yeah.
You're 7 games under 100.
To get to 500.
What do you have to do to get to 500? 37 ball games.
37 ball games. You're 7 games below.
I mean, think about what you have.
You got to go 30-7.
No, hell, that means if you go 30-7, you're well over 500 at that point in time.
Yeah, I'm no mathematician on this, my friend.
Well, I think it's probably going to be 22 and 15. 22 and 15.
Yeah.
22 and 15.
That puts them at least 500. Yeah, 7 over.
X equals MC squared.
22 and 15. That's 37. There's 7-point difference. Yeah, there's
7 square root.
So you think about that. 22 and 15. You got to go over your next 37 ball games to get there. Not quite cutting time.
It's doable.
Oh, it's very doable.
They've got the schedule, especially to help them for it to be very doable.
It's very doable, no question about it. But not at the rate you're going right now. 22-15, you got to win every series. You got to take two of every
At
three.
least, yeah.
You got to take 2 of every 3 to get there. So, like, losing series and getting swept like that, them days got to be behind you.
Yeah, especially against this group.
I mean, you think about that. At 22-15 is what you got to do to get to 500 at the 100-game mark. That literally is winning 2 of every 3 ball games moving forward, damn near. And so you've got to win every series, if not sweep a few.
It feels huge.
Yes, it is huge. It is huge. I'm not talking about me. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about what the Astros have to do over the next 37 ball games. So with that said, is if it took them 100 games to get to 500 in Atlanta the last time they won a World Series, and that stuck out in Dana Brown's mind. As
he has preached that.
Hey, this is it, guys. Hey, look here. It happened here. Look here. 100 games, get to 500. Okay, if we use that, the Astros have to be, like, ridiculously good the next 37 ball games to accomplish that. And by the way,
they have to completely be more consistent than they have been all season.
Well, hell yeah. And Ron, and by the way, we're just talking about getting back to 500. We're not talking about if the Mariners all of a sudden take off or if the Rangers all of a sudden take off. We're not talking about winning the division. We're talking about just getting back to 500. So
By the way, the Mariners feel like they're in the midst of taking off.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if either one of these teams didn't take off.
Yeah.
I mean, playing 500 baseball, it I mean, not that this division, I don't think it's the best division in baseball. I never thought it was going to be the best division in baseball. But, I mean, damn, they're better than playing damn near 500 baseball. Seattle's 35-28. They're 7 games above 500. But at the end of the day, the Astros, the overall point is that to get to a point where Dana Brown thinks was a wild turnaround of a season to go win a World Series at the 100-game mark, to get there, to get to that mark, the Astros have to win a bunch of ball games, and that's why I say this: it's time. They got to quit fooling around, Ron. This Abreu, and I don't have all the answers. But this Abreu experiment thing,
off the glove of Abreu,
it's got to be over. Like you've got such better options at first base, and I'm not even talking about Singleton. I'm talking about Loperfido. You mentioned we saw what Loperfido could do at the plate. Small sample size, but it's a lot better than Abreu. A lot more convincing than Abreu.
He wasn't overmatched when he was up here,
and he's been down in the minors playing a lot of first base, making plays. We've seen Dubon play first base. He's swinging the bat as well as anybody on the team. He gets hits. He's clutch as anybody on the team over the last year and a half. He's an option. Diaz, and look, I don't even care about the slip in defense for the guy that hadn't played first base. If Diaz is an answer, that's fine. But you've got to start making decisions based on getting your best lineup in the game. With Diaz, talking about Diaz, you got to quit playing games with the kid, man. I mean, and I'm not. Look, this is a convenient time for me to make this argument. I get it because he's hit 3 bombs in 3 games. But at the end of the day, like, quit playing games with the kid. If you're going to be able to make a run in the playoffs and win another World Series or get even remotely close, he's going to have to be one of your bats in the middle of this lineup that's helping you with power. And Dubon is the other one. I just mentioned it. You got to quit playing games with him. He's got to be in the lineup every night. These guys have to be in the lineup every night. It's time to quit with the Abreu experiment. It's time to quit with everybody needs rest. It's a long season. Like, I don't need we don't need Altuve and Pena and Alvarez and Mike. Like, we don't need these guys resting at this point in time. You've got to climb out of this sub 500 hole that you've dug to give yourself any chance in this division. And the last one, it's not at the plate, Ron. It's obviously with the arms. Like, the game situation has to dictate what you do with Presley moving forward. I know you can't do it all the time, but the thought of our pipe dream that we had here of, man, give us 6 and then hand it off to Abreu and then give it to Presley and then give it to Hader, like, we got to rethink that at this point.
He has to. Maybe he hasn't reached the space, and I know Tyler said he didn't think he's there, reached the space of where you were with with Rafael Montero last year, but he's at least in the Ryan Stanek mode. Remember Ryan Stanek, where there's probably about a good three guys that would go in before Ryan Stanek did.
Yeah.
Like you brought Ryan in maybe around the 6th. I feel like that's, to me, where Presley is. And I know he got the save the other night, but he just hasn't been consistent at all.
Yeah, no, it's bad. And you just can't afford to continue.
Not right now.
You can't afford to continue. And I'm not saying you don't use him. It's simple for me. If you put Abreu out there and Abreu is ripping, then you send his ass back out there in the 8th, right? I mean, to me, that's just you can't pull an Abreu that is. I mean, he's dialed in and he is ripping. You can't pull him and throw Presley out there, right? And then in the situation where you do have to put Presley out there, whether it's in the 8th or the 9th, the first sign of Presley not having it, the first sign of Presley getting in trouble, you got to yank his ass and go to Hader. Hader's already shown he can go multiple innings. There's no reason he can't get you one in the 8th and then get you 3 in the 9th. Now, I know it's not ideal. Hader likes to have a whole half an inning to get loose. I get it. Adjust accordingly and make sure that you have answers for when Presley is due up, ultimately. If Abreu's ripping, leave his ass in there. If Presley struggles, have Hader ready. Like, these are all moves, in my opinion, that have to be made right now because you have got to, at the very least, win every damn series moving forward if you're going to have a chance.
Yeah, for me, if I'm Joe, I just 1-2 run game, 7th, 8th inning. For me, I've got to. I do right now, as crazy as it sounds, like I probably feel better about Scott right now.
It's not crazy.
I may feel more comfortable, especially depending on the hitters. Hell, I think Tyler brought it up the other day, Seth Martinez potentially coming in. I think you have to – you can't – I just don't think you can put him in the 8th or the 9th to give yourself –
yeah.
Because right then, when you give it up then, you got an inning to try to get it back.
Right. Well, I mean, these guys have just, at the end of the day, these guys have just been dicking around like they've got a 40-game season, and I mean, they're 7 games back, the Mariners now. I mean, I remember sitting back talking about, man, they're 6.5 games back, man. This is in a rough spot. They went through a 13-game stretch where 10 of the games were against the A's and the Angels, and they
played well.
And they played well.
And now
we look up, they're still 7 games back. Like it's time now, man, for a spotter to start. To start making decisions, and the big decisions for me is night in, night out. Put the lineup, best lineup that you got out there. Forget this resting guys, and forget this left right. Forget all that. Who hits this pitch? Put your best hitters out there, night in, night out. Let them get in a groove, and let's see if you can't rattle off a run here that really gets you back in the mix sooner rather than later. And then they've got to just keep an eye on Presley, man. There's not much you can do with the starters, Ron, because obviously, look, you've got to lean into Eric Getty and Hunter Brown.
Baby.
That's it. That's what you got, man. But there are things that they can do down the stretch with the lineup and with a couple of guys. There's nothing you can do about Tucker being out. There's nothing you can do about Bregman being out. But you can control where you put Diaz. You can control whether Dubon's in the game. You can control this Abreu experiment, which is Bush League. I mean, there's certain things that they can control, and now's the time, man. It's going to make me sick if they continue this experiment into 100 game stretch, into 100 games of the season.
No, yeah, I mean, I felt like it was time to get going a while ago, but it definitely is now. I mean, they've got this stretch of games they have over the next month. They got to make some hay. They have got to get to 500.
Got to. Hey, real quick on this, y'all see this news in college football? I actually love this news here, boys. The NCAA has approved a policy change to allow schools to place corporate logos in the middle of the football field.
That money.
How do you think that goes off? It's going to be hard for me to look at Donald Reynolds Razorback Stadium. Donald, what is it? Too many letters in that damn thing. It's hard for me to look down at that field and not see that big-ass Razorback, the traditional Razorback in the middle of it.
Oh, they're going to replace it with Geico?
Geico ain't going to make the cut, Chief.
They're going to replace it with Tyson?
Tyson will probably make a play for it. Walmart will probably make a play for it.
So
J.B. Hunt will make a big play for it.
So they'll take the complete Razorback out and just put Walmart.
I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. Is put. I mean, they didn't say put it on like on the hash marks. They said in the middle of the field.
I'm picturing the Buc-ee's beaver in the middle of Kyle Field.
How badass would that be? A big chicken in the middle of Arkansas's field. Oregon would just have a big Nike check. That'd be clean.
Nike check. Yeah, that would make sense. You can still, Stop.
Right. Could you imagine the money that's going to be thrown at them for that now?
Oh, the Longhorns would have Walmart because that's where all their fans get their shirts.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Walmart, cuz. That's an Arkansas-based company. But that's
I've bought things at Walmart.
There's nothing wrong with getting your shirts at Walmart.
My man went Buc-ee's for himself and then took that shot at the Longhorn.
Yeah, he went Buc-ee's and then took a shot at buying a T-shirt at Walmart.
Yeah.
It's where their fans get their game day wardrobe. I was just staying down. I'm trying to hate.
Why would this guy do that?
It's been a while since I bought a shirt from Walmart.
Well, you go to Walmart. That college rack, there's equal opportunity.
Is there? They got you there?
Oh, there's a maroon half and a burnt orange half now.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Tyler just don't shop there.
Yeah, I hope they don't do that. I mean, we can see it outside the stadium. I hope that's the other thing. I hope they don't start. I hope it don't start becoming, Kyle Field at Buc-ee's, or add Buc-ee's into the name of the field.
Tyler says it right. It's probably going to be something like I'm envisioning the Razorback being bigger with a Tyson logo on his chest or something.
Maybe something like that. Maybe.
I still think it would look funky as hell, but I guarantee you the amount on the middle of the field.
Coming up next, I hope that doesn't happen. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud, boy, he had some praise. I mean, some real praise. I know how I feel about it. I think I know how Clint feels about it. I want to hear how you feel about it. Do you think, hey, it's fair what C.J. had to say about a teammate, or do you think it's a little bit much? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, we just got through talking about these Astros, y'all. And they've been tough to watch this year. Usually I like to do my beer drinking in good times. But you know what? Sometimes a good, crackling cold Coors Light will help you drown your sorrows. And right now, these Astros, 7 games under 500.
Wherever you go, just download the Odyssey app, search Sports Radio 610, and click on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. The biggest stories in Houston sports.
Would you go to a manscaping place and enjoy a good shave?
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Hell yeah.
I'd purr like a walrus if you shaved my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Coming up here in just a bit. Fair or... Hey, man, CJ doing a little too much. Doing a little too much with a statement he had to make about his teammate. We'll let you hear that coming up. By the way, let you fellas know, I'm really getting serious, putting a little work on Trey. Got him a Got him a little camp tonight. Take him a little agility speed camp tonight. I told you we got to work on the running. I feel like he needs to learn how to run.
Yeah,
and we got a little camp coming up for the next several weeks. He's gonna be jumping a little speed and agility. I was thinking about putting him in a track too to teach him how to run, maybe. But this right here, guard. He just doesn't. For some reason, he's got a habit where he just stands right up and then runs and doesn't just explode out and take off.
Wholeheartedly firm believer in it, Ron. I would prioritize that stuff over playing competitive games, especially as many competitive games these kids play nowadays. We were talking about yesterday. I would, in a sense of just learning to run, because there's going to come a day, like right now, he's probably 9 times out of 10 the best athlete out there, at least from a movement standpoint. He probably moves a little bit better than everybody else.
Yeah, he's probably losing so much speed just because of what.
Well, there's just going to come a day where things are going to kind of start equaling out. Guys are going to catch up with him, and whoever's a more efficient mover, whoever knows how to run and whoever knows how to move lateral, that's going to be the separator at some point. And so, I'm a firm believer in it.
I can't wait to see him out.
How long is it?
I think it's an hour each night, but it's over several weeks.
So it's each night.
It's a couple nights a week.
That'd be good for him, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, he gets it, and it is like for him, once he gets into like 10, 15 yards down, then it really kicks up.
Right.
But he slows himself up. Like I bet you if he ran a 40, his first 10 yards would be so slow. Because he gets up and he stands straight up, and then he runs straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Like tall for no reason, but doesn't explode out. So I can't wait to see if he picks up.
Yeah,
but I think it's a hard habit that you're gonna have to break. But I can't wait. Can't wait to see.
We'll see how coachable he is.
We'll see how he is. Yeah. Now that is.
I mean, I'm really going to lean into him being Courtney's son, because I know if it's Ron's son, he's a tad bit hard headed.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of that in him. He's got a little bit of that in him. All right, Tyler, this is CJ Stroud. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I want to hear from you. You think this is fair, or this is like when you hear this, you think, CJ, come on now. This a bit much. This was CJ talking about his teammate, Nico Collins.
You know, it's just something that first of all, I'm just proud of that guy. My brother Nico, he's shown up and shown out. You know, when his number is called, he always makes a play. And, you know, he's a generational talent, man. He's like our age is Andre Johnson, in my opinion.
Nico Collins, generational talent, our age is Andre Johnson. Andre Johnson is Andre Johnson, who is going to Canton in August. Andre Johnson, the only person in the history of the franchise up to this point, till JJ goes, that is in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Tyler, I'm going to let you lead this off. I want to hear from the people. 713-572-4610. You think this is fair from CJ supporting his teammate, or do you think this is a bit much?
I think it's a tad bit much. I think it's just a little bit of too high a praise coming off one. I mean, it was a great year.
Whoa. Can you be drafted in the third round and be a generational talent?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, Brady was drafted way after that.
Yeah. Got me there. Yeah. He's become a generational talent. I guess Antonio Brown was drafted late. I mean, but when I think of talent, though, generational talent, I just think of like even more than what you become, but just your talent. Like when I think of generational talent, especially from that position, immediately I think of Randy Moss.
Fair.
Like that. Like when I think generational talent, there is something that you have that when I think Calvin Johnson, that guy is that fast and that big.
Yeah.
I think Nico is big, but not like that.
There's nothing generational talent about Nico Collins. Sorry,
that was a bit much.
That was a bit much. Yeah, I mean when I hear generational talent, it's more like This guy tangibly and maybe not intangibly, but tangibly is just so damn good in every aspect of whatever it is they're doing. Trevor Lawrence was a generational talent, a guy that just the build, the arm, the ability to play the position, the ability to move. I mean, all that was just off the charts from the time he was put on the chart kind of deal.
Person he compared him to, I would say that when Andre is like another one, like Calvin, big bodied and could just run away from people, and just had amazing speed. It could do anything. J.J. Watt, generational talent in terms of just physically what he was and what he could be. I was floored when I heard CJ say that.
That's a bit much. I mean, I blame this on Dallas. I mean, I blame this on the Cowboys. I blame this on C.J. Stroud spending so much damn time around Michael Parsons, traveling over in Japan and wherever the hell else they were over there. Because it sounds like something that Michael Parsons would say. You're talking about one of his teammates and just inflating the hell out of it. I like Nico Collins. I don't ever want it to come across as if I'm minimizing the season that he had last year. I know a lot of people think I do, but just because I don't stroke off one season. At the end of the day, he had a hell of a year. But there's nothing about Nico Collins' generational talent. There's nothing that Nico Collins has done that should warrant anybody putting his name in the sentence with Andre Johnson. I don't care if you are even talking about just he's how big he is and how strong he is.
Don't put it in the sentence.
I mean, that just doesn't make sense to do that. That's Micah Parsons like right there. And CJ spends enough time with Micah to understand to know how silly stuff comes across.
Text line, CJ said something very nice about his teammate Nico. Whether an overstatement or not, why is this a topic? Give CJ credit for being supportive, whether the statement was accurate or not. I do not know why I listen to you two. I don't either. I don't know why you
change the channel, bro.
I don't. What are you thinking?
And it's a topic because we wanted it to be, and it's our show. Thank you.
Yeah, listen, I as I said earlier, I think CJ has been a huge part of why this city is in such a better place sports-wise, and this team is in a better place sports-wise. But hell no, CJ. My thought was CJ's a very nice statement about his teammate, overstated or not. He just compared Nico Collins after one good season to the greatest player thus far right now in the history of the franchise.
Only Hall of Famer after he's inducted.
That's what I've been talking about right there, man. CJ's in God mode around here. This guy's serious. What? Hey, man, Tank, man. And it's Jerry Rice-like. I see Tank, boy. I mean, that's Rice. See how he gets in it? I mean, come on, man. Text line. CJ threw a little bit too much hype on this one. Yeah. This guy right here with his rainbows out here.
There's no doubt about it. Look, CJ, and I do wonder how this is going to play in it. It doesn't really matter because it's in the media. But like CJ and Will, the amount of just you can ask them about anybody, and they make them out to be the greatest player on the planet, right? Not quite Andre Johnson. This is outside of CJ's, and I understand when you're asking about other guys, you got to be complimentary of them. But I just wonder, from a media perspective, at some point it's going to be like, golly, man, you get fatigue of just guys just heaping praise on everybody. So, but this one definitely got away from CJ just a little bit here. Yeah. This is a bit much. But again, been hanging around with Michael Parsons, man. What do you expect?
Put it on Michael Parsons. All right, coming up, the Texans might have a little company in something where I felt like they potentially were standing alone. We'll tell you what that is coming up next. And Clint brought up something about Jose Abreu, and I think we need to go a little deeper in it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, I'll tell you what you need to do. You need to, if you're thinking about building your dream home, whether you're just thinking about it or hell, maybe you're ready to pull the trigger. What you need to do is dig a little bit deeper on who you're using. Our Vision Homes is the route you need to go. They're 17 years in the business. They built in 200 different communities. It means there's no stone that they hadn't flipped.
May vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We were talking through the break, Tyler, as we were talking about, as CJ referred to as Nico as a generational talent, and he says he's our age Andre Johnson, which I feel is disrespectful to Andre Johnson personally. I totally agree with the texter who sent in. You don't invoke Andre unless it's truly Andre, and Nico ain't Andre. Andre was QB proof. Nico is not.
It's a really good point.
You just don't make the comp to me. I understand you're bigging up your teammate. You don't have to do that. What he said the first time about him getting paid, he deserves it. Fantastic. I will say, because you brought up, that's what I said, can you be a generational talent drafted late? I think there are some exceptions. You brought up Brady. I think Tyreek Hill is. I think Tyreek Hill he has that speed is just something that changes the game, and he wouldn't have been drafted there had he not been a total ass in doing the stuff he did to the mother of his first child. He wouldn't have been in the 5th round to be drafted. So I think that. But you brought up Brady. I think CJ fits where Brady is, Clint. I don't think that Brady is a generational talent. I think he's a generational player, and I think CJ could be a generational player. I think that's different. I think Anthony Richardson is a generational talent. That don't mean that he's going to be it's going to come out and be great. I think he's a generational talent. I think Brady's a generational player. I think CJ has a chance to be that too. I think those are different things in terms of just talent and things that you can do.
Look, I agree. I think when we were volleying that last segment, I was like, I'm not real sure how to couch that, but I think that's exactly right. I mean, generational talent is a guy that, regardless of what kind of production he puts on the field or how he plays, it's just he is gifted with the skill set in a way that we don't see come around very often. A generational player, to your point, is more of a guy that goes out on the field regardless of what kind of talent he has and does things that we don't see but once in a generation, which is very Brady-like or Michael Vick-like or Lamar Jackson-like. That's the guys that that have the just flat out have the ability to do things that, hell, to be honest with you, most guys shouldn't be able to do at that particular level. So yeah, that's a good distinction between the two.
Yeah. But no, man. Like you said, man. Nico has had a hell of a year and a great offseason. I'm glad he got the bag. But boy, I mean that was a little rich. Hey, by the way, I think the Texans may have a little company.
With?
Listen, I said it when all the Texans' new jerseys came out, and I was like, man, that candy red joint, if they wear it with the new red helmet and the red helmet in particular, that's the one that has kind of the horns on it. They wear that with that all red, that candy red up head to toe. I know you've been very particular about how you want the socks and the shoes to be worn.
Anybody wearing a uniform should be.
Yeah, I know it. I know you jump all over that. I said it then. I said that might be the best jersey in the game. When just single jersey combo with the helmet and everything. I thought the Bengals all white joints were the ones in there. Have y'all seen that Minnesota Vikings jersey?
Mm.
Have you seen that Winter Warrior alternate jerseys that they've got out?
That is clean.
If y'all have not seen that, go hunt that one down. The Minnesota Vikings. I'll be honest with you. I've never looked at the Minnesota Vikings and thought, boy, their jerseys. I mean, they're fine. This all white number, and if they don't, and I don't, I'm not as aggressive about things like Clint is with uniforms as much. But if that whole stadium doesn't go all white whenever they wear that thing, them all white jerseys, Clint. I got to be honest. I think those are the tops in the league.
Oh, I agree.
With the helmet and everything, when they like that talking about one jersey combo. The hell the Vikings rode out there. I think Justin Jefferson signed that deal immediately when he said, well, hell, we're going to do that.
They're going to sell so many of those things.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's clean.
Those things are good.
It's super clean. There's no question about it.
The helmet just,
yes.
Boy, that is, I hope they play the Vikings. I hope they do that. I hope the Vikings go in the all whites and the Texans go in all reds. I know the Texans are going to do that because they can only wear it limited time. I'd like to see those two.
That would be clean. I'm going to tell you what, boys. I'm with you. They are absolutely ridiculous. Great job, tip to cap to the Minnesota Vikings design team. That is how the hell you put a uni together. That is absolutely clean.
I just looked at it. I said, damn.
Well,
that's all I could say.
It's just like I think there's two different levels of like I love the simplicity of it.
Ooh,
it's like
the uniform guy.
It's like the Texans red jerseys. I just love the simplicity of it. Clean. They're not throwing a bunch of crap at you. It's very easy to look at, and then it goes so well head to toe. I'm gonna be honest with you though. When I first, I'm gonna tell you though, Ron. Look, bro. Them Bengals all whites are right there with them, Chief.
Yeah,
those are sharp.
I pass them. No, they are. Those are the Bengals.
You're a purple guy, though, ain't you?
Well, I mean, it's not that the purple is not out. I mean, it's just the way they have it. They have the right amount of purple.
Numbers are clean too.
They have and they do it right. They have the right amount of purple, and that's it. That's all it is. And then the names on the back. Boy, I think the three best are the Vikings whites, the Bengals whites when they're helmet with the all white with the helmet too, and then the Texans all reds with the red helmets. That is
a strong three.
I hadn't felt that way about a football jersey in a long time. You remember when the Buccaneers turned into them? When they first turned, when Tony Dungy first, they got away from the orange.
Oh, the creamsicle.
And they went into those. I thought them jerseys was so strong.
Yeah.
Immediately, like at first, when those first came out.
That metallic like gray was like, that was like really the first time we'd seen that.
That was clean.
Yeah.
Them puppies is insane. It's insane, boy. I got to give them credit on that. They knocked them things out. I can't wait. Like I said, if they don't go in all white to that bad boy, the whole stadium, I wouldn't even let you in.
If you don't show up in all white,
yeah. If you try to come out here in a purple Justin Jefferson jersey, no. I would have.
Well, you just drape the big white T-shirts over whatever sections you want all white.
Yeah,
and move on with it.
Yeah, but some people might try to be hard asses. Like I would be like the guy like you are, like the police you would be. You said you would stand in front of that locker room for anybody trying to walk out and put on those black shoes.
Yes. Uniform police. You want to get fined? You want to get fined? Back inside. White socks, white shoes.
I will give your season tickets away. I will give them puppies away. Yeah, they got to hit the things all white. I give it to them. The Vikings don't. They don't do a whole lot, boy. Even them big fellas gonna look good in all white.
Yeah, it don't get much cleaner, man. When you can make icy white look right, and like you said, the touch of like they could have tried to make the Viking horn on the side of the helmet purple, but they didn't. They made it white and then piped it, outlined it in purple piping.
Because you could do too much purple, and they did the right amount of purple. All right, we'll get you ready as we got information out about the Astros and their upcoming series. The NBA Finals, they finally start tonight. We'll preview that and give our winners. And a former Houston legend, well, hell, he's a current Houston legend, but he plays in the league, has some comments about his upcoming season. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, what's good, H-Town? Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you about Mokaram Law Firm, man. Look, if you've been injured in
getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty. And the deal.
The big deal.
Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, has the latest for you. How we doing on that Moneybags? We do all right?
Yeah, I won a little bit last night. Won about $70.
Tonight's a big one. Tonight's a big one here. We got the final start, and we'll get to that in just a second. But the place where Tyler's money mostly goes, we generally know if the Astros had a good night, then the Fighting Tyler had a good night.
Yeah, betting and T-shirts. That's my money.
There it is. And and listen, the Astros have a needed day off, especially with the injuries they have. Not just the two pitchers that are out for the rest of the season, but obviously Alex Bregman with hand issue in which he was scratched from yesterday's game, and then Kyle Tucker, who has not played since fouling that ball off his shin. We'll see if he'll be available, if either one of them be available tomorrow as they start a series against the Angels. But Clint, you spoke about it earlier. It's time. It's damn time. Really, to be honest with you, it's been time. Shut up with the "it's early." That's done. We've crossed less than 100 games left. Shut up with the "it's too early." They better make a move, and got to make a move now. 7 games under 500, 7 games back, and I'll be honest with you, it may have gotten to 7.5 because the last time I looked up there about 15, 20 minutes ago, the Mariners had a 2-0 lead against the A's in the 7th inning. So it could increase if the Mariners continue, and the Mariners, who are, I believe they're potentially sweeping the A's, or they've won the series. They then face the White Sox next, and the White Sox are the worst team in baseball. So that's who they have over this stretch. As you said, it's time to get going, and no better than to face the Angels, the last place team in this division, I believe. The last place team in this division with Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, and Justin Verlander. Those are the guys starting the next 3 games. They got to, at the very least, win this series. Take 2 out of 3 at the very least.
Yeah, you're gonna have to win a lot. You have to win a lot of series. If we're just talking about winning series, you need to sweep the series that you have the advantage, and I think this is one of them. You need to sweep the series, but winning the series, I'll take that as well. They got to make a move, and I'm using that 100-game mark, Ron, that we've been talking about. If they want to get back to 500 by the time they hit 100 games this season, they've got to start. They got to start definitely winning series, if not sweeping series. And if you're gonna you want to have a chance to sweep a series, roll Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, and Justin Verlander out there, because that right there is the best 3 you got right now. Hunter Arrighetti obviously has been good. Ronel Blanco's been good, but I think as of late, with the last couple of starts for Hunter Brown is if he continues this, he'll be one of your top 3, definitely one of your top 4, if not your top 3 starters. So this is, Astros fans, get used to this right here. This, if we're going to make a run, these 3 guys have to play obviously a big part in it.
Well, especially Framber. Like you've pushed that. If you missed it, Dirty's Daily in the 4 o'clock hour, he talked about it's time. Well, damn it, it's time with you, Framber. This up and down, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna get. We don't know what we're going to get. Yep. It's time. It's time we start seeing the guy that we were flirting and having conversations about. I mean, that dude's a $200 million guy. We were sitting here this time last year, before the All-Star break, when he was an All-Star, and he arguably was the best player and most important player on this team before Verlander got here, saying him over Kyle Tucker. We were having those conversations. If you were going to pay one person long term. Since the second half of last season, it has been up and down to down. It's time, man. Framber Valdez has got to step up and be what Dana Brown, his general manager, called him, a pillar in the rotation. They ain't got nobody behind it. You got to start this thing, him and Verlander. And we feel like Verlander, and we've seen Verlander's going to give you what you need to have given. We don't know about Framber. It's about time that Framber starts being Framber.
Agree wholeheartedly.
I've about had it with him. I've been a Framber guy. I've been around and behind him. I've put my stamp on Framber, and he's come up here up and down for about the last year. I've about had it.
Look, I
Let
get
it out, bro.
I'm with you. He's got to be special. If we're going to have a shot, he's got to be special.
I mean, he goes through here. It's like Framber doesn't know how good his stuff is.
Well, when it's good, it's good.
It's good, yeah. But then he'll get through. Oh God, let me be fine. Let me get to another 3-2 count. Let me walk somebody, or he'll just say, Yainer, Josh Miller, all of us who worked so hard on this game plan. Nah. Let's try what I got here. No, man, he's got to be a big piece with this thing. Again, if we find out any news before the show is over, I'm sure we'll be talking about this tomorrow, as it'll be a late game. The status on Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman, because they, at the very least, with Kyle Tucker, they got to get him as quickly as they can. He's their best player this year. They've got to get him as quickly as they can. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, look, I've beaten the horse, but at the end of the day, I mean, every single one of these series is important. And while I know the injury was ugly, clearly it's confirmed. There's no break. There's no nothing. I mean, got to get him back on the field immediately.
No, they got to have him. He's been their best player this year. They got to have him.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the finals tonight. I'm gonna say it right now. I got the Celtics in 5 or 6. I got the Celtics big tonight. I think they win by double figures tonight. I think they've been sitting around here. I'm not gonna say 100%, but it feels like to me, Clint, Tyler, the perception is that the Mavericks are the better team, and the perception is because of Luka and Kyrie that will carry the way, as if they don't have a first team all NBA player in Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, who was the Eastern Conference player of the MVP of that series and was, I think, all NBA-like this year and the last couple of years. They've been the best team all season long. They've got 64 wins. The next closest teams are 57. They've blown out people. They won the East by 14 games in the regular season. They have blown through the Eastern Conference. Yes, they have had injured teams that they've gotten to play, but they've had an important injury to Porzingis, who hasn't played since the Cleveland series. This has been the best team. I got them in 5 or 6, and I'll be honest, I expect them to come out very, very motivated by everybody talking about the Mavericks this, the Mavericks that. A lot of experts, that's what it seems like you hear. We had Robert Horry on the other day, and 2 different times I got the Mavericks in this thing. So I expect the Celtics to come out really, really big tonight, and I think they'll win this series.
Yeah, look, I'm going with the Mavericks, man. I think these are close ball games. I disagree. I think tonight's a close ball game. I think they're all close ball games, tight ball games. And I think when it comes down the stretch, the 2 guys that I trust more is Tatum Brown or is it Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic? I'm going Luka and Kyrie all day, every day, and twice on Sunday. I think those 2 guys are the difference makers at the very in the clutch moments at the very end when you need buckets. I trust the 2 guys from the Mavericks to go get buckets more than I do Brown and Tatum.
I think that's a fair thought. I think if the games go very much like tight, like a lot of the games in that Timberwolves series, if they go tight and then it comes down to, yes, I got more confidence in Kyrie, who has done it in a big moment, and Luka, who has been doing it in these playoffs. I don't know how tight these games potentially will be. I feel like Boston all year long. They've played them twice this year, and both of the games were ugly. And I know the last one was in March, but they had just gotten their kind of their new lineup the Mavericks have. But they beat the hell out of them. It was 138-110. They beat the brakes off of them, and that's what they've been doing most of the year. So what money you betting on this one? I know you betting on this one tonight.
Yeah, let's talk about this. I'm in on this one now.
I put a little bit on the under 216.5. Yeah, I just looking at the Mavs throughout these playoffs. They've hit that under quite a few times, no matter who the opponent's been.
I am curious the over-under on Kyrie's points. I think Kyrie. This to me is kind of the secret sauce of the series. These are by far, I think, even against the Clippers, the Thunder, and
23.5.
Oh, I would take the under on that.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I would. I think, as I said, through their run, through the Clippers, through the Thunder, and then in the Western Conference Finals, the Timberwolves. This is the toughest defensive matchups that he will face. Drew Holiday is one of the best perimeter defenders in basketball. Some say he is the best. And Derek White, who was peer pressured into shaving his head, he is another one who is a great perimeter defender. That to me is the secret sauce of the series. Is those guys being able to slow down Kyrie. 23, yeah, I might take the under on that.
Ooh. That'd be a nervous under to take right there.
No, it could be because he could. Like I told you, I don't think this is close.
Just tonight or the series?
Just tonight.
Okay.
Tonight in particular, I think the Celtics are going to probably hit a ton of threes tonight. I don't think this one is close tonight. So go ahead, make that money, Tyler, on the under.
I actually just jumped on it because last time you told me to take a Kyrie Irving bet, I won. So
yeah.
Let's see what happens.
He did jump over on a computer screen real quick, didn't he?
Yeah.
Money to be made.
Now, and by the way, they're going to be all over Kyrie tonight.
Oh, the fans.
Oh yeah. I think this will be he's booed every time he touches the ball.
You think he'll?
You know the history of him. How does he play in those situations typically?
I mean, Kyrie's a great player, but I don't think he's pissed off or anything like that. I think when you combine how the Celtics will roll and the defense that they can throw at him, I think that's going to be the story throughout the series. I think Luka will get his. I don't know that Kyrie is going to get his the way he has all postseason.
5 o'clock fire.
Also, of course, the Lakers, they would not wait until or do this earlier or wait until maybe things calm down. But, of course, it is reported today that the Lakers are preparing a massive offer to UConn's Dan Hurley. Dan Hurley has won back-to-back championships with UConn. The word has been J.J. Redick. A lot of people, even including yesterday, reports from the top sources in the NBA that J.J. Redick would be the guy potentially to go to the Lakers. Now, today, a big shift has been with Dan Hurley, which I think makes a lot more sense. Hell, this is a guy who's at least coached before and run a program. And I think I am really intrigued to see how this goes because Dan Hurley is nuts. I mean, if you've watched Dan coach, it's one of those. Will he talk to LeBron and AD like that?
Yes, that's.
And I think it could be good for them. But that would be the intriguing part to watch him if he would communicate the same way he communicates with the kids at UConn.
Well, by the way, I wasn't saying yes that he will. I have no idea, but I think this is a great hire for the Lakers.
I do too.
I do wonder how great of a hire it is for what LeBron James wants to do moving forward. Because I think LeBron he obviously wants to win. Hell, nobody with that resume and has won as much as he has won.
And he's come out and said he's a big fan of Dan Hurley too. He's talked about him.
Right. Well, I mean that's fine to be a fan of him, but like you said, the harsh reality sets in when that dude walks in, and all of a sudden there's a different set of you ain't hiring the coach no more. You ain't bringing your buddies in anymore. You're not running the show anymore. Ultimately, the coach is, and that's why I say I think it's a great hire for the Lakers, long term.
Yeah.
But I do wonder short term how much of a great hire is this for LeBron James? I don't know. I mean, that's going to be the interesting part of it if they do hire him.
I do. I like this, and I like this a lot better than J.J. Redick. I like it because I don't think there's a retread coach out there that makes sense. I think if they're at a point where they need to try to find there's not Doc Rivers out there or somebody, Frank Vogel. I think they're at a point where they need some new ideas, some fresh thoughts, and some fresh and fresh thinking from a new source. And this guy is shown at a high level. And sometimes UConn, they look like they're running a NBA style of offense. So I like it better than just going to go get a retread or a guy that has done it before. They need new blood. So we'll see what happens there and see if Dan Hurley leaves UConn. He only makes $5 million at UConn. They're up there talking about giving him $100 million. The Lakers are. Doors, Connecticut, Los Angeles, $100 million.
Seems like an easy decision.
I ain't gonna lie, I love it. Coaching LeBron, that'll make you lose your hair. Luckily, Dan doesn't have it.
5 o'clock fire.
Hey, I wondered your thoughts of this, Clint. As we know, Channel View's own Jalen Hurts had a rough season, looking to bounce back. They've brought in who's the OC they brought in from Dallas? Quarterback,
Kellen Moore.
State, yeah, Kellen Moore. He is the new OC in Philly. Jalen Hurts, Clint said 95% of the Eagles' offense is brand new in 2024. 95% of it is brand new in 2024.
Yeah, I believe it.
I'd like to see it.
This is going to be, again, I mean, a national topic that I think is very fascinating is, I think what Philly's done, they've had a ton of success with it, obviously, recently with Shane Steichen and then Brian Johnson running a very similar system, or at least attempting to run a very similar system that revolved around using Jalen Hurts' legs. All the while, his arm is just continuing to develop and become closer and closer to what you need consistently at an NFL level. Kellen Moore is a guy that is he didn't run Dak much. I didn't watch what he did with Justin Herbert in LA with the Chargers. I didn't watch much of that. But he is a rip it, 4 verts. Let's push the ball down the field, pressure the defense through the air vertically. And you wonder if Jalen Hurts is that guy. Or does Kellen Moore, although the 95% of the offense is different, the verbiage is different, does he lean on Jalen Hurts' legs? I don't think Jalen Hurts is a quarterback that can stick in this league without using his legs as a weapon to dictate to defenses.
That's the concern to me.
Yep.
If you say 95% of it's new, okay, it's new, but does it still have some of those qualities that had him second in the MVP race and had him getting paid like he did?
Yep. That's to me, that's how Jalen Hurts plays in this league, and he's already gotten paid playing that brand of football. Boy, trying to turn him into what he did with Dak, or trying to turn him into Justin Herbert, I think that is a recipe for disaster in Philadelphia. I think they'd be better. Surely Nick Sirianni didn't go out there and hire an offensive coordinator without the understanding of, hey, offensively, we got a guy in this league that we can use his legs, and that's how we're going to do. That's where this conversation is going to start. Surely he didn't go out there and hire a guy, and they're going to expect Jalen Hurts to be an elite pocket passer. Surely that's not the plan, but we'll see.
You don't seem to be convinced.
No, it's just not.
Surely.
It's not. It's not. I mean, if I were Jalen Hurts, I'd be irate if that's what they were trying to do.
All right, coming up, we know who the most indispensable player is offensively and really for the team, for the Houston Texans. There's no argument at all there. I will not hear anyone. But who would be that person on defense? I think there are a couple of candidates that you could really give a valid argument to. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, look here. As we know with the recent weather here, we can't predict when the next storm is going to hit you.
Big Orange Wagon with Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 713-572-4610. I want to hear from you. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, hello. Has the show started yet? Tyler, show his nipple.
It has now.
Oh man, we really was a mistake, man. It's 5.
Looks like you got him trimmed up.
Oh, it's just still from Hawaii.
Oh, it's still stubbled up from Hawaii.
That ain't trimmed up. That's starting to come in. I can see it. That hair's starting to come in there. See, this is when you tackle it. Now it's easier.
No,
if you just keep doing it consistently.
You can't cut down, as far as you want to down on each hair whenever it's too short like that. You got to let it get a little length.
I don't know, man. I think that makes it more difficult because, like I tell you, me in a different space, not proud of it. Tore through another pair of socks.
Cut your toenails.
I did. That was kind of the signal.
Razor blade ass toenails.
This coming from a guy with some bad toenails, some bad toes, everything.
I don't feel good about it.
I ain't never ripped through socks.
Oh yeah, I'm taking a couple out.
You need to go get a pedicure, bro.
I had to cut them down.
I mean, go get a pedicure.
No, I just cut them down. I'm good.
Sounds like you're not.
They were a good pair. There was some dress socks, man.
Toenails should not be that sharp.
I have y'all know. I set an appointment to get my.
I'm not proud of it.
I set an appointment to get my fungus fixed. What are you doing?
Yeah. Okay.
What are you doing about them busted up ass toes you got tearing socks up?
First off,
I mean, Tyler could put socks on his dogs and they probably wouldn't tear the socks out of it.
We do keep their nails trimmed.
Listen, first off, I'm not proud of it. Okay, it was a pair of dress socks, a little thin Sunday. I came up out them suckers and went through the toe, cut right through.
Looking like Lloyd Christmas over here.
Then I went ahead and trimmed them up.
I'm going to tell my wife that story. Tell her she ain't got it all that bad in terms of her husband's feet. At least I ain't cutting through with socks.
We'll see if you actually. When did you make this appointment?
The 12th. It's on the 12th. I made it about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Made it on the 12th in the morning. Absolutely.
I don't believe you.
I mean, the bad thing is I made it at, I think it's either 9 or 10. And as bad as my toes are, I may be pushing.
So what are they going to do with this at this appointment?
I would imagine she's going to take a gander at my toes, and she's going to be like, a grown man should not have yellow toenails.
She's probably going to.
She's going to say, here's a prescription for the pills that's going to fix that. Yeah, and I'm going to take them for at least probably 2 months to let some normal nails grow out, and then I got to take care of my feet from there on out. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, but mine are taken care of now.
Well,
I just
it doesn't sound like it. There's no way you're cutting through socks and then all of a sudden you with some clippers fix that.
I did. My big toe on the right one is the one that it was the culprit.
Man, go get a pedicure.
I'm fine. I got him down.
My man. Last time I got a pedicure, which was not too long ago with my wife, I was a tad bit embarrassed, but I went with my wife for a little quality time, and he said that the old boy that owns the place coming there and trying to sell me on coming in 3 times a month. At least 3 times a month. You need it. I said, oh, really? Yeah, I need it more. I need it about twice a week, boss. You look at these toes. Since we're off the sports topic real quick, can we talk about the picture that Tyler sent us of his dog?
She's cute, ain't she?
There ain't nowhere on this planet where it's okay for your dog to be straddling your pillow.
With your wife
in your bed.
Well, it's not my pillow.
Straddling the pillow that you are, and you're taking a picture from the backside where you can see, I mean, there's just every bit of whatever she's got between her legs is on that pillow, on that pretty white pillow.
Yeah, but she's a clean pup.
Could you imagine? If I walked in and our dog was straddling my pillow with all of her goods.
It was my wife's pillow.
Well, why would you do that to your old lady?
Because lately Nala's been kind of doing that at night when Megan's asleep. She's kind of been going above her head like that, like real recently. So it's really funny. She's like taking over her spot kind of and getting on top of her head and crashing out. So I took a photo of it so I could show her.
Have you ever, like, did you backhand her off the bed?
No, they all slept in there.
No, she stayed right there.
So you mean she...
All 3 of my dogs sleep in our bed.
So you just let her, she let her stay
down
like that?
Yeah, it's funny.
Ron, what would Courtney do if she walked in and Bear was just straddled up with all his goods all over that pillow where she's fixing to lay her head?
Wouldn't happen.
I mean, that's sick, man.
I mean,
I don't think it's sick. I mean, my dogs...
Of course you don't. You rub her groin and stuff while you take drunk naps.
I mean,
it's weird.
Come on now. My dog's private areas are cleaner than the snot-nosed kids y'all got running around.
I don't know that is accurate. I feel like that's just something you just said.
I mean, Nala doesn't wear diapers.
My
kids,
I know yours don't.
There's just something mine do. Both of mine, they fill them up on the regular. But there's not.
See?
There's just nothing normal about that, bro.
Dude, plenty of people have dogs that sleep in their bed.
Your dog was straddling a beautiful pillow, by the way. Y'all got nice pillows.
Thank you.
I mean, all 4 legs. It's like you caught her in the action of hunching on your pillow.
She got comfortable.
And took a picture.
She is a dog of comfort for sure.
If I walked, all joking aside, if I walked in and our dog was like that on my pillow, she would fly across the room.
Bear's not getting into the bed.
That's unbelievable.
He's not touching the bed. But there are other people.
Tyler laid his nose in that pillow. When that dog got up, I bet he goes in there and nose sniffs his pillow. Just nose dives in his
Bear's
pillow.
Bear's
sicko.
Bear's not even really allowed in rooms, like in bedrooms. I came out the other morning. He had a pair of Lawrence drawers just going to work in them.
Oh, Holly used to do
Where the
that
hell
to
did you
Megan's.
get these drawers from?
Yeah, Holly used to
close them damn doors. That ain't me. No, he ain't. He's not getting into bed.
Don't get me wrong. My pups are spoiled. 100%.
Clearly, no,
100%.
I know it, and I know there are people that Clint
That
maybe doesn't know. There are
that's
people
gross.
that spoil their dogs like that. To each his own.
This guy's saying it's gross. He doesn't use a damn
text line rolling
loofah in the shower.
I'm with you, Tyler. I'm with you, Tyler. It's on the text line.
I can only imagine what Tyler's guest room pillows go through.
Dogs don't go in the guest room.
If I end up spending the night at Tyler's house ever, I'm bringing my own pillow.
No, pillows are good, man.
No dogs allowed in my room.
I got a real humping problem with Bear right now.
Really?
Oh my God.
Red Rocket, huh?
Well, when you were that age in human years, you had a humping problem with yourself.
He's grabbed. I mean,
I still do.
We had to throw.
Yeah, Tyler somehow extended his into his 40s.
We had to throw two of the little blankets we have in the living room in the washing machine yesterday.
Red Rocket.
He just, takes it. Going to town.
What does the kids think about it?
I don't think they actually have an idea of what it is. Oh, there goes Bear again.
Bear's dancing.
There's Bear again.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I got 2 kids.
And he pulls it out, and he is. He is letting it go.
Business.
He gets that. He's trying to get that blanket in the perfect position, and just moving it with his hands and he gets that thing straddled up. And when he makes me bad, he'll start to use the ottoman to get the
extra
leverage,
extra
to get the leverage he needs, and he is just going at.
Got to get that torque.
He's too blunt. Just switch over him.
Ryan, you could
throw him in the washing machine.
I'm trying to think what amount. I've got 2 kids. You've got 3. I'm trying to think what amount of money you'd have to pay me to go. Yeah, go get a dog. Like, what in the world were y'all thinking? 3's got to be. I mean, at least. I mean, I guess Trey's at an age where he can help a little bit more.
They wore us down.
What would you add a puppy to that? Like, you could literally. I mean, you have to offer me a couple $grand a month. It would have to be damn near a house note a month for me to be like, yeah, throw me a puppy in this mix.
I think. Well, listen, he's getting a lot better. Bear's getting a lot better. We got very spoiled from Max. Max was just like a dog, like just chill on his own, man. He go do his own thing, man. Max, like we come home, like we didn't even put Max in the kennel. Max would be roaming around. We come home, he'd be just chilling. He ain't doing nothing. Like, I mean, he'll go in the backyard. You ain't got to worry about
your sprinkler heads.
Nah, yeah, man. He go out there and chill, man.
Your grill hook up.
And we just think we're in there thinking we got dogs like this, and then we got this pit lab mix. Now this son of a gun.
That's what Nala is.
I mean, you can't. I mean, he's.
You got to look forward to.
When y'all get over there, I'll let you see what he did over there by that fireplace where we got his playpen.
You ain't fixed it yet?
I mean, we just
gotta wait and see if he keeps doing it.
Yeah, we just got to get new flooring right there.
Trim or flooring?
Flooring. I think he took the carpet right. Like there's the.
Oh, he really pulled the carpet
slate.
back.
Like there's the slate where the.
He learned it from the drive.
He'd have a Jordan sign in his ribcage.
There's a slate where the fireplace is, and then the carpet beats right there. Mm-hmm. That front right there.
I heard you talking about how you like to pull the carpet back.
Oh my God. He. I mean, I almost had to protect him. He's about to hurt him. He hurt himself. He's lifted the carpet portion up, and he's going through the padding. Yeah, he's
silly bear.
He pissed me smooth off. All right, coming up next, as I said, we'll get to this. Who is the most indispensable player on the Texans defense? Who can they not have miss games? I know there's one particular guy that comes to mind, but I think there is an argument for others. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Coach D'Amico is pleased with the progress he's already
at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Who is it if you had to pick? We know C.J. Stroud is the absolute most indefensible player that the Texans have, and obviously on the offense. Hell, we saw it. Damn near everybody took a turn at being out last year on the offensive side of the ball. It was very clear that, and no surprise, obviously, that C.J.'s absence was the one that completely changed the team the most. From Tunzel to Titus to Nico to Tank, it was clearly C.J. who changed it the most. Who is it for you on the defense? Who would you say it is on the defensive side of the ball that is the most indispensable player, the one where you're like, oh, God, like D'Amico going to have to really make his money this week. They're going to really have to put together a game plan to make this defense work this week. Who would you say is that dude?
For me, it's Derek Stingley. I mean, I'm worried about the number 2 corner, and they've got options. I'm worried about the interior defensive line, and they have depth at those spots. The only reason I don't feel damn near desperate about both of those that I just mentioned is because you have Derek Stingley. I think Derek Stingley allows you to, in any obvious situation where one receiver is just ripping you, then you can put Derek Stingley on him to shadow him like we saw him do last year with Amari Cooper the second time they played the Cleveland Browns, right? You have that ability. He also allows you to say, hey, we don't need any help on this side of the field. Whether you're playing zone or man, like we don't need any help on this side of the field. You shade the opposite corner, right? So that he allows D'Amico Ryans to really in a pretty simple manner overcome the second corner not being as experienced or not being as talented, right? If there's a problem up front, which I think they will against certain teams, have a real problem stopping the run, pushing the pocket from the inside, then you can really without hesitation drop a safety down in the box, load the box up, and still have a free safety shade towards your second corner because you know Derek Stingley can hold his own on the front side. So because of Derek Stingley, I think the Texans will have an opportunity to overcome some of their other issues. Without him, I think you have the obvious hole in the defense of who your number 1 corner is going to be, but then all of a sudden the ripple effect is you're afraid to load the box up against the run and put corners on an island. You're afraid to close the middle of the field, whether you're playing zone or man, because you don't want to leave either corner on an island now, not just one of them. So it's for me, it's Derek Stingley based on things beyond just his sheer lockdown ability. The ripple effect for him of him being on the field is powerful too.
Yeah, I think Stingley is the one that you kind of tend to go to first. And I think it's a very understandable one. As you said, one of the biggest, if we'd say what are the top concerns on the team, like outside of Derek Stingley, the cornerback position would be one of the conversations. But for me, I would go with Christian Harris. And I think a little bit of what you said about Derek Stingley, I think that his role and what kind of playmaker and things that they want to try to do with him will expand big time this year. I think it started to as the latter part of the season ended. And if you go back and look, there were not a lot of positive things, I'm going to be honest, about that Ravens game, the playoff game. By far, the most positive thing to come out of that game was the play of Christian Harris and how he played against Lamar Jackson and how they had a game plan of him being at times the person designated to try to stop him on a one-on-one basis, and he did it. in ways that we hadn't really seen Lamar being stopped that many times or like that. There was a real uptick in what we saw late in the season from Christian Harris. And I think there's going to be potentially a bigger role for him in this defense. And then for me, big time with it, Clint, when I go with Christian Harris even more, especially against Derek Stingley, is what's coming behind him, even though there are questions about the second corner. If you're going to tell me like Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson, and then, Kamari Lassiter, I feel better about that than I do about Henry To'oTo'o stepping in or Blake Hansen stepping in or even, Delshawn Phillips stepping in. I feel better about, like, those corners. So, to me, that is there is a fear if, boy, he goes down and, your next best thing is Henry To'oTo'o and you're running with him and Alshire, two middle linebackers basically, or you have to go someone who's not as talented. So with the combination of what I think they want to do with him and what's behind him, I think there is a real strong argument. I get Derek Stingley, but I think there's a real strong argument about Christian Harris.
Well, look, there's no denying that the lack of depth at the linebacker position is potentially a problem if somebody goes down. Because here's the deal: is to your point, when you look at Alshire and Christian Harris, when you get deeper into the depth that is here, the entire style of linebacker changes.
Yes.
Like you don't have guys that play the position.
It's got to change what you want to do too.
You would think, right? How you call defense, right? I agree. There's not that teams out here have 3 or 4 linebackers running around like Christian Harris. I'm just saying you've got 2 dudes that are rangy, that can play, that are fast, that can that aren't ducks in coverage, that give you a chance against Lamar Jackson type players in the open field. Boy, when you get into the depth on this team, now all of a sudden you've got big thumping middle linebackers that are going to struggle in coverage. And so, yeah, I think the lack of depth could be a problem. I would imagine that's why D'Amico there's some guys that they've brought in that I haven't seen in terms of like how they're built, how they play the position, but I would imagine that they're more in the mold of Christian Harris and Alshire than they are the Neville Hewitt and like you said, who was the other
Blake
one you mentioned? To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
So we'll see what that linebacker crew and what that depth ends up looking like, but there's no doubt they're thin at the top.
Yeah, no, I think with both of those players, Stingley and Christian Harris, it will change what it is that they want to do. If they're not in the game, it changes either one of them. I mean, it changes how they can call defense. They have to be more protective of certain areas of the field if either one of those guys are out. To me, that handcuffs you a bit. That maybe handcuffs you a bit there, and then they really would have to be dependent, especially with Stingley, really had to be dependent on the pressure to get there to help their corners. All right, coming up behind us, remember, Texans All Access. Hall of Famer John McClain will join the fellas to discuss Texans minicamp, and then after John McClain and Texans All Access, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton will have things rolling for you, so stay tuned right here on Sports Radio 610. I've seen this a couple of times. I know you have too, Clint. What y'all fellas think about this Mac Jones situation? This Mac Jones in front of this white car. He's got this nice little white whip, old school, and he's got the shades and what?
Is that one of them old 290 ZXs, 300 ZXs?
I can't tell exactly what it is. I'm sure you're on the right tracks, the right area of the vehicle. And he's got these shades on, and I mean,
this is something I can actually relate to, boys. I just don't know where a backup quarterback Like, at what point do you have time in your day, or do you take serious, like, yeah, let me put this uniform on and go pose in front of this little 290, this Datsun, this little 290X or whatever.
Yeah, who came to him to do this?
I don't. That's the part that's weird. Look, I mean, to each their own, cool, but like,
hopefully, made a little change on it.
I mean, I'd like to think that I got more going on than just taking pictures next to a car. I mean, he is in an NFL uniform, and he is in the NFL getting paid.
He's with the uniform. Yeah, I'm just like, is this Mac Jones? Cool, right there, baby. I feel like, why do we see players leave Belichick and then like feel like they want to let their cool out?
They cracked the shell, huh?
Yeah, it's like the friend you had growing up whose parents were super duper strict, and then when they get to college, all of a sudden they're just partying their, you know what?
He didn't do this when he was a starter. He didn't have these opportunities, or at least give it to him when he was a starter. Clean ass. Look at him with them shades.
It would look real clean if he was still the starter somewhere, and they were having a photo session with their starter.
Hey, I gotta believe they giving him hell in the locker room for this.
I don't know, man. These dudes, this generation, love it, man.
My man takes photos. Someone texted and said, "Ron, it's the first week of June. My point is the roster will change before the season starts." I'm telling you, either way, if the roster changes, it ain't going to change to the point where somebody is going to be there in terms of, hey, Christian Harris or Derek Stingley gets hurt, that we've got options to be able to replace those guys. Not June. Nobody is the caliber of Derek Stingley or even close to it, or Christian Harris will be coming available to say, yes, all right, we're good if those guys go down. No, I mean, I hear your point. They'll have to make some moves, but once you start thinking about we're going to training camp and the type of guys, like that type of guys you can put around, like it's going to be the type of guys that are behind them. Like you're not going to probably find a C.J. Henderson or Jeff Okudah type of talented person potentially right now.
Yeah, no. I mean, look, there's going to be some cuts made, and there's going to be some good players on the street, but I don't know how much better they're going to be than your backups at that point in time.
Yes.
I do hope the Texans are active in that market, though. That's for damn sure.
Should be. I mean, I think that's kind of Nick's sweet spot. But, yeah, I certainly think they will be active in that thing. Hey, remember tomorrow, a little programming note. Right here on Sports Radio 610, 7:30 in the morning. The person you talked about being active, Nick Caserio. He will join Payne and Pendergast.
and Payne.
He'll join Payne and Pendergast, and he will be live in studio, baby. Ain't no phone call. He's going to be in the building.
Oh, he's going to come on through, huh?
Yeah, he's coming in. He's going to sit down in one of these seats right here.
That's nice.
7:30. So set your clock, 7:30. Payne and Pendergast will have the general manager, Nick Caserio, and he comes on with them frequently, and they always seem to have some good conversations. As I said earlier, Clint, I can't wait to hear his thoughts on Kamari Lassiter, his first pick, which seems like it's turning heads, and potentially, at least it appears, going into training camp as the starter opposite of Derek Stingley, and then Kenyon Green. Those, to me, have